Chapter 1. Silence. In the year 1951, within the tranquil confines of a courtyard in Nanluo Guxiang, silence reigned supreme. Yuzhu, your father has abandoned the family, leaving you and your sister isolated and helpless. You toil outside, and it is no easy feat to care for little Yushui. Why not entrust her to me? I can ensure she receives proper care, alleviating some of your burdens, allowing you to dedicate yourself entirely to your work. The man before him bore a sincere countenance, yet the glint in his eyes betrayed ulterior motives. Yuzhu remained inwardly vigilant. The wheel of fate had turned when he opened his eyes. The past was irretrievably lost. This tale was not merely one of time travel, but also a return to the life within a courtyard of the 1950s. At that time, he was merely 16, while Yushui was still a 10 or 5. It was during this period that Daqing abandoned both Yuzhu and Yushui, fleeing to Baoding with the family's scant savings. What remained was solely Yuzhu's meager earnings as an apprentice, barely sufficient to cover daily expenses. Faced with dire straits, Yuzhu was compelled to seek assistance from the outside world. This was precisely part of Yi Zhonghai's scheme, gradually manipulating Yuzhu's life through acts of charity, ultimately leading him to marry the widowed Qin Huairu, along with the cantankerous matriarch Yi Zhonghai. The burdens following the marriage were relentless, as he not only had to raise the children left behind by the Qin family, but also support Yi Zhonghai, who had already calculated his future. Time was merciless. Yuzhu labored tirelessly, akin to a beast of burden, pouring out his all. Yet the outcome was that Yi Zhonghai enjoyed a comfortable old age, while Yuzhu, worn down by years of toil, found himself frail and ailing. Even more cruel was the fact that the Jia siblings, who once depended on him, cast him out upon reaching adulthood, leaving him without even a place to lay his soul to rest, reduced to a life of begging on the streets. In the frigid depths of winter, amidst the howling winds and biting snow, life slipped away unnoticed beneath a bridge, his lifeless body torn apart by ravenous dogs. Yushui too faced misfortune. Having devoted their early resources to support outsiders, she married a brutish man in adulthood and endured a similarly wretched existence, never having the chance to see her brother one last time. In the face of Yi Zhonghai's eager attempts at ingratiation, Yuzhu's heart remained as calm as still water. Were it not for the memories of his past life granting him insight into the world, he might have fallen into an even deeper trap. Beneath those seemingly innocent eyes lay a facade concealing greed and treachery. Yet, given this second chance, Yuzhu resolved not to tread the same path, to wield his intelligence and courage to inscribe a new chapter of life uniquely his own. Ding! The awakening of a proficiency system. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his ears. This was the miraculous golden finger every time traveler yearned for. With continuous practice, he could elevate his skills indefinitely, boundlessly, with immense potential. Grasping this power was sufficient to rewrite his fate, and Yuzhu felt an unprecedented thrill and anticipation. It meant that as long as he was willing to exert effort, success was within his grasp. Oh dear, Daqing is truly beyond reason. To think you too, so young, have been abandoned. How will you survive? But do not fret. I, Uncle Yi, am here for you. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am your kin. Yi Zhonghai continued to prattle on. Yuzhu quickly interjected, Uncle Yi, there's no need. My sister is still quite young and may not adapt well to a new environment. It would be best not to trouble you. If we encounter difficulties in the future, I will come to you. Of course, this was merely a polite gesture. He would be foolish to seek Yi Zhonghai's assistance. Discontent, Yi Zhonghai sealed his lips, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor. Very well. Remember to seek me out in times of trouble. Do not regard me as a stranger. He reiterated this, finally departing with a satisfied smirk. As he left, a cold smile lingered on his lips. He knew that Daqing had likely left little money for Yuzhu. Once those funds ran dry, Yuzhu would feel the weight of hardship and be forced to earn a living while caring for his sister, Yushui. Life would undoubtedly become a chaotic struggle, at which point Yuzhu would seek him out, and then he could manipulate him at will. Once Yi Zhonghai had departed, Yuzhu surveyed his surroundings, taking in the green bricks and tiles. The simple furnishings, the only valuable possession was a coal stove with a chimney fashioned from round iron sheets. Everything exuded an air of a bygone era, reminiscent of vintage photographs. He sighed. Indeed, I have traversed time and can never return. Yuzhu accepted this reality. In his previous life, even with frugal living, he had exhausted his apprenticeship funds within 2 months, ultimately relying on Yi Zhonghai. But this time, he was resolute in supporting himself through his own efforts. Peering through the bedroom door, he saw his sister, Yuzhu, still deep in slumber, her eyes glistening with tears. Poor Yuzhu, at such a tender age, had lost her parents. "Woo, daddy, daddy." Suddenly, Yuzhu cried out for her father. Yuzhu hurried over to lift her up, offering her comfort. With tear-filled eyes, Yuzhu asked, "Brother, where's daddy?" Yuzhu sighed. "Daddy has gone on business." Though this was a kind lie, 5-year-old Yuzhu was remarkably perceptive. She understood that their father had left them. "Whoa, does daddy not want Yuzhu anymore? Is it because Yuzhu is disobedient? Brother, can you bring daddy back? From now on, Yuzhu will be obedient, help with chores, and not waste money. Will be a good child." Yuzhu's words pierced Yuzhu's heart, prompting him to silently chastise Yi Zhonghai for his heartlessness. "Yuzhu, dear, from now on, your brother will take care of you and ensure you live well." Yuzhu clung to Yuzhu, weeping uncontrollably. Yuzhu gently patted her back, understanding that a child's emotions are as fleeting as clouds, rising and falling in an instant. Before long, exhaustion overcame Yuzhu, and she ceased her sobbing, rubbing her little belly as she said, "Brother, I'm very hungry now." Yuzhu responded immediately, "All right, I will go prepare a meal right away." Chapter 2. Becoming a sous chef fortuitously. Every member of the household is a culinary virtuoso, resulting in an abundance of diverse ingredients stored away. In these times, the ability to craft exquisite dishes is undoubtedly a blessing in life. However, a prerequisite exists. One must be a true master of the culinary arts. Yuzhu picked up a potato and placed it upon the cutting board, wielding the knife with swift precision. Swish! As the potato skin was effortlessly peeled away, he felt his skills gradually improving with each practice slice. Skill experience, one skill experience, one skill experience. Yuzhu was pleasantly surprised to realize that his chopping technique had become increasingly fluid and effortless. The initial clumsiness was steadily fading. Ultimately, his knife work had reached a speed that created an almost ethereal blur, and the potato shreds were fully prepared. When a delectable dish was finally presented at the table, he was astonished to discover that his understanding of cooking had ascended to a new realm. Consulting his personal information page, name, Yuzhu skill, culinary arts, level 9, 31000 for those in the culinary profession. Level 9 represents the foundational threshold, with the pinnacle being the highest tier. During Yuzhu's childhood, he studied under Yi Zhonghai and subsequently trained under the renowned chef Wang Defa at the Yingbin building. Acutely aware of the challenges and dedication required to reach level 9. Typically, it takes an ordinary person 2 years to advance from a novice craftsman to a level 9 master. An additional year of arduous effort is needed to progress to level 8. While ascending to level 7 is often deemed an unattainable aspiration, Wang Defa was a level 7 culinary master, and even in his lifetime, achieving a promotion to level 6 was a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, his standing in the culinary world remained unassailable, earning him immense respect in the surrounding regions. Today, however, Yuzhu effortlessly elevated his skills to level 9 with a single dish, a leap that would daunt any beginner. Even more astonishing was that this leap encompassed all 8 major culinary styles, each attaining this high level of proficiency. Even his mentor, who had immersed himself in 2 culinary schools for years, recognized the difficulty of achieving such comprehensive mastery. Yuzhu calculated that, given this momentum, he could potentially ascend to the ranks of a level 8 culinary master within a mere day and night. As he savored the meal with his sister, Yi Zhonghai remarked, "Yi Zhonghai has departed, and henceforth, the lives of Shaju and Yuzhu will likely become increasingly arduous. Once their savings are exhausted, Shaju will undoubtedly seek our assistance. At that time, you must lend a helping hand to Yuzhu." Madame E sighed. It's truly unimaginable that Yi Daqing could so brazenly abandon his children, leaving his young offspring to run off with a widow. Should Shazhu achieve success in the future, he would surely be reluctant to acknowledge such a father. Yi Zhonghai replied, "That works out well. We have no children of our own, and overly relying on Jia Dongshu is not a wise strategy. We must prepare a few backup plans in the Jia household." It was said, with Yi Daqing gone, Shazhu and He Yushui's lives will undoubtedly become challenging, Jia Dongshu commented. Jia Zhongshu snorted in response. Why should we concern ourselves with them? We must first ensure our own lives are secure. The world is filled with the unfortunate. Their plight does not affect us. You should diligently follow Yi Zhonghai to learn the craft, as my future reliance will rest entirely upon you. In the courtyard, many onlookers gleefully observed the He family, taking solace in their misfortunes as a means to highlight their own well-being. The following morning, He Yuzhu called out to He Yushui, "Get up. Come with me." He Yushui, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Where are we going?" He Yuzhu replied, "I'm going to the Yingbin building to learn cooking. I can't leave you alone at home. I'll take you with me, so I can look after you. But you must be on your best behavior." He Yushui nodded obediently. "Don't worry, brother. I will definitely behave and won't cause you any trouble." He Yuzhu felt that since Yi Daqing's departure, He Yushui seemed to have grown more sensible. Upon arriving at the Yingbin building's kitchen, he called out, "Master, I'm here." As soon as they entered the kitchen, his senior brother, Wang Wenhua, rushed in to inform the master. Wang Wenhua, the son of Wang Defa, was also He Yuzhu's senior brother. Before long, a dignified man wearing a white hat emerged. He led He Yuzhu to a quieter corner and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Zhuzi, I've heard about your family situation. What exactly has transpired?" He Yuzhu recounted the tale of Yi Daqing eloping with a widow. Wang Defa, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. What a disgrace! How could Yi Daqing be so heartless? You and your sister are still so young. How could he abandon you? This is no way for a parent to behave. He Yuzhu remained silent. After all, he was still his biological father, and further discussion seemed futile. Wang Defa sighed. "Zhuzi, with you alone caring for your sister, the road ahead will undoubtedly be challenging. That if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek help from your master. I will never turn you away if I can assist." That moment, He Yushui timidly peeked her head around the door. Wang Defa approached and gently patted her head, saying, "What a poor child." He Yuzhu explained, "Master, my sister is too young. I cannot leave her alone at home. That is why I brought her to the back kitchen, so I can take care of her. You can rest assured. She is very sensible and won't cause any trouble." Wang Defa shook his head. "That is absolutely out of the question. The kitchen is fraught with dangers that a moment's inattention could lead to burns. And that would be a lifelong regret. How about this? Your master's wife has little to do at home, so let us keep Yushui with us during the day, and you can take her home after work. This way you can focus on your craft without worry, and Yushui will be safe." Wang Defa patted He Yuzhu on the shoulder. "What are you hesitating for? It's settled then. You must become a great chef so you can better take care of your sister." A man should not be overly verbose. He Yuzhu nodded in agreement. "Thank you, master." Wang Defa sighed lightly. "Why mention that? Your commitment to studying culinary arts and striving to enhance your skills brings me the greatest satisfaction." After dropping off He Yushui at Wang Defa's home, He Yuzhu returned to the kitchen. His regular duties primarily involved peeling vegetables, preparing ingredients, and assisting Wang Defa. Thud, thud, thud. Every time He Yuzhu chopped vegetables, he could distinctly feel his skills advancing. Questions swirled in his mind. How to grip the knife, where to strike, how to gauge the force, how to control the thickness of the ingredients. This series of intricate details surged in his thoughts, prompting him to instinctively adjust his techniques. Unconsciously, he regulated his strength and the direction of his cuts, experiencing a gradual immersion, a dawning clarity. This sensation was exhilarating beyond measure. Initially, as an apprentice, he often injured his fingers amidst the chaos, occasionally cutting himself and hindering his progress, particularly when witnessing other apprentices advance. Envy welled up within him. But now, he was personally experiencing this exhilarating realm. His chopping was as fluid as flowing water. His movements remarkably graceful, akin to having decades of foundational training behind him. Wang Defa also noticed the remarkable change. Yuzhu's previous clumsiness in handling ingredients had often hindered his cooking. But today was different. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as if everything fell into place, and Yuzhu consistently prepared any required ingredients in a remarkably short time, without a certain level of foundational training. Such proficiency would have been unattainable. When everyone took a break, Wang Defa praised, "Zhuzi, I can clearly sense a significant improvement in your knife skills today, though we don't have time to discuss this now. But when we gather in my house tonight, let us put your culinary skills to the test to see if you've reached level 9. This way, we can expedite your formal recognition and improve your circumstances." Yuzhu nodded vigorously. "All right. Thank you, Master." He contemplated how to broach his pressing needs, knowing that this was the time he required funding the most if he continued to hide his true capabilities now. It would be akin to foolishness. Before long, the day passed. Yuzhu's culinary skills had taken yet another leap forward. He checked his attribute panel. Name, Yuzhu skill, culinary arts, level 8. 210,000. The journey from level 8 to level 7 was tenfold more challenging. Each ascent in skill required extraordinary talent and relentless practice. In other words, innate ability and perseverance were both essential. The effort he expended over 1.5 days equated to the consistent learning of an average person over 5 to 8 years. As the others gradually departed, Wang Defa clapped his hands. "Everyone has worked hard. Just tidy up this place, and we can call it a day." In a simple house adjacent to Happiness Street, he inquired, "Madam, I hope Yushui hasn't caused you any inconvenience?" Yuzhu remarked as he arrived for the first time at Wang Defa's residence today, noticing the decor was quite modest. Wang Defa had always been frugal. "What a sensible child you are." His wife said, "I pity you and your sibling. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to speak to your master." Yuzhu replied, "Thank you for your care, madam." Wang Defa, filled with joy, turned to his wife and said, "Today, Zhuzi's knife skills have shown remarkable improvement. I estimate he has reached the 9th level of culinary mastery. If this is indeed the case, a formal promotion may not be far off, and our family's fortunes could gradually improve." His wife, puzzled, responded, "Hasn't Zhuzi only been apprenticed for a year? Such rapid progress. I recall it took Wenhua 2 full years to achieve the 9th level, and you praised him endlessly." Wang Wenhua interjected, "If he has truly reached that level, a test will reveal the truth that a younger brother with such talent is indeed a source of pride for us." The entire Wang family was gentle in nature, and none harbored jealousy towards Yuzhu's advancements. Instead, they rejoiced in his success, a stark contrast to the coldness often found in the courtyard. Therefore, Wang Defa declared, "Zhuzi, it is fortuitous that you are here today. You shall take charge of the cooking. I am eager to taste your creations." Yuzhu agreed. Wang Defa and Wang Wenhua entered the kitchen together. Knowing the family favored Sichuan cuisine, they found tofu, lean pork, and carrots among the ingredients that Yuzhu already had a plan in mind. First, he would prepare mapo tofu, followed by fish-flavored shredded pork. Having practiced to the 8th level, his understanding of cooking had reached new heights. Mapo tofu, in particular, demanded a meticulous balance of seasonings by enriching the bland, white tofu with a rich, red oil sauce. He aimed to achieve a harmony of spicy and fragrant that was both rich yet not overly greasy. This seemingly simple home dish was, in reality, a testament to a chef's true skill. Observing the neatly diced tofu under Yuzhu's knife, Wang Wenhua marveled. "Such finesse with the knife. You surpass me. The uniformity of these pieces humbles me." Wang Defa, pleased with Zhuzi's growing mastery, concealed his delight. In a matter of moments, 2 plates of visually appealing and aromatic dishes were presented as they prepared to dine. Madame Wang cheerfully remarked, "Just by looking at the colors, one can tell the skill is exceptional. I anticipate a delightful experience." Wang Wenhua praised, "Zhuzi's culinary skills have indeed reached a pinnacle. He surpasses me in every regard." Meanwhile, Yushui, feeling anxious, understood that her brother's culinary prowess would determine their family's financial future. She earnestly hoped for his recognition. Wang Defa prepared mouthwash to cleanse his palate, then cautiously picked up his chopsticks to sample the tofu, savoring it with great care as the others waited in silence for his verdict. Everyone watched as Wang Defa took another bite, his expression growing more serious. Yi Zhonghai could hardly contain her tension, swallowing nervously, not out of appetite but anxiety. The room held its breath for the moment of judgment. Wang Wenhua too remained silent, equally eager for an answer. Finally, Madame Wang could no longer suppress her curiosity, asking, "How does it taste?" Wang Defa smiled but remained silent, his eyes brimming with satisfaction and astonishment. Inside, he was a tempest of emotions, struggling to contain his excitement. In just a year, Yuzhu had ascended to the 8th level of culinary skill, an incredible feat indeed. If this were spread, few would believe it. He felt fortunate to have discovered such a naturally gifted apprentice. The future held boundless promise. Madame Wang, straightforward in nature, picked up a piece to taste. Immediately, she was taken aback, exclaiming, "What a flavor!" Wang Wenhua could no longer restrain himself, asking, "Mother, how is it?" Madame Wang smiled. "It's truly delightful, exceptionally good. You must try it." Wang Wenhua took a piece, the silky smoothness of the mapo tofu melting on his tongue, his face alight with enjoyment. Yet he understood the depth of skill required to achieve such a flavor. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Father, Zhuzi's culinary skills?" He still found it hard to believe, especially considering he himself had not yet reached that level. Let alone that Yuzhu had only been apprenticed for a year. Wang Defa nodded. "Indeed, Zhuzi has now reached the 8th level of culinary mastery." "Haha, splendid." Hearing this confirmation from Wang Defa, both Madame Wang and Wang Wenhua were astonished. Wang Wenhua laughed. "Zhuzi, you truly are impressive. You have quietly surpassed me. Remember, you're only 15. The heights you may reach in the future are simply limitless. Zhuzi, tomorrow I will speak with Manager Zhang to request your formal promotion," Wang Defa said with a smile. Wang Wenhua added, "Father, since Zhuzi's skills have reached the 8th level, why not appoint him as the second chef directly? This way, his salary could be higher." Wang Defa agreed. "I think along those lines as well, but we must proceed with caution. The back kitchen has many eyes, and with 2 8th-level chefs, there will be scrutiny over the second chef position. If we promote Zhuzi suddenly, it may cause resentment. We need to find an opportune moment for him to showcase his talents, allowing him to establish his footing in the kitchen. At that point, I will assist him, and becoming the second chef will be merely a matter of time." Regardless of the era, competition is inevitable. In the back kitchen, aside from Wang Defa, who possessed 7th-level skills, there were 2 8th-level chefs, all vying for the coveted second chef position. Wang Defa had consistently remained impartial, and the position had been vacant for quite some time. However, as Yuzhu was his apprentice, he was determined to support him completely. Wang Wenhua nodded in agreement. Yuzhu understood his master's good intentions. He estimated that in another 10 days he would reach 7th-level skills, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wang Defa. At that time, becoming the second chef would naturally follow, sparing Wang Defa from any difficult decisions. Wang Defa's monthly salary was 800,000 yuan, which at the time's exchange rate equated to 80 yuan. He could also bring home several meat dishes each day. Then, even if he were merely the second chef, his salary would likely not be drastically lowered. He would have, in effect, solidified his standing in the culinary world. The next day, Wang Defa approached Manager Zhang during a break, saying, "Manager Zhang, Yuzhu's culinary skills have reached the 8th level. I intend to apply for his formal promotion." Manager Zhang appeared quite surprised. "You mean Yuzhu? That 15-year-old boy?" Manager Zhang seemed uncertain. Perhaps he had misheard. While he had seen many chefs in their 20s at the 8th level, a teenager was a rarity. Wang Defa felt a swell of pride at Manager Zhang's astonishment. Having such a young talent was indeed a feather in his cap. "Yes, that's him. He possesses 8th-level culinary skills." Manager Zhang replied, "All right, since there's nothing pressing, let us go take a look." He felt compelled to see it for himself. Otherwise, it would be hard to believe. The two made their way to the back kitchen, where they found Yuzhu engrossed in chopping vegetables. "Zhuzi, come here for a moment." Yuzhu set down his knife, his mind racing with understanding as he approached Wang Defa. "Master, is there something you need?" Manager Zhang spoke up. "Your master says you have achieved 8th-level culinary skills. I must verify this before granting your promotion." In an instant, the kitchen fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze towards them. eyes filled with shock and skepticism. How old is Yuzhu? He is already at the 8th level. This can't be right. He has only been here for less than a year. How could he leap from apprentice to 8th level? Yuzhu nodded. Of course, Manager Zhang. Please order a dish. Manager Zhang replied. Let us go with Kung Pao chicken. Kung Pao chicken is vibrant red, yet not overly spicy, possessing a moderate level of heat and a fragrant, tender meat texture. Mastering the key elements of this dish makes it easy to create a superb version. Before long, the dish was served. The seasoned chefs immediately recognized Yuzhu's exceptional talent. However, the true measure of his skills could only be determined through tasting. Manager Zhang took a bite and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. You two chefs, come over and try this." The other two 8th level chefs approached to savor the dish, their expressions quickly turning to astonishment as they regarded Yuzhu with a mixture of emotions. How could such a young boy possess skills on par with theirs? They couldn't help but wonder if they had wasted these years. Indeed, he is truly at the 8th level. Yes, he has reached 8th level proficiency. Only then did the entire kitchen come to the realization that Yuzhu was indeed an 8th level chef. Everyone cast surprised glances his way. The apprentices were particularly envious. For them, a promotion felt like a distant dream. Yet Yuzhu had achieved this milestone at such a young age. Manager Zhang's gaze softened towards Yuzhu. Reaching 8th level at such a young age promised a bright future. Everyone sighed. Comparisons can be disheartening. He could become the next Wang Defa in due time. Wait a moment. I will handle the paperwork for you. From today onward, you are officially a staff member. Your monthly salary will be 450,000. Wang Defa clapped his hands in celebration, and the kitchen staff echoed his J-O-Y in the blink of an eye. 10 days had passed. During this time, Yuzhu worked diligently, honing his skills to an even higher level. Glancing at his personal information panel, he noted, Name, Yuzhu skills, culinary arts, level 7. Yuzhu had become a versatile 7th level chef, proficient in all 8 major cuisines that at this point in terms of culinary skill. Yuzhu had surpassed Wang Defa point one afternoon. Noticing that most guests had departed and there were no pressing tasks left, Wang Defa planned to leave work early. Zhuzi, I have arranged to go fishing with some friends. I'll leave the remaining duties in your capable hands. His satisfaction with Yuzhu was increasing by the day. The Yuzhu was efficient in his tasks, adept at gauging the right moments, and, most importantly, possessed an extraordinary talent. During this period, he sensed that Yuzhu's skills seemed to have improved significantly. Casting a glance at his son, who, despite his earnest efforts, still had a considerable distance to cover on the path to becoming an 8th level chef, he couldn't help but lament the vast disparity in innate abilities. Regrettably, he had no daughters of appropriate marrying age. Had he possessed one, he would certainly have considered betrothing her to the young man. Yuzhu, reflecting on the past, Wang Defa felt a surge of indignation. Such an exceptional child, and yet he had failed to cherish him. Choosing instead to leave home with a widowed woman, he would inevitably come to regret this decision one day. Rest assured, master, leave this to me. Yuzhu assured he was aware of Wang Defa's fondness for fishing and often made plans with friends to indulge in this pastime. After Wang Defa left the establishment, a master chef with 8th level skills approached Yuzhu. Zhuzi, your recent performance has been quite commendable. It won't be long before you are seated in the position of second chef. In truth, this master had come to gauge the situation. The second chef, who managed the kitchen in Wang Defa's absence, commanded a salary nearly 10,000 higher. It was important to note that both of them only earned a meager 50,000 monthly. An additional 10,000 would greatly benefit their household, hence the master chef's keen interest in the second chef position. Nearby, another 8th level chef listened intently. Both men understood that as Wang Defa's disciple, Yuzhu had a greater opportunity for promotion than they did. They hoped to gather some intelligence to formulate a strategy. Unfortunately for them, Yuzhu was no fool. He easily saw through their schemes. If he were an 8th level chef, it might have been a different story, but being at 7th level, the position of second chef was undoubtedly his. Just then, Manager Zhang rushed in, whereas Master Wang gone. He has gone out. What? Why did he leave so early? Manager Zhang was visibly anxious. What urgent matter do you have that you're in such a hurry? At that moment, Mr. Wang also arrived at a few important guests just arrived. They specifically requested to taste Shandong cuisine, and only our Master Wang can prepare such dishes. Wenhua, hurry and see if you can summon Master Wang back. Wang Wenhua shook his head. My father had already made plans to go fishing. And he left quite some time ago. If we go looking for him now, it will likely take 2 hours round trip. They may not wait that long. What? How could this happen? Oh dear. Manager Zhang was filled with regret. Had he known earlier, he would not have allowed Wang Defa to leave so soon. Each of these guests was either wealthy or influential. If the dishes pleased them, future business would undoubtedly flow in abundantly. Could it be that such a golden opportunity was missed because of this? Nevertheless, Manager Zhang still held onto a glimmer of hope. Does anyone here know how to make Shandong cuisine? If you can do it well. Not only is there a reward of 10,000, but you could also become the second chef at the welcoming pavilion. Manager Zhang looked toward the 2 8th-level chefs, hoping they could save the day. They exchanged glances, aware that while they had some knowledge of Shandong cooking, they were not proficient. Despite the enticing reward, if they botched the task, they would likely find it difficult to remain at the welcoming pavilion. They preferred to miss out on the esteemed guests rather than act recklessly. Both men lowered their heads, unable to meet Manager Zhang's gaze. Others, too, felt the weight of the second chef position and the 10,000 reward. Yet they could only watch helplessly as the opportunity slipped away. Manager Zhang sighed, realizing that this order was likely lost. Just then, Yuzhu spoke up. Manager Zhang, how about I give it a try? At this moment, he believed his culinary skills surpassed even those of Wang Defa, and he felt confident in crafting a Shandong dish that would satisfy the guests. Moreover, he had long set his sights on the position of second chef. This was a prime opportunity to showcase his culinary talent and gain recognition. Furthermore, if this batch of guests did not stay, Manager Zhang would inevitably harbor grievances against Wang Defa. Although he could not directly influence Wang Defa, subtly undermining him was a trivial matter. Yuzhu thought that by helping himself, he could indirectly assist Wang Defa. What could be wrong with that? The entire kitchen was taken aback. The 2 8th-level chefs exchanged glances. Thinking how audacious this young man was, they had little faith in Yuzhu's abilities. Manager Zhang, although not fully convinced, saw no better alternative. It was better to take a chance than to simply watch the esteemed guests leave. All right, Zhuzi, I'm entrusting this to you. Trying is certainly better than doing nothing. Go ahead and be bold. However, Manager Zhang was not entirely without caution. He resolved to taste Yuzhu's first dish before making further decisions. If he was unsatisfied, the rest would not proceed. Yuzhu chose to prepare slippery fish fillets, a dish that demanded exceptional knife skills, requiring the fish to be deboned without bloodshed and without damaging the flesh. Once ready, Yuzhu deftly inserted the knife into the fish's belly, and with a crisp sound, the fish split into 2, exposing the bones within. Hiss! The 2 8th-level chefs gasped, for only those with expertise would grasp the difficulty and finesse involved. Yuzhu's cut had perfectly showcased the fish bones, with the cutting position remarkably precise. The exposed bones bore no traces of flesh, indicating that his knife skills had reached an impressive level. Such prowess was something neither of them could hope to attain. Soon after, Yuzhu flawlessly completed the slippery fish fillet. Manager Zhang eagerly took a piece of fish and placed it on a nearby plate. After tasting a bite, he found the texture smooth yet not greasy, with an extraordinary flavor. Finally, a smile broke across his face. Good, very good. Zhuzi, your slippery fish fillet is no less impressive than Master Wang's. Although he was not a chef himself, having spent considerable time at the welcoming pavilion, he had sampled a wide array of delicious dishes. Thus, he had some insight into evaluating cuisine. Everyone present wholeheartedly agreed with Manager Zhang's remarks. The crowd was astonished. Wow, how could Yuzhu possess such exceptional culinary skills? His proficiency in Shandong cuisine is truly unexpected. He is indeed a natural culinary talent. If his dishes could satisfy the esteemed guests, the position of second chef would undoubtedly be his, along with the 10,000 reward, which was quite enviable. The 2 8th-level chefs exchanged glances and approached Manager Zhang, requesting to sample Yuzhu's culinary creations. Manager Zhang nodded in agreement. After tasting, both were left in awe. Such flavors, clearly exceeding the standards of 8th-level culinary skills. Could it be, considering that Yuzhu was merely 16 and already a 7th-level chef. The two chefs felt waves of disbelief wash over them. For them, achieving 7th-level culinary skills over a lifetime was a commendable accomplishment. Yet the goal they had pursued for years, Yuzhu had already attained at the tender age of 16, leaving them feeling embarrassed and remorseful. As two 8th-level chefs, they found themselves competing for the position of second chef against a 16-year-old 7th-level chef. If this were to leak out, it would surely become a source of ridicule. At this moment, they could only admire Yuzhu. Even if he were promoted as second chef, there would be no lingering jealousy in the face of such a disparity in skill, recognizing that they would never catch up. They had no room for envy. "What do you think?" Manager Zhang asked. "We admire him, truly admire him." Witnessing the two 8th-level chefs acknowledge Yuzhu so readily left the entire kitchen staff stunned. None were ignorant. This indicated that Yuzhu's culinary prowess had surpassed that of the two 8th-level chefs. As time passed and work drew to a close, "Haha, Zhuzi, thanks to your help today, those esteemed guests raved about the Shandong cuisine you prepared. They were thoroughly satisfied, praising the flavors immensely. If it weren't for you, this deal would have completely fallen through, adversely affecting our reputation at the welcoming pavilion. Today, we owe it all to you. You've truly made a remarkable contribution." While everyone was busy tidying up, Manager Zhang burst in jubilantly, clutching 10,000 tightly. Without hesitation, he handed the money to Yuzhu, stating, "This is your bonus. You must accept it." He then gathered everyone in the kitchen to announce that from this day forward, Yuzhu was promoted to sous chef, with his annual salary increased from 450,000 to 750,000, and he would also be allowed to take home 2 meat dishes daily. Wow! A collective gasp echoed through the room as everyone turned their astonished and envious gazes toward Yuzhu. It is worth noting that Wang Defa earned a mere 800,000 yuan a month, while Yuzhu, despite being only 16 years old, fell short of Wang Defa's salary by a mere 50,000 yuan. Moreover, he was merely a sous chef. Typically, the promotion from a regular chef to a sous chef would yield a maximum salary increase of 120,000 yuan, with few ever exceeding 600,000 yuan. Not to mention, the privilege of taking home dishes was generally reserved for the head chef. Thus, it can be said that although Yuzhu held the nominal title of sous chef, he was, in essence, nearing the status of a head chef. Subsequently, Manager Zhang led the applause and celebration. Regardless of the sincerity behind it, everyone performed their roles exceptionally well. After all, a mere 15-year-old sous chef enjoying such generous treatment was clearly held in high regard by Manager Zhang. Offending him would be tantamount to courting disaster. With a smile, Manager Zhang remarked to Yuzhu, "In the future, consider the welcome pavilion your home. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to come to me. I will do my utmost to assist you. That if anyone expresses discontent, inform me, for I wish to see who dares to oppose me." In his eyes, Yuzhu possessed immense potential, showcasing remarkable culinary skills at such a tender age. And he could very well become even more outstanding in the future, but if he were to remain here, the Welcome Pavilion's prospects would be boundless. Thus, it was imperative to foster a good relationship with Yuzhu. The fellow chefs in the kitchen were filled with envy. With the backing of both Manager Zhang and Wang Defa, Yuzhu's position at the Welcome Pavilion was virtually unassailable, barring any significant blunders. Yet, despite their jealousy, they harbored no ill feelings, for Yuzhu's skills commanded universal admiration. "Thank you, Manager Zhang." Although still young, Yuzhu had undergone 2 significant life trials and had already gained insight into human nature. He was well aware of Manager Zhang's intentions and would not be easily swayed by mere words. After Manager Zhang departed, one by one, people approached to extend their congratulations. "Yuzhu, I truly congratulate you. At such a young age, you have become a sous chef, and you are destined for greatness. Yuzhu, if you ever need assistance with kitchen matters, feel free to leave it to me. There's no need to be overly polite. Yuzhu, now that you are a sous chef, you need not concern yourself with trivial tasks like cleaning. We will take care of that." Yuzhu did not allow his promotion to foster arrogance. He continued to converse politely with everyone, making those around him feel at ease. His humble demeanor in the face of accomplishment won him the goodwill of all. As people gradually departed, Wang Wenhua approached with a smile and said, Yuzhu, you are truly impressive that in such a short time, you have risen to the position of sous chef based on your own abilities. Tell me honestly, what level has your culinary skill reached now? I am familiar with those two chefs, and if your skills were comparable, they would certainly not be convinced. Chapter 3. The severe beating of Su Damao. Yuzhu had no intention of hiding the truth. He knew that this matter would eventually come to the attention of Wang Defa and others. Although his progress had been rapid, it was not enough to prompt a deeper investigation. His innate advantages could easily account for it. It should be level 7, he replied. Wang Wenhua's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, My goodness! Just as I suspected, your culinary skills have truly reached level 7. It seems you are the best candidate for this profession. If my father were to find out, he would undoubtedly deem me incompetent. Yuzhu, I am genuinely envious of you. I have studied culinary arts for many years and have yet to reach level 8. You are several years my junior, and yet you have attained level 7. It's infuriating. By the way, don't tell my father tonight. You should cook dinner and let him discover it for himself. It will surely be quite amusing. At Wang Defa's home, when the dishes prepared by Yuzhu were presented at the table, Wang Defa's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yuzhu. After tasting a few bites, his initial doubts were confirmed. Yuzhu's culinary skills had indeed reached level 7. Yet, this young lad had just turned 16. It seems that Yuzhu's dishes are even more delectable today, the head chef's wife noted. Having discerned the difference, ha ha ha, Wang Wenhua could not help but laugh heartily at the astonished expressions of the two, for he too had been taken aback by Yuzhu's prowess. Witnessing similar expressions on others' faces only added to his amusement. Mom, Yuzhu has already achieved level 7 in culinary arts. No wonder his dishes surpass those of the past, Wang Wenhua exclaimed. Oh my. The head chef's wife looked at Wang Defa in astonishment. Hoping for confirmation, indeed, Yuzhu truly possesses level 7 skills. His talent is indeed rare. Wang Defa nodded approvingly. The head chef's wife gave a thumbs up in admiration, saying, Yuzhu is remarkable. If only my child had half of your abilities. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenhua's smile faltered, feeling somewhat displeased, as the words were clearly directed at him. However, considering that Yuzhu was his proud junior, he quickly regained his composure, thinking that with such an impressive junior in the field, he now had the means to boast. Father, do you know how exceptional Yuzhu is today? Shortly after you left, a group of distinguished guests arrived at the welcome pavilion. Manager Zhang was particularly anxious to find you, hoping you could prepare some Shandong cuisine for them. Unfortunately, time was too short. The kitchen fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop at the tea that moment. Yuzhu stepped forward, and the guests sang his praises for his culinary skills. Manager Zhang immediately rewarded Yuzhu with 10 yuan and promoted him to the position of sous chef in the cafeteria. Wang Defa beamed with pride as he said, Today, Yuzhu truly shone brightly. I can honestly say that the best decision I ever made in my life was to take Yuzhu as my apprentice. He has truly brought me honor. Yuzhu smiled and replied, all thanks to Master's dedicated guidance. Hearing this, Wang Defa felt immensely gratified. Yuzhu was not only gifted but also respectful of his elders. Reflecting on his own foolish son, he realized the vast disparity between them. The following day, upon entering the welcome pavilion, Yuzhu was greeted by every member of the kitchen staff, an unprecedented occurrence. Yuzhu responded to each greeting, bringing warmth to everyone. Yuzhu is so easygoing. Despite becoming a sous chef, he hasn't changed at all. He displayed none of the impatience typical of youth. Such composure was rare. If I had become a sous chef, I would have been insufferably arrogant by now. Come on, you don't even have a hope of being promoted. Yuzhu approached the cutting board and resumed his routine of slicing vegetables. Chop, chop. Experience points 1, experience points 1, experience points 1. Everyone looked at him with skepticism, for Yuzhu had already been promoted to sous chef and should be focused solely on cooking. These menial tasks were no longer his responsibility. Wang Defa approached and said, Yuzhu, you are now a sous chef. There is no need for you to do these things. Yuzhu replied with a smile. No worries. Chopping vegetables is also a part of honing my fundamental skills that achieve greater accomplishments. One must put in the effort. Practice makes perfect. Doing more will not be a loss, but will continually enhance my skills. My culinary skills have progressed to this point due to relentless hard work. I cannot afford to slack off. Wang Defa was deeply moved, and a twinge of guilt arose within him if he had possessed Yuzhu's awareness back in the day. His culinary skills would surely not have remained at level 7. Those around him also looked at Yuzhu with admiration, recognizing that there were indeed no shortcuts to success. Yuzhu, at such a young age, had achieved remarkable success due to both his innate talent and diligent spirit. Inspired, everyone worked harder. Perhaps the next successful one would be among them. During a break, Yuzhu sought out Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang, I would like to discuss something with you. Xiaoyu's been staying at Master S home recently, causing them some inconvenience. Now that I have some capability, I intend to find a school for Xiaoyu to attend. I wonder if you could recommend a suitable school? He refrained from approaching Wang Defa out of fear of inciting his anger. Moreover, as the supervisor of the Welcome Pavilion, Manager Zhang had numerous acquaintances. Manager Zhang nodded. All right, I will help you find a way. Half a month later, Yuzhu's culinary skills once again ascended to new heights. Upon checking his personal information board, one could see name, Yuzhu, skill, culinary arts, level 6. If he continues to progress at this pace, within 6 months, his expertise could reach an exceptional level, equivalent to the renowned standards of a national banquet at this very moment. His first salary had been credited, amounting to an impressive 75 yuan. While this may not seem substantial, considering that he had only been an 8th-level chef for the past half-month, it was a remarkable increase due to Manager Zhang's deliberate promotion, who had compensated him at the monthly rate of a second chef. Furthermore, under Manager Zhang's patronage, Yuzhu was also sent to school for education, ensuring that she would not disturb the mistress during the day and providing her with a safer environment. As a result of his new status as a second chef, he was permitted to bring home 2 lunchboxes each evening, eliminating the need to dine at Wang Defa's residence. It must be noted that every household has its own struggles, and Wang Defa had already extended considerable assistance. Now that he had acquired the means to support himself, he could no longer impose on others. At this moment, he had begun to establish his footing in this world. After work, Yuzhu met his sister, Yuzhu, to return to their courtyard together. On their way, they encountered Yin Buguwei from the adjacent courtyard, who, adorned with spectacles, pretended to be diligently tending to his plants. In truth, he was surveilling the individuals entering the compound, keenly noting who brought what in hopes of reaping some benefits. Upon catching sight of Yuzhu, carrying 2 lunchboxes, with grease seeping from the bags, the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the air made Yin Buguwei salivate profusely, leading him to speculate that they must be filled with delectable meat dishes. Fool! Back already? Yes, silly uncle. I have returned. Yin Buguwei retorted angrily. Why do you insult me the moment you speak? Yuzhu countered. Are you truly a teacher? I have my own name, Yuzhu. You may call me Zhuzi, but referring to me as fool reflect your lack of cultural refinement. Yin Buguwei paused to contemplate, and with a hint of contrition, replied, Very well, my apologies. From now on, I shall call you Zhuzi. Pray tell, what do those lunchboxes contain? Given your apprentice status, how is it that you can take food home? He was well aware that ordinarily, apprentices were not permitted to take food from the restaurant. Did this imply that Yuzhu had been officially appointed? Yuzhu responded, Oh, merely some leftovers. With that, he disregarded Yin Buguwei and took Yuzhu away with him. Yin Buguwei glared at Yuzhu's retreating figure and spat in frustration. Humph, who do you think you're fooling? The grease is seeping out. How can you dare say it's just leftovers? At that moment, the rotund Sanda Ma ambled out from her house. Old Yin, who are you arguing with? Yin Buguwei replied, I just witnessed Yuzhu carrying 2 lunchboxes, and judging by their appearance, they're filled with meat dishes. I suspect his position has been elevated. Otherwise, how could he benefit from the reception hall? Such a thing is impossible for an apprentice. Sandama was taken aback. Then you should have invited them to dine here. That way, we could enjoy a couple of free meals, and lately, I've been feeling heavy and require more nutritious food. Yin Buguwei shook his head in regret. I should have thought of that. I was quite careless. Next time he brings back lunchboxes, I shall invite them to stay for dinner. Yuzhu was oblivious to Yin Buguwei's schemes. Even if he were aware, he would hardly care. Upon entering the courtyard, he found Jia Zhongshi sitting at the entrance. shelling sunflower seeds, who, upon seeing Yi Yuzhu, couldn't be bothered to greet him or even spare him a glance. Without parents or any support, and being an apprentice, Yi Yuzhu's life was already quite challenging. Jia Zhongshi wished to avoid becoming entangled in such endless troubles. Meanwhile, in the Yi household, Yi Zhonghai observed the 2 lunchboxes Yi Yuzhu had brought home through the window. His feelings quite complex. Truly, where did this fellow procure those lunchboxes? No, I must find out. Since Yi Yuzhu's situation directly impacted his future, Yi Zhonghai was particularly concerned that I Yuzhu at home. Oh, it's you. Silly uncle. Yi Yuzhu opened the door to find Yi Zhonghai standing at the entrance. Yi Zhonghai, with a hint of anger, asked, "Why are you using such language?" Yi Yuzhu replied, "What appropriateness is there in calling me silly Zhuan my name? Is Yi Yuzhu?" Yi Zhonghai struggled to suppress his irritation. "Fine, my fault. From now on, I shall call Yuzhu." He did not wish to dwell on the matter. Peering through the door's crack at the dishes on the table, he noted a stir-fried potato with shredded meat and a stir-fried vermicelli with meat, both being commendable dishes. Although dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes, he did not let it show. "Zhuzi, how have you been lately? If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to tell me. Let me see how I can assist you." Yi Yuzhu recognized that Yi Zhonghai had no genuine goodwill. In his previous life, he had mistakenly perceived Yi Zhonghai as a kind-hearted individual, never suspecting ulterior motives, thus acquiescing to his every whim. Ultimately, Yi Zhonghai, with trifling benefits, had tightly controlled Yi Yuzhu's life, reducing him to a mere tool until his tragic demise beneath a bridge. However, in this life, Yi Yuzhu would not easily trust Yi Zhonghai again. "I appreciate your concern, but I am all right." Yi Zhonghai nodded. "That is good. By the way, where did you acquire those lunchboxes?" Yi Yuzhu chuckled lightly, bemused by the old man's urgent desire for clarity. "Oh, my life has been quite arduous, and it is my master who allows me to take home 2 lunchboxes daily." Yi Zhonghai's heart jolted. If that were the case, Yi Yuzhu and his sister would no longer have to worry about hunger. That he feigned indignation, saying, "Zhuzi, that is decidedly inappropriate. Leaving aside other matters, this act contradicts the principles of decency. Every household is struggling to make ends meet. By taking your master's rightful lunchboxes for personal use, you are depriving them of nourishment. Your master treats you so well. How could you repay him with such actions? Zhuzi, remember, do not take your master's lunchboxes again. That if you truly cannot make ends meet, come to me." This subtle manipulation of moral obligation was executed with such finesse that, despite Yi Yuzhu speaking the truth, neither Wang Defa nor Yi Yuzhu himself held any objections, while only Yi Zhonghai, an outsider, harbored discontent. Regrettably, Yi Yuzhu was not swayed. "My master's family is quite well off. They do not concern themselves with such trifling meals. Once I am officially appointed, I will return everything to him." Yi Zhonghai returned empty-handed. Upon arriving home, his expression darkened immediately. "What's wrong?" asked Idama. Yi Zhonghai recounted the incident of Yi Yuzhu bringing home the lunchboxes. "Isn't that a good thing? This way, Zhuzi's family won't have to suffer so much." Bang! Yi Zhonghai slammed the table forcefully. "What good is it? If Zhuzi is not troubled by hunger, how will he come to us? How can I build a closer relationship with him? No. Once Yi Yuzhu masters his culinary skills, I will ensure he becomes estranged from his master. Otherwise, with such a master around, it will be exceedingly difficult to have Zhuzi support us in our old age." Idama sighed, saying nothing. Supporting oneself in old age was not just Yi Zhonghai's concern, but also her own. Thus, even with reluctance, she supported Yi Zhonghai's plans. Yi Zhonghai glanced toward the direction of the Su family in the backyard, a cold smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. "Do not think that having food will allow you to escape my control. You will ultimately come seeking me to tea this moment." In the household, Yi Yuzhu and Yi Yushui were seated around the dining table. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, another knock echoed at the door. Yi Yuzhu furrowed his brow. Yi Zhonghai was indeed as tenacious as a sticky plaster. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Su Damao standing there at tea this time. Su Damao was nearly the same age as Yi Yuzhu, and his donkey-like face remained strikingly prominent. Little had changed since adulthood. Only a few more lines of experience were etched upon it. Su Fugue and He Daqing had always been at odds. Yet Su Fugui was no match for He Daqing, who had him thoroughly subdued. Consequently, Su Fugui developed a deep-seated animosity towards all members of the He family. Due to the conflicts of the previous generation, He Yuzhu and Su Damao had been like fire and water since childhood. In his past life, after He Daqing left home, He Yuzhu, devoid of protection, became an easy target for bullying that Su Damao frequently sought trouble with He Yuzhu and He Yushui, which greatly displeased He Yuzhu. On one occasion, he decisively beat Su Damao, only to provoke Su Fugui's revenge. That incident left both He Yuzhu and He Yushui in a state of considerable distress. As time passed, He Yuzhu grew taller and sturdier. Sensing the shift in power, Su Fugui left his house to Su Damao, denying He Yuzhu any further opportunity for retaliation. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Yi Zhonghai's influence lingered in the background as an adult. Su Fugui bullied children, while Yi Zhonghai, as an elder, stood idly by. Clearly, he hoped to utilize the Su family to suppress He Yuzhu, thereby ensuring that He Yuzhu would naturally come to rely on them. When Su Fugui left home, he must have reached some sort of agreement with Yi Zhonghai. Otherwise, Yi Zhonghai would not have been so adamant in advising He Yuzhu to set aside this grudge after He Yuzhu grew up. Upon careful consideration, it became evident that everything was a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Unfortunately, he was no longer the naive and simple He Yuzhu of the past, but rather a reborn version that I in this life. He would never allow Su Fugui and Su Damao to wield power over him again, nor would he cater to Zhonghai's wishes by seeking his assistance. Fool, why does your house smell so delightful? Su Damao peered curiously inside, his eyes darting around. You simpleton, there's nothing in this house. He Yuzhu obstructed Su Damao's line of sight. Su Damao, dissatisfied, withdrew his gaze and retorted angrily, Fool, why must you speak so hurtfully? He Yuzhu coldly replied, You call me a fool, so naturally, I shall call you a dimwit. Su Damao argued, On what grounds? Others can call you a fool, so why can't I? In any case, I can call you a fool. But you cannot call me a dimwit. He Yuzhu clenched his fists, glaring at him threateningly. What did you say? Su Damao, intimidated, recoiled, realizing that without Su Fugui present, he was no match for He Yuzhu. He could only huff in frustration. Fine, you're impressive, but just wait when my dad returns. You'll see. With that, Su Damao sulkily departed, unwilling to suffer beatings for no reason. The following day at the Welcome Pavilion. Master, do you know anyone skilled in martial arts? The world is too chaotic nowadays. I wish to learn some self-defense. During a break, He Yuzhu approached Wang Defa. In that era, the three grandees of the courtyard existed to assist the military management committee in capturing special individuals. Thus, the society was indeed quite unstable. However, He Yuzhu's desire to learn martial arts was not to apprehend special individuals, but to confront Su Fugui. He could never allow Su Fugui to dominate him again in this life. He was determined to reclaim all the grievances he suffered in his past life. Yes, I do know a master of martial arts, but he seems reluctant to take on disciples, Wang Defa replied. Master, could you possibly introduce me? All right then, it's not a bad thing to learn some self-defense. You can give it a try out if he refuses to teach. Don't force the issue. You have a talent for cooking, and your main focus should remain on culinary skills. Even if one is skilled in martial arts, it's difficult to contend against firearms. Whether or not you succeed in your studies, 1T greatly impact you. Understood, Master. I got it. Good. I will make the introduction. When the time is set, bring a small gift and accompany me to meet him. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye dot on this day. Zhuzi, are you ready? We are visiting Masterly after work today, reminded Wang Defa. Yes, Master. He Yuzhu felt a surge of excitement. He finally had the opportunity to engage with martial arts. After work, Wang Defa led He Yuzhu to a 2-story villa near Xingyang Gate. The door was open. Upon entering, they saw a young woman in a white training outfit practicing her punches. She was in her early 20s, and each move she made seemed to resonate with her surroundings, exuding an indescribable rhythm. Soon, she paused her movements, exhaling as if releasing pure white energy that gently parted the leaves before her. Wang Defa smiled and said, Apologies for the intrusion. Teacher Li, this is my disciple. He Yuzhu. He wishes to learn some martial arts for self-defense. Li Zichen smiled and replied, Let him demonstrate. I want to assess his potential. Wang Defa nodded. I truly appreciate your kindness. After Wang Defa exited, Li Zichen continued. Learning martial arts is exceedingly arduous and filled with challenges that I have taught many, but only a few have truly persevered. Even to reach a basic level of skill requires at least 2 to 3 years of diligent practice. Are you still willing to continue? Yuzhu resolutely nodded. Yes, I am willing to, Li Zichen said. Then let us begin. First, I will teach you how to establish a horse stance that, if you can endure it, I will continue to instruct you. Otherwise, you may return the way you came. Yuzhu solemnly nodded in agreement. Li Zichen then elaborated on the importance of properly establishing a horse stance. The IT was an extremely physically demanding endeavor, centered around simulating the sensation of riding. Point 1 needed to feel the power of riding a warhorse while remaining stationary, integrating that posture and feeling into oneself. After her explanation, she personally demonstrated the horse stance. Now it's your turn. Subsequently, Li Zichen sat at a table in the courtyard, brewing tea and waiting. Yuzhu followed her instructions and began to attempt the horse stance. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. As Yuzhu continually improved in this skill, his understanding of the horse stance deepened. That a sudden realization struck him, elevating his comprehension of the stance to a new level. His body began to sway like ocean waves, maintaining balance while making constant adjustments. That moment, Li Zichen softly called out, having sought many over the years to impart Chinese martial arts, yet each attempt had ultimately ended in failure. Even those who had grasped some superficial techniques truly only understood the tip of the iceberg of her martial arts. To fully inherit her complete set of skills was a monumental task, one that had left her nearly in despair. However, today, she sensed a glimmer of hope in Yuzhu. If Yuzhu possessed such talent, she would spare no effort in imparting all her skills to him, fulfilling a long-held wish. Thus, she could pursue her own aspirations with peace of mind. Time passed quietly, and Yuzhu's understanding of the horse stance grew ever deeper. In the end, he even grasped a more advanced realm of the horse stance, known as suspended peak. This state was akin to a spiritual experience, maintaining the horse stance in a relaxed state of mind, akin to riding a horse while admiring the beautiful scenery along the way. Bravo, Li Zichen praised. You may stop now. You have qualified. Yuzhu sighed in relief. Thank you, Master. Li Zichen replied. For now, do not call me Master. Just call me Big Sister. My surname is Li, and my given name is Zichen. You may call me Sister Zichen. Yuzhu complied. Sisters Li Zichen led him aside and said, I do not often reside here. Our meeting is a matter of fate. Therefore, I intend to impart all my knowledge to you. However, how much you can master depends solely on you. I can only stay here for a month. During this time, I hope you learn as much as possible. Every bit of knowledge gained is invaluable. If one day I am no longer here, it would be a great pity for the exceptional martial arts to fade into obscurity. Upon hearing this, Yuzhu sensed the weight in Li Zichen's tone. Just as he was about to inquire, Li Zichen preemptively stopped him. Do not ask about my affairs. We exist in different worlds. Here, focus solely on your martial arts studies. Refrain from unnecessary inquiries, or I will be unable to continue guiding you. Yuzhu could only nod in understanding. Li Zichen then continued. What is martial arts? The essence of true martial arts lies not in ostentation, but in the techniques employed for self-defense and overcoming adversaries. This discipline was initiated in 1927 by several masters of martial arts from the southern regions, who established a research venue with the aim of strengthening the nation. Over time, it has grown increasingly robust. The levels of mastery in national martial arts encompass Ming Jin and Jin, Hua Jing, Dan Qi, and Gang Jing. Those who have attained the Hua Jing level may hope to live into their 130 or 40 springs, possessing strength equivalent to that of 15 robust men combined, with physical endurance akin to that of 3 or 4 horses at AS for Dan Qi. Both power and speed are double that of those at the Hua Jing level, transcending physiological limits, capable of exerting thousands of kilograms of force instantaneously, with stamina comparable to that of 7 or 8 horses. Even when struck severely, they remain largely unharmed. The Gang Jing level, however, remains beyond reach for now. A distant aspiration for you. Once you attain that stage, all will become clear. After listening to this explanation, Yuzhu was profoundly astonished, realizing the vast depth of national martial arts. Simultaneously, he noted that Li Zichen had already reached the Danshi level. Subsequently, Li Zichen earnestly advised him not to excessively desire rapid advancement, but rather to diligently train. For an ordinary person, it typically takes about 2 years to reach the Ming Jin level, at least 5 years to reach in Jin, while Hua Jing represents a qualitative leap. Without sufficient talent and opportunity, one may struggle to cross these thresholds in a lifetime. Moreover, Danshi is not something an average person can attain. I do not expect you to reach some extraordinarily high realm, but I hope that in the future you may encounter a suitable successor, ensuring that this lineage does not come to an abrupt halt. Yuzhu acknowledged, Sister Chun, I need to return home to inform my master and take a month's leave to come here. Additionally, I have a younger sister at home. May I bring her along after school each day? Li Zichen nodded in agreement. A month later, Li Zichen addressed Yuzhu, saying, Zhuzi, I have imparted the essence of my skills to you. The core of this knowledge lies in the coordinated attack of dragon and snake. Now that you have learned it, your subsequent training will depend solely on your own understanding and opportunity. The level you can reach in your practice is entirely up to you. With that, Li Zichen spoke in a calm yet resolute tone. At this moment, Yuzhu assessed his own status. Name, Yuzhu, skill level, culinary arts level 5, 234300000, basic 8 extremes fist completed, 2331000. Tai Chi minor accomplishment, 1441000, Hungar basic proficiency, 1241000, Xing E initial achievement, 1551000, Tam leg minor achievement, 1671000, Dragon Snake Coordinated Attack Initial Insights, 01, Internal Skill Level, Ming Jin Beginner 11,000. Li Zichen requested Yuzhu to accompany her for a stroll, and the two made their way to the riverbank. She gazed into the distance, stating, You're the most outstanding among all my students. Achieving the Ming Jin level in just a month is commendable, yet this is merely the starting point of your journey. The path ahead remains long. Point 1 should not become complacent after attaining a modicum of success. You hold the potential to break through to Hua Jin, but reaching Danjin is exceedingly challenging that I hope you can persevere and continue to improve. I must take my leave now that I have completed the transfer of ownership for this house to you. From now on, it shall belong to you. The gold in the secret chamber is also entirely yours that I may return, and we can reunite then. If I cannot return, our fates will end here. Today, I wish to demonstrate to you the true power of a Danjin practitioner. May you remember this. Strive diligently. Li Zichen removed her shoes, her delicate toes lightly touching the water's surface, and her body gradually submerged into the lake. Once the water reached her ankles, she halted her descent, then ran, disappearing from Yuzhu's sight. If fate allows, we shall meet again, came her final words from afar. Yuzhu's heart was filled with melancholy. Sister Chun, rest assured, I will redouble my efforts. He then proceeded to the secret chamber mentioned by Li Zichen. On the table lay a letter. Upon opening it, he discovered the property deed for the house along with her instructions. I have many enemies. Do not reside here until you possess the ability to protect yourself. Avoid provoking unforeseen troubles that do not touch the gold in the short term, lest you attract trouble at this moment. Yuzhu took the opportunity to carefully examine the secret chamber's contents. 10 large chests were arranged within. Upon opening one, he found it filled with gold bars, estimating each chest contained around 600 pounds, totaling nearly 3 tons of gold. Converted to modern currency, this would amount to approximately 12 billion. Such wealth was treated by her as though it were mere trifles. What sort of person could she be? No wonder she spoke of having many enemies. With such riches, it is indeed difficult to avoid adversaries. He collected all the gold bars into the system space. After locking the door, he left the 2-story villa, opting not to reside there long-term for safety reasons. Returning to the reception hall, he exchanged a brief greeting with Wang Defa. Wang Defa inquired, Zhuzi, how goes your progress? Yuzhu replied, Master Li has imparted the necessary teachings, after which she departed. Wang Defa nodded, Zhuzi, do not focus solely on martial arts. Culinary skills are the foundation of our existence. Remember that Yi Zhonghai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he returned to his position, continuing to hone his knife skills. Experience points 1, experience points 1, experience points 1.0. As Yi Zhonghai was slicing vegetables, he inadvertently executed a Tai Chi push, unexpectedly discovering an enhancement in his Tai Chi skills. This moment sparked an idea. If he could integrate all the martial techniques he had learned into his cooking, perhaps he could simultaneously improve his culinary skills and elevate his martial arts. As the workday concluded, Yi Zhonghai returned to the courtyard, carrying 2 lunchboxes. However, upon reaching the gate, he found Yin Bugui, who usually awaited him there, was inexplicably absent today. Just as he pondered this, he overheard someone nearby mention that Sanda Ma had given birth, and Yin Bugui's family was currently accompanying her at the hospital. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Su Damao immediately obstructed Yi Zhonghai's path on the other side. It appeared that the Su family had come to provoke him, with Su Fugui also making an appearance, clearly there to back up Su Damao. These people were truly excessive. Old E, do you think we should go out and assist Yi Zhonghai? A concerned aunt asked. What's the rush? If Yi Zhonghai hadn't encountered some setbacks, how would he come to us for help and grow closer to us? Let's observe for now. There's no need to hurry, Yi Zhonghai replied softly, his eyes reflecting a hint of profound contemplation. Hey, he idiot, what good stuff are you carrying? It smells so good, Su Damao sneered, his gaze harboring ulterior motives. In the distance, Su Fugui stood silently, his face bearing a sinister expression, as if issuing a warning that in a previous life, after Su Damao's failed ventures in society, he had borrowed money from Su Fugui, using his property deed as collateral, which ultimately left the latter's family homeless. The kind-hearted Yi Zhonghai, out of compassion, had once invited the couple to the courtyard to live out their twilight years. Although they had feigned gratitude towards Yi Zhonghai, behind his back, Su Fugui and his wife conspired with their son to deal with Yi Zhonghai, pressuring him to repay his debts. Such ingratitude was truly appalling. Su Damao, is there something wrong with your vision? You should probably see a doctor. You can't even recognize the lunchbox in my hand. Yi Zhonghai calmly retorted, unfazed. This remark turned Su Damao's face pale with rage. He idiot, your lunchbox looks pretty good. Can I have a taste? Don't worry, I'll just take a couple of bites and return it to you. Money's tight lately. If you could lend me 100,000, once things are better, I'll naturally pay you back. That Yi Zhonghai smirked, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Do you really think I would lend you money? Even if I did, would you remember to pay me back? Su Damao scoffed, clearly believing Yi Zhonghai was joking. It seems you're truly a big fool, that it would be wise for you to get lost. Good dogs don't block the path. Yi Zhonghai's tone turned sharp. Fine, if you refuse to share, then I won't let you eat peacefully. Infuriated, Su Damao devised a plan to knock over Yi Zhonghai's lunchbox and then make a run for it. With Su Fugui by his side, Yi Zhonghai could only watch helplessly. Unfortunately for Su Damao, he had misjudged Yi Zhonghai's capabilities. With a resounding slap, Yi Zhonghai struck Su Damao's face, sending him spiraling in a complete 360-degree turn. Su Damao fell to the ground, dazed and confused, his mind swirling. As if he'd been hit by a vehicle, he lay there for a long while, unable to rise. Yi Zhonghai stared in shock. When did Yi Zhonghai become so strong? A nearby aunt was equally astonished. This child possesses incredible strength. He actually sent Su Damao flying. However, this incident would undoubtedly infuriate Su Fugui, and Yi Zhonghai would likely face severe repercussions. Outside, Su Fugui hurried to help Su Damao up, asking with concern, Damao, are you all right? Wah wah wah. Daddy, the idiot Zhu hit me. It hurts so much. You must avenge me, Su Damao cried, utterly distraught. After all, he was still just a teenager, and despite his mischief, his capacity to endure was limited. Su Fugui, with a stern face, scolded, what is the meaning of this? Why are you bullying my Damao for no reason? This is truly uncouth. I will teach you a lesson today. Yi Zhonghai, frightened, began to cry. Wah wah wah. Bad person. Why are you bullying my brother? Yi Zhonghai calmly reassured her. Yushui, don't be afraid. He can't do anything to me. You step aside and watch how I teach this fellow a lesson. A flicker of cold light flashed in Yi Zhonghai's eyes. If he did not assert his dominance over Su Fugui today, the latter would likely become increasingly arrogant in the future. Su Fugui revealed a fierce glare. extending his hands in preparation to strangle Yuzhu by the neck. In a swift motion, Yuzhu seized Su Fugui's thumb, twisting it with a force precisely calibrated to avoid breaking it. Su Fugui collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. Damn it, let go. Bang! Yuzhu yanked hard, causing Su Fugui unbearable agony as he had no choice but to crawl over on his knees. Yuzhu landed a punch squarely on Su Fugui's face. His two front teeth flew out instantly, and he fell to the ground, clutching his mouth and weeping profusely. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Bastard Jew, I will not let you off the hook. Once I recover, you will know my true strength." Yuzhu stepped forward and delivered a kick to Su Fugui's abdomen, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. You are damned," Su Fugui cursed. His belly racked with pain, his speech halting. Yuzhu, refusing to grant him a moment's respite, landed several more kicks. However, this time he deftly controlled the force, ensuring Su Fugui experienced immense discomfort without any serious harm. After all, if he were to kill Su Fugui, he would have to pay with his own life. Su Fugui was indeed not worth such a consequence. "Zhu, you bastard, I will fight you to the end." "Let go of my father." Su Damao stood in shock, seeing his father being subdued by Yuzhu. Fury boiling within him, Su Damao instantly erupted, charging at Yuzhu in an attempt to retaliate. But Yuzhu would not allow him to achieve his aim, sending him flying with a kick that left him crying out in pain. "Zhu, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please stop." Su Fugui, unable to endure the excruciating pain, finally acquiesced. Admitting his fault, Yuzhu abruptly seized Su Fugui's collar, his eyes emitting a frigid glare. "What did you just call me?" Su Fugui, bloodied and breathless, stammered, "Stupid Zhu, I truly made a mistake. It is all my fault. I will discipline my son properly when I return. Please, I beg you, do not strike me again. If this continues, I might lose my life." Damao, quickly come over and apologize to Zhu. Su Damao staggered to his feet, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation, not only for enduring a beating, but for witnessing his father being attacked. What kind of situation was this? Just then, Yi Zhonghai rushed out from the house, demanding, "What on earth is happening here? How can you resort to violence?" Internally, he cursed Su Fugui, deeming him utterly useless for failing to handle a mere child, thus jeopardizing his plans. Seeing this, Su Damao felt as if he had found a savior. Rushing to Yi Zhonghai in tears, "Uncle, you must stand up for us. That brute Zhu attacked us. Look at my father's injuries. He even lost his front teeth." At this moment, the neighbors in the courtyard, drawn by the sudden commotion, emerged to witness the spectacle, all wearing expressions of astonishment. Lu Haizhong inquired of Su Fugui, "Su, old man, what happened? How did you lose two front teeth?" Su Fugui was on the verge of spitting blood, thinking, "Why don't you all try this pain and see if you can lose your teeth?" Jia Dongshu added, "I think I heard sounds of struggle. Could it be that someone is causing trouble in our courtyard?" Given that Yuzhu was merely a boy of around 10, no one considered that he was the one who had struck. Su Damao quickly interjected, "No, it was Yuzhu who did this. Not only did he beat me, but he also knocked out my father's teeth." The surrounding crowd was taken aback. "Oh my, it was Zhu who acted. How could such a young boy bring Su Fugui to this state? This is simply unbelievable." Indeed, Zhu possessed considerable strength. Even striking with a stone would likely not achieve such a result. It seemed clear that Zhu was not to be trifled with. Who could withstand such force? Yi Zhonghai, well aware of Yuzhu's fiery temperament, understood that if he wished to have him support him in the future, he must first temper his character. Thus, he addressed Yuzhu, "Zhu, this behavior is truly excessive. Regardless of the misunderstandings, you cannot resort to violence against an elder like Su Fugui, especially after he has sustained such grievous injuries. You should go and apologize to Uncle Su. He would not hold a grudge against a child." Chapter 4. Jia Zhongshi borrows a car in response to Yi Zhonghai's words. Yuzhu scoffed. Although it appeared that Yi Zhonghai was concerned for him, he was in fact demanding that he show weakness and submit. Before Yuzhu could speak, his sister Yushui leaped forward, angrily retorting, "Why should my brother apologize? What wrong has he committed? You people are truly despicable. It is evident that you are all ganging up to bully my brother. And yet you still demand an apology from him. This is utterly unfair." Yi Zhonghai replied sternly, "Yushui, You are still a child. There are many things you do not understand, according to our traditional customs. Regardless of what occurs, a junior should never strike an elder. While Yi Zhonghai's words seemed directed at Yi Zhonghai, they were, in truth, a reminder for Yi Yuzhu. However, Yi Yuzhu resolutely replied, "My sister is absolutely correct. Why should I apologize? Today, I brought home 2 portions of food, only to be intercepted by Su Damao, who attempted to forcefully take my meals. Everyone is aware of our family's situation, ever since our father left. It has just been my sister and me, struggling to survive, that am why Master, seeing our plight, generously shares his meals with us daily, hoping to alleviate our burden and help us navigate through this challenging time. Yet Su Damao sought to rob us of our means of survival. How could I possibly back down? He even attempted to overturn my food. What is more outrageous is that Su Fugue, a grown man, would dare to lay hands on a mere child. Fortunately, I am not weak either. I managed to resist successfully while he was caught off guard. We are the aggrieved party, and you expect us to apologize? This is simply unacceptable." Upon hearing this, those present began to comprehend what had transpired and express their discontent towards Su Fugue and Su Damao. This is truly excessive. The Yuzhu family already has a difficult life. How could they treat them this way? When a child cannot defend himself, he seeks assistance from an adult, clearly knowing that the Yuzhu family lacks an elder to turn to. This behavior is utterly reprehensible. To bully a child and then end up defeated is simply ludicrous. Su Fugue's face shifted between shades of blue and white, as if a crack had suddenly formed in the ground, and he wished to hide within it. Yi Zhonghai was infuriated, never expecting Yi Yuzhu would dare to contradict him at this moment. He was more concerned with maintaining his authority than the rights and wrongs of the situation. Although Su Fugue has indeed erred, he is still an elder. It is only natural for him to discipline his own children and nephews. However, your reaction is rather excessive, Yi Yuzhu coldly responded. I share no blood relation with Su Fugue. His surname differs from mine, and we have no familial connection, even distantly, at most. We are merely neighbors residing in the same courtyard. He bullied me without cause and demanded an apology. What kind of logic is that? If you cannot provide me with justice, I shall take this matter to Director Wang at the neighborhood office. I am confident he will render a fair ruling. Yi Zhonghai's face darkened, feeling greatly troubled. Yi Yuzhu was like a stubborn bull, impossible to tame at that moment. He felt both anger and fear, worried that if this matter escalated, he, as the head of the courtyard, would inevitably face accountability. This is a trivial matter. It need not be escalated to the neighborhood committee. That I merely suggested a course of action. If you do not accept it, so be it. That Su Fugue, as a grown man, how can you bully a child? Hurry and apologize to Yi Yuzhu. If this reaches the neighborhood committee, your reputation at Hongxing Steel Factory will be ruined. But Su Fugue felt a chill run down his spine. There was indeed merit in Yi Zhonghai's words. If you're to gain a bad reputation for bullying a child, any hopes of promotion would be dashed. Others would regard him with disdain. Bullying a child is certainly a disreputable act. I am sorry. With his missing front teeth, his words came out somewhat slurred. After speaking, he harbored a deep-seated resentment. This scene was truly humiliating. Su Damao, seeing his father apologize, had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, I am sorry, woo. Although he felt terribly wronged, believing himself to be the one truly bullied. However, with everyone present, Yi Yuzhu decided to take this opportunity to clarify something in his previous life. He was always referred to as Stupid Zhu, which severely impacted his reputation. It is well known that in those times, people placed great importance on reputation. An unflattering nickname could affect one's employment, marriage, and even a child's future. That Yi Yuzhu declared, since everyone is here, I wish to clarify something. Please refrain from calling me Stupid Zhu in the future. I have a name, and it is Yi Yuzhu. You may call me Zhu if you wish, but do not refer to me as Stupid Zhu. Such a name implies that I am truly foolish, which greatly tarnishes my reputation. As the crowd listened, they all nodded in agreement, witnessing Yi Yuzhu's resolute demeanor. No one dared to provoke him at that moment. Yi Zhonghai remarked, All right, there's nothing more to discuss. Everyone disperse. Upon returning home, Yi Zhonghai slammed the table in a fit of rage, his complexion dark as thunder. This Yuzhu is utterly insufferable that I am merely looking out for his interests, yet he dares to retort. He contemplated that in order to have him support them, Yuzhu must shed that stubbornness. He must learn to yield, otherwise their efforts would ultimately be in vain. Aunt Yi consoled him. Old Yi, do not let anger consume you. Yuzhu is still young. A bit of obstinacy is to be expected. With time, you will learn. Besides, if Yuzhu truly proves unsuitable, there's always Jia Dongshu. The mention of Jia Dongshu eased Yi Zhonghai's spirits somewhat. Jia Dongshu was far more obedient than Yuzhu and had already been promoted to a first-class mechanic, showing great potential. With proper guidance, he would undoubtedly become a trustworthy option for their future. Yuzhu was merely a contingency plan. If he were indeed unsuitable, Yi Zhonghai would not hesitate to abandon him. Meanwhile, at the Su household, Su Fugue pondered for a moment before instructing Demao, "Go home and bring a piece of meat to apologize." Su Demao protested. "Dad, we were the ones who were beaten today. Now we have to bring something to apologize?" Su Fugue replied, "Those who aspire to achieve great things must not be overly concerned with trivial matters. Why do I insist on this? To prevent Yuzhu from harboring resentment and seeking revenge against you. Moreover, your gesture can relax his vigilance, allowing us to find an opportunity to strike him decisively. Remember, if we cannot win in a direct confrontation, we must strike from behind." That Su Demao, though only partially understanding, committed these words to memory. Henceforth, he took to secretly scheming against others, earning himself a reputation as a cunning individual. Su Demao approached Yuzhu with a pound of pork in hand. "Zhuzi, I truly apologize. The past mistakes were all mine. Please don't hold them against me. Accept this meat as a token of my sincerity in making amends," though a hint of reluctance lingered in Su Demao's eyes. He adhered to Su Fugue's counsel. He aimed to first mend his relationship with Yuzhu before plotting his next move. However, Yuzhu was not one to easily trust the sudden goodwill of the Su family. He resolved to teach Su Demao a lesson, making it clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. As Su Demao extended the meat towards Yuzhu, Yuzhu deliberately refused to take it. The meat fell to the ground with a thud. Before Su Demao could utter a word, Yuzhu swiftly slapped him across the face. "You dare come here to provoke me if you don't wish to give me the meat. Just say so. There's no need to humiliate me like this. No, I didn't mean it that way." Su Demao felt more wrong than the wrongdoer of old, despite his ulterior motives. He had genuinely intended to gift the pork to Yuzhu. The slap left Su Demao momentarily stunned. Was he being treated this way simply for offering pork? "Get out. Keep your distance from me from now on." Yuzhu slammed the door shut, leaving Su Demao, who wore a face of embarrassment and anger, outside. Clenching his fists, Su Demao felt a surge of fury. Had he been aware that he could not defeat Yuzhu, he would have charged at him in that moment. Helpless, he picked up the dirt-covered meat from the ground, his face a mask of despair as he returned home, seeing his son arrive with a piece of muddy meat and a clear handprint on his cheek. Su Fugue was taken aback. "Demao, what happened?" Su Demao recounted the entire ordeal, wiping away tears. Smack. Su Fugue, his anger flared. "This is truly outrageous." Though he shared the same dissatisfaction, he, like Su Demao, understood that confronting Yuzhu head-on would be tantamount to courting disaster, especially since his own teeth were still aching. "That we will remember this debt." Meanwhile, at the He household, little Yuzhu spoke in a childish tone. "Those who bully my brother are truly wicked. When I grow up, I will protect him well." Her words, though naive, were filled with sincerity, warming Yuzhu's heart. In his past life, his greatest regret had been towards his sister, Yuzhu. Ever since their father left with that woman, only this sister had remained by his side. Yet, he had not only harmed her through Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu, but had also, during her childhood, reserved all the good food for the Jia family. Even after Yuzhu grew up, she had received no benefits. Everything had been appropriated by the Jia family. In this new life, Yuzhu was determined not to repeat the mistakes of the past. He would treat Yuzhu kindly, ensuring she grew up healthily, lacking nothing that others possessed. "Brother, my leg hurts a bit," Yuzhu said, furrowing her brow. "Let me massage your leg," Yuzhu replied. After a while, Yuzhu felt a slight improvement. The The school she attended was quite far from their courtyard, requiring her to walk a long distance with Yuzhu each day. While it might not pose an issue for an adult, it could adversely affect the leg development of someone as young as Yuzhu. Thus, Yuzhu promptly resolved to purchase a bicycle to ferry her to and from school daily. Additionally, he could take her out to play during his free time, which would be much more convenient. In that era, a bicycle cost 160 yuan. As the rationing system had not yet been implemented, one could purchase a bicycle provided they had the money. He had only received a month's salary and was still short of a considerable amount. After thoughtful consideration, he decided to save money through fishing. Selling the caught fish to the Yingbin restaurant would yield quick earnings, and the income would be legitimate. Coincidentally, the following day was Sunday, a day off for the Yingbin restaurant, allowing Yuzhu the opportunity to fish. That evening, Yin Bugui returned home, this time with an additional son named Yin Jiequang. Yin Jiqing recounted the day's events to Yin Bugui, who was astounded. Zhuzi truly is impressive. So young, yet he managed to beat Su Fugui. The Su family was not composed of good people either. Perhaps they thought to bully Yuzhu, seeing that he had no parents and only his sister to rely on. Little did they expect Yuzhu to be so strong. That Yuzhu is remarkable indeed. As Yin Bugui recalled the incident of Yuzhu bringing meals, his suspicions grew. It was unusual for a master to bring him 2 lunchboxes without reason, reinforcing his belief that Yuzhu had been officially recognized. Yin Bugui immediately began to calculate. Since they had added a new member to the household, it was essential to celebrate. However, his primary motive was to collect monetary gifts. With the family's finances tightening, the addition of a new member necessitated careful budgeting. Rather than hiring an expensive outside chef, it would be better to enlist Yuzhu's help. He approached Yuzhu with a bottle of watered-down Shifeng liquor. Zhuzi, we're neighbors. Could you assist me in organizing 2 tables for a banquet? Yin Bugui asked with a smile. Yin Bugui, in his previous life, was known for being calculating and stingy. He always kept a close eye on everything. When Yuzhu needed help, Yin Bugui would conveniently avoid him, revealing his true character. Otherwise, his sons would not be so neglectful of filial piety. Yuzhu politely declined. I am still an apprentice and lack the experience to cook properly, so it will be best for you to hire an expert. Yin Bugui insisted. Zhuzi, don't hide it from me. Third uncle, you can bring meals from the Yingbin restaurant, which means you must have been officially recognized. Otherwise, how could you bring meals? Yuzhu replied, my master is aware of my family's hardships and is kindly helping me. Even in difficult times, they're always good people. Third uncle, if you have no other matters, I must take my leave to rest. Yin Bugui stormed off in anger. Yuzhu watched his retreating figure with a cold smile. How could he expect assistance in preparing meals without offering a single cent? Such good fortune was unheard of. The next day, Yuzhu visited a fishing tackle shop to purchase a fishing rod, most of which were made of bamboo at that time, after attaching a large reel. The fishing rod was complete. Fishing bait was simple. One only needed to dig up some earthworms. Upon arriving at Zhonghai, he coincidentally encountered Yin Bugui fishing as well. Oh, Yuzhu, you're here to fish too? Yin Bugui greeted him. Yes, there is nothing much going on. Just bringing my sister along to fish, Yuzhu replied with a smile. Fishing is no simple task. How about I teach you a few tricks? Yin Bugui offered eagerly. In this area, I'm quite the expert and often supplement my household expenses through fishing. Don't worry, I'll 1T charge you for the lessons. Just help me prepare 2 meals. Yuzhu shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm here to enjoy time with my sister. Whether or not we catch fish is secondary. With that, he took his sister to a less crowded spot. Yin Bugui frowned. This child truly doesn't know what is good for him. Do you think you can easily catch fish here? These fish have nearly turned into spirits. Without my help, you probably 1T catch even a tiny fish. When you return empty-handed, you'll naturally come looking for me to teach you. Once more, Yuzhu sighed. This marks the inaugural visit of Yuzhu to Zhonghai, and she appears exceedingly exhilarated. Brother, you must be able to catch fish, right? Yuzhu responded with a smile and a nod. That is assured. Tonight, I shall prepare fish balls for you, your most anticipated dish. How does that sound? Yuzhu claps her hands joyfully. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yuzhu deftly prepares the bait and casts the fishing rod into the water. As the actions unfold, Experience points 1, experience points 1, experience points 1. In a brief span. His fishing skills progress from novice to a budding proficiency. His understanding of fishing experiences a qualitative leap. An hour later, his fishing skills achieve a level of mastery. His abilities now equate to those of a seasoned angler with 5 years of experience. Splash! A carp weighing approximately 2 pounds is hooked. I caught one. I truly caught one. Yi Zhonghai exclaims with glee. Brother, you are simply amazing. Yuzhu encourages with a grin. Just wait and see. I shall catch an even larger one. About half an hour later, indeed, another fish bites, and this time it is significantly larger. A grass carp weighing a full 5 pounds. Yi Zhonghai's eyes widen. This is the largest fish I have ever seen. Yuzhu chuckles. You are still young. There are plenty of opportunities to see even larger ones. Yi Zhonghai bursts into laughter at her brother's words. Before long, their bucket is brimming with their catch. Yuzhu estimates it should exceed 30 pounds. Based on market prices, this would be worth approximately 15 yuan. At this rate, it seems he could save enough to purchase a bicycle in just about a week. If others were to find out, they would undoubtedly be envious. Earning 15 yuan daily would amount to 450 yuan a month, far exceeding what Yuzhu earned as a sous chef at the Welcome Building. Moreover, as his skills improve, the efficiency of his fishing will further increase. Earning 1,000 yuan monthly is far from fantasy. Unbeknownst to him, the sky has darkened. Yin Zhonghai reels in his fishing rod, content with his day's catch of a half-pound fish and 2 or 3 small carps. While it may not fetch a good price, it is sufficient to prepare a sumptuous meat dish for his family. Yin Zhonghai is quite pleased with this. He gazes at Yuzhu in the distance, who is tidying up his fishing gear, contemplating giving it another try, given that Yuzhu has spent the entire day here without a single catch. He likely feels quite anxious now. However, upon approaching, he discovers that Yuzhu's bucket is, astonishingly, full that contains a lively assortment of fish, even the smallest of which surpasses Yin Zhonghai's entire haul. This scene leaves Yin Zhonghai nearly speechless. After standing in shock for a moment, he manages to stammer, Zhuzi, did you catch all these? It must weigh dozens of pounds. Estimating based on market prices, these fish alone could fetch around 15 yuan. This is equivalent to nearly half a month's wages for Yin Zhonghai. Jealousy fills his eyes, almost to the point of bleeding, that Yuzhu nods with a smile. Today has been quite fortuitous. I'm not sure why. The fish seem to leap into the net. In truth, fishing is quite easy. I hardly exerted any effort and returned with such a bounty. Hearing this, Yin Zhonghai feels a pang of envy. You've been extraordinarily lucky. Did you perhaps encounter migration of smaller fish? Otherwise, how could you catch so many? Where exactly did you bait? Yuzhu points to the spot where he had been fishing earlier, over there. Yin Zhonghai immediately rushes off excitedly. I shall go try my luck as well. Perhaps I can share in your good fortune. Meanwhile, Yuzhu departs with his bucket of catch at the Welcome Building. After selling the fish in his bucket, Yuzhu receives 15 yuan at this moment. Manager Zhang hurries over, beaming with joy upon seeing Yuzhu. Zhuzi, your timing is impeccable. We have encountered a dilemma. A group of esteemed guests has arrived unexpectedly. Please assist in preparing an exquisite meal. Typically, only Yuzhu and Wang Defa have Sundays off. The others must work as usual, for the Welcome Building must operate to generate profit, and closing on weekends would result in significant financial losses. Generally, 2 8th-level chefs can handle regular guests. For particularly challenging cases, they call upon Wang Defa, who is on leave. However, most regular patrons are aware of this custom and often make reservations in advance for weekend meals. Clearly, this group is new arrivals. All right, Yuzhu readily agrees, assisting before taking his leave. Manager Zhang sincerely expresses, Zhuzi, thank you so much. The guests unanimously praise the delectable dishes you prepared. He hands over a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Hoping it meets Yuzhu's satisfaction, that he understands the importance of motivating his subordinates, Yuzhu graciously accepts the money without pretense. He then carries a fish to Wang Defa's home, placing it down before departing. His wife smiles. Defa, you have a wonderful disciple. Zhuzi has graduated and still thinks of you. You truly made a worthwhile choice in taking him on. Wang Defa proudly replies, you should consider my discerning eye. Had Zhuzi been of poor character, would I have taken him as a disciple? As night falls, Yan's residence. Yan Bugue returns home in disappointment. After fishing all day, he has only caught a few small carps. With no sign of larger fish, this is truly a source of envy and jealousy. He has fished for so many years without experiencing the good luck of Yuzhu. Yan Jieching exclaims in surprise. Dad, today went quite well. We caught so many fish. We can make fish soup. On a normal day, Yan Bugue would surely be pleased, but today he wears no smile. Today, Yuzhu is the lucky one. He caught several hundred pounds of fish. It's simply remarkable. Yan Jieching gasps. Dozens of pounds. Dad, you must be mistaken. Did I miss here? Yan Bugue insists, no mistake. It is indeed dozens of pounds. It should be worth over 10 yuan. Why do I not have such luck? In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Yuzhu checks his personal status panel. Name. Yuzhu skills. Culinary arts level 4, 234, 110, 0000. Fishing proficiency 1, 3210000. Bagwazang mastery 231, 5000. Taijiqua mastery 144, 5000. Hungar mastery 124, 5000. Xingyi Quan mastery 155, 5000. Tantue mastery 167, 5000. Dragon and Snake combined strike novice 0100. Internal skill level. Hidden strength 11000. Level classification. Level 1 novice. Level 2 minor accomplishment. Level 3 proficiency. Level 4 major accomplishment. Level 5 mastery. Level 6 transcendence. Level 7 pinnacle. Level 8 grandmaster. Level 9 great grandmaster. In the kitchen, Wang Defa inquires curiously, Zhuzi, how can you catch so many fish? Yuzhu replies, ever since I practiced last time, I have integrated my martial arts into fishing, and the results have been remarkable. There's indeed a principle of Tai Chi in fishing. After this integration, my fishing skills have greatly improved, allowing me to catch so many fish. This is, of course, his kind remark. Martial arts do provide some assistance in fishing, but his most significant improvement stems from his own efforts. Through training with the proficiency system to enhance his skills. However, he will not mention anything about the system to anyone, as it is his fundamental means of survival. Wang Defa nods, I see. It seems you are truly a person of great fortune. Manager Zhang was looking for you earlier. You should go see what he needs. Yuzhu nods in acknowledgement. Upon finding Manager Zhang, he states, Zhuzi, the batch of fish you caught is exceptionally tender. Nowadays, many customers come specifically requesting this dish. It has become a signature dish of our welcome building. Can you supply us with more? Whatever quantity you can provide, the welcome building will gladly accept. Yuzhu certainly can catch more fish, but he does not intend to do so. There's a saying that excess is as bad as deficiency, that if he goes overboard, it will surely attract attention, and should he be caught and dissected, it would be a grave loss. Manager Zhang, this is already the limit of what I can do. You must understand, I need to cook for the welcome building during the day, and after work. I must go fishing. It is almost a round-the-clock endeavor. Moreover, fishing requires skill. One cannot guarantee a catch every day. In my opinion, it would be better to limit the supply. Perhaps this would actually enhance business. Manager Zhang appears somewhat disappointed, but must concede that one cannot force the issue. Well, perhaps I was a bit greedy. Yuzhu silently calculates. After several days of effort, and considering his previous wages, he has saved up 190 yuan. This is sufficient to purchase a bicycle. Moreover, spending this money will not affect his living expenses. With his current capabilities, he only needs to spend an hour fishing each day to earn 10 yuan, totaling 300 yuan a month. Coupled with his monthly income of 75 yuan, he could earn 375 yuan monthly. This is nearly the annual income of an ordinary worker. Thus, he heads to the department store to purchase a bicycle of the Yongji brand and has it stamped at the vehicle management office for future road use. He then goes to pick up Yuzhu. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the bicycle bell attracts many envious glances. Upon hearing the bell, Yuzhu excitedly shouts, Brother! She dashed over, scrutinizing the new bicycle with wide-eyed curiosity. Brother, is this your newly purchased bicycle? It's so beautiful. Yuzhu nodded. Indeed, from now on, you won't have to walk to school anymore. I will take you back and forth every day. However, if anyone asks, you must say that this bicycle is borrowed from Master Wang Defa. Otherwise, many people will surely want to borrow our bicycle, and then I wouldn't be able to take you. Yuzhu nodded earnestly. I understand, brother. Yuzhu sped through the streets with Yi Zhonghai on the bicycle. Posters emblazoned with slogans unique to that era adorned the walls. Eliminate illiteracy, promote education, work hard and strive to rise. The pedestrians on the streets appeared ragged and haggard, yet their smiles radiated hope for the future. Wow, brother, this is so fast. Yi Zhonghai, exhilarated by her first ride, gazed around excitedly, her legs swinging energetically. Seeing his sister's joy, Yuzhu couldn't help but smile slightly. Soon, the two returned to their courtyard. Zhuzi, where did you get such a bicycle? Yin Bugui's eyes widened in astonishment as he circled around Yuzhu's bicycle. He had always wanted to buy a bicycle, but they were simply too expensive. Every time he visited the department store, he could only gaze longingly in that era. The value of a bicycle was comparable to that of a modern Mercedes or BMW. Owning one was enough to draw attention. This is borrowed from my brother's friend. Yi Zhonghai replied. Yuzhu gently patted her head, thinking how clever she was. Yin Bugui said enviously, Zhuzi, your master is really nice. Not only did he give you a lunchbox, but he also lent you a bicycle. Yuzhu smiled in response. Yes, Yi Zhonghai is still young, and I not only have to work every day, but I also need to take her to and from school, which is quite troublesome as my master lent me this newly bought bicycle. Yin Bugui nodded, yet a lingering doubt remained in his heart. Who would lend out such a precious item? He suspected that this bicycle might actually belong to Yuzhu. However, a bicycle cost at least 160 yuan. Even if Yuzhu were to officially become a full-time worker, he couldn't save that much money. This doubt would remain buried in his heart. Everyone, come and see. Yuzhu has bought a bicycle. At that moment, Yin Jieqing emerged from the house and, upon seeing Yuzhu riding in, gasped in surprise. Instantly, a crowd surged from the inner courtyard to the outer courtyard. Upon seeing the bicycle beneath Yuzhu, everyone was astonished. Wow, Zhuzi, you can actually afford a bicycle. Aren't you just an apprentice? Where did you get so much money? A bicycle costs 160 yuan. How could you possibly afford it? Did you inherit family wealth? What a lavish purchase! Jia Dongshu's eyes brimmed with envy. Recently, he had been promoted to a first-class technician, his salary increased, and his quality of life improved, just as he was riding high on his success. Yuzhu's bicycle purchase overshadowed his glory. Yuzhu, where did you get the money for the bicycle? Yi Zhonghai asked curiously. Yin Bugui explained, this isn't Yuzhu's bicycle. It's lent to him by his master because he finds it inconvenient to travel every day. After hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood, casting envious glances at him. Who doesn't have a good master in their family? Jia Dongshu couldn't help but glance at Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brows, wondering what he meant. Did he expect him to buy a bicycle and lend it to him? Jia Zhongshu chimed in, Zhuzi, my son Dongshu was recently promoted to a first-class technician and still doesn't have a bicycle. Traveling to and from work is particularly troublesome. If you could lend this bicycle to Dongshu for the time being, in the future, if you encounter difficulties, you could seek his help. After all, your parents are not around, and you have no one to assist you. With him around, life will surely improve. What do you think? Yuzhu frowned and replied, this bicycle is primarily for taking Yi Zhonghai to and from school. She is still young, and walking is truly inconvenient. Recently, she has been complaining of leg pain that if I give the bicycle to Jia Dongshu, what will happen, my sister? Should I really let her walk on foot? Only someone foolish would ask such a ridiculous question. Jia Zhongshu retorted indignantly, child, how can you speak like that? I'm suggesting this for your own good. Children are in their growing phase. A little leg pain is normal. Walking more every day is actually beneficial for development and can help them grow taller. Why, son Dongshu also grew taller by walking more. Otherwise, how could he be so tall? Dongshu, do you agree with me? Does walking help with growth? Jia Dongshu nodded in agreement, adding, yes, when I was young, I enjoyed walking the most. It's not only an opportunity to grow taller, but also a great way to exercise. Jia Zhongshu turned to Yuzhu, saying, you must listen carefully. If you can't appreciate this kindness, then so be it. Yuzhu shook his head, thinking he had never seen anyone with such audacity. Clearly, they just wanted to borrow the bicycle while pretending to have noble intentions. Yuzhu replied, if walking is truly so beneficial, then let your son continue to persevere. This bicycle is borrowed from my master, and I cannot lend it to you. Jia Zhongshu finally lost her composure. her anger flaring. "How can you be so ungrateful? You must know that my son Dongshu has now become a first-class technician, apprenticing under Master Yi Zhonghai. It is only a matter of time before he becomes a top technician. If you treat him well now, it will benefit you in the future. Why must you be so ungrateful?" Chapter 5. Yi Zhonghai fell ill. Yi Yuzhu was well aware of the future events. Jia Dongshu would die from an industrial accident in 1961, having only reached the level of a second-class technician. Aspiring to become a top technician seemed unlikely, perhaps only in his next life. Yi Yuzhu coldly replied, "If he is truly that capable, why doesn't he buy a bicycle for himself? The way you're begging me for a bicycle is utterly shameless. I've already said I won't lend it. And that is final." As soon as he spoke, Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongshu's faces turned sour. If they had the means to buy a bicycle, why would they come here to plead with Yi Yuzhu? It was as if they were being publicly slapped in the face. Jia Dongshu angrily questioned, "Yi Yuzhu, how can you speak to my mother like that?" Yi Yuzhu glared at him coldly, asking, "What is wrong?" Looking for trouble, remembering how Su Fuqi's teeth were knocked out by Yi Yuzhu, Jia Dongshu instinctively took a step back. "Zhuzi, how can you not apologize to Aunt Jia? It's disrespectful to speak like that to an elder," Yi Zhonghai said, frowning. Seeing this, Jia Zhongshi straightened her back, feeling triumphant. "Indeed, you should at least address me as an elder. You speak without any regard for manners," Yi Yuzhu replied coldly. "Elder, don't make me laugh. We are at most neighbors, and we may as well be unrelated. Please do not casually associate me with family ties. I have no interest in relatives who lack credibility." Yi Zhonghai felt his anger rising. This was yet another public affront to him. After all, he was a prominent figure in the courtyard. How many people like Yi Yuzhu would dare to defy him? Usually, everyone greeted him with smiles. Who would dare to disregard his authority? He suppressed his temper and said, "All right, let us not discuss seniority today, that we all live in the same courtyard. Now that you own a bicycle, you should share it with everyone. If any neighbor needs it, you shouldn't be too stingy and should lend it out. I am considering your situation. You're taking care of your sister alone, and life must be quite challenging without much help at home. If you assist others now, they will help you in the future. It's mutually beneficial." Yi Yuzhu replied to Yi Zhonghai. "Yi Zhonghai, you are now a 7th-level fitter earning over 80 yuan a month, and you're getting older without any children. What good is all that money to you? Why not take some out to share with everyone? If you help everyone today, when you grow old and have no children, they will look after you in return. It's a win-win situation. You often use logic to educate others. Today, I'll respond to you in the same manner." The people in the courtyard couldn't help but turn their gazes towards Yi Zhonghai, their eyes filled with expectation. As for the bicycle, riding it or not didn't matter much. They had long been accustomed to walking. However, if it could genuinely bring an extra income, that would be an entirely different matter. It's important to note that not many people in the courtyard lived well. For instance, Yin Bugui, as a primary school teacher, earned only over 20 yuan a month and had to support a family. Zhang Kezi, due to his leg problems, could only carry goods, earning 15 yuan a month, which barely covered his living expenses, allowing him only 2 meals a day to save food. Others earned little as well. Mostly only 20 to 30 yuan, with every penny needing to be meticulously counted. Only Yi Zhonghai earned a high income while having few family members that if he could truly spare some money to help. Every family could improve their lives. The eager gazes from the crowd ignited a fire of anger within Yi Zhonghai, thinking, "Why are you all staring at me?" Yi Yuzhu's words were exceedingly venomous. Not only did he coerce him into parting with his money, but he also callously struck at his most sensitive wound, the absence of children. When did Yi Yuzhu's speech become so acerbic? Yi Zhonghai retorted, "Yi Yuzhu, do not divert the topic. I am addressing your bicycle issue. My salary is earned through my diligent labor, not something that simply falls from the sky. How can I casually give it away? My wife and I have no children, and thus we must plan for our future retirement. Saving money is entirely reasonable. Furthermore, if future caregivers wish to assist us, this money can also be left for them. It would be unjust to let anyone toil in vain." This statement was clearly directed at Jia Dongshu and Yi Yuzhu. With such a substantial monthly salary, if saved diligently, it would amount to a considerable fortune in the future. Upon hearing this, Jia Dongshu's eyes brightened, as he considered that helping Yi Zhonghai in his old age might indeed be a commendable notion. especially given the prospect of inheritance. However, Yuzhu scoffed, thinking to himself that by the time Yi Zhonghai grew old, he too would likely be incapacitated. What use would any amount of money be then? Moreover, Zhonghai and Idama both had their own relatives and friends. Would these individuals not contend for the inheritance? In his past life, Yuzhu had diligently cared for Yi Zhonghai, yet he had received no reward in return. In fact, Yi Zhonghai and Idama had long ago made a will, leaving all their assets to relatives and friends whom they hadn't seen in years. Ultimately, those treasured possessions were divided among those individuals, leaving Yuzhu with not a single benefit, having devoted his entire life to Yi Zhonghai in vain. In this lifetime, Yuzhu was resolute in not repeating such foolishness. Moreover, he now possessed remarkable abilities and earned significantly more than Yi Zhonghai, rendering Yi Zhonghai's meager assets inconsequential to him. Yuzhu, Yi Zhonghai was a figure of triviality. He coldly remarked, Yi Zhonghai, do you think your money materialized out of thin air? What my master bestowed upon me does not count. Since you cannot achieve this yourself, you have no right to demand others to be so-called good people. The reputation is yours. But the suffering falls upon me that if I lend my bicycle to Jia Dongshu, what shall become of my sister? I cannot accept the arrangement of helping a stranger at the expense of my own sister. Faced with these words, Yi Zhonghai momentarily found himself at a loss for rebuttal, only managing a few cold laughs. Suit yourself. I am merely considering your future. If you do not understand, then so be it. He then angrily turned to leave. Observing this, the onlookers lost interest in the spectacle and dispersed. Upon returning home, Yi Zhonghai seethed. This Yuzhu truly does not know what is good for him. I'm only looking out for his best interests, that if he could lend his bicycle to someone in the courtyard, who would dare speak ill of him? How dare he argue back? Idama gently patted him. Old E, it is not worth getting upset over this ungrateful child. His father, Yi Qing, was similarly unyielding. Although Zhuzi is not as obstinate as his father, his character is still as stubborn as a rock. We still have time to take it slow. There is still Jia Dongshu to remedy the situation, so there is no need to be overly impatient. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's mood eased somewhat. Meanwhile, at the Jia household, Jia Zhongshi complained incessantly. Yuzhu is truly small-minded. A bicycle is but a trifling matter to him. Using it does not equate to a loss. Dongshu, when you achieve success in the future, make sure not to associate with this ungrateful Yuzhu, that he should regret his actions today. Jia Dongshu nodded solemnly. Mother, rest assured, I will never assist him. Jia Zhongshi agreed. Indeed, Dongshu has great potential. He is destined to become an exceptional 8th-level locksmith. In contrast, Yuzhu may spend his entire life as merely a cook's apprentice, with little prospect. Back at Yuzhu's home, he asked his sister, Little sister, were you frightened just now? His sister replied, a little scared. But with you by my side, I feel much safer. Yuzhu nodded. Indeed, there is no need to worry. These are merely small figures who can only show off their authority over the weak. Tonight, let us dine out. How about going to buy Ankefang for roast duck? Upon hearing the suggestion, his sister exclaimed in surprise, Ah, can our finances afford it? Seeing his sister so considerate, Yuzhu could not help but smile. Do not worry. The future will surely improve. As they were about to leave, Yuzhu noticed Yushui sneezing. Yuzhu asked, Yushui, have you caught a cold? Yushui shook her head. Not sure. Yuzhu nodded. Go put on a coat. Do not let yourself catch a cold. Yushui nodded and went inside to put on a coat. In his memories of the past life, Yuzhu distinctly recalled that Yushui had nearly lost her life due to a high fever. It was only after much effort that she was saved. Since then, Yushui had become rather dull. Later, he wondered how Qin Huairu could so easily manipulate Yushui. After all, Yushui and Yuzhu were siblings. With Yuzhu being her closest it was absurd for a sister to suggest that her elder brother marry a widow with a child. Yuzhu had always believed that Yushui's intellect had suffered due to that fever, rendering her slow, dash-witted. In this life, Yuzhu would not allow the same fate to befall her again. He needed to learn medicine before Yushui fell ill, so that he could treat her immediately should any issues arise. It was simply unacceptable for such a bright and clever Yushui to become dull-witted in the end. He firmly kept this matter in mind, planning to consult Wang Defa and manager Zhang later. At Biankafang, he usually ordered a roast duck, spending 10,000 yuan that in that era. Roast duck was a luxury, unaffordable for an ordinary family. Yushui, is it delicious? Yes, it's really good. Brother, you should try it too. This is my first time eating roast duck. And it tastes absolutely wonderful. My cooking not as good? No, brother's cooking is the most delicious. Yushui was quite sweet-tongued. Soon, they finished their meal. Afterwards, Yuzhu took Yushui to explore the city, visiting Wangfujing, Shidong Market, Xingyangmen, and Beihai Park. Inside Beihai Park, Yuzhu guided Yushui around. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out nearby. Oh no, someone has fallen into the water. Come quickly, someone help. Yuzhu immediately rushed over with Yushui. A crowd had gathered, discussing the situation. Oh dear, it's a little girl. Who can swim? Hurry and save her. I can't swim either. We need to find a branch to see if we can pull her up. That won't work. It's too far. Who can swim over to rescue her? Hurry. The water is very deep. If no one saves her, she will be endangered. Yuzhu was a competent swimmer, and with his martial arts training, his physical capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the water and easily rescued the child. After several urgent attempts at resuscitation, the little girl finally regained consciousness. The surrounding crowd erupted in praise. Young man, you are truly brave. Your swimming skills are remarkable. If not for you, this little girl might have faced life-threatening danger. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. You will surely be rewarded in the future. Wah, sister, you scare me to death? I'm sorry. This is all my fault. The two children embraced tightly, tears streaming down their faces. The boy was named Wang Xiaonan, and the girl was Wang Xiaohua. Wang Xiaonan was usually quite lively, but this time, he nearly fell into the water. Wang Xiaohua had recklessly attempted to save him, only to find herself in the water as well. It was only at that moment that Yuzhu understood the situation. Seeing the clearly frightened children, he decided to escort them home. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xiaohua regained some composure, as she was already 12 years old. Under her guidance, they arrived at their residence, Baichao Garden. To his surprise, it was a herbal medicine shop, specializing in various traditional Chinese herbs. Grandfather, inside the shop sat an elderly man with flowing silver hair. The two children rushed in and tightly embraced the old man, recounting the earlier incident in detail. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression turned tense, and he hurriedly performed a thorough checkup on Wang Xiaohua. Once he confirmed she was unharmed, he finally sighed in relief that I will prepare a bowl of ginger soup to warm your bodies, lest you catch a cold. After saying this, Wang Xiaohua and Wang Xiaonan went to the back to change into clean clothes. The old man briefly introduced himself, and thereafter, Yuzhu respectfully referred to him as Wang Lao. Wang Lao expressed his gratitude, saying, Yuzhu, I cannot thank you enough. Otherwise, my granddaughter might have met with misfortune. Yuzhu humbly replied, it was merely a small deed. Anyone would have acted the same way. Wang Lao retrieved a few old mountain ginseng from the house, saying, I have nothing particularly precious to express my gratitude. Please accept these old mountain ginseng as a token of my appreciation. Though Yuzhu repeatedly declined, Wang Lao was resolute in his desire to present him with a gift. Ultimately, Yuzhu had no choice but to accept this token of generosity. As the two sat down to savor tea and engage in conversation, Yuzhu learned that Wang Lao hailed from a family of medical practitioners and had studied under the renowned medicine master, Sun Simiao. This revelation astonished Yuzhu, for Sun Simiao dedicated his life to the pursuit of medical research, drawing from a multitude of sources and pouring his heart and soul into the creation of two monumental works, the Qianjin Yaofeng and Qianjin Yifeng. While meticulously studying numerous classics such as the Huangdi Neijing, Shanghan Zabing Luan, and Shinong Benchao Jing. Notably, the 13 ghost needles technique he developed was exceptionally intricate and capable of treating a variety of complex ailments. In reflection, Wang Lao remarked, when it comes to mastering the art, despite dedicating my entire life to the study of medicine, I have merely scratched the surface. Why two children show scant interest in the medical field, and I worry that this knowledge may perish with me, which would be a disservice to my ancestors. Upon hearing this, Yuzhu felt a stirring in his heart, contemplating that this was a splendid opportunity. Wang Lao. If I may speak candidly, I too harbor a keen interest in the skills practiced in the operating room. Might I request your guidance in some medical knowledge? Although Yuzhu had his own profession and could not attend daily lessons. Establishing a foundational understanding of medicine would facilitate his future advancement. Choosing to frame his request in the context of learning was the most reasonable and appropriate approach. Wang Lao scrutinized Yuzhu closely, recognizing not only his integrity and generosity, but also the fact that he had saved his granddaughter in a moment of peril. On that merit alone, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Very well. Since your interest is so profound, I shall impart to you all that I know without reservation. After agreeing upon a schedule for his studies, as Yuzhu prepared to take his leave, Wang Lao implored him to stay. Zhuzi, you have saved my granddaughter's life. You are indeed a benefactor to her. It would be remiss to let you depart empty-handed. The very least, allow us to share a meal together as a token of our gratitude. At that moment, Wang Xiaohua emerged, fully dressed, and exclaimed, "Yes, today you truly saved my life, big brother. Stay and dine with us before you leave." Wang Xiaonan was also eager to keep him there. The day's events left the entire family feeling anxious. Had Yuzhu not been present, their fate could have been tragically different. Observing their warmth, Yuzhu smiled and proposed, "Actually, I am a chef at the reception building. How about I take charge of preparing the meal today?" Wang Lao, who was about to speak, paused upon hearing this. Yuzhu continued, "If such a simple request cannot be accommodated, I would feel quite embarrassed to dine here." Wang Lao chuckled. "Then it would be my pleasure. Today, I shall count myself fortunate to partake in your culinary talents." Soon after, Wang Xiaohua guided Yuzhu to the kitchen. The kitchen was replete with a wide variety of ingredients and condiments, indicating that Wang Lao led a relatively affluent life. After selecting the necessary ingredients, Yuzhu set to work crafting several home-cooked dishes. Kung Pao chicken, cucumber stir-fried eggs, pork with cowpea, cabbage with dried tofu, and even a dompa pork dish. When these delicacies were served at the table, Wang Xiaohua immediately exclaimed, "Grandfather, you have no idea how remarkable this big brother is. His knife skills are so refined that he diced the vegetables with astonishing precision. And the aroma of each dish is simply mouth-watering. I dare say, he is far superior to any chef I have ever encountered." Wang Xiaonan chimed in, "Indeed, Zhuzi is truly talented." Hearing praise for his brother, Yuzhu beamed with pride. Yuzhu turned to Wang Lao and inquired, "Grandfather, what do you think of the dishes I prepared?" After tasting a bite, Wang Lao was astonished and praised, "Your culinary skills are indeed exceptional." Wang Xiaohua pressed, "So, grandfather, isn't this big brother's skill impressive?" After savoring the flavors once more, Wang Lao nodded in agreement. "It is indeed remarkable, at such a young age to possess level 4 culinary skills." "Zhuzi, how old are you?" Yuzhu quickly interjected. "Brother is 15 years old, and I'm just 5." Wang Lao was greatly astonished. "A true prodigy. You are the youngest level 4 chef I have ever known. My grandfather seldom praises others. Big brother, you are truly outstanding." Wang Xiaohua took another bite, overwhelmed with delight. "Wow, big brother, your cooking is absolutely delicious." She then began to eat voraciously. Wang Xiaonan, having tasted the dishes as well, displayed a look of approval. Before long, the table was cleared of all the delectable offerings. Wang Lao mused, "Today has been exceedingly fortuitous. To have tasted such exquisite cuisine has spoiled my palate." Yuzhu suggested, "In the future, while I study medicine, if I have spare time, I will be happy to prepare dinner each evening. What do you think?" Wang Lao chuckled. "That sounds perfectly agreeable." Wang Xiaohua and Wang Xiaonan were overjoyed at the prospect of enjoying such culinary delights on a daily basis. Who could refuse such an offer? Yuzhu felt equally elated, for not only had he gained an exceptional older brother, but he also made 2 new friends, ensuring that his future school life would not be solitary. As they bid farewell, Yuzhu took his brother Yuzhu to Shikai for fishing. After an hour of angling, he sold his catch to the Hongbin building, earning a tidy sum of 100,000 yuan before contentedly returning home. The young man collecting the fish remarked to his colleague, "Can you believe how capable Zhuzi is? His culinary skills are impressive enough, but he manages to catch so many fish every day." I fear it would take me an entire year of hard work to earn what he does in a month. The disparity between people is astounding. Don't dwell on it. How many individuals like Yuzhu are there? I have only encountered him thus far. He is a true genius. Stop pondering and get back to your work. Discussions of this nature were rampant at the reception building, where everyone was aware of the extraordinarily gifted chef. The following day, within the reception building, Yuzhu broached the topic. Master, are you familiar with medicinal cuisine? Wang Defa nodded. Certainly. Medicinal cuisine is a profound study that harmonizes the essence of traditional Chinese medicine with culinary art. It combines medicinal herbs with food possessing therapeutic properties, creating dishes that are visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious. When I was learning from my master, I aspired to become a renowned medicinal chef myself, as it would elevate my status far beyond that of an ordinary cook. However, I soon realized the challenges involved. Mastering culinary skills is not enough. One must also delve deeply into traditional Chinese medicine and possess an intimate knowledge of the effects of thousands of herbal ingredients. The difficulty is considerable, and gradually, I relinquished that dream. So, Zhuzi, do you wish to learn medicinal cuisine? I must inform you that I cannot assist you in this regard if you genuinely wish to study it. You will need to seek a seasoned practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Only with a certain level of expertise in traditional Chinese medicine can one effectively integrate it with ingredients to create the perfect medicinal cuisine. This is no simple endeavor. However, your talent far surpasses mine. Perhaps you will carve out a path uniquely your own. Yuzhu shook his head. Master, there's no need for concern that I met a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine yesterday. He then recounted the day's events. He has agreed to guide me in my studies of traditional Chinese medicine, that I plan to leave work an hour early each day to learn from Wang Lao, thereby enhancing my culinary skills. What? You mean Wang Lao from the Baichao Garden? Wang Defa asked in astonishment. Yes, precisely that Wang Lao, Yuzhu confirmed. You're indeed a fortunate person. I was just about to recommend him to you. He is extraordinary, with exceptional medical skills, and many prominent figures in the city seek his counsel. Numerous individuals wish to study under him, yet he has consistently declined. This is a lineage of medical expertise passed down through generations, and he does not easily teach outsiders. That I never imagined you would have such a connection. Zhuzi, dedicate yourself to learning traditional Chinese medicine from Wang Lao. You may just forge your own path in medicinal cuisine. Yuzhu nodded. Master, I merely wanted to inform you of this matter. I will seek out Manager Zhang shortly to discuss it. After all, Wang Lao is advanced in years, and I should pursue my studies sooner rather than later, lest I disturb his rest. Wang Defa nodded. Diligent study is commendable. Your talent is remarkable. Who knows how far you may go in the future? Do not squander this innate gift. Yuzhu approached Manager Zhang to explain the situation, and Manager Zhang readily acquiesced. Ultimately, the success of Yingbin Lu now depended largely on the efforts of Yuzhu and Wang Defa. Yuzhu intended to enhance his culinary skills, a decision that would undoubtedly benefit the future development of Yingbin Lu without any detriment. Naturally, Manager Wang would not obstruct this endeavor, but he could also perceive that Yuzhu was a promising talent destined for greatness. The path ahead would surely become increasingly expansive by the time Yuzhu achieved prominence. It might be too late to foster closer ties. After saying this, Manager Wang took out 500,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Yuzhu, saying, You have been nurtured by Yingbin Lu. Pursuing traditional Chinese medicine will undoubtedly incur expenses. This is the goodwill of Yingbin Lu. Please be sure to accept it. He did not wish for Yuzhu to excel only to leave Yingbin Lu, as such a loss would be irreparable. Therefore, it was crucial to prepare for the establishment of a good relationship. Yuzhu understood Manager Zhang's intentions and accepted with a smile. Thank you. Manager Zhang. In the future, should Yingbin Lu require my assistance, I shall never decline. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang felt even more justified in his expenditure, his face beaming with delight. The workers passing by cast envious glances. Look at him. Manager Zhang generously gives money to others and remains so joyous. Wang Defa might not have enjoyed such treatment. It was indeed enviable that someone as young as Yuzhu was so favored by Manager Zhang. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. Yuzhu reviewed his personal information once more. Name. Yuzhu skills. Culinary Arts 8566-650-0000. Fishing Expertise 132100000. Proficient in Traditional Chinese Medicine 13510000. Mastery of the 13 Ghost Needles 156100000. Advanced Bejequent 231500000. Superb Type Chi 144500000. Progress in Hungar 12450000. Purity in Xingyi Quan 155500000. Depth in Tan2A 167500000. Initial Mastery of Dragon Snake Fusion 010000. Internal Skill Level. Power Conversion 8700100000. With such exceptional talent in traditional Chinese medicine, it would indeed be a pity to pursue culinary arts. Yet, in just a month, he had managed to grasp everything thoroughly that if he were to specialize solely in traditional Chinese medicine, he would undoubtedly achieve extraordinary results. Old Wang exclaimed excitedly. Yuzhu smiled and replied, "I haven't thought much about it. It's simply a matter of interest. If a family member has a minor ailment, I can treat them myself. Moreover, this will greatly aid in enhancing my culinary skills." Old Wang sighed, remarking that everyone has their own path and that one cannot be forced. However, to carry on Sun Simiao's medical legacy would indeed honor the ancestors. Old Wang felt immense gratitude for having taken in Yuzhu all those years ago, initially driven by a sense of gratitude. Now, that sentiment had transformed into an anticipation of finding a highly gifted successor. A stark contrast to his earlier feelings. Observing his two ineffectual grandsons amusing themselves with Yuzhu, Old Wang could not help but feel a pang of regret. How disheartening it was that he did not have such a wise grandson. As his gaze returned to Yuzhu, Old Wang felt increasingly satisfied. After much contemplation, he resolved to bestow a gift upon Yuzhu. "Zhuzi, please help watch over the shop and the children for a moment. I shall be right back with something." That Yuzhu complied, and Old Wang turned to leave. However, a moment later, Yuzhu rushed in, panic-stricken. "Brother, something has happened. A major incident." Yuzhu soothed him. "Do not be hasty. Speak slowly. What has transpired?" Yuzhu gasped. "There is an uncle outside lying on the ground. He seems to be ill." Yuzhu immediately followed Yuzhu outside to investigate. Indeed, they found a man lying beneath the eaves, arms crossed over his chest. Wang Xiaohua and Wang Xiaonan were anxiously pacing nearby, yet felt helpless. Yuzhu approached and quickly assessed the man's condition. The man was suffering from a heart ailment and required immediate resuscitation to survive. Yuzhu commanded, "Everyone, please take a step back." The three complied without hesitation. Yuzhu lifted the man's shirt, positioning him flat on his back. He then retrieved 13 silver needles. His hands moved like shadows, swiftly and accurately inserting each needle into the man's chest. His martial arts training greatly aided his proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine. Under the influence of his internal energy, the execution of the 13 ghost needles became effortless. Not only were the needle placements impeccable, but he also expended minimal energy. Had Old Wang performed the same technique, he would have been utterly drained, requiring at least 10 days to recover. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Old Wang rarely employed this skill. Only after the last silver needle was extracted did the critically ill middle-aged man cease convulsing, his breath gradually stabilizing. At this moment, Yuzhu had the opportunity to take a closer look and was surprised to discover that the man was a figure of considerable significance. He was none other than the influential individual behind Factory Director Yang, possessing extraordinary power. Such a person could ensure one's safety anywhere and at any time, with an astonishingly vast network of connections. Yuzhu assisted the man into the Baichao garden. Wang Xiaonan offered him a cup of hot tea. The middle-aged man sighed. "I am truly grateful to you today that I left home in such a hurry that I forgot to bring my medication. Without your timely help, I might not have made it through the day," Yuzhu humbly replied. "It was merely a small matter." The man expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and during their conversation, they learned that the middle-aged man's name was Zhao Jimin. Zhao Jimin remarked, "I left in such haste today that I didn't bring anything with me. I will surely come to thank you another day." Approximately half an hour later, Old Wang returned, holding a package. Wang Xiaohua leaped into old Wang's embrace, excitedly exclaiming, "Grandfather, do you know how remarkable that big brother was just now?" Old Wang smiled and inquired, "What happened?" Wang Xiaohua replied, "A granduncle fell ill right in front of our shop. That big brother cured him with just a few silver needles. The granduncle is so grateful. He said he would come back to thank him." Old Wang looked astonished. "Silver needles? Are you referring to the 13 ghost needles?" Wang Xiaohua nodded. Indeed, it was the 13 ghost needles. That big brother's technique was exceptionally skilled. Wang Xiaonan also nodded. Yes, grandfather used to employ them in the same manner. Old Wang, laden with doubts, questioned, "What did you say? Yuzhu, do you truly know the 13 ghost needles?" Yuzhu realized he could no longer conceal the truth and nodded in acknowledgement. Old Wang was taken aback. "Ah? You've only been learning for a month. How could you master the 13 ghost needles so proficiently? Moreover, after performing the 13 ghost needles, one typically feels weak for a period. How is it that you are completely unaffected?" After speaking, Old Wang approached Yuzhu to check his pulse. The pulse remained strong and vigorous, showing no signs of weakness. Old Wang asked in confusion, "How did you achieve this?" Yuzhu smiled and explained, "I previously studied martial arts with someone, which has endowed me with a unique constitution. Thus, when applying the 13 ghost needles, I do not feel fatigued." Old Wang then went into the inner room and retrieved a piece of pigskin. Asking Yuzhu to demonstrate the 13 ghost needles in front of him, that Yuzhu did not refuse. With swift and precise movements, he inserted the silver needles into the acupuncture points of the pigskin, not even a single bead of sweat appearing on his forehead. Old Wang watched in amazement. "Impressive, impressive. You are truly a medical prodigy." He then posed numerous medical questions to Yuzhu, growing increasingly astonished with each inquiry. In just a month, Yuzhu's medical skills had reached a level comparable to his own. Old Wang was filled with emotion. "In all these years, I have never encountered a medical talent like you. My master often said that traditional Chinese medicine is a discipline that relies on innate talent, that I never quite believed it, as most practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine exhibit improvement in their skills with age. However, having seen you today, I understand the truth of there is always someone better. Thus, I am more at ease in trusting these skills to you." Saying this, Old Wang opened the package in his hands, revealing a set of silver needles. "This is a gift for you, an ancestral set of silver needles, said to be forged from celestial iron. They are specifically designed for the 13 ghost needles. I have long sought a worthy successor to ensure that they do not become lost to time. Today, I have finally found their rightful heir." The Yuzhu gently caressed the silver needles, feeling their unique coolness. These needles were indeed extraordinary. "Old Wang, these are your family heirlooms. How could I accept them? You should keep them." Old Wang firmly pressed the needles into Yuzhu's hands. "If left with me, they will only gather dust. Since inheriting them, I have never used them. They are heavier than ordinary silver needles and demand a greater level of skill from the user. In my hands, they cannot fulfill their proper function. However, in yours, they will surely flourish, especially since you saved my granddaughter's life. What do material possessions matter?" Yuzhu hesitated to decline, but Wang Lao appeared somewhat irritated. Ultimately, Yuzhu had no choice but to accept. Only then did Wang Lao's face brighten with delight. He said, "Zhuzi, I have a request, and I wonder if you could oblige." Yuzhu replied, "Wang Lao, please go ahead." Wang Lao continued, "Your medical skills are so remarkable that it would be a pity not to utilize them, that I would like to hire you as the physician for our Baichao garden. Rest assured, I do not intend for you to resign from your position at the Yingbin building. All I ask is that you dedicate 1 hour each day to assist with consultations and treatments. Alas, at my age, I find myself increasingly overwhelmed. Your assistance would lighten my burden significantly. What do you think?" Yuzhu nodded. "Of course, I can do that." Wang Lao sincerely praised Yuzhu's character, noting that he hadn't even inquired about a monthly salary before agreeing. However, he was determined not to be stingy with Yuzhu. With such youthful brilliance in his medical expertise, Yuzhu was bound for greater achievements in the future, even if he did not require assistance. Wang Lao's grandchildren would benefit from his care. Let us agree on a monthly salary of 1 million, that should your skills continue to improve, your compensation will increase accordingly. How does that sound?" Yuzhu was taken aback. The salary was indeed higher than his position as a second chef at the Yingbin building. Moreover, the commitment was merely for 1 hour a day, which was exceedingly easy. Thank you. Wang Lao Yuzhu quickly calculated in his mind that this arrangement would yield an income of approximately 4.75 million monthly. In contrast, Yin Bugui, an elementary school teacher, earned only 275,000 a month, totaling 3.3 million a year, far less than what Yuzhu could earn in a single month. Yuzhu took his sister fishing at Shikahai and sold the catch to the Yingbin building, earning 100,000. After storing everything in the system space, he returned to the courtyard, where he found a lively atmosphere. That young girl is quite attractive. She must be from the countryside, otherwise Jia Dongshu has indeed struck gold. What was her name again? Qin Huairu. Yuzhu felt a slight tremor. Could it be that Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu had truly become a couple? People in this era married quickly, as long as there was mutual affection. They would become engaged, choose a date, and soon married. In all likelihood, they would have children within the first year. Qin Huairu. In this lifetime, Yuzhu would never again be her devoted admirer, nor would he take on the responsibility of raising her children. He had no intention of getting involved and went straight home. A week passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, Yuzhu had a fever. Brother, I feel terrible. Yuzhu took her temperature and checked her pulse. After a careful examination, he identified the cause. Chapter 6. You should join the army. The internal heat is severe. The yang energy is diminished, leading to a drop in yang and resulting in internal heat. Indicative of yang deficiency. The pulse is large yet weak, primarily affecting the lungs and spleen. He took out the silver needles and first employed the 13 ghost needles to help Yuzhu expel the heat toxins. Zhuzi, you mustn't speak carelessly. How could I think such a thing? Today is a new era, and everyone can freely express their opinions. That I merely heard Yi Zhonghai mention you're pushing someone and felt you shouldn't have acted that way. I only suggest you apologize, with no ulterior motive. Yi Zhonghai quickly defended. Yin Bugui stepped forward to mediate. Zhuzi, what exactly happened? Please enlighten us. Yuzhu explained. My sister has been ill with a high fever and requires my care these past few days. Naturally, I've had to ride my bike frequently. Just now, Jia Dongshu asked to borrow my bicycle, claiming he needed it for wedding preparations in the countryside for 3 days. I explained my reasons and firmly stated that I would not lend it. However, he refused to listen and attempted to take my bike by force. Thus, I had to push him away, resulting in his fall. The matter is as straightforward as that. The crowd finally understood the situation. Yin Bugui remarked, Sister-in-law, there must be a reason he did not wish to lend a bike. There are other ways to hold a wedding. Jia Zhongshi angrily questioned. Nonsense. How could nothing be wrong? Is my son's wedding not a significant matter? If we do not make a grand entrance on a bicycle, what will others think of the Jia family? This marriage concerns our family's reputation. Can we not afford to lose face? Yuzhu retorted. Your son's wedding is of no concern to me. Not lending my bike is my right. If you seek face, you must resolve it yourself. After saying this, he ignored Jia Zhongshi, just as he was about to leave with his bike. Jia Zhongshi refused to relent. How can this be? This bike must be borrowed by Dongshu. Since you struck him, you ought to take responsibility. With that, Yuzhu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending Jia Zhongshi crashing to the ground, momentarily stunned. She quickly clutched her head and cried out, Heavens have no eyes. How could this happen? Yuzhu has struck someone. How could he bully a widow and orphan? This is utterly inhumane. Jia Dongshu, witnessing this, exploded with rage. You scoundrel! How dare you strike my mother? I will fight you. He let out a furious roar, akin to a frightened cat, and lunged at Yuzhu. Yuzhu did not allow him to gain the upper hand. With a swift kick, he struck Jia Dongshu in the abdomen. With a resounding thud, Jia Dongshu collapsed onto Jia Zhongshi, the two tumbling together in chaos. Zhuzi, that was too harsh. Yi Zhonghai's expression changed dramatically. Jia Dongshu had been his favored candidate. Seeing Yuzhu lay hands on Jia Dongshu, he hurriedly stepped forward to help him up at AKT that moment. Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongshu glared at Yuzhu with murderous intent. Jia Zhongshi cried out, Uncle Yi, you must seek justice for us. Yuzhu has struck so hard. This is pushing us to the brink. Yi Zhonghai angrily demanded, Yuzhu, why did you resort to violence? Is there not a better way to resolve conflicts? Jia Zhongshi was significantly older than you. Respect for elders and love for the young is a fundamental virtue. If everyone in the courtyard acted like you, wouldn't it descend into chaos? Yuzhu coldly replied, respect for elders and love for the young applies to those of noble character and respectability. It does not extend to shameless old women like Jia Zhongshi. If she had not attempted to steal my bicycle, I would not have had to resort to violence that I had already warned them that my bicycle is not available for lending. Do they not understand what I say? Must they attempt to seize it? Their behavior is no different from that of a thief. That if this matter were reported to the Military Management Committee, let us see how they would explain themselves. This. Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongxu were both taken aback that if this incident were indeed reported to the Military Management Committee, it could escalate significantly. Although most cases would likely end without resolution, there could still be severe consequences. Perhaps Jia Dongxu would lose his job, or even Jia Zhongshi might be sent back to the countryside to farm. Such an outcome would ruin their reputation. Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongxu exchanged glances, fear flashing in Jia Dongxu's eyes. Though Yi Zhonghai felt anxious, he was more concerned about Jia Dongxu's well-being. Jia Zhongshi's fate was of little concern. Jia Dongxu must not suffer any misfortune. Thus, Yi Zhonghai suppressed his discontent and forced a smile, saying, Zhuzi, indeed, Jia Zhongshi and Dongxu were in the wrong. However, you have already taught them a lesson. Let us leave it at that and avoid further escalation. Yuzhu understood that even if he reported the matter to the Military Management Committee, it would likely conclude hastily. After all, this was merely a trivial neighborly dispute, lacking substantial evidence. Instead, he would be the subject of ridicule, which was not worth the trouble. Therefore, he coldly stated, then let them apologize to me in person. Yi Zhonghai's expression changed abruptly, suppressing his anger as he said, Dongxu, hurry and bring your mother over to apologize. Jia Zhongshi defiantly retorted, why should I? Jia Dongxu leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear, Mom. Quickly apologize. Otherwise, if this goes to the Military Management Committee, they might send you back to the countryside. You wouldn't want to go back to the fields, would you? Upon hearing this, Jia Zhongshi was taken aback, her bravado swiftly dissipating. Although life in the city was far from perfect, it was still significantly better than the countryside. She was unwilling to return to a life of hardship and, with no other option, reluctantly followed Jia Dongxu to apologize. Yi Zhonghai added, Zhuzi, both Dongxu and Jia Zhongshi have apologized to you. However, they have also been injured, and you should provide some medical expenses as compensation. Yi Zhonghai's intentions were quite profound. He first downplayed the incident of Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongxu attempting to seize the bicycle, then seized the opportunity to demand compensation from Yuzhu. Yuzhu had offended Yi Zhonghai multiple times, which had left the latter quite displeased. Therefore, Yuzhu needed to quell Yi Zhonghai's arrogance. Otherwise, how could he expect to be supported? At this point, both Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongxu finally wore smiles on their faces. They had suffered a beating for nothing and were feeling miserable. Now, they could finally vent their frustrations. However, Yuzhu would not go easy on them. Pay money. On what grounds? Have you ever seen a victim pay a robber? You are complicit in wrongdoing, championing the criminals. What distinguishes you from those brigands? Yi Zhonghai, though you may be youthful, your intellect appears rather lacking. How could you utter such preposterous statements? Yi Zhonghai trembled with rage, appalled that Yuzhu dared to speak to him so mercilessly. Yet, he refrained from retorting. To do so would be to acknowledge his role as an accomplice, a label he could never bear. Thus, he was compelled not only to suppress his anger, but also to feign a congenial demeanor, acquiescing to Yuzhu's words. You are correct, Zhuzi. My considerations were indeed insufficient. I was muddled at that moment. Let us disperse. By the time he uttered the final sentence, Yi Zhonghai was seething with fury, unable to articulate a single coherent phrase. He turned on his heel, his countenance dark, and returned home, witnessing Yi Zhonghai's capitulation. Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongxu were incensed but felt powerless to act. They could only depart with their heads hung low. Jia Zhongshi muttered under her breath, what a spineless wretch Yi Zhonghai is. Unable to deal with Yuzhu, it is no wonder he has wasted his years. Back at the Yi household, with a resounding crash, Yi Zhonghai could no longer contain his fury and smashed the teacup on the table into smithereens. He then erupted into a torrent of invective. It's utterly ridiculous. He is just like his father, a true scourge of society. And he attempted to console him. Old Yi, do not let your temper get the better of you. The fault lies with Jia Zhongshu and Jia Dongshu. Zhuzi's sister is ill, and he has a valid reason to care for her. Yet Yi Zhonghai seethed. What do you understand? Is that the crux of the issue? Look at Yuzhu's attitude. Does he even see me? What does he take me for? He insists on calling me Yi Zhonghai, as if he longs to trample me underfoot and reign supreme if I cannot subdue Yuzhu. I shall change my name and identity. In the Yin household, Yin Buguei lamented. Yuzhu is indeed formidable, managing to leave Yi Zhonghai speechless. After all these years, Yi Zhonghai has never suffered such a great loss. To treat him as a mere backup is no trivial matter. Yin Buguei, astute and perceptive, had long recognized Yi Zhonghai's ulterior motives, but would never expose them. There was no gain in doing so. Only the creation of an enemy. Only a fool would act so unwisely in the Liu household. Liu Haizhong was a power-hungry individual, intent on becoming the leader of the village. Yi Zhonghai was his primary rival. Observing Yi Zhonghai's fury, he could not help but feel elated and returned home to have Aunt San fry an egg in celebration. Now, let us turn to the affairs of Yuzhu. He first took a day off in the welcome hall, and then proceeded to the 100-her garden to procure some Chinese medicine. Old Wang, with concern, inquired, Zhuzi, what troubles you? Yuzhu replied, My sister is suffering from a high fever. I just administered the Ghost Gate 13 needles as a treatment, and she is already much improved. Now, I plan to prescribe some herbal medicine to consolidate the efficacy. Old Wang caught mid-sip of tea, sputtered in astonishment. With your medical skills, do you truly require the Ghost Gate 13 needles to treat a fever? Yuzhu nodded. Indeed, it is not necessary, but the Ghost Gate 13 needles yield immediate results. Coupled with the herbal medicine, it will alleviate her suffering. Old Wang expressed a tinge of envy. The Ghost Gate 13 needles consume considerable energy even when I employ them. Yet Yuzhu can use them as a standard treatment. The disparity is vast. Rainwater is indeed blessed to have such a brother to care for her, Yuzhu chuckled. That child is quite pitiable. As her brother, it is only natural I provide her with additional care. Old Wang, not fully aware of Yuzhu's family circumstances, inquired, What is the specific situation? As both mentor and friend, Yuzhu felt no need to conceal the truth and recounted the tale of He Daqing eloping with a widow. Old Wang's beard trembled with indignation. What sort of parents abandon their own children for a woman? They're his own flesh and blood. It is truly inhumane. Yuzhu refrained from responding. After all, his father had given him life, and he felt it unseemly to speak ill of him. Old Wang sighed. Zhuzi, you have truly endured much hardship. Your present accomplishments are solely the result of your own endeavors. Your father, having a son of such caliber, will undoubtedly come to regret his actions. After procuring the appropriate herbs, Yuzhu returned home and fed Yuzhu the concoction he had prepared, following the treatment of the Ghost Gate 13 needles and the herbal remedies. Yuzhu's condition had improved significantly. Before long, she was nearly indistinguishable from a healthy individual. As long as she continued to take the herbal medicine for a few more days, her ailment would be completely cured. Leaving no lingering concerns, that Yuzhu inquired, Brother, I overheard you arguing with the people from the courtyard earlier. What transpired? Yuzhu, concerned that Yuzhu might be as Navi as in her previous life and be exploited, decided to share some information with her, lest she remain perpetually in the dark and trust everyone indiscriminately in his past life. Yi Zhonghai and the Jia family had conspired to deceive Yuzhu, who, rather than benefiting from Yuzhu, had been manipulated by Qin Huairu, ultimately facilitating the union between Qin Huairu and Yuzhu. As a result, she found herself ensnared, marrying a man of dubious character and suffering domestic abuse daily. In the end, she lost her ability to bear children, living a life of solitude and despair, all instigated by those in the courtyard. Yuzhu recounted the earlier events. Yuzhu, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, They are utterly outrageous. This is clearly my brother's bicycle. How dare they seize it? They are all villains, great villains. Yuzhu nodded. Indeed, Yuzhu, there are few good people in our courtyard. This is precisely why I have refrained from sharing the outside matters with you. If they were to discover it, who knows how they might retaliate against us. I'm not overly concerned for myself, but you are still so young, and I cannot keep a constant watch over you. If they appear kind to you, it is likely for some ulterior motive. You must be cautious. Yuzhu nodded. Brother, I understand. Yuzhu continued to admonish her to remain vigilant, for it is always prudent to exercise caution. As for not divulging the entirety of Yi Zhonghai and the other schemes, it was because Yuzhu was still too young to grasp such complexities. A modicum of awareness would suffice. Brother, I miss Sister Xiaohua and Brother Xiaonan. May I visit them? Yuzhu smiled and replied. Of course, but be sure to wear an extra layered. Yuzhu leaped for joy. Yay! I can play with them again. The innocence of a child brings such simple joy. They arrived at the 100 garden, where Yuzhu joyfully played with the Wang siblings. Meanwhile, Yuzhu conversed with old Wang. While attending to the patients at tea that moment, a vehicle pulled up at the entrance, and the esteemed leader Zhao Jimin alighted, carrying an assortment of gifts as he entered. Old Wang, I apologize for the intrusion. I have come today to express my gratitude for Zhuzi's life-saving assistance. Had it not been for him, I fear my life would have already been lost. Once seated, Zhao Jimin marveled. Old Wang has indeed raised an exceptional disciple. Old Wang shook his head. I cannot take credit. I am hardly worthy of teaching a student like Zhuzi, whose talents far surpass my own. Yuzhu humbly interjected. Old Wang, you are overly modest. Without your diligent guidance, I would not have acquired such medical knowledge. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Jimin inquired. There must be quite a story behind this. Could you elaborate? Old Wang recounted. At the time, my grandson and granddaughter visited Beihai Park for a day of fun, and my granddaughter accidentally fell into the water. Fortunately, Zhuzi happened by and rescued her. It was from that moment that we became acquainted. Initially, I taught him merely out of gratitude, but to my astonishment, within a mere month, his medical skills have become nearly equal to my own. He's truly a prodigy, Zhao Jimin exclaimed. What? You mean Zhuzi acquired such remarkable medical skills in just 1 month? Old Wang affirmed with a nod. Indeed, that is the case. This is why I often say I'm unworthy to be his teacher. Zhao Jimin, momentarily taken aback, regarded Yuzhu with newfound admiration. He thought to himself, with such innate talent at such a young age, how formidable would he be in a few years? Old Wang continued. My former teacher once told me that in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, age is irrelevant. What matters is talent. Initially, I did not comprehend this, but after encountering Zhuzi, I recognized that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Zhao Jimin nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. Zhuzi is truly my lucky star. Faced with the accolades of those around him, Yuzhu remained composed, not allowing the praise to affect him. The esteemed leader and old Wang regarded him with increasing favor. Recognizing his youthfulness, extraordinary talent, and remarkable maturity, viewing him as a person of immense potential, the leader's mind was inevitably drawn to the idea of recruiting him. And he spoke. Zhuzi, if you are interested, I could arrange for you to serve as a doctor in a frontline factory. Given your abilities, attaining the position of deputy director would pose no difficulty. The position of deputy director corresponds to an administrative level of 19. With a monthly salary approximately around 800,000, this figure is not even superior to Yuzhu's current income. Moreover, the necessity of adhering to a strict schedule of commuting dissuades Yuzhu from considering this opportunity at present. He intends to reassess the situation when public-private partnerships are on the table. Wang Lao jestingly remarked, Zhao Jimin, are you attempting to poach talent? Yet, whether or not to accept the offer ultimately depends on Zhuzi's inclination. Although Wang Lao is reluctant to part with such an exceptional young talent, he does not wish to impose. Should Yuzhu express a desire to leave, he would not insist otherwise. Yuzhu politely responded. Thank you for your appreciation, but I currently have no intention of departing from the construction site. Professor Wang has imparted medical knowledge to me, and I have committed to serving here for a while. I cannot leave at this moment. Additionally, I have tasks to complete at the reception hall, and leaving now would not only be unfair to Wang Lao, but also a disservice to the nurturing I have received from the reception hall. The senior official appeared somewhat astonished. The reception hall? Wang Lao explained, You are unaware. Yuzhu is merely part-time with me, working only 1 hour a day. His primary role is that of the chef at the reception hall, and his culinary skills are outstanding. The senior official was greatly impressed by this revelation. Yuzhu, you are truly remarkable. Despite your youth, you possess such exceptional skills that Yuzhu smiled serenely. Having multiple skills is always beneficial. Learning an additional craft can never be a mistake. Witnessing Yuzhu's talent and gratitude, the senior official grew increasingly appreciative. Wang Lao suggested, since Jiamin is here, why not sample Yuzhu's culinary prowess? The senior official readily agreed. That sounds splendid. Today is indeed a treat. The three engaged in lively conversation, creating a warm and convivial atmosphere. As noon approached, Yuzhu entered the kitchen to meticulously prepare a sumptuous lunch. Once the dishes were arranged on the table, the senior official took a taste and exclaimed in astonishment, Yuzhu, has your culinary skill reached such heights? As a seasoned Epicurean, he held a unique appreciation for fine cuisine, frequently inviting old comrades to share meals, and had tasted the creations of numerous renowned chefs. Yet, few could rival or surpass Yuzhu's talent. Such chefs were often in high demand among prominent officials, making appointments exceedingly difficult. In response, Yuzhu simply remarked, the pursuit of knowledge is endless. My culinary skills still have ample room for improvement. The senior official chuckled, Yuzhu, after this meal, my palate has become discerning. Everything else I eat will seem bland in comparison. Yuzhu replied, should you wish to savor my dishes again, simply reach out to me, and I shall gladly deliver my service at your convenience. The senior official laughed heartily. Then I am indeed fortunate. Do not forget your promise. This visit was truly worthwhile. Wang Lao also sampled a bite, then paused in astonishment, quickly savoring it again. With a connection between dietary therapy and traditional Chinese medicine, Wang Lao possessed a keen ability in culinary appreciation. He gazed at Yuzhu in surprise. Your culinary skills have improved further? What is your secret? Yuzhu smiled modestly. Recently, inspiration has struck frequently, leading to new breakthroughs. Wang Lao exclaimed in wonder, incredible, truly incredible. At this rate, you will surely secure a place among the top chefs. The senior official inwardly admired him as well. He had a deep love for gastronomy and was quite familiar with the hierarchy of chefs. Among those he knew, none were younger than their 40s or 50s. Yet, here was Yuzhu, seemingly still under 20, already possessing such exquisite culinary talent. Such aptitude was genuinely astonishing. Yuzhu, how old are you? Wang Lao inquired. Yuzhu is 15 this year, he replied. The senior official was taken aback. 15? What a prodigy! Remarkable! He felt compelled to discreetly convey some significant information to Yuzhu. For someone as intelligent as he, not contributing to the country would indeed be a waste. After training in martial arts, Yuzhu not only appeared more imposing, but also had a more refined complexion. He exuded a commanding presence, brimming with masculinity. Before long, everyone had eaten their fill, as the senior official prepared to leave. He pulled Yuzhu aside. Yuzhu, you are truly a talent. If you dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to medicine and cooking, it would be a shame to squander your abilities. The nation is likely to establish a college entrance examination system in a year or two, aimed at nurturing talent across various fields. You might want to consider this. It could lead to a brighter future. Yuzhu nodded. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. I will keep that in mind. That he was aware that the nationwide college entrance examination had commenced in 1952, lasting 3 days and encompassing 8 subjects. After the senior official's reminder, he said no more. His knowledge of the specifics of the examination was limited, but he sensed it was an opportunity. Thus he took the time to inform Yuzhu. Once the senior official departed, Yuzhu checked the time and said, Yushui, we should be on our way. The two of them left, carrying the gifts bestowed by the senior official. Along the way, Yuzhu discovered that among the gifts were several precious antique jade pendants, each quite valuable. Lacking knowledge of antiques, he was nonetheless intrigued. Yushui, perched on the front bar of the bicycle, chattered incessantly. Brother, did you know? Sister Xiaohua admires you greatly. She always mentions your name, praising how amazing you are. She envies me for having such a brother. Since Daqing's departure, Yushui had been quite gloomy. Seeing her gradually emerge from that shadow brought Yuzhu immense joy as they passed by the Beiping bookstore. He halted the bicycle, contemplated briefly, and decided to enter. He purchased books covering all 8 subjects: language, arithmetic, chemistry, history and geography, physics, civics, biology, and foreign languages, Russian and English. Afterward, he rode away, glancing back at the 2-story small villa as they passed through Zhengyangmen. It bore no signs of recent visitors. After placing the gifts and all the books into his system space, Yuzhu finally felt at ease locking up and leaving it on the road. He noticed a tear in Yi Zhonghui's clothing, likely from some playful misadventure in his previous life. Yi Zhonghai had only had 2 or 3 pieces of clothing throughout her childhood, which could be patched and worn for 3 years. Now that he had the means, he resolved not to let her wear such tattered garments any longer. "Yi Zhonghai, shall I take you to buy new clothes?" he proposed. Soon, they arrived at Qianmen de Chalon. They entered a fabric shop, where clothing in this era was primarily made from cut fabric, predominantly in darker hues with few vibrant patterns. "Welcome. What type of fabric do you require?" The proprietress, a middle-aged woman, exuded a regal elegance that I wish to make a few new outfits for my sister. The proprietress smiled. "Please select the fabric you favor." After Yuzhu chose the material, the proprietress called out, "Huairu, come take the measurements for this guest." Presently, a petite figure with a fair complexion and lively demeanor sprang forth. Yuzhu was momentarily taken aback. The girl looked familiar, as if she were Qin Huairu. This moment, Qin Huairu appeared to be around 16 or 17, her eyes sparkling with life. Upon seeing Yuzhu, she was equally surprised. Standing tall and imposing, Yuzhu exuded a unique air of valor, providing a strong sense of protection simply by his presence. His skin was remarkably smooth and radiant, causing even Qin Huairu to feel somewhat self-conscious. As Yuzhu observed while Qin Huairu took her measurements, the two unknowingly engaged in cheerful banter, quickly dissolving into laughter, hand in hand, making onlookers mistake them for sisters. However, shortly after, the sound of 2 gunshots rang out. Suddenly, a man clad in black burst into the shop, his gaze menacing and brimming with malice, brandishing a firearm aimed directly at Qin Huairu. Clearly, he intended to take her hostage. Both Qin Huairu and Yuzhu were frozen in fear. Unable to move, that a scream pierced the air from within the shop as patrons scattered in panic. The proprietress instinctively cried out, "Huairu!" Evidently, she was aware that her daughter had drawn the attention of certain special personnel. In this era, such occurrences are not uncommon. Chaos ensued all around, yet Yuzhu remained remarkably composed. After all, Yuzhu was also present. He could not allow his sister to come to harm in that fleeting moment when the enemy turned away. Yuzhu's legs erupted with tremendous force, causing the ground to crack and disintegrate into dust, with fissures spreading like spider webs in every direction. Using this recoil, Yuzhu shot forward like a sharpened arrow, instantly appearing before the man clad in black. The man felt a chill run down his spine, for in the instant he turned, another figure had emerged before him. Sensing something was amiss, his first reaction, stemming from a specialized training, was to point his weapon at Yuzhu, preparing to fire. With his internal martial arts prowess, even if his weapon failed to strike a vital area, such as the heart, he would still be more than capable of self-defense. However, Yuzhu remained behind him. Yuzhu had no intention of evading. Thus the man found no opportunity to shoot. Consequently, he delivered a powerful strike directly to the man's wrist. Accompanied by a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bones resonated through the air. The weapon slipped from the man's grasp and fell to the ground. Following this, Yuzhu kicked him squarely in the chest, causing him to spew blood and send him flying backward like a marionette with severed strings, ultimately crashing into a column and coughing up blood again before collapsing unconscious on the floor. At this moment, a package fell from the man. This piqued Yuzhu's interest. Before those around him had even realized, he swiftly secured the package and stowed it within his storage system. All these actions transpired in the blink of an eye. Qin Huairu stood frozen, utterly bewildered by the intense scene that had just unfolded. He felt akin to watching a film as a gunman approached her, only to be swiftly subdued by a heroic figure in mere moments. Such a scenario instilled an unprecedented sense of safety within her, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes. Who would have thought that an unarmed individual could triumph over an armed assailant? Such prowess was truly astonishing. "Huairu, Huairu, Are you all right? At that moment, the shop owner hurried over, closely inspecting Qin Huairu's condition. Upon seeing that she was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. I cannot thank you enough. You scare me to death. Sob, sob, sob. The shop owner was so overwhelmed with gratitude that he could hardly contain his tears. Meanwhile, Yuzhu, still shaken, rushed over and tightly clung to Yuzhu's arm. Tears streaming down her face, Yuzhu gently patted her head, reassuring her, It's all right, don't be afraid. Your brother is here. No one can harm you. Just then, several armed police officers stormed into the scene. Clearly responsible for maintaining security in the area, the leader, appearing to be in his 40s, exuded a strong sense of safety and an air of authority not to be trifled with upon observing the scene, where everything seemed normal and no one had sustained injuries. While the intended target lay unconscious on the ground, the commander was momentarily taken aback. The sudden turn of events left him perplexed. One officer promptly retrieved the weapon that had been dropped, while another began examining the man in black to ensure there were no hidden items or weapons. Director Wu, the individual has lost consciousness and no other weapons were found. The report was quickly relayed to the commander. Director Wu's gaze shifted immediately to Yuzhu, instinctively sensing that the young man was no ordinary individual. His calm demeanor resembled that of a seasoned warrior. He then turned to the familiar shop owner, asking, What exactly transpired here? The shop owner explained, I was conducting a business transaction with my daughter when this man abruptly barged in, brandishing a weapon towards my little girl. Then, this young man acted without hesitation, overpowering the assailant. If it weren't for him, my daughter would have been in grave danger today. Director Wu was astonished. The assailant was a trained professional, armed and exceedingly cunning and ruthless. They had previously incurred injuries during capture attempts due to such individuals. Yet today, if not for Yuzhu, this professional would surely have escaped once more. He began to regard Yuzhu as a potential threat. Pondering the source of his remarkable combat abilities, suspecting he concealed some lethal weapon, that I apologize, but we need to conduct a security check on you. There is no distrust intended. This is merely our standard procedure. Please understand. Yuzhu nodded slightly. The items belonging to the man in black were already secured in his personal storage space, rendering any evidence of wrongdoing undetectable. That a soldier stepped forward to conduct a thorough inspection, yet ultimately found nothing suspicious, reporting back to Director Wu. Sir, no questionable items were discovered. Now, it was Director Wu's turn to be astonished. It turned out that Yuzhu had genuinely resolved the situation unarmed. His expression was filled with confusion. How could such a young person achieve all this? To this, Yuzhu could only feel helpless. He merely wished to help his sister purchase some clothing. Clearly, unless the truth was clarified, their shopping plans would be thwarted today. How old are you? Director Wu inquired. 15. Almost 16, Yuzhu replied. Director Wu was taken aback, surprised at how youthful the young man appeared. Hardly seeming to fit his eye in truth, Yuzhu left the impression of a remarkably mature and composed young man, hardly resembling a child. Yet, in light of his appearance, he indeed looked like a boy not yet 16. Have you practiced martial arts? Yuzhu nodded. Yes, I've learned some. Upon hearing this, a subtle shift occurred in Director Wu's deep-set eyes. Your skills cannot merely stem from learning a few basic moves. You must be quite adept at martial arts. Otherwise, how could you possibly defeat an armed, trained individual? His words held weight, and Yuzhu replied candidly. I practice Chinese martial arts, focusing on practical and powerful techniques. Hearing this, Director Wu nodded again. Well then, your skills are not to be underestimated. According to procedure, I need to arrange for someone to test your martial abilities to verify your claims. Yuzhu did not object to this request. Director Wu continued, In that case, please accompany us to the command center for a registration process. Rest assured, as long as you are not in danger, our department will never wrongfully accuse an innocent person. He still remained vigilant, for he would not simply dismiss his doubts based on Yuzhu's word alone. Given the complex situation, with hostile forces emerging constantly and often attempting to sway the domestic populace to serve them, especially by exploiting psychological weaknesses, making it difficult for individuals to refuse. Vulnerable individuals, be they elderly or children, were all susceptible to such manipulation. Hence, Director Wu had to proceed with utmost caution. Yuzhu raised no objections to the arrangement. Accompanying his sister to the Military Management Committee, soon, Director Wu summoned an individual. This is our department's finest Special Forces member. Engage in a sparring session with him. Longya. Although he is younger, please do not hold back. Please note, I have employed a different style of language to recompose this passage while striving to preserve the original emotions and details. Longya was evidently a male moniker, robust and muscular, exuding an aura of raw strength. Particularly, his gaze seemed to have endured countless life and death struggles, rendering anyone under his scrutiny akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Director Wu, rest assured, I won't go easy on such a rookie, Longya remarked lightly. However, this nonchalance did not last long, as he harbored some misunderstandings regarding the current situation. Director Wu cautioned, be careful. This fellow possesses considerable strength. However, Longya was unperturbed by this that, in truth, his words were deliberately directed at Yuzhu. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, one must never exhibit even the slightest hint of negligence. Were it not for his vigilance, he would have likely lost his life on some battlefield long ago. Seizing the moment of Yuzhu's inattention, Longya suddenly struck, his opening move being the Black Tiger Prowling Heart. These individuals trained in practical combat techniques rather than hollow routines. Otherwise, they would find themselves at a loss on the battlefield, facing a grim fate. Naturally, Longya intended to show mercy this time, ensuring no lasting harm would come to his opponent. Regrettably, he overestimated the situation. With a mere flick of his finger, Yuzhu effortlessly grasped Longya's wrist. In that instant, Longya was taken aback, attempting to break free only to find his body utterly immobilized. The grave expression surfaced on his face. Realizing that Yuzhu was no ordinary foe, he quickly shifted his technique, launching a whip kick aimed at his opponent's groin. Although he wished to avoid inflicting severe injury, to Longya, Yuzhu's movements appeared as if they were in slow motion. Longya raised his leg. Yuzhu swiftly stepped forward, kicking the ground beneath Longya's footing. In a heartbeat, Longya's complexion changed dramatically. He tried to counter, only to discover it was too late. His body lost its balance, crashing heavily to the ground. As he attempted to rise, Yuzhu already placed a hand on his neck. Sweat trickled down Longya's forehead as he felt the immense power transmitted through Yuzhu's fingertips, as if a moment's lapse in caution would result in his throat being utterly crushed. His eyes brimmed with astonishment, incredulously gazing at the young man. Truly unbelievable, a complete defeat. Yuzhu smiled faintly, retracting his hand, saying, You have provided me with valuable insight. Thank you. Longya, far from being angry about his loss, brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up. Minister Wu, how did you find this monster? His strength is immense, and his movements are swift and decisive. If he were to exert his full power, I would likely be defeated in an instant. Quite remarkable. He had already begun to contemplate Yuzhu's potential. Minister Wu was equally astonished by Yuzhu's performance. The fact that even a formidable individual like Longya could not contend with Yuzhu indicated that he had undoubtedly reached an exceptionally high level in martial arts. Minister Wu felt a stirring in his heart, pondering whether there might be a way to recruit him into the military. But he quickly dismissed the thought. This young man was not one to enlist. Minister Wu then recounted how Yuzhu had assisted in apprehending individuals of special circumstances that very day. Longya, upon hearing this, exclaimed in shock, What a young man, to have subdued an armed adversary. Even I would have my reservations in such a situation. Young man, you ought to enlist. With your capabilities, you would surely make a name for yourself in the military. Chapter 7. Chunchiru Yuzhu shook his head, expressing gratitude for the minister's kindness, but added, I must support my younger sister. Our parents have long since passed, and we rely on each other. If I were to enlist, there would be no one to care for her. She is still young and cannot do without me. Longya and Minister Wu exchanged glances of regret, but understood Yuzhu's predicament. Longya sighed lightly. What a pity, he then said to Yuzhu. If you ever wish to join the military in the future, remember to seek me out. I will always welcome you. He still harbored a glimmer of hope, for exceptional talents like Yuzhu were indeed rare, even within the ranks of the military. Subsequently, Minister Wu guided Yuzhu in detailing the events that had transpired. Just then, a soldier hurried in to report, Minister, bad news, that individual has ingested something. Individuals of such special status often concealed substances in their mouths, and upon capture, they frequently resorted to chewing poison pills to end their lives. Minister Wu grunted, "Understood. Dreadful. Check if he left anything behind. If not, ensure proper disposal." "Yes," the soldier replied. Afterward, Minister Wu saw Yuzhu off and said, "I sincerely thank you this time. Regardless of circumstances, your assistance in apprehending a special suspect is a contribution to the nation. You will be duly recognized and rewarded." In that era, capturing individuals of particular interest indeed warranted corresponding rewards and commendations. Yuzhu responded, "I usually work at the welcoming pavilion. You can send any awards directly there." Upon hearing this, Minister Wu expressed surprise. "Oh, so you are a chef?" Yuzhu nodded in affirmation. This revelation greatly astonished Minister Wu, who remarked, "Then I must certainly taste your culinary skills next time." After bidding farewell, Yuzhu took his sister, Yushui, back home. Their mood was somewhat somber as he asked, "Are you afraid?" Yushui replied, "A bit, but with you by my side, I feel less scared." Upon reaching Boss Chen's shop, they found the interior in disarray, evidently disrupted by the earlier turmoil. Upon seeing Yuzhu and his sister, everyone immediately ceased their cleaning efforts and rushed to greet them. Boss Chen, with a face full of gratitude, exclaimed, "The benefactor has arrived. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Without your intervention, my daughter might have met with misfortune. Words fail to convey my appreciation. Please, come in and sit." Once inside, Boss Chen hastily served them hot tea, demonstrating the utmost courtesy. Shiru also approached Yuzhu, bowing deeply. "Thanks to you, or else I might have perished today." Yuzhu smiled gently. "No need for concern. It was merely a small effort on my part, especially since my sister was there." Shiru resolutely declared, "That cannot be. The great kindness of saving a life is not something I, Shiru, could forget." Boss Chen smiled and said, "Benefactor, please do not take offense. Shiru is simply straightforward. What is your esteemed name, if I may ask?" Yuzhu replied, "Yuzhu, please do not call me benefactor. It sounds too formal. Just call me by my name, or Yuzhu will suffice." Yuzhu laughed. "Very well, then I shall call you Yuzhu. Shiru, keep them company while I fetch something from within." With that, Boss Chen stepped into another room. As soon as Boss Chen left, Shiru's demeanor grew bolder. "You practice martial arts, do you not?" Yuzhu nodded. "Indeed." Shiru's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Your skills are truly remarkable. I also have an interest in martial arts. Would you consider teaching me? I can pay for lessons." Yuzhu chuckled. "The path of martial arts is fraught with difficulties. Not everyone can endure it. Moreover, in this age, firearms dominate, unless one reaches a level of invulnerability. Learning martial arts may offer little advantage. A single bullet could easily end you." Shiru inquired, "Then how did you deal with the armed bandits?" Yuzhu replied, "Because my training has reached a certain level. Otherwise, how could I be so formidable?" Though he harbored doubts about his own prowess, he felt that mentioning his skills would lend credibility to his words. Shiru continued, "Even if I cannot reach your level, I can at least strengthen my body. Yuzhu, please teach me." Despite being older than Yuzhu, Shiru's playful demeanor was disarming. Yuzhu sighed helplessly. "Very well, I can teach you some fundamental movements that AS for the level you achieve. That depends entirely on your own understanding." A glimmer of cleverness flashed in Shiru's eyes. "It's settled then. I will seek you out for lessons whenever I have the chance. Rest assured, I will persist." Yuzhu understood that learning martial arts was far more than mere words. His current level of achievement was a result of relentless effort and steadfast will, much like his master, Li Zichen, who had trained diligently since childhood, supplemented by rare herbs to nurture his physique, allowing him to attain a remarkable level at a young age. Such exceptional talent as Li Zichen's was indeed a rarity. At that moment, Boss Chen emerged from the room, holding a small package that he approached Yuzhu and presented it to him. Upon opening it, Yuzhu discovered a translucent green jade bracelet, a rare treasure even in later generations, and certainly a valuable item at present. "Yuzhu, this token expresses our family's heartfelt gratitude. Please accept it. Without your assistance, our Shiru..." At the mention of this, Boss Chen's eyes glistened with tears, recalling the harrowing events that had transpired, leaving her still feeling shaken. "I cannot accept such a precious gift. Moreover, as a man, wearing a bracelet is quite inappropriate. Yuzhu immediately declined, but he understood that even for Boss Chun, this was an exceedingly precious item. Boss Chun insisted, "You must accept this. Material wealth is but a trivial matter compared to the life of my daughter, which holds the utmost importance to me." Yuzhu, feeling helpless, accepted the task. Subsequently, Boss Chun instructed Yuzhu to select fabric for her, promising to make her clothes free of charge. Yuzhu thought that to decline further would seem pretentious, so he refrained from saying more. After careful selection, he ultimately chose 10 different colors and textures of fabric, intending to create 10 tailored outfits for her. This alone would cost several million. Thereafter, Yuzhu departed with Yuzhu. This night fell. Within the courtyard, the stillness of the deep, quiet night enveloped the surroundings. Yuzhu quietly arose, locked the door behind him, and stealthily climbed out through the window. Beneath the streetlight in the alley, he opened the package received from the man in black, revealing a map marked with 2 locations. Yuzhu understood that this was precisely what Minister Wu was searching for during his relentless search of the man in black. Fortunately, the man was dead. Otherwise, it would have certainly complicated matters. Following the first marked location on the map, he swiftly located an ordinary bungalow. After a thorough search, he found it utterly empty. Just as he was about to leave, he discovered a dry well. A spark of inspiration struck him, and he approached to investigate. The well was shrouded in darkness, obscuring his view. Displaying remarkable daring, Yuzhu leaped down to the bottom of the well. He indeed found a hidden passage. As he traversed the passage, he soon arrived at a spacious underground cavern. Within the cavern lay a plethora of ancient artifacts, jade items, bronze vessels, swords, vases, paintings, and calligraphy. Yuzhu had little knowledge of these antiquities, so he stored them all in his system space. Additionally, he discovered numerous boxes stacked nearby, and upon opening them, found them filled with gold ingots, amounting to a staggering 500 pounds in modern terms. This gold would be worth at least 70 million. Undoubtedly, this was a storage site for special individuals, as sufficient funds would be required to operate within the city. Yuzhu collected all the items into his system space, and then proceeded to the second marked location on the map. This location was situated atop a mountain outside the city, a considerable distance from Sijicheng. However, now a master of internal strength, he was capable of running at speeds comparable to that of a small car. He reached his destination in merely half an hour. Upon entering the cave and conducting a search, he indeed discovered a vast array of supplies. Over 10,000 pounds of rice, 10,000 pounds of flour, and a mountain of compressed biscuits, along with heaps of canned goods. Dry beef and pork were also plentiful. These provisions alone could sustain a family for many years. That appeared this was a stronghold for those special individuals. Otherwise, how could such an abundance of supplies be amassed? Yuzhu, showing no hesitation, stored everything into his system space and continued his search, discovering an adjacent cave filled with an arsenal of weapons, dozens of boxes containing automatic firearms, ammunition, and more that he was confident he could handle any situation in an instant, ensuring the safety of himself and his sister. Upon entering the reception hall, the first task Yuzhu undertook was chopping vegetables. This had become a fixed habit for him. During the process of cutting, he not only honed his culinary skills, but also integrated martial techniques, leading to an overall enhancement of his abilities. Culinary skills 1, Tai Chi 1, Bajikwan 1, those nearby expressed their admiration. Zhuzi, your diligence is truly commendable. Chopping vegetables every day, there truly are no shortcuts to success. Indeed, how could an ordinary person possess the resilience and determination of Yuzhu? No wonder his culinary prowess was so exceptional at such a young age. It was certainly well earned. Yuzhu smiled and remarked, chopping vegetables is a fundamental skill for a chef. These techniques require constant refinement. The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. Each repetition of fundamental skills elevates our overall strength. The richer the accumulation, the greater the potential for future breakthroughs, and eventually, achievements will follow. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively applauded. Well said, Zhuzi, your mindset and spirit are qualities we all should aspire to emulate. I must learn from Zhuzi and strive to secure my position at AT. That moment, Wang Defa entered, beaming with a smile. Zhuzi, that was beautifully articulated. As your mentor, I am proud of you. Had I possessed such ambition and perseverance in my youth, my culinary skills would undoubtedly be far superior. Your awakening and effort are truly admirable. Wang Wenhua, you little rascal. Did you hear what Zhuzi said? If you don't chop up 50 pounds of vegetables today, don't even think about leaving work. Wang Wenhua let out a wail, eliciting laughter within the kitchen. In the afternoon, He Yuanzhu went to school to pick up his sister, He Yushui, carrying 2 portions of food from the reception hall. In the front yard, Yin Bugui was busy watering the flowers. Upon seeing He Yuanzhu return, he looked at him with envy. Zhuzi, your life is truly enviable. Riding your bicycle home every day, and you even bring back 2 boxes of meals. That is certainly a more comfortable life than most around here. He Yuanzhu understood that Yin Bugui was coveting his food. If he were to learn that these were perks from the reception hall, it would likely lead to ulterior motives. Well, you know my father isn't home. Even my mentor is aware of this, which is why he sympathizes with us and granted me some special treatment. In simple terms, it's just to ensure we have enough to eat and not starve. Yin Bugui approached Zhuzi. Just tell Sandy Yi directly. Have you officially become an employee? At the reception hall, once one reaches level 9, formal employment is granted, albeit with a modest salary of just over 200,000. Yin Bugui likely believed that since He Yuanzhu enjoyed such favorable treatment, he must have secured a permanent position. That He Yuanzhu weighed his thoughts. After this period of effort and learning, if he claimed he had not been promoted, even Yin Bugui would find it hard to believe. Thus, he opted for honesty. Yes, I was recently promoted, but the salary isn't high. It barely covers living expenses for both Yushui and me. Yin Bugui wore a knowing expression. So those 2 boxes of meals are yours, then? He Yuanzhu waved his hand dismissively. Sandy Yi, you're overthinking it. There are quite a few chefs at level 9 in the reception hall. If every chef could take home meals, the restaurant would surely incur losses. I truly owe my mentor, who felt sorry for me and allowed me to take a meal home. If you don't believe me, you can ask my mentor. He was certain that Yin Bugui would not take the time to verify with his mentor. Yin Bugui sighed, appearing somewhat disheartened, since the addition of another child to his family. The burden had increased significantly. He had been contemplating whether he could find someone to help ease the load, and thus, he set his sights on He Yuanzhu if it were indeed as he claimed. Being able to bring home 2 boxes of meals daily, Yin Bugui intended to invest some effort in fostering a good relationship to possibly benefit from a few meals. However, upon learning that the meals were obtained through He Yuanzhu's mentor, he immediately deemed it unwise to pursue this course. After all, the risks were too great. Should He Yuanzhu's mentor prohibit him from taking meals home, Yin Bugui's plans would fall apart. In this era, everyone was struggling to make ends meet. Although he was a chef, his family circumstances were not necessarily favorable. Sandy Yi, is there anything else? If not, Yu Shui and I will head inside, He Yuanzhu said. Yin Bugui replied, Oh, by the way, the matter of Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu has been settled. They have already obtained their marriage certificate and will hold their banquet in a week. He Yuanzhu nodded to acknowledge his understanding. He thought the timing was quite normal. These days, people married quickly. Once they were satisfied with each other and had met the parents, they would promptly arrange the wedding. In this era, being in a relationship without marrying would invite disdain, He Yuanzhu remarked. Sandy Yi, I've just been promoted, and my salary has not yet been issued. You are aware of my family situation. Life is quite tight. Regarding my promotion, please keep it under wraps for now, lest I find myself unable to contribute a gift at Jia Dongshu's wedding and create unnecessary trouble. Yin Bugui nodded. Rest assured, everyone is aware of your family's circumstances. Even if your gift is modest, others will understand. That He Yuanzhu nodded, saying nothing further, and then led He Yushui inside. In truth, he was not overly concerned about whether Yin Bugui would keep the information confidential. If it remained undisclosed, He Yuanzhu could confidently claim he was financially strapped. If it leaked, it would only serve to reinforce the perception of his financial struggles. After all, having been severely harmed by the Jia family in his previous life, how could he generously offer gifts to them? Upon entering the courtyard, he indeed noticed another person at the communal sink, washing clothes beneath the faucet. Qin Huairu turned upon hearing the commotion and was momentarily stunned at the sight of He Yuanzhu. Not only was he tall, but he also exuded a formidable presence. Appearing exceptionally masculine, he was far more handsome than Jia Dongshu. Qin Huairu quickly regained her composure, reminding herself that she was now someone else's wife and must not indulge in such thoughts. She smiled and greeted him. "Hello, I am Qin Huairu, the new daughter-in-law," Yi Zhonghai coolly replied. "Oh," and walked past her without a second glance. He was no longer the Yi Zhonghai of the past. There was no way he would become a follower for another man's wife. Is it not utterly absurd? Qin Huairu furrowed her brow, pondering why this individual exuded such indifference. Jia Dongshu, basking in the bliss of his recent nuptials, emerged from the house and strolled directly to Qin Huairu's side. Following her gaze, a smile graced Jia Dongshu's face, but it swiftly vanished. "What are you looking at?" Qin Huairu replied. "Who was that person just now?" I greeted him, yet he completely ignored me, with a look of disdain. Jia Dongshu remarked. "That is a Yuzhu from the compound, merely a probationary chef who will likely never find a wife. From now on, do not pay him any mind." Qin Huairu nodded in agreement. Though a sense of confusion lingered within her, Yuzhu did not seem like a reprehensible individual. Jia Dongshu gazed at Qin Huairu's delicate and refreshing countenance, filled with delight. Despite her rural origins, her beauty was unparalleled, unmatched by anyone in the compound. I could see that moment. Qinshu entered the courtyard. "Excuse me, is there someone here by the name of Yuzhu?" Hearing the melodious sound of her voice, Jia Dongshu instinctively turned to look. His expression froze. Qin Huairu, clad in luxurious silk garments, possessed a flawless figure. Her skin was snow white, her facial features exquisitely refined, particularly her lively and enchanting eyes, which stirred something deep within. Jia Dongshu could not help but marvel. This woman was truly stunning. She far surpassed Qin Huairu in beauty, causing him to subconsciously shift to the side, as though wishing to conceal his association with Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, feeling a pang of shame as she regarded Qinshu, recognized that the latter's poise and attire were extraordinary. Clearly, she hailed from an esteemed urban family, far beyond the reach of someone from the countryside like herself. Qinshu inquired once more, "Is there anyone here named Yuzhu?" Noticing the two remained silent, she felt compelled to ask again. Jia Dongshu interjected, "Miss, if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek my help. That Yuzhu is merely an unconfirmed chef. I advise you not to be deceived by him." Jia Dongshu could hardly fathom how someone like Yuzhu could be acquainted with such a beautiful woman. Perhaps Yuzhu had employed some trickery to beguile her, and he felt compelled to reveal the truth about Yuzhu's circumstances. Simultaneously, he secretly hoped to establish a favorable first impression before Qinshu. Regrettably, Qinshu comprehended Yuzhu far better than Jia Dongshu and perceived the latter's words as disingenuous. In her eyes, Yuzhu exhibited the qualities of a true gentleman, possessing both courage and valor. His proficiency in martial arts alone set him apart from the ordinary. Jia Dongshu's designation of Yuzhu as a small chef struck her as profoundly foolish. Qinshu firmly stated, "I am friends with Yuzhu. He is an exceptionally remarkable individual. At the very least, he would never slander others behind their backs." Jia Dongshu opened his mouth to respond, but Qinshu chose to ignore him, proceeding to search for the man instead. "Sister Shuyu." Yuzhu, catching sight of Qinshu through the window, hurried outside to call out. Qinshu smiled and asked, "Yuzhu, is your brother at home?" Yuzhu shouted inside, "Brother, Sister Shuyu is here. Coming." Yuzhu emerged from the inner room. Qinshu approached with a smile and deliberately linked her arm with Yuzhu's. Chapter 8. The furious Yi Zhonghai in the distance. Jia Dongshu wore an astonished expression, contemplating the nature of their relationship. Jealousy soon enveloped him. How could a mere chef like Yuzhu share such intimacy with a beautiful girl? At that moment, he found Qin Huairu utterly uninteresting. After all, in terms of family background, appearance, status, and age, Qin Huairu could not begin to compare with Qinshu. Qinshu raised her voice intentionally, ensuring Jia Dongshu could hear. "Zhuzi, your neighbors in the compound are rather unpleasant that I detest those who gossip behind others' backs." Jia Dongshu's complexion turned a sickly green. Yuzhu was no fool. He understood Qinshu's insinuation, yet he brushed it off. Jia Dongshu was merely a petty clown, and his days were numbered. There was no need to waste energy on trifles. Once inside, Qin Huairu remained indignant, while Yuzhu expressed his grievances. With your martial prowess, how dare you speak ill of you behind your back? Truly a case of a dog looking down on others. Yuzhu chuckled. My relations with the people in the compound have never been particularly good. They are unaware of my martial arts skills. Besides, they are oblivious to my true situation at the Welcome Pavilion. If anyone inquires about you, please keep it a secret. Let them remain in ignorance. Qin Huairau's eyes sparkled. She gleaned much information from Yuzhu's words. It appeared that Yuzhu had conflicts with the residents of the compound, who were unaware of his martial arts abilities. Furthermore, his position at the Welcome Pavilion was anything but that of an ordinary chef. Qin Huairu smiled. Rest assured, I am as tight-lipped as a clam. I will not speak of it recklessly. She then took Yushui's hand and engaged in lively conversation, showing no inclination of coming to learn martial arts. The atmosphere of the room, previously quiet with only Yuzhu and Yushui, instantly brightened with Qin Huairu's presence. Yuzhu remarked, what perfect timing. Why not stay and keep Yushui company? Qin Huairu, puzzled, asked, do you have something to attend to? Yuzhu replied candidly, recently, I encountered a peculiar situation that revealed my significant shortcomings and skills. I plan to learn a long-range attack technique like throwing darts. That way, if I face danger again, I will have more means of self-defense. That I intend to purchase some darts and practice in the mountains outside the city. It should yield good results. Qin Huairu's eyes lit up. Really? Zhuzi, can I join you? I find this quite intriguing. Yuzhu hesitated momentarily. However, Yushui excitedly exclaimed, brother, I want to go too. It will surely be a lot of fun. After pondering, Yuzhu concluded that with himself present, the risk would be minimal, and he nodded in agreement. All right, but do not stray too far from me. Should anything unexpected occur, I might not have time to protect you. Qin Huairu beamed in response. Do not worry. I will keep a close eye on Yushui, ensuring she encounters no risks. Typically, Yushui seldom ventured out, and her social circle was limited, spending most days engaged in business. The prospect of accompanying Yuzhu to the mountains was an exhilarating novelty for her. Yuzhu declared, then let us set off. Subsequently, Yuzhu accompanied Qin Huairu and Yushui, and the three rode off from the courtyard. Standing aside, Jia Dongshu's gaze brimmed with jealousy. Damn that Yuzhu! How dare he associate with such a beautiful girl? How utterly infuriating! Beneath a large tree, away from the main gate, Yi Zhonghai was chatting with several other ladies. I must tell you, the daughter-in-law my family has married is truly exceptional. Not only is she stunning, but she also possesses remarkable competence. Such a fine woman is truly a rarity. To put it plainly, you would be hard-pressed to find anyone more beautiful than my daughter-in-law in this vicinity. Yi Zhonghai clearly sought to boast about her daughter-in-law, relishing in the glory of her son's marriage, especially since the neighbor's attention would undoubtedly be focused on the Jia family during this time. Yi Zhonghai felt a profound sense of pride. However, just then, Yuzhu and Qin Huairu strolled past beneath the tree's shade, their relationship appearing remarkably intimate. The onlookers were left speechless, utterly astonished. They were unaware of the true nature of the connection between the two. Each elderly lady's gaze fell upon the enchanting Qin Huairu. This young lady was truly breathtaking. One could find no one more beautiful in their area. Moreover, her attire spoke of noble lineage. What could her relationship with Yuzhu possibly be? Yi Zhonghai, her expression souring, had just been extolling Qin Huairu's beauty, only for someone even more captivating to emerge. Was this not a blatant attempt to undermine her? With a tone dripping with sarcasm, Yi Zhonghai remarked, what is so extraordinary about their relationship? Perhaps Yuzhu does not even know her. They might merely be coincidentally walking the same path. Qin Huairu frowned. How could the residents of this courtyard harbor such jealousy toward others' fortunes? Observing Yuzhu's calm demeanor, while feeling increasingly uncomfortable herself, she grasped his arm. Brother, you have something on your head. Let me help you remove it. Such an affectionate gesture could be perceived even by the most oblivious onlooker, making it evident that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Yi Zhonghai stood in stunned silence, nearly petrified on the spot. How could an ordinary chef like Yuzhu possibly know such an elegant and charming urban beauty? Their connection appeared far deeper than mere acquaintanceship. Why did Jia Dongshu's choice of a girlfriend always seem to pale in comparison? Subsequently, the conversation among the surrounding elderly ladies shifted entirely to Yi Yuzhu and Qin Huairu. Jia Zhongshi gritted her teeth in resentment, feeling as though Yi Yuzhu had usurped all the brilliance of her son. Passing by a blacksmith shop, Yi Yuzhu procured several darts. Upon reaching the foot of Baiwa Mountain, the landscape unfolded with its majestic peaks and enchanting scenery. The considerable crowd had already gathered on the grassy expanse below, most of whom had come for the hunt. Qin Huairu, with a radiant smile, exclaimed, "This truly is a paradise on earth. The fresh air enveloping us invigorates the spirit." Yi Yuzhu suggested, "You two should find a suitable spot to rest. I need to practice my darts first. Once I've honed my skills, we shall venture in the mountains to hunt." Qin Huairu took Yi Yuzhu to plain nearby, while Yi Yuzhu found a large tree and commenced practicing his dart technique. Dart one, dart one, dart one. Before long, he had grasped the fundamentals. After another hour, his proficiency had progressed significantly. With his physique refined to its peak, the power behind his darts was astonishing, easily piercing even the smallest of trees. And he had never missed a target within a 10-meter radius. After 3 hours of diligent training, his dart skills had reached a level of mastery, landing every throw within 100 meters. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, dusk began to settle. It seemed unlikely he would achieve greater mastery today. Yet he realized an important truth. The more skills one acquires, the easier it becomes to learn new ones. Much like his experience with darts, had he been entirely ignorant of martial arts, mastering them would have taken days, but now, mere hours sufficed. Such a level of skill was more than adequate for hunting small game. He felt a surge of excitement and thought to himself. He then sought out Qin Huairu and Yi Yuzhu. "Let us set forth. We shall aim to catch a few rabbits before returning tonight for a feast," he declared. Just as the trio was about to embark, someone called out to them. "Yi Yuzhu, what are you doing here?" Turning around, they found it was Yin Jieching and Lu Guanqi. Lu Guanqi, also 15 years old and a peer of Yi Yuzhu, blushed at the sight of Qin Huairu's beauty. Win the affection of such a lovely lady. He felt that sacrificing 10 years of his life would be worthwhile. "Why don't we join forces? I know these mountains like the back of my hand. I often adventured here as a child and have caught many wild rabbits and pheasants. If you join us in the hunt, our chances of success will significantly increase." Clearly, Lu Guanqi was not genuinely interested in assisting them. He merely sought more opportunities to be near Qin Huairu. Yi Yuzhu politely declined his offer, saying, "Thank you, but we can manage on our own." With that, he made his way into the mountains, ignoring them entirely. Lu Guanqi glared at the retreating figure. Filled with indignation, he had hoped to showcase his abilities before Qin Huairu, and now that dream had slipped away. Yet he did not intend to concede. He resolved to act independently, to demonstrate his prowess to Qin Huairu, thereby winning her favor. He said to Yin Jieching, "Yin Jieching, follow me shortly. Let us show them our capabilities." Once they entered the mountains, Qin Huairu expressed her impatience. "We've searched high and low, yet we haven't spotted a single target. This mountain is so vast. Will we truly be able to find them?" However, Yi Yuzhu remained unperturbed, diligently scanning for clues on the ground. Skill 1, skill 1, skill 1. Before long, this particular skill reached a minor achievement stage. He then opened his skill panel to review. Cooking skill 8566 650 0000. Fishing skill mastery 143 210 0000. Medical knowledge proficient 133 51000. Mystical healing mastery of the 13 ghost needles 956 110000. Dart skill minor achievement 1111000. Mastery minor achievement 1551000. Extremes fist mastery 2311500. Tai chi mastery 144150000. Hung Gar mastery 124150000. Xingyi fist mastery 155150000. Tan 2A mastery 167150000. Dragon and snake dance minor achievement 501 0000. Internal force skill strength circulation 970 010 0000. Yi Yuzhu remarked, "It seems there are wild chickens lurking not far off. Qin Huairu, puzzled, asked, really? Following Yuzhu's guidance, they indeed located a wild chicken nearby. Qin Huairu's cheeks flushed with excitement as she whispered, Zhuzi, you're incredible. You can find wild chickens in place like this? Sure. Yuzhu gestured for silence, stealthily approaching the wild chicken. They closed the distance to within 100 meters. Whoosh, a sharp sound echoed. Yuzhu did not hesitate to throw the dart, hitting the target with precision. I got it. I really got it. Qin Huairu cheered with delight that Yuzhu, too, wore a broad smile. Though he hadn't caught it himself, he still felt a sense of pride. Qin Huairu's admiration for Yuzhu was palpable as she inquired, Zhuzi, how did you know there were wild chickens here? Yuzhu chuckled, by observing the traces left on the ground, the footprints and droppings of the wild chickens. With careful observation, one can naturally discover such things. The reality, however, was more complex, involving numerous subtle details. Yet, that was the gist of it. Qin Huairu nodded and replied, Zhuzi, you know so much. It's truly remarkable. Yuzhu downplayed his abilities, saying, it's nothing much. I learned it from reading books. It's nothing extraordinary. He endeavored to rationalize the source of his skills. Thus, the group continued to delve deeper into the forest in search of more prey. After a while, they had captured quite a haul, including rabbits and wild chickens. Yuzhu glanced at the sky and remarked, it's getting late. Tonight we shall roast the rabbits for everyone, and the remaining game will be delivered to the welcome pavilion. Qin Huairu replied with a smile, today has indeed been fruitful. I had a wonderful time that I hope we can do this again next time. The group set off down the mountain together, to the foot of the mountain. Onlookers beheld Yuzhu returning triumphantly, casting envious glances his way. What a master! How did he manage that? He caught 4 rabbits and 3 wild chickens. It's simply astounding. Observing his youth yet such prowess was indeed remarkable. On the other hand, Lu Guanxi returned empty-handed, lamenting, what bad luck! I didn't spot a single prey today, wasted half the day for nothing. I thought even if I couldn't catch anything, Yuzhu wouldn't be very lucky either. Lu Guanxi said with confidence, but upon raising his head, he was taken aback to see several wild rabbits and chickens hanging from Yuzhu's bicycle. But he stared in astonishment, questioning his own eyesight. Yan Jieqing. Is that Yuzhu over there? Yan Jieqing looked over as well, equally astonished at the sight of so many game, filled with jealousy. Indeed, that Yuzhu, it's incredible how he managed to catch so many animals. 4 rabbits, 3 wild chickens. Goodness, he has practically cleared out the mountains. Lu Guanxi felt utterly dejected. Not only could he not boast about his exploits to Qin Huairu, but he also felt like a fool. He lacked the courage even to greet her, to Yuzhu. Accompanied by Qin Huairu and Yuzhu, made his way to the welcome pavilion to sell the surplus wild chickens and rabbits. They earned a total of 100,000 yuan. Manager Zhang remarked, Yuzhu, you truly are talented. Not only are you a fishing expert, but you excel at as well, that Yuzhu replied with a smile. Yes, it's primarily for the betterment of my family that I strive to work harder. Manager Zhang sighed. There are not many young people like you, so proactive and ambitious. You certainly deserve to enjoy a happy life. Afterwards, Yuzhu visited Wang Defa's home, gifting him a wild chicken before departing. Zhuzi is truly impressive. Not only does he learn quickly, but he also excels at fishing and, just look at the way that girl looks at him. It's clear she has feelings for him. There is no need to worry about his future marriage, said Wang Defa, he added. This lad is fortunate. If his eyes weren't blind, how could he possibly elope with a widow? Following that, Yuzhu visited Qin Huairu's home once more, bringing another wild chicken as a gift. Anshin said, don't rush off. Stay for dinner tonight. Last time, everything was in disarray due to the busyness of the shop. And I haven't had the chance to properly entertain you yet. Seeing Aunt Shen's earnest hospitality, Yuzhu replied, let me take care of the cooking. Aunt Shen was taken aback. You can cook? Qin Huairu interjected. Mom, you don't know? Zhuzi's culinary skills are quite remarkable. Today, let him take the lead. Yuzhu chimed in. Brother's cooking is super delicious. Upon witnessing the scene, Aunt Shen decided not to persist any further. Her curiosity about Yuzhu's culinary skills piqued. Before long, Yuzhu had prepared several delightful home-cooked dishes: oil-braised eggplant, pan-fried cauliflower, seasonal beans stewed with meat, and sweet bean sauce grilled meat strips. Aunt Qin took a bite and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Zhuzi, how did you acquire such exceptional culinary skills? Let me have a taste." Beside her, Qin Huairu's curiosity was ignited, and she picked up her chopsticks to sample a piece. The result left her utterly astonished, and she found herself unable to stop eating. "It's truly fragrant, absolutely delicious. Zhuzi, your cooking is simply extraordinary." At that moment, both Aunt Qin and Qin Huairu disregarded the decorum expected of ladies, utterly captivated by the exquisite flavors of Yi Zhonghui's dishes. The two of them quickly devoured the food, exchanging bites with enthusiasm. Qin Huairu gazed at Yi Zhonghui with newfound admiration and inquired, "Tell me, what else are you capable of? Your culinary prowess is remarkable." Aunt Qin chimed in with praise. "We have previously hired chefs to cook for us, but we have never tasted anything as delectable as this. Your skills are truly exceptional." Yi Zhonghui smiled modestly and replied, "It's merely a necessity for survival. My sister and I rely solely on one another. Without effort, we would struggle to get by." Curiosity piqued, Qin Huairu, recalling her time at the reception hall, asked, "Zhuzi, what about your parents?" Yi Zhonghui sighed and recounted the tale of Yi Daqing and the White Widow. Qin Huairu was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could such parents exist? You were so young. How could they act in such a manner? It is utterly outrageous. Fortunately, you possess such talent. Otherwise, how would you navigate your future?" Qin Huairu's maternal instincts were stirred, feeling sympathy for Yi Zhonghui and anger towards Yi Daqing's actions. The following day, after work, Yi Zhonghui rode his bicycle to pick up Yi Zhonghui from school. As he approached the school gate, he halted his bicycle, sensing a prickling unease that raised the hairs on the back of his neck. A palpable aura of danger enveloped him. Being a master of internal martial arts, he was acutely attuned to the presence of peril. Scanning his surroundings, he soon discerned several unusual figures within the crowd. A few individuals exhibited sharp gazes and purposeful strides, clearly indicating professional training. What raised further suspicion was their hands, which frequently feigned gestures towards their chests, as if concealing something. Particularly, their gazes seemed to drift consistently in his direction. Yuzhu realized these individuals were targeting him, and their ability to locate him suggested a thorough investigation had been conducted. As they detected Yuzhu's presence, they began to close in on him. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Yuzhu knew he had to act swiftly. Yuzhu would soon be dismissed from school. Delaying until her release could lead to unforeseen complications that in an instant. Yuzhu retrieved 3 knives from his system space and swiftly hurled them in 3 directions. The assailants, sensing something amiss, paled in shock and hastily drew their firearms, just as they prepared to pull the triggers. Whoosh! 3 glimmers of cold steel sliced through the air, severing their fingers and causing blood to flow profusely. Their anguished cries echoed through the air as their guns clattered to the ground. The onlookers at the school gate finally noticed the commotion and scattered in fear. A void formed between Yuzhu and the 3 assailants. Though injured, the trained individuals attempted to retrieve their weapons with their uninjured hands. Yuzhu scoffed and launched another 3 throwing darts, precisely slicing through their wrists. Cries of agony filled the air once more as Yuzhu advanced, delivering a kick that rendered all 3 unconscious. At that moment, soldiers on patrol for the military administration heard the sounds of an emergency call and rushed to the scene. Hands up! Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, all soldiers were taken aback. Their collective gaze fixated on Yuzhu, who had single-handedly subdued 3 armed operatives, a feat that left them in awe, yet also infused their expressions with a hint of wariness. Yuzhu did not resist. One soldier ran to report the situation, while another examined the incapacitated operatives. The procedure remained standard. However, this time, they tended to the trio's injuries to prevent them from bleeding out, although the lives of such operatives might seem inconsequential. The intelligence they possessed could prove invaluable. Shortly thereafter, Minister Wu and Longya arrived at the scene. Upon spotting the 3 incapacitated armed individuals, each missing a hand, both were struck with shock that a mere glance at the grim tableau revealed the ferocity of the prior confrontation. Their gazes then shifted to Yuzhu, comprehension dawning upon them that this person again, and no wonder these operatives failed. Nonetheless, they remained profoundly astonished, for such a situation could not be resolved through ordinary means of force. The adversaries were three armed and well-trained operatives. Typically, confronting them would necessitate deploying a fully armed squad. Yet Yuzhu had managed to resolve the situation single-handedly, a feat that defied belief. What's that? Minister Wu suddenly noticed something unusual on the ground and approached for a closer look. It was a knife, deeply embedded in the earth. He was taken aback. It seems Yuzhu utilized a knife, and the force he employed was evidently remarkable. Initially severing the enemy's hands, he had subsequently embedded the weapon into the ground. To confirm his suspicions, Minister Wu searched the area around the three operatives and indeed found two additional knives. What a pity. If this young man does not join the military, it would be a waste of his talents. Long Ye, equally astonished by the sight, understood well that to sever a wrist with such precision and embed it into the ground was no simple task, indicating that Yuzhu was proficient in the art of throwing knives. Put down your weapons. Take these three for medical treatment. Ensure their lives are safeguarded. Understood. Subsequently, Minister Wu approached Yuzhu. Young man, you are truly remarkable. Yuzhu responded with a wry smile. Minister Wu, I genuinely did not intend to harm them. I had no idea why they targeted me. I was left with no choice. Minister Wu shook his head. No need for concern. It is right for you to protect yourself. However, your skills are indeed formidable. A hero must also exercise restraint. Should you accidentally harm an innocent, it would be considered a crime. Hearing this, Yuzhu sighed in relief, understanding that the trouble had passed. Had they not threatened my life, I would never have resorted to violence. Minister Wu nodded. That is good to hear. Long Ye interjected. You truly live up to your reputation. At such a young age, you have mastered such remarkable knife skills. Were it anyone else, they would likely have suffered greatly. Yuzhu replied. I only learned these skills for self-defense. I never expected they would come in handy. Long Ye chuckled. Is that merely self-defense? Most people cannot compare to you. You would be overqualified as a special forces instructor. Long Ye's words sparked contemplation in Minister Wu's mind, leading to certain thoughts. Eventually, Minister Wu stated, according to protocol, you are required to accompany me to the military administration for a detailed account. All right, but my sister will be finishing school soon, and must pick her up? Very well, then you may return after a short while. After retrieving his sister, Yuzhu proceeded to the military administration. Minister Wu asked, tell me what transpired. Yuzhu recounted, that evening, I went to the school to pick up my sister. Owing to my martial arts background, I sensed something was amiss and remained vigilant. I spotted three individuals behaving suspiciously in the crowd, concealing something that I suspected they were spies. When they approached and were about to draw their guns, I fully confirmed my suspicions. Without hesitation, I threw my darts, striking their hands and causing their firearms to fall to the ground. Though Yuzhu recounted the events lightly, Minister Wu could still envision the perilous circumstances he had faced at that moment. A soldier approached to report the situation. Minister Wu stepped outside to inquire further. Although the voices were hushed, Yuzhu managed to glean that the reason for the attack was his previous assistance in capturing the black-clad operative Tianhong. Her arrest had led to the loss of crucial documents, resulting in a series of severe consequences. The operatives, fearing further information leakage, had resorted to poisoning themselves before capture, which infuriated Minister Wu. These individuals truly continued to vex him even in death. Yuzhu suddenly realized the significance of those documents. They were maps of their strongholds. Furthermore, he had destroyed supplies at two strongholds, inciting the operatives' wrath and fueling their desire for revenge against Yuzhu. Upon Minister Wu's return, Yuzhu feigned ignorance, asking, Minister Wu, do you know why they attempted to attack me? Minister Wu explained, we share some responsibility in this matter. We did not anticipate their reckless behavior. Fortunately, you possess martial skills. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Your role in capturing the operatives has been monumental. I intend to commend you for it, Yuzhu replied. Minister Wu, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Minister Wu, wait a moment. Yuzhu, I would like to invite you to serve as a trainer for the Special Forces, assisting in the training of a select group of elites. The monthly salary is 2 million. Yuzhu, Minister Wu, I am eager to help, but I am currently a chef at the reception hall. When my family faced financial difficulties, it was thanks to my Master S assistance that I could get by. The reception hall has treated me well. so I cannot leave it in the short term. Doing so would render me ungrateful that I must respectfully decline your kind offer. Minister Wu replied, How about this? You need not come every day, just dedicate 1 day a week to provide guidance, and your salary will remain the same. What do you think? Yuzhu recalled having demonstrated his martial arts prowess before Minister Wu on several occasions, and he knew that refusing to assist would likely leave the minister dissatisfied. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Minister Wu, I can agree, but I cannot guarantee what kind of individuals they will ultimately become. As the entrance is guided by the master, yet the cultivation relies on individual effort. Minister Wu nodded. That is no issue at all. What they learn entirely depends on their own abilities and has nothing to do with you. Yuzhu nodded in agreement. There is one more matter to clarify. The country may soon reinstate the college entrance examination, and I plan to participate. Thus, my teaching may only continue until just before the examination, after which I intend to pursue my university education. Would that be acceptable to you? Minister Wu was already aware of this news and was well informed about the situation, which put his mind at ease. He had learned about Yuzhu's circumstances. After all, Yuzhu was the second chef at the reception hall, and it was not unusual for him to know many people. No problem. Attending university is certainly a good thing, and I will not hinder you. You just need to ensure they are well taught before the examination. Yuzhu nodded in agreement. Very well. I will come here to teach every Sunday. But the number of students should not be too large, as it would be difficult to attend to everyone thoroughly. All right, Minister Wu replied. Yuzhu left Minister Wu's office with Yuzhu. On the way, Yuzhu pondered for a while, believing that establishing such a relationship with the military administration posed no harm. It was merely imparting some martial arts knowledge, akin to taking on an additional job. And he would receive an extra 2 million each month, which was quite a decent income. Yuzhu, sitting in front, curiously asked, Brother, what does it mean to take the college entrance examination? Yuzhu smiled and replied, Taking the college entrance examination means becoming a pillar of the nation. Yuzhu, you must study diligently and also aim for university. Our family cannot have any illiterates, lest we be looked down upon and ridiculed. Yuzhu nodded. All right, brother, I will definitely strive to get into university. In his previous life, Yuzhu had been mocked by Su Damao for his lack of education. In this life, he was determined not to give anyone any reason to laugh at him. However, once he entered university, it would mean losing his source of income. Therefore, before taking the college entrance examination, he needed to save enough money to for the antiques and jade. He was reluctant to sell them just yet, as their value would undoubtedly appreciate in the future. That night, after Yuzhu and Yuzhu had finished dinner, Yuzhu took out a Chinese literature book, preparing to start studying diligently for the upcoming examination. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted his study. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai smiled. Zhuzi, I heard you have officially been promoted? Yuzhu was aware that news in the courtyard spread rapidly. Yes. I was just promoted recently. Yi Zhonghai continued with a smile. You are young and accomplished. At just over 20, you have already reached the rank of 9th-level chef. If you put in a little more effort, achieving the 8th-level chef status should be no problem. Yuzhu knew that Yi Zhonghai's visit had ulterior motives. As the saying goes, no one offers unsolicited kindness without a hidden agenda. Uncle Yi, unless there is something urgent, I plan to rest now. Yuzhu has been in school all day, and I have been busy as well. We are both quite exhausted, Yi Zhonghai said. Indeed, I have become aware of your family's specific circumstances. Old Yin has mentioned it as well. It certainly presents quite a challenge. Therefore, do not feel pressured when it comes to contributions. Since we all live in the same courtyard, we should support one another. Your family is indeed in a bit of a tight spot, and we will not impose. Neighbors should care for and look out for each other. Yuzhu nodded. Yes, I have considered that. Although I have now been promoted, I do not have much money left. If I were to contribute, I truly cannot afford to give much. Yuzhu was well aware of Yi Zhonghai's character. His concern for him surely concealed other intentions. Yi Zhonghai responded. Yes, we understand. Hence, we have a request. You are aware of Dongshu's situation, and you have only recently become a formal employee, with another mouth to feed at home. Life will not be easy. I wonder if it would trouble your master to come and prepare a meal to celebrate. Rest assured, there will be no neglect in his compensation. Yuzhu nearly laughed out loud. Yi Zhonghai really had all sorts of ideas that he wanted to invite a 7th-level chef to cook for Jia Dongshu. If he were to make such a request to an ordinary neighbor, he might consider it. However, bringing up the Jia family was an entirely different matter. In his past life, they had caused him considerable suffering, and now they wished for his assistance in arranging a meal. It was simply a delusion. Uncle Yi, you can convey my sentiments. It typically requires 250,000 for my master to cater a meal, and the ingredients must be provided by you. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. What? 250,000? Are you joking? He had initially planned to offer a mere 200 or 300 as a token fee. After all, it was Yuzhu's master. What harm could there be in lending a hand? Little did he know that the starting figure was 250,000, which was more than Jia Dongshu's monthly salary. Yi Zhonghai awkwardly explained. Zhuzi, you misunderstand my intention. Considering we all reside in the same building, we should support one another. Since your father passed away, it is just you and your sister relying on each other. Even with your promotion, life will not become any easier if you encounter difficulties. You will still need the support of those in the courtyard. That be why helping others today, you will find assistance in the future, Yuzhu replied. Uncle Yi, your words are difficult for me to accept. Since my father's passing, who has ever offered me a helping hand in the courtyard? Not even a word of consolation was uttered. Instead, there were those who reveled in my misfortune. That I would rather face it alone than seek help from those people. Yi Zhonghai was quite taken aback. These were indeed facts he was well aware of. Even if Yuzhu were to encounter obstacles in the future, no one in the courtyard would step forward to help, including himself. If not for recognizing Yuzhu's potential value or his commitment to support him in old age, he would not care about Yuzhu's fate at all. Yet, how could this 15-year-old boy, lacking an educational foundation, possess such deep insight? It was too sensitive. However, Yi Zhonghai would not admit this. Zhuzi, your perspective is too one-sided. The people in the courtyard are still very loyal. It's just that everyone is struggling. If you truly encounter difficulties in the future, the people in the courtyard will certainly help you. Yuzhu smiled. I do not know what the future holds, but the current situation is quite telling. No one is willing to assist me. Please do not insist. It is meaningless. I know my own limits and will not act according to your wishes. This statement displeased Yi Zhonghai greatly, yet he had to remain calm. He understood that this could not be rushed. Yuzhu was still young and had time to be subtly influenced as fellow residents of the courtyard. They would see each other frequently, and in time, Yuzhu would inevitably be swayed. Moreover, he believed that Yuzhu could not sail smoothly through life. When he encountered trouble, what would happen then? Surely, he would still need to seek assistance at that time. It would not be too late to have him follow his arrangements. Yi Zhonghai. Very well, let's not discuss this matter any further. Let's talk about Dongshu's banquet. Can you ask your master for assistance? Perhaps you could negotiate a lower fee. Considering we are all neighbors, if you speak on Dongshu's behalf, I believe your master will grant you this favor. This would cost you nothing, and Jia Dongshu would owe you a personal favor. In his heart, Yuzhu secretly laughed. Yi Zhonghai truly had a cunning plan, articulating it so persuasively. If it were to help, Jia Dongshu would not only fail to express gratitude, but might even speak ill of him behind his back. The Jia family was precisely the kind of ungrateful clan. The Jiazhong family was notorious for their meanness, being unsatisfied even when receiving help. Yuzhu had previously aided Qin Huairu on numerous occasions, only to be drained of his resources in return. There was no semblance of affection there. Furthermore, Bang Geng, Xiao Dang, and Huaihua had occupied Yuzhu's property and possessions, ultimately driving him out and leaving him to perish in the cold. They were truly a family devoid of humanity, the epitome of ingratitude, and yet they expected him to feel grateful. Very well, I will mention it to my master, as Yi Zhonghai was about to feel pleased. Yuzhu added, perhaps he would charge a bit less. 240,000 would suffice. Yi Zhonghai was so infuriated that he felt like he might vomit blood. Just one less dish, and he dares to call that few? He suppressed his anger and said, Yuzhu, let's be clear. Could you possibly ask your master for a favor to symbolically charge 2 or 3 pieces of silver for the table? The Jia family is not in an easy situation. If you could lend a hand, it would be greatly appreciated. Yuzhu almost burst into laughter. What a rare oddity. Uncle Yi, are you joking? What kind of favors can Dongshu expect from me? Why will my master need to extend him any courtesy? If you are suggesting that I help Jia Dongshu, I'm afraid that is simply out of the question. You have seen how the Jia family has treated me. They stole my bicycle and even plotted against me. If I hadn't been diligent in my physical training, I would have long been bullied. Now, you expect me to save face for them? That is utterly impossible. Yi Zhonghai was infuriated. Yi Yuanzhu was as stubborn as a mule, impervious to persuasion. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain his fury. Yuzhu, do not hold on to grudges forever. The past was merely a misunderstanding. In truth, you haven't suffered any significant loss. How about having Jia Dongshu personally come and apologize to you? Yi Yuanzhu waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Even if you forcibly bring him here, his heart won't be in it. Such insincere apologies are worse than none at all. It would sound as if I am coercing him into an apology. And I hope you can understand that. Yi Zhonghai's voice involuntarily rose, unable to contain his frustration. Are you refusing to help? Chapter 9. I'm going to school. Yi Yuanzhu nodded. Indeed. Yi Zhonghai retorted. Don't regret it in the future. Before he could finish his sentence, he stormed off. Yi Yuanzhu smirked. Regret? What is there to regret? Inside the Jia household. Master, have you communicated everything with Yi Yuanzhu? You need to have your master come early today to help estimate the quantity of dishes. We cannot purchase too much. Excess would go to waste. A shopping list also needs to be prepared so that I can select appropriate items. After all, our family is living quite frugally and needs to plan accordingly. Jia Dongshu mumbled to himself, contemplating how to host the banquet. Jia Zhongshi interjected. We also need to prepare more soup and drinks. If people are well fed, we can save on food costs. Yi Zhonghai sighed, stating, No, it won't work with Yuzhu. Both of them are taken aback. What? He refuses to cooperate. On what grounds? Jia Dongshu immediately grew agitated. Yi Zhonghai explained, You have offended him in the past, which is why he is unwilling to assist you this time. You must seek help elsewhere. Jia Dongshu muttered in frustration. If I seek someone else, the cost will surely be higher. Moreover, others may not be as skilled as he is. Damn, Yi Yuanzhu. Yi Zhonghai scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Qin Huairu. Only Qin Huairu can attempt this. You share grievances with Yi Yuanzhu, Jia Dongshu, and Jia Zhongshi, but you are newly married and have yet to develop any conflicts. Go speak to him. Perhaps, considering your youth and innocence, Yi Yuanzhu will agree to help. After all, a young girl of 15 or 16 is likely to have some compassion. Jia Dongshu's face darkened. This was his newlywed wife, and now she was expected to plead for help, which was utterly humiliating. He was about to voice his concerns, but paused, realizing that if it succeeded, it would not only save a significant amount of money, but also ensure that the wedding banquet could be held more splendidly. He ultimately chose silence. Jia Zhongshi chimed in. Yes, master is correct. Huairu, you should take this on. While speaking, you can display a pitiful demeanor, which may touch Yi Yuanzhu's heart. Qin Huairu pursed her lips at this moment. She was not yet the shrewd woman she would later become, unaware of how to navigate among men. She merely hoped that marrying into the city would lead to a better life than her rural upbringing. Hearing such words made her feel slightly shy and reluctant. After all, asking a strange man for pity felt like a blow to her dignity. She involuntarily looked at Jia Dongshu, hoping for his support. But he remained silent, even avoiding her gaze. With a soft sigh, Qin Huairu stood up and walked to Yi Yuanzhu's door. Yi Yuanzhu, hello, I am Qin Huairu. Yi Yuanzhu looked at Qin Huairu, his heart unmoved. In his previous life, he had regarded her as a beauty. However, now, she was merely unremarkable to him. Moreover, individuals like Qin Huairu were far superior. Why would he pursue a married woman? Is there something you need? Qin Huairu replied, I would like to ask you for a favor. You know, Dongshu and I are preparing to host a banquet. However, we have yet to find a suitable chef. The Yingbin Hotel has excellent chefs renowned for their skills. Therefore, we hope you can assist us in finding a chef from Yingbin Hotel to oversee our banquet. Yi Yuanzhu nodded. Sure. What kind of chef are you looking for? Qin Huairu was taken aback by his willingness. Initially planning to evoke sympathy to sway the Jia family. Then please ask your master. He is a level 7 chef and serves as the head chef at Yingbin Hotel, so his skills are undoubtedly top-notch. Yi Yuanzhu agreed. That is feasible. However, he charges 250,000 yuan for a single meal, so you must prepare the funds. Qin Huairu was instantly stunned. It turned out to be a mere empty hope. If they had this kind of money, would she need to seek Yi Yuanju's help? You misunderstand. I have just married into the Jia family, and their situation is not very good. Dongxiu has just been promoted to a level 1 mechanic, and his income is not high. We still need to raise children, so we must be frugal. Can you ask your master to lower the price? Since you two share a close bond, he would surely extend you this courtesy. Yi Yuanju scrutinized Qin Huairu, begrudgingly admitting that this woman had a knack for persuasion. Though she was not yet the most mature version of herself, her innate ability to evoke sympathy, even with just a few words, could stir emotions, especially those expressive eyes. Perhaps others would have succumbed. But Yi Yuanju was different. Yi Yuanju frowned. What does my family situation have to do with yours? From your tone, it seems every household is prospering. If you have the means to pay, then please do so. If not, there is no need to feign modesty. If you have no other business, please leave. It is late at night, and you standing at my door might tarnish my reputation. I still hope to marry in the future. Please do not ruin my name. Qin Huairu felt wronged. She was clearly the new bride of the Jia family. Why was Yi Yuanju so unrelenting towards her? She was about to defend herself, but Yi Yuanju didn't even give her that chance and directly shut the door. Qin Huairu nearly bumped her nose against it, startled into taking a step back. With no option left, she could only return to in the Jia household. So, how did it go? Yi Zhonghai asked impatiently. Unsuccessful. Qin Huairu shook her head in response. Immediately, the faces of Yi Zhonghai, Yi Zhonghai, and Jia Dongxiu darkened. Yi Zhonghai said to Jia Dongxiu, Dongxiu, if Yi Yuanju encounters any difficulties in the future, do not assist him. Jia Dongxiu nodded in agreement. Mother, rest assured. One day, I will make Yi Yuanju taste the bitterness of rejection, and I will make him regret it. The next day, around noon, Yi Yuanju took advantage of his free time to find a quiet spot to read. Chinese Literature 1. Chinese Literature 1. Chinese Literature 1. To gain admission to university, one must strive diligently. There are no free lunches in this world. If it weren't for his own hard work, Yi Yuanju would not have achieved his current success. Time flew by, and half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Through relentless study, Yi Yuanju had mastered the content of various subjects, checking his personal attributes. Culinary skills level 1, 566. 610,000 fishing level 7. Mastered 743,210,000 medicine level 6. Outstanding 633,550,000 13 ghost needles level 6. Outstanding 556,150,000 arts level 4. Great achievement 411,500,000 level 4. Great achievement 355,500,000 Chinese literature. Mathematics, chemistry, Chinese and foreign history, physics, political knowledge, biology, foreign languages, Russian, English level 6. Outstanding 500,000, with the mastery of Bajiquan at level 7 reaching 631. 110,000. Taijiquan at level 7 achieving 544, 15,000. Hungar at level 7 attaining 424. 15,000. Xingyi Quan at level 7 culminating in 355, 15,000. Tantue at level 7 amounting to 267, 15,000. And the combined dragon and snake technique at level 4 yielding 501,000. The depth of his inner power stands at 970. 0100. During this period, Yuzhu has devoted himself tirelessly, seizing every opportunity to enhance his strength. He has indeed made significant progress. Although advancing further has become increasingly challenging, Yuzhu remains unperturbed in the prime of his life. The road ahead is long. He cannot predict the heights he may yet attain. Regarding his culinary skills, he has now reached level 1, equivalent to the standards of national banquet cuisine. Elevate to the next level. He requires an additional 10 million in proficiency, a journey that promises to be protracted. The wedding of Jia Dongxiu and Qin Huairu ultimately had to settle for an ordinary chef, resulting in a rather hasty affair. Yuzhu merely presented a token of a dowry, a meager sum of 500 yuan. This gesture incensed the Jia family, who were not only displeased by the lack of a reputable chef, but also outraged by the paltry dowry. How could they not be angered? Despite this, Yuzhu enjoyed the banquet, having contributed his 500 yuan, which seemed reasonable given the circumstances. After all, it was a joyous occasion for the Jia family, and they could not expel him without losing face. Thus they swallowed their grievances. This incident further strained the relationship between the Jia family and Yuzhu. Qin Huairu's child was born smoothly, named Jia Gong. Jia Dongshu passed his examination successfully, becoming a second-level fitter. With a monthly salary of 375,000 yuan, allowing for a decent living that it is now November of 51. With less than a year remaining before the college entrance examination, at 8 this moment, Yuzhu had just completed his vegetable cutting duties and stepped aside to rest. Picking up a newspaper to read, the paper contained information regarding the college entrance examination and a series of requirements. Among the most critical was the necessity for a clean political background, as well as the requirement for a high school diploma that Yuzhu's educational qualifications evidently did not meet the criteria. He had only completed elementary school. However, this was not a significant issue, as he had once been a special forces instructor under military administration. He would simply need to communicate this to the relevant authorities. Wang Defa called Yuzhu aside. "Zhuzi, I've noticed you've been reading quite a bit lately. Do you have any plans?" Yuzhu did not conceal his intentions, pointing to the contents of the newspaper and saying, "Master, I wish to attend university." Wang Defa was taken aback. "Ah, university? Zhuzi, you are already a 6th-level chef, earning a monthly salary of 1.5 million. If you continue to work hard, I believe reaching first-level chef status is merely a matter of time. At that point, a monthly salary exceeding 4 million will not be a challenge. Even if you were to get into university, it is unlikely you would earn more than as a chef. Wouldn't that be self-sabotage? Zhuzi, it would be wiser to focus your efforts on the culinary profession. It will be far more beneficial for you. Yuzhu understood that Wang Defa had his best interests at heart, yet he recognized that the broader world ahead was far too vast for the culinary field to contain his potential. It simply could not allow him to fully utilize his capabilities and would inevitably restrict his future development. However, if he were to voice these thoughts, Wang Defa might perceive him as daydreaming. Thus, he resolved to inform his master that his culinary skills had reached the first level. Just as he was about to speak, Manager Zhang rushed into the kitchen with a dish. "Who made this?" Wang Defa glanced and replied, "Manager Zhang, I prepared this dish." Zhang had initially intended to reprimand, but upon seeing it was Wang Defa, his anger dissipated. Not out of fear of Wang Defa, but due to his apprehension of Yuzhu's presence. At that moment, Yuzhu had become the shining emblem of their welcome building, having achieved 6th-level culinary skills at a young age, with future accomplishments that were difficult to predict. Wang Defa was Yuzhu's mentor. To offend Wang Defa was akin to provoking Yuzhu. Therefore, Manager Zhang would never commit such folly. He smiled and said, "Master Wang, some guests have reported that this dish lacks flavor, suggesting we are being negligent. They have raised a fuss, so could you please prepare another?" Wang Defa was taken aback. After so many years of cooking, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He picked up his chopsticks to taste the chili and found no issues. He sampled the peanuts, which were equally crisp. Finally, he tasted the chicken, which bore no trace of unpleasantness. Everything seemed perfect. Were these guests merely looking for trouble? After all, the welcome building had been thriving, naturally attracting envy from competitors. Wang Defa remarked, "Then I shall give it a try as well." After tasting, he stated, "The flavor is truly delightful. Why don't we all sample it?" Everyone immediately paused their work to taste it together. No issues here. I believe Chef Wang's skills remain exceptional. This was evidently a deliberate provocation orchestrated by other restaurants. They truly could not discern any faults. Manager Zhang declared, "No, I must return to clarify. If it turns out those individuals were indeed provocateurs sent by another hotel, I will not let them succeed." Shortly thereafter, Manager Zhang returned. Wang Defa inquired, "What did you find out?" Manager Zhang appeared astonished. They claimed they were not sent by anyone else. Rather, they dined here last year and found the flavors far superior. Wang Wenhua, puzzled, responded, "This only deepens the mystery if there is anyone at our welcome building capable of producing cuisine beyond our standards." it would solely be Yuzhu. Yet last year he had not yet achieved his current level of culinary prowess. Therefore, it is absurd to suggest they experienced a higher caliber of cooking than what we could offer last year. As we only had chefs of the 7th level mastery, the surrounding colleagues nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yuzhu would not casually prepare dishes for just anyone. Only esteemed guests would have the privilege of enjoying a meal prepared by Master He. Otherwise, he merely assisted with chopping vegetables. Those who had experienced Yuzhu's culinary creations would certainly call for him by name, requesting his services. That it was truly perplexing. Suddenly, a hypothesis flickered in Wang Defa's mind as he casually glanced at Yuzhu in the distance. Could it be that Yuzhu had surpassed our level back then? Only such an explanation could account for this phenomenon. Yet if his skills had already reached 6th level last year, what level might he now be? After pondering for a moment, Wang Defa said, "Zhuzi, could you taste this dish again and see where the problem lies?" Yuzhu nodded slightly, took a delicate bite, and remarked, "The cooking temperature was too high, causing the chicken to lose some of its exquisite flavor, resulting in a texture that is not sufficiently tender. The seasoning should be added simultaneously, otherwise they cannot fully meld with the dish, leading to an uneven distribution of flavor. Furthermore, there was an excess of 5-spice powder, which overshadowed the other flavors. After identifying the primary issues, he refrained from elaborating further. A first-level master, if he were to nitpick, the dish would be fraught with flaws." Manager Zhang marveled. "Zhuzi, your articulation is remarkable. These issues eluded our senses, yet your tasting pinpointed the core problems. Given this, it would be prudent to ask Master Wang to prepare the dish again according to Zhuzi's suggestions, ensuring that this matter is resolved satisfactorily and does not tarnish the image and business of the welcome building." Wang Defa scrutinized Yuzhu for a moment, saying nothing, and then proceeded to recreate the dish based on the guidance provided. Soon, a plate of spicy chicken cubes emerged, with a generous portion set aside for tasting. Manager Zhang specifically took a plate to serve the leftover dish, tasted it, and exclaimed in astonishment, "The flavor is completely different from before." He then called out, "Everyone, come taste this." Wang Defa also sampled it, savoring each bite, his eyes filled with shock. Merely a few casual adjustments could yield such an impressive result. Just how elevated was Yuzhu's culinary skill? Wang Defa was nearly convinced of his assessment. Yuzhu likely reached 6th level culinary mastery last year, and he may now be even more formidable. Wang Wenhua arrived, also tasting the dish, and could not help but exclaim, "Father, this flavor is simply unparalleled. Zhuzi is truly extraordinary. His culinary skills surpass even yours." Surrounding individuals eagerly approached to sample the dish, each one astonished that it was remarkably delicious. A mere alteration of cooking time and some seasonings resulted in such a transformative effect. Surely, this exemplifies the prowess of a 6th level chef. Alas, it seems I shall never attain such heights in my lifetime. Zhuzi, so young yet so incredibly gifted, it is simply delectable, seeing the crowd rave about the dish. Manager Zhang confidently took it out to serve. Wang Defa remarked, "Zhuzi, tell me honestly, had your culinary skills already reached 6th level last year?" The individuals in the kitchen were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Zhuzi's skills had reached such heights last year? Was he truly already at the 6th level? It seemed almost implausible. If that were the case, just how extraordinary must his culinary abilities be now? Indeed, it was conceivable, for how else could one explain the delectable dishes savored by those on official business? Perhaps Zhuzi had already achieved 6th level culinary mastery by then. If so, why had he chosen to conceal his skills? Curiosity enveloped the crowd as they fixed eager gazes upon Yuzhu, awaiting his response. Yuzhu nodded slightly, affirming their speculations. Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the group. So Zhuzi had indeed attained 6th level proficiency last year. Such talent was nothing short of astonishing. At merely 15 years of age, having only recently begun his apprenticeship, achieving 6th level culinary skill in such a short span was an undeniable testament to his innate aptitude for this craft. No, it was as if fate itself had conspired to nourish him in this pursuit. Wang Wenhua, visibly shocked, exclaimed, "Zhuzi, you are truly remarkable. To have reached 6th level proficiency last year, your rate of advancement is astounding. At this pace, shouldn't you already be a national banquet level chef? although everyone understood the improbability of such a claim. Wang Wenhua's astonishment prompted his inquiry. Yet in that moment, no one dared to mock him. They all recognized that Yuzhu's talent was genuinely extraordinary, and his future as a national banquet-level chef was beyond doubt. Wang Defa, with a serious demeanor, said, "Zhuzi, be honest with me. What level have you truly attained? Stop hiding it. I understand your concern about my feelings, but you need not worry. As your master, seeing you surpass me fills my heart with genuine joy. If you can become a first-level chef in the future, I would be immensely honored and proud that I am aware of my limited talent. Achieving such culinary mastery in my lifetime is implausible. However, if I can teach you to become such an exceptional disciple, I would die content." Yuzhu realized that if he were to speak candidly to Wang Defa, his words might not be taken seriously, given his youth. After all, who would easily trust the words of a mere boy? Thus, he resolved to demonstrate his abilities through action that he quickly conceived of a perfect dish, Wensi tofu. This culinary creation boasts a long history. With strict ingredient selection, meticulous knife skills, and a soft, melt-in-the-mouth texture, it is renowned for its nutritional benefits, often gracing significant national banquets. The greatest challenge of this dish lies in the utmost precision required in knife work, necessitating the cutting of a block of delicate tofu into nearly 10,000 fine strands, which must remain intact when submerged in water. Any misstep in the process would lead to the dish's failure, presenting a formidable test of a chef's foundational skills and artistry. "That I will prepare a dish," he declared, igniting the interest of those around him. Yuzhu meticulously removed the stems from shiitake mushrooms, washed them, and sliced them into fine strands. He peeled and boiled the winter bamboo shoots, processing them similarly, and prepared the chicken breast by rinsing and cooking it before cutting it into delicate strips. The pivotal moment had arrived that Yuzhu picked up a piece of tender tofu, removing its outer hard skin. In a display of lightning-fast dexterity, his knife danced upon the tofu, executing countless precise cuts. When he concluded, the tofu retained its original form, nearly imperceptible to the eye as having been sliced. He then gently placed the tofu into a pot of boiling broth, and countless strands of tofu, resembling fine hair, gracefully dispersed within the soup. As the tofu strands bobbed to the surface, he swiftly retrieved them with a slotted spoon, presenting the dish before the onlookers. The dish was finally complete. Wang Defa's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. After several deep breaths, he managed to ask with a trembling voice, "Zhuzi, how did you accomplish this?" Yuzhu nodded gently, affirming his culinary prowess. As a seventh-level chef, Wang Defa certainly understood the significance of Wensi tofu. Even he, with his level of skill, could not achieve such finesse, let alone the fact that this was a genuine national banquet dish. This indicated that Zhuzi's skills had reached a national level. Wang Defa found it hard to believe, his mind clouded with disbelief. He had contemplated various possibilities, even imagining Zhuzi might be at the second level. Yet he had never anticipated that Yuzhu was indeed a first-level chef, a top-tier master capable of crafting national banquet cuisine. In that moment, a blend of shock and awe surged within him, rendering him speechless as he repeatedly mulled over this incredible reality. Wang Wenhua, who had followed Wang Defa for many years, though not as skilled, was familiar with Wensi tofu. Wang Defa had often spoken of the dish's complexity, emphasizing that executing it required exceptional knife skills. The process demanded unwavering precision. Even a momentary pause could distort the tofu's shape, rendering all efforts futile. Thus, one had to exert maximum effort. Chefs capable of achieving such standards were typically entrusted with leading national-level banquets. Wang Defa had long harbored a desire to showcase his talents at a national banquet, yet he understood the limitations of his abilities, making such a dream nearly unattainable. The scenarios Wang Wenhua had described filled him with longing. He held a profound interest in the intricate and exquisite Wensi tofu, yet had always lacked the opportunity to witness it firsthand. As chefs exist on a spectrum of skill, the circles they moved in also varied significantly. It was rare for an ordinary person to step into the realm of top-tier masters. The other chefs and apprentices in the kitchen, witnessing the astonishment on Wang Defa and Wang Wenhua's faces, felt immense curiosity and gathered around. Having been obscured from view by Yuzhu's earlier position, they were unaware of what dish he had prepared. When they beheld the tofu strands, perfectly cohesive and finely cut, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. "It's Wensi tofu!" someone exclaimed. This proclamation rippled through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, creating waves of excitement. Indeed, it is Wensi tofu. My goodness. This is a dish for the national banquet. Only the highest caliber of chefs would dare to undertake such a challenge, which demanded extraordinary precision. Could it be that Yuzhu was a top-tier master? How could he possibly have cooked Wensi tofu? Am I dreaming? Can someone confirm that this is real? Of course, it is Wensi tofu. I saw it in a magazine featuring national-level banquets. It remains vividly etched in my memory. The backstage area erupted in a cacophony of chatter, all eyes in the kitchen fixed upon Yuzhu with a mix of astonishment and reverence, as if he had suddenly transformed into an extraordinary being. Wang Defa's voice trembled as he asked, "Zhuzi, are you truly a first-level chef now?" Yuzhu nodded, affirming, "Yes, a first-level chef." I had intended to share this news today, but I could never find the right moment. Although everyone had speculated that Yuzhu might be an advanced chef, hearing him confirm it in person left them utterly astounded. Wang Defa laughed heartily. "Zhuzi, you have truly brought me great honor. Who would have thought I would teach a disciple capable of gracing the national banquet? If word of this gets out, my life would be complete." Wang Wenhua was equally exhilarated. Initially, he had thought it a mere jest, never anticipating that Yuzhu would indeed possess national-level skills to eye in the future. If I introduce myself as the senior brother of a national treasure-level chef, how glorious that would be. This was not merely about status. It was a recognition of his personal abilities and worth. One by one, the others expressed their admiration for Yuzhu, their respect for him deepening in that moment. Those with true ability always command respect. Yuzhu, however, did not adopt an arrogant demeanor. Instead, he engaged the crowd with a warm smile, stating, "There's really nothing extraordinary about it. If everyone continues to work hard, one day you too will reach such heights." The audience was well aware that such an achievement was not merely a product of sweat and effort. It also required exceptional talent. Yet Yuzhu's words felt like a refreshing breeze, enveloping everyone in comfort. Indeed, not only did he possess prodigious culinary skills, but his humility in dealings with others was equally admirable. At that moment, Manager Zhang strode in, exclaiming, "Haha, Xiaozhu, you truly have a knack." The guests raved about the dish you just prepared, claiming it was absolutely exquisite. If we have a chance to serve them again in the capital, they will surely return to our restaurant and recommend us to their friends. Wang Defa. Congratulations. Manager Zhang, Wang Wenhua. Congratulations, Manager Zhang. The kitchen staff joined in a chorus of cheers. Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang initially believed they were celebrating the earlier success, but Wang Defa's next statement left him utterly astonished. There's another piece of good news. You will have a national-level culinary master in residence. Manager Zhang was left bewildered. A national-level culinary master? What are you joking about? How could such a renowned figure be interested in a small establishment like ours? No amount of money could entice them. Only then did Manager Zhang realize that Wang Defa was hinting at introducing someone to him, a look of surprise crossing his face. Could it be that you have a connection? Is it possible for you to introduce someone to me? This is truly splendid. Just imagine, with a national team chef present, even if he were to spend his days idly, his mere title would significantly elevate the status of our restaurant. Wang Defa replied with a smile. You've hit the nail on the head. I happen to know one. Manager Zhang immediately became exhilarated. Then take me to meet him at once. Offering him 4 million a month? No, 5 million would suffice. As long as he is willing to come to us, I am prepared to pay that price. The bystanders could not help but gasp, their eyes alight with admiration and reverence for Yuzhu. 5 million. This sum equated to several years of their earnings combined. Yet, no one harbored any jealousy. Yuzhu's prowess was evidently genuine and substantial. The income of a top national chef was well-deserved. In this profession, merit speaks volumes. Wang Defa continued, "Please evaluate this dish." With that, he guided Manager Zhang closer to the intricately crafted Wensi tofu. Zhang looked on in astonishment. Ah, is this the Wensi tofu served at state banquets? Could it be that the national master chef has graced our welcome pavilion? Such a significant matter. And you didn't inform me. I must go and welcome him. Where is this maestro? Let me meet him at once. Wang Defa smiled slightly. That national master is Yi Yuzhu, who is now a national culinary master. This dish is his creation. Manager Zhang was momentarily dumbfounded, gazing at Yi Yuzhu with disbelief. Is this true? He is merely 16. While I acknowledge he is an extraordinary talent and firmly believe he will become a national culinary master, to assert that he is one now seems like a jest. Master Wang, please do not jest with me. Reveal where the true master is hiding. This concerns the future of the Welcome Pavilion. Wang Wenhua quickly explained, Manager Zhang, it is indeed as Defa has said. All of this is the work of Zhuzi. The kitchen staff chimed in. Indeed, it was that young man who personally prepared it. We all witnessed him do so. This lad is indeed a chef of national banquet caliber, a rare talent. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe, but the evidence stands before us. After hearing such praise from so many, Manager Zhang finally reassessed Yuzhu. Yet he struggled to reconcile this boy with the image of a top national banquet chef. That it was not that he was unwilling to believe, but it simply seemed outrageous. The standard for a first-rate chef was exceedingly high. Most cooks never ascend to such heights. Yet Yuzhu was merely 16. Were it not for the affirmations of those present, he would never have believed it in his wildest dreams. Wang Defa understood Manager Zhang's doubts. Yuzhu, demonstrate your knife skills to Manager Zhang. He too is an expert in this field. Without first-rate skills, one could never achieve the finesse of wincy tofu. Yuzhu said little, taking a piece of silky tofu, and began to work. The knife danced in his hands as though imbued with life. A series of flashes from the blade ensued, causing onlookers to think he was merely waving the knife through the air. At that moment, Wang Wenhua brought forth a basin of clear water. Yuzhu gently placed the tofu into the water. Manager Zhang leaned in eagerly, his eyes fixed on the surface. Slowly, the tofu began to disperse in the water, gradually transforming into countless slender threads. Manager Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly Yuzhu? Has he indeed reached the level of national banquet skill? My heavens, this is astonishing, truly remarkable. Joy flooded his heart, for this signified that their welcome pavilion could soon boast a master chef of national banquet caliber. Wang Defa then remarked, Manager Zhang, about the cooperation terms you mentioned earlier? Zhang nodded vigorously, of course. That is a binding agreement. A monthly salary of 5 million to a talent like Yuzhu will not be treated with the slightest negligence at our welcome pavilion. Although there was no formal system of professional certification at that time, the culinary community had its own standards of judgment. True talent cannot be fabricated, and false accomplishments cannot be masqueraded. Given Yuzhu's exceptional skills, Manager Zhang would certainly not allow him to be overlooked. Otherwise, should Yuzhu depart for another restaurant, it would be an immeasurable regret for Zhang, as top chefs are not easily recruited. Even if Yuzhu were to cease cooking in the future, merely his name would suffice to attract immeasurable benefits for the welcome pavilion. Wang Defa smiled. Well then, everything has been settled. You may return to your respective duties. The crowd then dispersed, each returning to their tasks. Yuzhu continued diligently with his preparations, slicing and dicing, as if he were not the renowned chef of national banquets. Manager Zhang could not bear to see this. Yuzhu, now that you possess national banquet-level skills, there is no need for you to engage in such trivial tasks. Allow others to handle those. Yet Yuzhu shook his head. No, I would prefer to do it myself. Learning is a journey without an end. Being a national banquet chef does not signify the pinnacle of culinary artistry. Higher realms surely await our exploration, that I must not become complacent due to my status as a head chef, nor indulge in vanity. I am still young, and the road ahead is long and uncertain. Whether I reach the other shore remains a mystery. Diligence is always right, and effort is never misplaced. After all, every skill requires constant honing. A moment's negligence may lead to decline and loss of craft. As for national banquet chefs, there is nothing particularly extraordinary about them, merely a higher level of culinary skill. Please do not overestimate my worth. I am but an ordinary person, capable of preparing a decent meal. Applause erupted. The crowd was moved, offering fervent applause for Yuzhu, their admiration beyond words. Wang Wenhua extended his hand in praise. Zhuzi, your mindset is truly of a higher realm. Such a caliber of grace and demeanor makes you deserving of being a national-level chef. Manager Zhang also regarded Yuzhu with newfound respect. This young man was indeed impressive, brimming with vigor and passion. What employer would not cherish such an outstanding employee? The 5 million was an investment worth every penny if another national chef were to come to our hotel. They would be unlikely to engage personally in the cooking, and even the absence of a grand presence would be rare. Manager Zhang continued, very well, given your stance, I shall no longer interfere. However, balance between work and rest is crucial. Do not overexert yourself to the detriment of your health. In the days to come, our hotel will rely on your talents. Yuzhu replied with a smile. It is impossible for the hotel to thrive solely on my efforts. All of this success is the result of our collective endeavor. Were it not for the team, I would have surely been overwhelmed long ago. Laughter erupted, further endearing Yuzhu to them. The emotional intelligence reflected in his words brought them comfort. Wang Defa sincerely praised, Zhuzi, your success is well-deserved, stemming from your hard work and humility. You possess all the precious qualities that lead to success. If you claim you are not successful, who then can be? Wang Wenhua added, Dad, I am still young, and I will work doubly hard in the future. That Yuzhu might not have been aware, but his words today ignited a flame in the hearts of everyone in the kitchen. They all silently encouraged themselves to prove their worth and strive for success. Yuzhu was not merely a colleague. He was their spiritual pillar. After Manager Zhang departed, Wang Defa expressed his apologies to Yuzhu. Zhuzi, I owe you an apology. You are right. Confining your talents to this profession would be a tremendous waste of your gifts. You ought to pursue higher education. Perhaps you will embark on a more illustrious path. The skies of the future will be boundlessly expansive for you. Being a chef may only be a brilliant chapter in your colorful life. Your existence will surely encompass many more radiant narratives. I previously misjudged your potential. Perhaps the limits I can reach as a chef have already been set, much like my career stagnating at level 6. But you are different. You are an extraordinary presence. No one can predict how high you will soar in the future, Yuzhu replied. Master, please do not feel guilty. I understand your intentions. There is no malice, only care and hope that I merely remain uncertain about my specific circumstances. Wang Defa said, Zhuzi, I take pride in you. Be sure to prepare well for your examinations. I firmly believe you will succeed. Yuzhu nodded slightly. Gaining admission to university was undoubtedly a trivial matter for him. With his current abilities, he could easily excel as a top scholar. However, the tuition and living expenses for a 5-year program were considerable, and he needed to save more money. Otherwise, lacking financial resources would make his life on campus quite arduous. Soon, the time to finish work arrived. Manager Zhang approached Yuzhu and said, Zhuzi, now that you have become a chef of national banquet caliber, you should celebrate this achievement. How about preparing a meal together tonight? I also have some matters to discuss with you. What do you think? Yuzhu nodded in agreement, of course. Upon hearing Yuzhu's affirmative response, those around them erupted in cheers and applause. The opportunity to taste the culinary skills of chef at the national banquet level was a bragging point for them in the future. Yuzhu added, however, I must first pick up my sister from school. Manager Zhang nodded in understanding. Certainly. Let me send someone to fetch her so as not to delay you. Yuzhu shook his head. No need. I'll go personally. She is shy around strangers. Manager Zhang replied, That's fine. Since there is no urgency, you may head out early. Just don't take too long. Yuzhu nodded in compliance. After picking up Yushui, he said to his sister, Yushui, later on, I'll treat you to a grand meal. Yushui clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, That's wonderful. Your cooking is the best, brother. During this time, thanks to Yuzhu's meticulous care, Yushui had noticeably improved in health, no longer resembling a mere shadow of her former self. Reflecting on this, Yuzhu's expression softened with tenderness, but he felt a pang of remorse for his past self's shortcomings towards her. Upon arriving at the welcome pavilion, everyone had been eagerly anticipating his arrival, waiting for Yuzhu to take charge. Without hesitation, he began the preparations. He had meticulously planned 26 dishes, which filled the entire dining table. Each dish was a feast for the senses, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. My goodness. Indeed a chef of national banquet caliber. These dishes were simply exquisite. Merely gazing at them made one's mouth water. His skills were truly unparalleled. Manager Zhang invited Yuzhu to take the seat of honor, saying, "Tonight, you are the star, so please sit down." Subsequently, under Manager Zhang's invitation, everyone joyfully began their meal. Once they started eating, no one spoke further. The food was simply too delicious, and everyone eagerly vied to savor every morsel, eager to clear the table of delicacies. However, the dishes in front of Yuzhu and Yushui remained untouched. Watching everyone wolf down their meals, Yuzhu smiled helplessly and continued to serve his sister. Yushui beamed with happiness, saying, "Brother, your cooking is truly amazing." Yuzhu gently rubbed her nose. "I am glad you like it. Make sure to eat more." After the meal, feeling satiated, everyone expressed their gratitude and congratulations with a few brief words from Manager Zhang before dispersing. Afterwards, he approached Yuzhu, saying, "Zhuzi, I would like to promote you in the coming days. You are now a master chef of national banquet caliber that a little publicity would benefit you in establishing yourself and would positively impact the Welcome Pavilion as well. What do you think?" Manager Zhang's demeanor towards Yuzhu was now particularly respectful, fearing to offend this esteemed chef. If Yuzhu decided to leave, he would have nowhere to turn for solace. Yuzhu responded, "That sounds good. Let us proceed as you suggest, Manager Zhang." This response filled Manager Zhang with elation. "That's wonderful. Rest assured, I will ensure that esteemed figures from the culinary world and important clients are invited. It will be nothing short of splendid." Then Yuzhu added, "Manager, I have something to discuss with you as well that I plan to prepare for the college entrance examination, likely next year. This means I can only work at the Welcome Pavilion for about a year before I go to school, but I will wholeheartedly dedicate myself to this place until then." Chapter 10 Zhuzi, when will you have the funds? Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang was taken aback. "What? Zhuzi, do you think the salary at the Welcome Pavilion is insufficient?" "We can discuss that." Yuzhu shook his head. "No, the salary is quite high, and I am very satisfied with the current situation. It's just that I am still young, and my culinary skills have reached a certain level. I do not wish to be confined to this small circle for a lifetime. I hope to achieve further breakthroughs. Attending university is one of my options." Recognizing Yuzhu's extraordinary talent, Manager Zhang understood the immense potential he held for the future, and separation seemed inevitable. He hadn't anticipated that Yuzhu was preparing to pursue education. Gaining admission to university was no easy feat. Should he not succeed, Manager Zhang believed Yuzhu would ultimately return here. Understanding his character, Manager Zhang thought it best to maximize their existing collaboration. Manager Zhang agreed. "If you truly wish to attend university, I will not stand in your way. Should you graduate and wish to return as a chef, the Welcome Pavilion will always welcome you back." Yuzhu nodded. Although he knew that by the time he graduated, the Welcome Pavilion might have merged into state ownership, becoming part of the national landscape, thus losing its close ties with private ownership, he felt that expressing such thoughts would only lead to misunderstandings. He assured Manager Zhang, "Please rest assured, should I re-enter the culinary field, I will certainly return to the Welcome Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang was overjoyed. Having such a promise was already immensely satisfying. Time swiftly passed to the day of the promotion event, and the Welcome Pavilion closed its doors to the public. In attendance were not only culinary luminaries, but also prominent figures from society. When the high-ranking officials and Minister Wu heard the news, they hurried over to congratulate him. The high-ranking official smiled and said, "Zhuzi, I never imagined that in such a short time, you would achieve such mastery. Your talent is truly remarkable. If one day I am fortunate enough to have you prepare a grand feast for me, I would be delighted." Yuzhu replied with a smile. "If you wish to taste, I shall come to cook whenever you are free." Hearing this, the official felt immense joy. Deep down, he admired Yuzhu's mature demeanor despite his youth, recognizing that this young man was indeed exceptional. At that moment, Director Yang from the Hongqing steel plant also arrived, seeking to make a favorable impression on Yuzhu. "So this is the renowned Yuzhu. Achieving such success at a young age is indeed extraordinary. Your future development is bound to be immeasurable." In truth, Director Yang was not well acquainted with Yuzhu and seldom dined at the Welcome Pavilion. However, his influential connections made him eager not to miss such an opportunity for networking. Knowing a chef of national banquet caliber was undoubtedly a tremendous asset. The official then briefly introduced the two. This is the leader of the Hongqing steel plant. Should you wish to join the factory in the future, you can contact him directly. Witnessing the high-ranking official treating Yuzhu with such deference left Director Yang astonished, thinking to himself that their relationship must be quite profound. And no problem. This is something I have long desired. Should Yuzhu wish to join our Hongqing steel plant, I will do my utmost to accommodate him. The official smiled lightly, adding, indeed, it will be no trouble to arrange for Yuzhu to take a deputy director position. Director Yang was once again taken aback at this revelation. Such a position was not easily attainable for ordinary individuals. Even for friends, he would not casually promise such a role at this moment. Yuzhu's significance in his mind had undoubtedly increased. Gaining the special attention of such a high-ranking figure indicated that Yuzhu must possess extraordinary capabilities. The celebration ceremony then officially commenced. Manager Zhang delivered the customary formalities. Following this, he invited Yuzhu to demonstrate his culinary skills, proving that this 16-year-old master chef was indeed worthy of his title. The culinary showcase was deliberately arranged to take place outside, aiming to allow more people to witness this prodigy's talents firsthand. They hoped to use this opportunity to promote the fact that there was a chef of national banquet caliber at the Welcome Pavilion. Whether or not one understood culinary techniques, upon witnessing Yuzhu's fluid and skillful methods, everyone was left in awe and expressed high regard for his abilities. Yes, the dishes were served one after another. The guests savored them attentively. The officials nodded in approval, remarking, truly excellent. The standard meets that of a national banquet, and the flavors are indeed delectable. Minister Wu's praise was even more direct, exclaiming, this young man is truly a genius. His astonishment exceeded that of others, for he knew that Yuzhu was not only adept in culinary arts, but also possessed profound skills in martial arts. The soldiers trained under him could excel in extreme danger, largely thanks to Yuzhu's guidance. Many attendees approached to congratulate him. Mr. Wang, having such a talented apprentice is indeed rare. Congratulations, Mr. Wang. How fortunate you are. If only I could have such a... My life would have no regrets. You are truly fortunate. Almost all the professionals present extended their heartfelt congratulations to Wang Defa, their faces betraying an unmistakable hint of jealousy. After all, nurturing a master of national banquets is an exceedingly honorable accomplishment, one that is worthy of a lifetime of pride. Wang Defa beamed with a smile, his gaze filled with pride as he looked at Yuzhu. For him, this moment was undoubtedly the pinnacle of his life. He felt that this existence had been truly worthwhile. As the banquet drew to a close, the atmosphere was lively and joyous. From this day forth, the name Yuzhu would undoubtedly echo throughout the culinary world and various social circles. Manager Zhang excitedly approached Yuzhu, exclaiming, Zhuzi, it's all thanks to you. Just now, several guests came looking for me to book banquets, and they've already filled up next month. This time, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Please accept this token of appreciation. As he spoke, he produced a red envelope and handed it to Yuzhu. However, Yuzhu shook his head in refusal, saying, how can I accept this? I am merely a chef at the Welcome Pavilion. Doing this is part of my duty. Manager Zhang insisted on pushing the envelope into Yuzhu's hands, saying, please don't decline. This is not a matter of colleagues. Today's banquet drew such a crowd because of your reputation. So, please accept this gesture of goodwill. Wang Defa chimed in, Zhuzi, you should accept it. It's only reasonable. Today's banquet indeed brought significant attention to the Welcome Pavilion, and it would be rather inappropriate to refuse. Seeing this, Yuzhu decided not to persist any longer. After the banquet concluded, Yuzhu and Yushui went to Qin Huairu's shop to pick up some clothes. Yushui's new outfit was ready, and Yuzhu went with his sister to collect it. Upon seeing Yuzhu, Qin Huairu's face lit up with a smile. Zhuzi, you've come. Your new clothes are all finished. Let your little sister try them on. Yushui went in to try on the outfit, and after a short while, she emerged wearing the entire ensemble. Qin Huairu smiled and remarked, look how beautiful Yushui is. In these clothes, she is simply radiant. Like a little princess, Yushui was overjoyed in her new attire, her face beaming with delight. Qin Huairu then turned to Yuzhu, saying, Zhuzi, your clothes seem a bit worn out. How about I make you a few new outfits as well? At no charge. Yuzhu waved his hands in protest. This one do. You have your business to run, and I can't keep taking advantage of you. But Qin Huairu insisted. What are you saying? If it weren't for your assistance, I might not even be here today. A few outfits are hardly worth mentioning at this point. Anshin also chimed in, exactly. Zhuzi, you must accept these clothes. It is our way of expressing gratitude. Hearing this from Anshin made Qin Huairu's cheeks flush slightly, as if lost in thought. Faced with such insistence, Yuzhu could only graciously accept their kindness. However, he was already planning to cook a meal for them that evening to reciprocate their goodwill. Come on, Zhuzi, let me take your measurements, Qin Huairu said, leading Yuzhu into a room. During the fitting process, they stood quite close to each other, and Qin Huairu noticed Yuzhu's robust physique, exuding strength and masculinity. This thought caused her cheeks to redden once more. Before long, the measurements were complete, and Qin Huairu guided Yuzhu to select fabrics. Yuzhu casually chose a few materials and styles without much deliberation. Aunt Qin, I'll be the one to prepare dinner today, Yuzhu declared. Yuzhu nodded in agreement. Yes, let brother cook. His culinary skills are truly impressive. Qin Huairu smiled at Yuzhu, saying, in fact, Yuzhu has always been an exceptional cook. He didn't just become skilled recently. Yuzhu shook her head. That nodded. Brother's cooking is really excellent. Many people say so. Hearing Yuzhu's sweet voice, Qin Huairu kissed her cheek with a smile. Yes, I know Yuzhu is remarkable. Soon, the meal was ready. Looking at the table laden with vibrant, aromatic dishes, Aunt Qin and Qin Huairu couldn't help but swallow hard. Qin Huairu remarked with a smile. Yuzhu, your culinary skills are truly splendid. After tasting a small bite, she nearly gasped in astonishment. Yuzhu, how is your cooking so good? At that moment, she finally understood what Yuzhu meant by excellent culinary skills. Anshin also took a bite and was equally amazed. Yuzhu, your cooking is absolutely extraordinary. I've never tasted dishes this delicious, Yuzhu proudly declared. I told you, brother's skills are fantastic. Many professionals praised him today, saying he is a national banquet level chef. Upon hearing the term national banquet level, both Qin Huairu and Aunt Qin were taken aback. Although they had never witnessed it firsthand, they understood the significance of such a title. It represented the pinnacle of culinary excellence. Aunt Qin inquired, Yuzhu, are you saying you've reached the level of a national banquet chef? Yuzhu nodded. Yes. Qin Huairu then asked, what was the occasion for everyone supporting you today? Yuzhu replied with a smile. Oh, it was just a banquet where I invited some industry seniors and notable figures to dine, essentially to promote the welcome pavilion. Upon hearing this, both Qin Huairu and Aunt Qin gasped in unison. While it sounded simple on the surface, they understood the implications behind it. This meant that Yuzhu had become an important figure in the culinary world. Achieving top-tier status in any field is no easy feat. And for Yuzhu to reach such heights at his age was truly admirable. Qin Huairu exclaimed, Yuzhu, you're incredible. In the future, I can proudly tell others that I know a national banquet chef. Aunt Qin, now filled with even more respect, hurriedly poured him tea, saying, Yuzhu, achieving such accomplishments at such a young age surely means a bright future lies ahead. Yuzhu humbly replied, Aunt Qin, there's no need to be so formal. I am just an ordinary person, merely a bit more skilled in cooking. There's nothing to boast about. Culinary skills are just a small part of my life. My vision extends beyond this. Listening to these words, both Aunt Qin and Qin Huairu felt as if struck by thunder. They gradually realized that Yuzhu was not only an exceptional chef, but also a young man with grand aspirations. Aunt Qin viewed Yuzhu with even greater admiration, that if there's ever an opportunity for him to be with Qin Huairu for a lifetime, then all of us would surely benefit as well. They quickly urged Yuzhu to have more food. Yet Yuzhu declined, saying, no need. I've already eaten with Yuzhu. You should enjoy this. After everyone was satisfied, Yuzhu took his leave on the way home. Yuzhu carried the bag of new clothes, cheerfully humming a tune. Watching her joyful demeanor, Yuzhu couldn't help but smiled. In his past life, he felt the deepest remorse for Yuzhu. He hadn't spent quality time with her or provided the care that his sister deserved, leading to her unfortunate fate. In this life, He vowed never to let something similar happen again. The two soon returned to the courtyard. Oh, Zhuzi, what are all these? So many clothes. Unless one is blind, it's clear to see. Yin Bugue, who had been waiting at the door, immediately approached and asked. Yuzhu replied, "Oh, just a few clothes." Yin Bugue counted carefully and exclaimed in astonishment, "What do you mean a few clothes? There are at least a dozen. It must have cost at least 100,000. Zhuzi, when did you become so wealthy?" Yuzhu shook his head. "Third uncle, you're overthinking it. I'm just a 9th-level chef. How could I possibly afford this many clothes? They were given to me by others." Yin Bugue was puzzled. "Given to you? Who gave them? Such things are worth at least $100. Yuzhu explained, "They were truly gifts. My sister Shiru gave them to me. Her family runs a clothing store." Yin Bugue was momentarily stunned. Yuzhu then said, "Third uncle, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now." Saying this, he took Yushue's hand and turned to leave. Yin Bugue felt that this matter was significant and hurried inside. "Wife, do you know what I just saw?" "What did you see?" Yin Bugue replied, "Zhuzi brought back over a dozen pieces of clothing, and the fabric looks top-notch. It's probably worth over 200,000. Even if the quality is a bit lower, it would still be worth tens of thousands." His wife was taken aback. "Oh, where did Zhuzi get such money?" Yin Bugue shook his head. "Not money. It was given by Qin Huairu, that very beautiful young girl who visited us before. Everyone thought she was Yuzhu's girlfriend, but now it seems they must have a special relationship, and it's not ordinary. Otherwise, why would Qin Huairu give such expensive things to Yuzhu? Moreover, it is well known that Qin Huairu's family is engaged in the garment business. If we cultivate a good relationship with Yuzhu, might not Qin Huairu also gift a few sets of clothing to our children?" Aunt Sin nodded in agreement, saying, "It wouldn't hurt to give it a try. If it truly works out, we could save quite a bit. Besides, my own garments are quite worn. If there's a way, do help me acquire a new set as well." Yin Bugue concurred. "This matter requires careful consideration." In the courtyard central area, Qin Huairu was preoccupied with washing clothes when she noticed the more than 10 new outfits in Yushue's hands. A look of astonishment crossing her face. What woman wouldn't adore beautiful new garments? She had intended to acquire some clothing herself, but the family finances were simply inadequate. Yuzhu, how did you manage to purchase so many outfits?" she inquired. Yuzhu replied, "Oh, they were gifts from others." With that, he was unwilling to engage further with Qin Huairu, taking his leave with Yushu. However, Qin Huairu swiftly returned indoors to relay this information to Jia Zhongshi. Jia Dongshu, astonished, asked, "10 outfits? Are you certain you didn't miss C? How could a mere cook afford that many clothes?" Qin Huairu asserted confidently, "It's true. Not only did I see it, but I suspect many others did as well. If you doubt it, you may go outside and inquire." Jia Zhongshi then stated, "Dongshu, I shall investigate this matter." Yet as she was about to step out, she was intercepted by Yin Bugue. Yin Bugue remarked, "Sister-in-law, did you see? Yuzhu purchased 10 outfits." Jia Zhongshi, surprised, asked, "Is that true?" Yin Bugue solemnly affirmed, "Indeed, it is true. If I lie, may I be struck by lightning." You know what? He didn't even pay for these garments. This unexpected revelation left Jia Zhongshi utterly astounded. Yin Bugue continued, "These outfits were gifted to him by that girl Qin Huairu, the one you saw last time who was quite close to Yuzhu. Her family runs a fabric shop." At that moment, a wave of jealousy washed over Jia Zhongshi. Why should Yuzhu, a mere cook, be so fortunate? Yin Bugue, secretly amused, had deliberately shared this news with Jia Zhongshi to use her as a means to test Yuzhu. If Yuzhu were willing to assist Jia Zhongshi, then he would naturally extend his help to Yin Bugue and the others. Yin Bugue added, "Sister-in-law, didn't your family recently welcome a little grandson? Surely he lacks decent clothing, that if you were to seek Yuzhu's assistance, perhaps you could procure some garments at a lower cost. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Jia Zhongshi's eyes lit up. Once home, she conveyed the matter in detail to Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu. Both were left in a state of shock. Jia Dongshu, consumed by jealousy, felt his eyes redden. He vividly remembered Qin Huairu, a striking beauty with graceful demeanor, and now learning that her family operated a fabric shop and had gifted 10 outfits was quite disheartening. Why had he not been able to marry, such a remarkable woman. Yi Zhonghai declared, "This simply won't do. I must speak with Yuzhu. Our little grandson is in need of clothing. I shall ask him to procure an outfit from Qin Huairu." After returning home, Yuzhu found Yushui donning her new clothes, ready to visit friends. He himself delved back into his history book, engrossed in its pages. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Yi Zhonghai standing there. Yuzhu frowned and asked, "What brings you here?" Yi Zhonghai inquired. "Yuzhu, I hear you bought 10 outfits for Yushui today." The Yuzhu nodded in confirmation. Yi Zhonghai continued, "Look at how small Yushui is. Does she really need so many clothes? Why not give me a few? My grandson lacks clothing as well, and isn't it customary for neighbors to help one another?" At this point, Yuzhu finally understood that Yi Zhonghai had come for such a trivial matter. "My sister's clothes have little to do with your grandson, that if you want clothes, you should purchase them yourself. This is not something I can manage." With that, he prepared to close the door. However, Yi Zhonghai was unwilling to relent, blocking the entrance and exclaiming in annoyance, "Why are you acting this way? At the very least, Yi Zhonghai has helped you before. It's just a few outfits. Why be so miserly?" Indeed, the Jia family remained unchanged. Always taking advantage of others, in his previous life, Yuzhu had been exceptionally kind to the Jia family. Only to find himself suffering greatly in return, he vowed never to engage in such foolishness again. "What help did Yi Zhonghai offer me?" Yuzhu retorted. Yi Zhonghai replied, "My Dongshu has swept your doorstep before." Yuzhu coldly responded, "That was because he had swept trash onto my doorstep. He merely felt guilty and helped clean it up." Yi Zhonghai dismissed this, insisting, "Even so, he has helped you. Out of gratitude for that favor, you should give a few outfits to my grandson. If you refuse, I shall simply remain here." Yuzhu replied indifferently, "Feel free to stay as long as you wish." With that, he circumvented Yi Zhonghai and firmly shut the door. Did she think he was still the same Yuzhu who could be easily manipulated? Dream on. After cursing at the door for a while, Yi Zhonghai, seeing that Yuzhu ignored her, eventually left in frustration. Upon returning home, she fumed. Yuzhu is truly hopeless. What use is it for his sister to wear so many clothes if he can't even spare us one? Such a lack of virtue. Yi Dongxiu's face was also dark, feeling quite aggrieved. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Zhonghai as she whispered a few words into Yi Dongxiu's ear. Yi Dongxiu promptly sought out Lu Guangtian, who was playing nearby, and said, "Guangtian, I have a great opportunity for you to earn some pocket money. Are you interested?" Lu Guangtian, puzzled, asked, "What opportunity?" Yi Dongxiu whispered, "I'll give you $1. You go buy some firecrackers and then scare Yushui. Anything left over will be your reward." Lu Guangtian hesitated. "What if Yuzhu finds out? I fear repercussions." Yi Dongxiu urged, "Just be clever. Merely let off a few small firecrackers near Yushui without causing any real harm. What's there to fear?" Lu Guangtian's eyes brightened. "You're right. It's settled then. Leave it to me." After Yi Dongxiu returned, Yi Zhonghai eagerly inquired, "How did it go?" "It's all set. Just use this tactic a few times. And I doubt Yuzhu will remain unmoved. He will surely hand over Yushui's clothes." Yi Dongxiu said proudly. I could see that moment. Yuzhu was engrossed in his studies. Suddenly, Tian, the daughter of his neighbor Wang, rushed over in a flurry. Yuzhu recognized the child. As his sister, Yushui often played with her. "Oh no! Yushui has been frightened by the firecrackers and is crying." Yuzhu sprang to his feet and, after inquiring about the exact location, hurried to the scene. Upon reaching the T intersection at the alley, he saw Yushui squatting there, weeping uncontrollably. No, don't set off fireworks and I'm scared." Nearby, the Lu brothers, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangqi, were igniting and throwing fireworks, some even landing beside Yushui. With a smile, Lu Guangtian remarked, "Yushui, look how fun these fireworks are. What is there to be afraid of? Come and play with us?" Lu Guangqi grinned as well, relishing Yushui's terror. "Stop it!" Yuzhu shouted vehemently. However, Lu Guangqi disdainfully curled his lip, recalling the unpleasantness from their last encounter, which still lingered in his mind. Moreover, the closeness between Yuzhu and a girl as beautiful as Qin Huairu made him feel quite uncomfortable. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Guangqi had no intention of letting this chance to strike at Yuzhu slip, but he proceeded to ignite more fireworks. In a flash, Yuzhu confronted him. snatching a firework that was about to be lit. Boom! The firework exploded in his hand. But for a seasoned practitioner of Dan cultivation, it was merely a trifling matter. Lu Guanqi was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Yi Yuzhu had approached him so swiftly. Yi Yuzhu's expression was cold, his grip tightening on the firework, which made Lu Guanqi's face turn pale with fear. Despite their similar ages, a stark contrast existed in their mindsets. Lu Guanqi had yet to fully mature. When had he ever seen someone catch a firework with their bare hands? "You Lu Guanqi are about to speak," he began. Slap. Yi Yuzhu struck with the swiftness of the wind, delivering a resounding slap to him. In an instant, a vivid handprint appeared on Lu Guanqi's face. After the initial shock, he was overwhelmed by a sharp pain. The agony prompted a piercing scream from him. Clutching his injured face, he glared at Yi Yuzhu, spitting out curses. "Damn it! How dare you hit me?" Looking around, Lu Guanqi quickly spotted a wooden stick on the ground, picked it up, and swung it at Yi Yuzhu. Crack! Yi Yuzhu retaliated, striking Lu Guanqi again, sending him crashing into Lu Guangtian. The two immediately became entangled. Lu Guangtian yelped in pain. "Ouch! Get off me, hurry!" Lu Guanqi, dazed from the blows, took a while to regain his senses. "Brother!" At this moment, Yi Yuzhu regained some composure and, seeing Yi Yuzhu, felt as if she had found a savior. She swiftly dashed into Yi Yuzhu's embrace. Yi Yuzhu crouched down, carefully examining Yi Yuzhu's body to confirm she had no injuries. Yet, it was evident she had been frightened. He gently stroked her hair. "Do not fear. Brother is here. No one can bully you." Yi Yuzhu nodded obediently. "Step back a little and watch how brother teaches these bad guys a lesson." Yi Yuzhu stood before Lu Guanqi and Lu Guangtian, his voice icy. The two's expressions tightened with anxiety. Lu Guanqi, trembling and tearful, pleaded, "Yi Yuzhu, you've already beaten us once. What more do you want?" Yi Yuzhu replied, "Aren't you both fond of firecrackers? Don't you always enjoy playing pranks and scaring others? Today it's my turn to let you experience that feeling." With that, he quickly searched both of them for firecrackers, easily crafting them into a string, lighting it, and tossing it at them. The crackling of firecrackers echoed through the air. "Wow! Wow!" Accompanied by their shrill screams, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guanqi fled in terror, scrambling away in a frenzy, their clothes torn and battered by the walls around them. Yet they were too preoccupied to notice. While weeping and wailing, they rushed into the courtyard. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yuzhu burst into laughter. He approached his sister, Yi Yuzhu, and said, "Yuzhu, doesn't this feel satisfying?" Yi Yuzhu nodded in agreement. "But brother, will their parents come to seek retribution?" Yi Yuzhu shook his head reassuringly. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. We acted rightly. You also saw that they threatened you with firecrackers and even harmed me with them. My response was a natural act of self-defense. And there is no need to feel guilty about it." Upon hearing this, Yi Yuzhu's fear gradually dissipated, and she took Yi Yuzhu's hand to return home. However, as they stepped through the gate of the courtyard, they encountered Lu Haizhong and the imposing second aunt, leading the still frightened Lu Guangtian and Lu Guanqi, who awaited them in the courtyard. Lu Haizhong was furious, his belly protruding as he pointed at Yi Yuzhu. Questioning, "Yi Yuzhu, you've gone too far. How could you leave these two children in such a wretched state? Such behavior is utterly intolerable." Lu Haizhong's scolding startled the residents of the courtyard, causing Yi Zhonghai, Yan Bugui, Dongshu, Qin Huairu, and others to rush out of their homes, all eyes wide with astonishment at the scene before them. Faced with the Lu brothers, who were disheveled, covered in dirt, and tear-streaked, everyone was taken aback. Lu Haizhong angrily continued, "Old Lu, what do you think of this? Just look at what he has done. This is clearly bullying children without any justification. If he doesn't provide a reasonable explanation, this matter won't simply end here." Yi Zhonghai replied solemnly, "Yuzhu, what is going on? First, apologize to the two elders, then explain the facts to everyone so we can reach a fair conclusion." His suggestion carried an undertone of hope, wishing to guide Yi Yuzhu towards compromise. Yet Yi Yuzhu firmly shook his head. "I did nothing wrong, so I cannot apologize. I will recount what transpired." He then reiterated the earlier incident, clarifying his stance and reasoning. "These two not only threatened my sister with firecrackers, but also used the same method against me. In such circumstances, should I not protect myself? Even if it's just the two of us from the Yi family." We shall never allow anyone to bully us. Upon hearing He Yuzhu's words, a brief silence enveloped the crowd. Lu Guangqi immediately retorted, "You're mistaken. Your sister was the one who reached for the firecracker." "I never intended to harm her," He Yuzhu replied coldly. "What difference does it make? My sister was harmed. Would I stand by idly? She is my only family, and I will not allow her to be wronged." Lu Guangqi was momentarily speechless, yet his heart simmered with indignation. Lu Haizhong, seething with anger, interjected, "That doesn't justify your assault on my son. They were merely posturing. They never truly intended to harm anyone. Besides, your hand isn't even injured. Look at them. Their faces are scratched, and their clothes are torn out. If you don't apologize and compensate for the damage, this matter is far from over," He Yuzhu responded. "First, they used fireworks against me, and I merely retaliated. Second, I didn't damage their clothes. I simply mirrored their method. I lit a small string of firecrackers, and they were already cowards. A fright sent them fleeing, resulting in their clothes being torn. What does that have to do with me?" Lu Guangqi and Lu Guangtian wanted to argue, but found no grounds. Everyone present had witnessed the situation, and they all knew He Yuzhu was not lying. "I believe Yuzhu is right. It's evident that Lu Guangqi acted wrongly, that if my child were bullied, I would be furious as well. Lu Guangqi is much older than Yuzhu, yet still bullies children. It is truly disgraceful. He Yuzhu merely taught them a lesson in their own style, and there is no fault in that." Hearing the crowd's discussions, Lu Haizhong's face flushed with rage, and he rolled up his sleeves, aiming a slap at He Yuzhu. His temper was already volatile, often resorting to violence against his own children, and the cries of Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangqi were not unfamiliar sounds. Now, witnessing He Yuzhu, who was of similar age to his son, defying him, his anger boiled over. Slap! But unexpectedly, He Yuzhu was quicker. He blocked Lu Haizhong's hand and struck back forcefully. Lu Haizhong was sent spinning from the blow, crashing into Lu Guangqi, who, in turn, kicked Lu Guangtian in the rear. The three tumbled to the ground in a heap. Ouch! All three individuals were utterly disoriented. He Yuzhu's slap was exceedingly forceful, leaving Lu Haizhong dazed and reeling. His considerable weight pressed down on Lu Guangqi, rendering him breathless and desperate for help. The scene erupted into chaos as the crowd was astonished by He Yuzhu's decisiveness. At merely 16 years of age, he had previously disciplined Su Fugue and was now capable of confronting Lu Haizhong, an achievement that few could accomplish. All gazes were filled with admiration as they turned towards He Yuzhu. Struggling to rise, Lu Haizhong glared at He Yuzhu with hatred, spitting out venomous words. "You little brat, this matter will not end here. Just wait and see. I will make you pay." Faced with He Yuzhu, he was unable to argue or retaliate. Remaining would only result in further humiliation, so he stormed away in anger. Seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself with He Yuzhu, Yi Zhonghai was unwilling to let it slip by. "Zhuzi, with your temperament, I must say, is quite stubborn. Have you not realized that by offending second uncle, you are needlessly creating enemies? How about I assist you in mediating the situation? We could go together to apologize to him." He Yuzhu shook his head. "No need. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" Yi Zhonghai felt a surge of irritation. "Very well. Handle it as you see fit." Upon returning home, Yi Zhonghai's spirits plummeted to an all-time low. He Yuzhu is truly ungrateful. I sincerely spoke on his behalf, and he couldn't even muster a word of thanks. With such an attitude from a newly minted level 9 chef, who will treat him favorably in the future? Just wait. One day he will face misfortune, and then we shall see if he comes to me for help. In the Jia household, Jia Dongshu and Jia Zhongshi were both radiating smug satisfaction. Jia Dongshu exclaimed, "Ha, mother, your scheme is truly brilliant. Even if He Yuzhu finds out, it will be of no consequence," Jia Zhongshi declared. "I shall go demand a return of my clothes from He Yuzhu right now. Let us see if he dares refuse." Just as she was about to leave, Lu Haijun stormed past the door. Jia Dongshu quickly restrained his mother. "Mother, there is no need to rush. It is evident that second uncle intends to confront He Yuzhu. Let us wait a while longer. When he is at his most vulnerable, we shall demand the clothes, and it will surely yield better results. He wouldn't want his sister to be the center of attention every day." Jia Zhongshi nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will heed your advice. Indeed, You are far more astute than I. I merely suggested an idea, and you have devised such a comprehensive plan, the street office. Lu Haijun, who had a good rapport with Director Wang, brought along a bottle of Shifeng liquor as a gesture. He got straight to the point. Director Wang, that Yi Zhonghai in the courtyard is nothing but a rogue. My son was merely setting off firecrackers outside, and yet he injured my 2 children and damaged their clothing. When I asked for an apology and compensation, he even struck me. Look at the bruises on my face. He is responsible for all of this. With a resounding slap, Director Wang was infuriated. This is utterly outrageous. Come, let us investigate this matter. Lu Haijun chuckled. Director Wang, you must stand up for us common folk. Director Wang nodded in agreement. Of course, considering our friendship, there is no difference between striking you and striking me. He then called upon 2 soldiers to accompany them to resolve the issue. With his chest puffed out, Lu Haijun envisioned the scene where Yuzhu would kneel in acknowledgement of his faults upon seeing the director from the street office. He could hardly wait to return to the courtyard and showcase his prowess. Perhaps even elevating his own status in the community, with aspirations of one day ascending to the position of first uncle. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard, and upon seeing Director Wang accompanied by 2 armed soldiers, everyone froze in shock. Each person understood that something monumental was about to unfold, prompting a rush of onlookers from their homes. Jia Dongxiu, relishing the spectacle, remarked, Mother, hasn't Yuzhu always refused to return our clothes? Now he shall face the consequences. Jia Zhongxai nodded. This is what one deserves for their actions. Lu Haizhong approached Yuzhu's door and shouted, Yuzhu, come out at once. However, there was no response from within. Growing frustrated, Lu Haizhong ceased his shouting and boldly pushed the door open, only to find Yuzhu engrossed in reading. Fury ignited within him. Did you not hear me calling just now? Are you deaf? Yuzhu frowned. When you enter someone's home, do you not know to knock? Lu Haizhong retorted, I have business with you. Why should I knock? Yuzhu countered. Then when I next enter your house, shall I not knock? Would you find that appropriate? Lu Haizhong, flustered, replied, Of course not. If Yuzhu were to invade our home unannounced, how could we endure it? Yuzhu calmly stated, Since you deem it inappropriate, you should now step outside and knock before entering as an adult. How can you lack the most basic manners? Truly a waste of your years. Lu Haizhong, livid, shot back. Yuzhu, do not let your success cloud your judgment. Do you not realize who is here? Director Wang from the street office is present, and you still dare to be so disrespectful. Be wary of the consequences that do not say, I did not warn you. Chapter 12. A future of limitless potential. Yuzhu's gaze was piercing. Step outside and knock. Lu Haizhong was enraged, but chose not to argue further with Yuzhu, retiring to the entrance. He said, Director Wang, this person is insufferably arrogant. Even with your presence, he refuses to greet you. Should we notify the military management committee to have him detained? However, unexpectedly, as Lu Haizhong stepped aside, the 2 military personnel immediately recognized Yuzhu. One of them leaned in and whispered to Director Wang, Director, I know this individual, that he's a friend of Minister Wu, and I often see him coming and going from the military management committee. I have observed that Minister Wu treats him with great respect. Director Wang was taken aback, a cold sweat soaking through his shirt, that if he were to assist Lu Haizhong, he might find himself in trouble. A person who commands such respect for Minister Wu could not possibly be an ordinary figure. Fortunately, he had not yet wronged Yuzhu, nor had any grievances with him, as long as he pretended not to recognize him and focused on his own matters. Yuzhu would likely remain silent. With a plan in mind, Director Wang sternly addressed Lu Haizhong. As second uncle of the courtyard, how can you treat your neighbor in such a manner? You do not even know to knock when entering someone else's home. Do you require me to teach you how to knock? Lu Haizhong was taken aback, while others in the courtyard stood in stunned silence. Bewildered by the situation, they had anticipated reinforcements for Lu Haizhong, but instead, he was publicly reprimanded. Lu Haizhong felt mortified. Director Wang, I apologize. I shall knock immediately. Director Wang continued, You must be more humble. Your appointment as deputy is not for you to act with arrogance, but to serve the people. Lu Haizhong, who had barged in like a bull, now tempered his demeanor considerably, though he felt aggrieved. He had no choice but to comply and knock on the door. Only then did Yuzhu put down his book and approach the door. "Director Wang, I was unaware of your visit." "What brings you here?" Director Wang replied. "I just heard Lu Haizhong's account, claiming that your actions harmed his two sons, that I came to ascertain the truth." That Yuzhu recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Director Wang broke into a cold sweat. It turned out that Lu Haizhong had spun a web of lies, placing all the blame squarely on Yuzhu. Thanks to the Military Management Committee's knowledge of his background, they narrowly avoided a tremendous embarrassment. Given Yuzhu's status, he would certainly not deceive me in this matter. Thus, despite maintaining a facade of authority, Director Wang was profoundly convinced by Yuzhu's words. Just by observing the reactions and expressions of others in the courtyard, he grasped the essence of the situation. He sternly questioned Lu Haizhong. "How dare you call me here? Have you not seen what your sons have done? Their bullying behavior is a disgrace to you. The street committee entrusted you with this responsibility. How could you act in such a manner? Do you not order your sons to apologize to Yuzhu?" Seeing Director Wang's anger, Lu Haizhong felt a wave of fear wash over him. He could not afford to lose this newly acquired position. He hurriedly summoned his two sons, even dragging Lu Guangqi by the ear. The latter cried out in pain. "Father, please go easy. My ear is about to come off." Once the three of them were assembled, Lu Haizhong commanded. Guangqi, Guangtian quickly apologized to Yuzhu. The Lu brothers were bewildered, completely at a loss as to why they should apologize to Yuzhu. However, after a stinging slap, they reluctantly mumbled, "We are sorry." Although Lu Haizhong felt resentment, he could only suppress it. I apologize on their behalf," Director Wang then declared. "You have not only frightened Mr. He's son to tears, but also damaged clothing with your firecrackers. For this, you're fined 100,000 as compensation. Do you have any objections?" At that moment, Lu Haizhong felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He had no courage to resist. In no objections, as he spoke, he produced the prepared sum of 100,000 in cash and handed it to Yuzhu. Subsequently, Director Wang added with authority, "Lu Haizhong, you are to submit a 1,000-word reflection report for my review within a week, clearly demonstrating your contrition. Remember, such foolish actions must not be repeated. If you are found guilty again, you shall face severe consequences." Lu Haizhong, bowing and scraping, repeatedly acquiesced, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. Internally, however, he was beset with confusion. His initial intention to offer a bottle of Shifeng liquor to garner Director Wang's support had backfired spectacularly, leading not only to his own punishment, but also to his son being beaten, his position nearly lost, and the added burden of a fine and a written apology. It seemed that only his family was plagued by misfortune. While Yuzhu emerged unscathed, the onlookers in the courtyard were likewise astonished. Utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events, wasn't Director Wang there to assist Lu Haizhong? How had he transformed into a champion of justice for Yuzhu? Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongxiu, who had originally intended to witness a spectacle, found the narrative had taken an entirely different course. Lu Haizhong's actions were akin to lifting a stone only to drop it upon his own foot. Meanwhile, Yuzhu had inexplicably gained a fortune of 100,000, provoking envy among them. Could it be that they had indirectly aided Yuzhu in acquiring this sum? The mere thought filled them with jealousy and admiration. Yi Zhonghai, too, was engulfed in perplexity. Had Lu Haizhong approached Director Wang without prior notice? Had he acted so rashly? Surely, had he informed Wang in advance, smoothed things over, and offered some gifts, this debacle would not have ensued. Old Lu was truly inept at handling matters. Had it been him, the situation would never have reached such a disastrous conclusion. Lu Guangqi and Lu Guangtian were utterly despondent, having collected merely 10,000 from Jia Dongxiu, yet now faced the prospect of paying out 100,000, a grievous imbalance. After Director Wang departed, Lu Haizhong, in a fit of rage, launched himself at his two sons. Lu Guangqi wailed, "Dad, I truly made a mistake. This is not my fault. It was Jia Dongxiu who instigated this." Lu Guangtian, amidst his tears, added, "Indeed, it was Jia Dongxiu who gave us 1,000 yuan and instructed us to intimidate Yuzhu with firecrackers." At this revelation, the courtyard erupted in uproar. So it was Jia Dongxiu's doing. What could his motive possibly be? How outrageous for an adult to incite such behavior against a child. Jia Dongxiu, who appeared quite civilized, was unmasked as a schemer behind the scenes. How unexpected! The crowd's gazes turned to Jia Dongxiu, filled with disdain. Though Lu Guangqi and Lu Guangtian were minors, Jia Dongxiu, as an adult, engaging in such underhanded activities was indeed contemptible. Lu Haizhong, consumed by fury, confronted Jia Dongxiu. Why have you sought to harm my two sons? Naturally, Jia Dongxiu denied any wrongdoing. Nonsense! Why would I do such a thing? Do I have the time to trouble children, let alone frighten them? You are merely slandering me. That moment, Yi Zhonghai intervened on Jia Dongxiu's behalf. Old Lu, I firmly believe Jia Dongxiu is not responsible for this, that I know him well. He would never stoop to such disgraceful acts. Perhaps your sons, fearing your wrath, have concocted this tale. Lu Haizhong regarded his sons with suspicion, contemplating the possibility that they could indeed be capable of such antics. He rolled up his sleeves, preparing to administer a thorough reprimand. However, Jia Zhongxi misinterpreted his intentions. Believing he aimed to strike her son, she hurriedly positioned herself in front of Jia Dongxiu, declaring, "Do not fear. My son, what does it matter if he gave away that 100,000? Do you dare lay a hand on my child? I tell you, Lu Haizhong, should you dare to strike, there will be no end to this." Yi Zhonghai's muscles tensed. His allies seemed to be hindering rather than helping. Lu Haizhong had begun to accept Yi Zhonghai's words, thinking the matter could pass. Yet, this interruption escalated the situation beyond control. Jia Dongxiu stood speechless, caught in a trap laid before him. Lu Haizhong, incensed by her remark, raised his arm, seemingly intent on delivering a slap to Jia Dongxiu. Seeing this, Jia Zhongxi lifted her chin defiantly. Taunting, "Come on, go ahead and hit me. If you dare to strike, I will fight you to the bitter end." Lu Haizhong, however, felt a twinge of fear and did not dare to ACT that moment. Yuzhu summoned the internal strength he had cultivated. As a master of Danjin, this energy transformed into an invisible force that propelled Lu Haizhong's hand. With a resounding clap, the slap landed squarely on Jia Zhongxi's face. A piercing scream followed as she was knocked backward, losing a tooth in the process. Rolling on the ground, she pressed her hand against her burning cheek. Though a lost tooth was not a grave injury, the pain was excruciating. After catching her breath, she glared at Lu Haizhong with eyes filled with resentment. "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you bully a woman? Such shamelessness deserves divine retribution." Enraged, Jia Dongxiu charged at Lu Haizhong, throwing a punch that staggered him. In a fit of rage, Lu Haizhong retaliated with a blow of his own. Their conflict intensified, quickly devolving into a tangled brawl. That moment, Lu Haizhong, in the prime of his life, had grown strong from his labor at the Hongqing steel plant, and he was not at a disadvantage compared to Jia Dongxiu. They fought evenly matched. "How dare you touch my son? I will not rest until I see you destroyed." Jia Zhongxi leaped into the fray, her sharp nails clawing at Lu Haizhong. In an instant, his arms bore numerous red marks from her scratches. Lu Haizhong's cries mingled pain and fury. Lu Haizhong's second aunt, witnessing the chaos, could not stand idly by. She rushed forward to grasp Jia Zhongxi's hair. Meanwhile, Lu Guangqi, witnessing his parents under attack, seized a wooden stick and joined the fray, striking at Jia Dongxiu's back. With a sharp crack, the blow caused Jia Dongxiu to fold in pain, and Lu Haizhong seized the moment to deliver a kick to Jia Dongxiu's face, causing blood to pour from his nose. The scene descended into utter chaos. The residents of the courtyard were left dumbfounded by the spectacle, as the adults became embroiled in a free-for-all. Each blow seemed laden with ancestral grievances. "Stop! Stop! Everyone calm down. And let us speak sensibly." Yi Zhonghai's voice was barely audible amidst the clamor. He hoped Jia Dongxiu would live to a ripe old age. What if something unforeseen occurred? Just then, amidst the turmoil, an unknown fist struck Yi Zhonghai, sending him stumbling back. His anger surged. "Cease this madness! Everyone stop!" Yet the scene appeared utterly ludicrous. Who would heed his words? At that moment, each participant was blinded by rage, unwilling to relent at the mere utterance of Yi Zhonghai. He dared not approach recklessly to mediate. The risk of being caught in the crossfire was too great. Thus, he turned to Yuzhu. "Zhuzi, you are strong. Quickly intervene and prevent them from continuing this fight." Yuzhu chuckled silently, recalling how Jia Zhongshi had previously sought his sister's clothes for her son. Surely, it was because Yuzhu had refused her request that she harbored resentment, attempting to use Lu Guangqi and his brother to intimidate his sister. In light of this, did they expect Yuzhu to assist them? They were deluded. Let them fight as they wished. Yuzhu had no inclination to involve himself in their quarrel. He shook his head. Uncle Yi, you overestimate my abilities. With so many involved, my presence would only result in me being beaten. They will cease when they tired at Yi Zhonghai. Exasperated, retorted Yuzhu, are you still holding a grudge at this moment? We are all from the same village. If something truly happens, will you be at peace? What good is reasoning at a time like this? Yuzhu remained steadfast. Uncle Yi, I am truly powerless. You cannot expect me to step into the fray and take a beating. Yi Zhonghai, you were so enraged that words escaped you, leaving you no choice but to seek assistance from others. Fortunately, many in the courtyard, out of respect for Yi Zhonghai, stepped forward to separate the combatants. However, by this time, both the Jia and Lu families were already battered and bruised. Jia Dongshu's clothing was nearly torn to shreds. His body stained with blood from his nose, and his face was a patchwork of bruises. His eyes resembled those of a panda, and his hair was disheveled like a bird's nest, with one eye nearly swollen shut, and his cheeks bore marks of clawing. Jia Zhongshi had lost a tooth. A chunk of hair was ripped from her head. Her face was swollen like a pig's head, and she had no idea where her shoes had gone. With numerous blood traces on her hands, Lu Guangqi, with his head tilted back, had blood continuously streaming from his nose, and his body was covered in footprints. As for Lu's matriarch, she fared somewhat better, yet her face was still bruised and battered. Both families glared at each other with eyes filled with hatred. If looks could kill, they would have surely been torn to pieces. Jia Zhongshi persisted. Lu Haizhong, you heartless man, you've beaten up our family so brutally. If you don't compensate us, I will not let this go. Yi Zhonghai sided with Jia Dongshu and addressed Lu Guangqi. Old Lu, I must speak to you about this. Can't we discuss matters civilly? How could you resort to violence so quickly? This has escalated to such proportions that if the military management committee learns of it, we shall all suffer the consequences. Lu Haizhong was seething with anger, uncertain of how things had spiraled out of control. In a fit of rage, he retaliated. This cannot all be blamed on me if they hadn't deliberately set a trap for my two sons. It wouldn't have come to this. Moreover, my family members have also been injured, that we have gained nothing from the situation. Expecting me to pay is absolutely out of the question. If I compensate, then my family members would have endured this beating for nothing, wrongfully suffering. That is simply unacceptable. Guangqi, Guangtian, let us leave. Lu Haizhong stormed off with his two sons, leaving Yi Zhonghai powerless to manage the courtyard. Merely watching Lu Haizhong depart in this era, there were many special individuals, prompting the establishment of 3 elder figures to assist in capturing such characters. As the number of special individuals dwindled, the neighborhood committee began assigning them to manage the courtyard. Gradually, the power of the 3 elders grew. Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongshu found themselves at a loss and could only retreat. However, from that moment onward, they no longer entertained thoughts of targeting Yushui's clothing. Their minds were solely occupied with the Lu family. The years swiftly passed. Manager Zhang. Zhuzi, the college entrance examination is the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow you shall have a day off to rest well and strive for good results. Although he held little hope for Yuzhu's chances of entering university, given that Yuzhu had spent so long mastering culinary skills and had been busy working in the kitchen of the Welcome Pavilion, he had little time for study. Ultimately, he would return to the Welcome Pavilion. Yet, he would not voice these thoughts. As Yuzhu was a valued employee, he couldn't afford to offend. Yuzhu nodded. All right. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang took out 10 million from his pocket and handed it to Yuzhu. This is your unpaid salary from before, and the additional 5 million is a token of sympathy from the Welcome Pavilion. You are a chef who emerged from our establishment and have assisted us greatly. Now that you are preparing for university, the Welcome Pavilion must show some goodwill. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on us. This was a move to further win over Yuzhu. If Yuzhu failed to gain university admission, he would undoubtedly think of returning to the Welcome Pavilion first. He Yuzhu understood Manager Zhang's intentions and did not refuse. Manager Zhang, rest assured, if I really do not get in, I will definitely return to the welcome pavilion. Hearing this, Manager Zhang beamed with delight. He had anticipated this very response. After Manager Zhang left, Wang Defa came to see Yi Zhonghai. Zhuzi, do not feel too pressured about the entrance examination. Your culinary skills are exceptional. Even if you do not get in, you can still return here as a chef, and your future remains bright. Just do your best. Yi Zhonghai nodded. Yes, I understand. I will strive for it. Wang Defa took out 5 million from his pocket and handed it to Yi Zhonghai. Zhuzi, take this money for now. School will undoubtedly require considerable funds. This is a small token of my goodwill. If you encounter any difficulties, remember you still have me as your master. Yi Zhonghai shook his head. Master, my monthly salary is quite decent, and your family circumstances are not particularly affluent. You should keep this money for yourself. Wang Defa pressed the money into Yi Zhonghai's hands. That is different. Take this money, as long as you remember you still have such a master. I will be content that my greatest achievement in this life is having taught a promising disciple like you. Just then, Wang Wenhua approached. Zhuzi, you must stay, otherwise my father will nag endlessly. Yi Zhonghai, not one to be coy, accepted the money. Wang Wenhua continued. Zhuzi, in the future, I do not know which university you will be attending if it is far from home, and we do not see each other for a long time. You must remember to write us, Yi Zhonghai replied. Senior brother, you need not worry. I will ensure I get into a university in the capital. I plan to apply to Qingbei, so my family will be nearby. And Yi Zhonghai will not struggle to adapt in a foreign land. Wang Wenhua was taken aback, not expecting Yi Zhonghai to be so confident. Qingbei was not a university just anyone could enter. Even he had only heard its name. The students there were all elites. Leaving the welcome pavilion, Yi Zhonghai arrived at the Military Management Committee. Minister Wu stated, the paperwork has been completed for you. You may go directly to the examination tomorrow. Yi Zhonghai replied. Thank you, Minister Wu. Minister Wu waved his hand. This is what you deserve. You have worked hard these past 2 years. Without you, we would not have been able to establish a top-notch team in the Military Management Committee. I have reported your contributions, and should you choose to enter public service in the future, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit. Yi Zhonghai responded. Minister Wu, I shall be taking my examination tomorrow. During university, the academic workload will be heavy, and I fear I will not have time to continue guiding those young men. They have already learned quite a bit. Their future achievements will depend on their own talents and efforts. Minister Wu nodded. Understood. Just focus on your studies. Which university do you intend to apply to? Yi Zhonghai replied. Qingbei University. Minister Wu nodded slightly. He then rummaged through a drawer and produced a property deed to hand to Yi Zhonghai. Previously, you assisted the state in capturing several key individuals, and the rewards have been delayed. Later, the higher-ups allowed us to decide on our own, so I took the liberty of rewarding you with a property. It is located near Qingbei University. However, the house was once the site of a prince's residence from the Qing dynasty, and it has remained uninhabited for many years. If you wish to live there, you will need to tidy it up yourself. Once arranged, it will surely be a fine place, conveniently close to your school, eliminating the need for long commutes. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai was overjoyed and said, I am truly grateful. Thank you for your efforts, Minister Wu. Minister Wu replied, had it not been for your remarkable contributions, I would not have made such a generous reward. All these honors are rightfully yours. Subsequently, he personally accompanied Yi Zhonghai to complete the property transfer procedures, and thus, Yi Zhonghai acquired a new property. Minister Wu added, the location is on College Road. Let Longya accompany you to inspect the house. On College Road, Longya pointed to a 3-entry building. It is right here. Before them stood a vast courtyard, covering over 1,000 square meters. However, due to years of neglect, the outer walls of the courtyard were obscured by dense vines. Beneath the vines, a gilded plaque was faintly visible, with the character for Fu barely discernible. This indicated that the former owner of this residence once held significant power and status. Yet, with the passage of time and changes in fortune, all that grandeur had faded. After Longya departed, Yi Zhonghai entered to explore. Indeed, it was a grand courtyard, featuring spacious circular corridors and a layout extending 3 levels deep. Despite the rampant weeds and moss and the dust-laden beams, The furniture had suffered severe decay from years of neglect, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. To reside in the courtyard long-term would undoubtedly require immense effort for thorough cleaning and restoration. Nevertheless, Yuzhu felt immensely satisfied to have acquired such a spacious residence unexpectedly. Once renovated, it would surely create a remarkably comfortable living environment. However, this task would not be completed in a short time. After the visit, Yuzhu went to the herb garden to bid farewell to Old Wang. Old Wang. I'm going to university. I will not have much time to come here in the future. I want to let you know, Yuzhu, I believe you are a natural talent, destined to soar and achieve greatness. Study hard. Your future is limitless. Old Wang encouraged him with a smile. That Yuzhu's gesture of visiting Old Wang to say goodbye before heading to university filled Old Wang with joy in his eyes. Yuzhu was not only extraordinarily talented, but also extremely gracious in his dealings. Individuals possessing such abilities and qualities would undoubtedly achieve great success in any field. At that moment, Wang Xiaohua dashed into Yuzhu's embrace. Big brother, you must come to see me often in the future. I will miss you dearly. Chapter 13. Go away. You have frightened my sister. Yuzhu gently caressed her head, reassuring her. Rest assured, my university is in the city of 49. And I will certainly take you and Yuzhu out to have some fun when the opportunity arises. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaohua beamed with a radiant smile. Standing nearby, Wang Xiaonan was equally eager. Brother Zhu, I too aspire to attend Tsinghua or Peking University and become a person of value to society. Just like you. Yuzhu nodded affirmatively. Yes, keep it up, Xiaonan. The day of the examination swiftly approached. And Yuzhu mounted his bicycle, clutching his admission ticket as he embarked on the journey to the examination hall. In the morning, his first exam was Chinese, which he found to be a mere trifle. Effortlessly completing the paper with the confidence of securing a perfect score, the subsequent subject was mathematics, equally a walk in the park for him. Thus, 3 days of intense, yet fulfilling examinations quietly passed. And Yuzhu successfully completed all 8 subjects. This was his inaugural college entrance examination. It was customary for candidates' names and scores to be published in the newspaper, necessitating a patient wait for the results. As the days flipped by on the calendar, news of the examination results soon arrived. Excited exclamations erupted within the reception hall. He did it. He really did it. Wang Wenhua dashed into the kitchen, leaving everyone stunned. Wang Defa inquired, What has happened? Yuzhu, your name is on the list. Tsinghua and Peking University have accepted you, and you ranked first. Wang Wenhua nearly shouted in joy that a chorus of admiration immediately followed. And Wang Defa hurriedly grabbed the newspaper to verify, where he found his son's name glaringly positioned at the top of the list, accompanied by the announcement of his acceptance as the top candidate. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Oh my, Zhuzi truly got into Tsinghua and Peking University. How remarkable! This is nothing short of genius. I have never observed how Zhuzi studies, yet he still achieved first place. How does his mind work? If only I could share a fraction of Zhuzi's wisdom, I would have nothing to worry about in this life. Zhuzi, you are now a university student. Our reception hall has finally produced a college student. Were it anyone else, I would not believe it, but Zhuzi is indeed a miracle worker. In the face of the accolades, Yuzhu felt immense joy within, yet not a hint of surprise, given his capabilities. Gaining admission to any institution would be a trivial matter. Manager Zhang, hearing the commotion in the kitchen, approached and inquired, What is the cause of your merriment? Wang Wenhua replied, Manager Zhang, Zhuzi has been accepted into university. Oh. Manager Zhang paused for a moment, took the newspaper, and was greatly astonished by its contents. He truly got into university. He had initially thought Yuzhu was merely playing around, never expecting he would genuinely be accepted. Manager Zhang could not help but sigh. Since he has been accepted into university, our reception hall is destined to lose a chef of national banquet caliber. Yet, it is evident that Yuzhu's world extends far beyond this. Zhuzi, congratulations. You are now a university student, a pillar of the nation. We at the reception hall take pride in you. Yuzhu understood that his time at the reception hall was coming to an end. Though he could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia, for there were many familiar faces here. However, He was destined to change his fate and would not halt his forward momentum for the sake of any place. Time flew by, and 2 months later, Yuzhu officially commenced his academic journey at Tsinghua and Peking University. In the classroom, Professor Lin Zhonghua of the Mechanical Engineering Department stood at the podium and announced, "Now, I would like to introduce the National College Entrance Examination top scorer, Yuzhu. Let us extend a warm welcome." Yuzhu ascended the stage and politely stated, "Hello, everyone. I am Yuzhu. I look forward to your guidance in the future." The audience erupted in thunderous applause. I heard this individual scored full marks in all subjects during the entrance examination. It's truly remarkable that my goodness. Is he even human? How did he achieve this? No wonder he became the national top scorer. Who could possibly rival such an accomplishment? After a brief introduction, Professor Lin Zhonghua commenced his lecture, marking the beginning of Yuzhu's university life. After classes, Yuzhu went to pick up his sister, Yushui, from school. However, due to the considerable distance, the sky had already begun to darken by the time he arrived. Brother, most of the students had already departed, and Yushui remained in the security office. Upon spotting Yuzhu, she excitedly rushed over and threw herself into his embrace. "Brother, I thought you had forgotten about Yushui." Yuzhu, filled with regret, explained, "Yushui, I'm sorry. Tsinghua and Peking University are quite far, so I arrived late." Yushui shook her head. "It's all right. As long as brother doesn't abandon Yushui, I will wait no matter how late it is." Yuzhu gazed at her, a wave of tenderness washing over him. Since being abandoned by their father, Yushui must have been left with profound scars. It was imperative to devise a way to remedy this. In his previous life, he owed her a debt of gratitude, and in this life, he was determined to repay it fully. The first thought that crossed his mind was to assist Yushui with transferring schools. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that Yushui had only just begun to acclimatize to her current school environment, and a hasty transfer might not be in her best interest. Shortly after, a new idea emerged to enhance their travel speed. Riding a bicycle was too slow. If he could acquire an electric bike, it would certainly expedite their journeys. Yet in this era, electric bikes were still in their infancy, primarily relying on human power for assistance. This meant that to possess one, he would need to construct it himself. For Yuzhu, this was not a daunting task. As a mechanical engineering student, coupled with his innate aptitude for learning, dedicating some time to research and crafting an electric bike was not an impossible endeavor. Prior to this, Yuzhu planned for Yushui to attend classes with him at Tsinghua and Peking University, taking responsibility for any missed lessons. "Yushui, for the time being, I will request a leave of absence for you. Once I have built the electric bike, I can take you to and from school, so you won't have to wait so long at the school gate." "How does that sound?" Yuzhu explained. Although Yushui knew little about electric bikes, she trusted her brother and nodded with a smile. "Sure. As long as I am with brother, I am willing to do anything." It was evident that this little girl had a profound need for security. On the way home that day, he made a special detour to the general store to buy several pounds of pork and some potatoes. Nowadays, the reception hall did not allow bringing food from outside, so he had to procure ingredients himself to prepare their daily meals. As he stepped through the courtyard gate, Yin Bugui immediately noticed the shopping bag in Yuzhu's hand. "Oh, Zhuzi, you bought meat? You've worked hard. Why not let Aunt San cook for you so I can have a taste of something fresh?" Yin Bugui suggested with a smile. Yuzhu understood Yin Bugui's intentions. Realizing he merely wished to take advantage of the cooking, he firmly shook his head. "Aunt San, please don't take offense. I am quite skilled in the kitchen myself, and Yushui has grown accustomed to my cooking. It is simpler for me to handle it myself." Yin Bugui could only manage a sheepish smile before turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, a dish of enticing stir-fried shredded potatoes with meat was served at the table. Yuzhu seasoned the dish generously, resulting in a rich flavor. The aroma wafted throughout the courtyard, enticing the neighbors around to salivate. Having a chef is wonderful. We eat meat every day, and this time it must surely be Zhuzi's creation. Who could argue with that? As a chef, especially one at the reception hall, how could he ever go hungry? Just then, a crisp knocking sound echoed from outside. Yuzhu opened the door to find an elderly woman standing at the entrance. Her gaze instinctively drawn to the plate of stir-fried meat on the table. It seemed she was craving the meat. Yet her physique appeared robust, requiring no cane for support. "Good grandson, what delicious dish have you prepared?" I could smell the fragrance from the courtyard. Reflecting on his past life, while the elderly woman and Yuzhu shared a certain closeness, her concern for him was more about securing a reliable support for herself rather than genuine affection. Had it not been for her collusion with Yi Zhonghai against Yuzhu, matters would not have deteriorated to this extent. In comparison, her kindness towards him was minuscule when weighed against the tragedies Yuzhu later endured. What was the purpose of his lifelong devotion to her when it ultimately led to his own misfortune? In this life, Yuzhu no longer wished to have any association with the deaf, elderly woman. "Madam, please refrain from calling me that. We share no blood relation, and I am not your grandson. If you wish to adopt a grandson, seek another. Whoever is willing may do so. I am simply Yuzhu, or you may call me Zhuzi." The expression on the face of the deaf old woman became rigid. Although she was seething with anger internally, she still managed to suppress her fury. "Zhuzi, your father has departed with a widow, leaving you abandoned. Now, apart from me, you have no other kin. That if you are willing to acknowledge me as your grandmother, you will gain another who cares for you. In times of difficulty, I can offer assistance. And at the very least, you will find some solace in life, alleviating the harshness of your existence." However, Yuzhu shook his head in refusal, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, but it is truly unnecessary." When my father left, there was no one to help us or to care for us. My sister and I have managed on our own and have lived relatively stable lives. Even with an additional relative, I would still bear the responsibility of care, which I deem unnecessary, that we rely solely on each other. And this life is quite comfortable. Zhonghai had previously warned the deaf old woman of Yuzhu's exceptionally strong will. Yet in her view, could a child truly be this stubborn? Surely a few words of persuasion could suffice to placate him. To her surprise, during their initial encounter, Yuzhu proved to be a considerable headache for her, utterly impervious to both soft and hard tactics. Nonetheless, the deaf old woman remained patient. After all, time was on her side. As long as Yuzhu resided in this household, opportunities would inevitably arise. "Very well. If you are unwilling, so be it. However, should you encounter difficulties, you are welcome to seek your grandmother's assistance. Zhuzi, I see you are preparing meat. Might I be so bold as to request a taste? I have not eaten all day and am unbearably hungry." With that, the deaf old woman attempted to step inside without permission, while Yuzhu stood resolutely in her way. Seeing this, the old woman could not force her way in. Her brows furrowed as she exclaimed, "Zhuzi, what do you mean by this? Are you unwilling to share even a small dish with your grandmother? Respecting the elderly is a traditional virtue. If outsiders were to learn of this, it would surely tarnish your reputation." After multiple refusals, even the gentle deaf old woman felt her temper rising, especially since she was not one to easily compromise. It seemed she was nearing her breaking point. Yuzhu then raised his voice in response. "Old lady, did not Uncle Yi provide you with food while you lived with him? If that were not the case, I would certainly report this to the neighborhood committee. Uncle Yi's actions would be a gross violation of social ethics, shamelessly stating to live together while providing no food or shelter." His words grew louder, drawing the attention of those nearby, who opened their doors to peer out. The old woman felt embarrassed. Of course, Yi Zhonghai had prepared food for her, but it was all vegetarian. The aroma of meat from Yuzhu's home made her stomach churn with desire. I could see that moment. Everyone in the courtyard was watching intently. The old woman hurriedly explained, "Oh dear, my memory fails me. Old Yi indeed prepared meals for me. I did not mean to forget. I was just too distracted by the delicious smells emanating from your home. Zhuzi, why not come to my house to eat together? Old Yi has prepared plenty of food that I cannot finish alone. It would be better to share. You can ensure your sister enjoys a hearty meal as well." Yuzhu shook his head in refusal, saying, "Old lady, please do not be so polite. My sister and I have enough food here. Besides, you are quite advanced in age. How can we allow you to bear such expenses? If others were to find out, they might think us unreasonable. Please return home, or your food will grow cold, and you might end up with a stomach ache that we are about to have our meal." The old woman was furious. This boy has sharp tongue, and she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. With so many people watching, she could not simply lash out. Very well, I shall return. You may enjoy your meal at your leisure. Watching the old woman retreat, Yuzhu let out a soft snort. A master of Danjin. His perception was keen, though the old woman concealed her emotions well. The trace of resentment in her eyes did not escape his notice, that he understood that in his past life, the old woman's kindness towards him stemmed from his compliance, as he had been her puppet. Now that they were not close, her thoughts were more inclined towards how to exploit him. Thus, their relationship was naturally strained. Upon returning home, Yuzhu said to Yushui, that old woman is not to be trifled with. From now on, do not believe anything she says. Yushui nodded. Understood. Yuzhu continued. This old woman is advanced in years, with no children, and constantly seeks others to take care of her. She has fixed her sights on me. If she succeeds, you will never see your brother again. You think such a person is not wicked? Yushui, incensed, showed her little tiger teeth. Yes, she is truly wicked. Brother, rest assured, I will never listen to that old woman's nonsense. Yuzhu nodded in satisfaction. The following day, Yuzhu took Yushui to Qin University for classes. The classmates in the class, upon seeing how adorable Yushui was, flocked around to play with her. Some well-off classmates even brought her small snacks. However, Yushui, being sensible, only dared to eat after obtaining Yuzhu's permission. During class, Professor Lin Zhonghai called Yuzhu out of the classroom, saying, Yuzhu, why have you brought your sister to class? Yuzhu sighed. Professor, I truly have no other choice that my father eloped with a widow years ago, and now it is just my sister and me. The distance here from her school is quite far, and it is nearly night when I pick her up. I cannot bear to leave her alone at school. That I plan to build an electric vehicle to pick her up, which would save a great deal of time. Thus, until the electric vehicle is ready, I can only have her stay at school under supervision. Lin Zhonghai, learning about Yuzhu's situation for the first time, felt a pang of sympathy. He angrily remarked, how could your father do such a thing, to abandon his own child for a widow? You are clearly so outstanding. He will surely regret it. After calming himself, he added, as for the electric vehicle, it was first invented in 1895 by a country called Freedom. The motor is installed in the hub of the rear wheel, using a 6-pole direct current and equipped with a 10-volt battery. Despite years of development and improvement, it has yet to achieve mass production due to its still immature technology. Its shortcomings include poor endurance, low safety, a small passenger capacity, and frequent malfunctions. Rather than making an electric vehicle, it would be more straightforward to find a new school for your sister. However, your spirit of innovation is commendable. If you are interested, you may visit the school library for related materials or consult with this classmate. He wrote down an address and name. This is a very outstanding senior from the mechanical engineering department that he is quite passionate about electric vehicles, has collected a wealth of information, and has been conducting research. You two might collaborate and share ideas. That Yuzhu accepted the note. Thank you, Professor. After Lin Zhonghai left, Yuzhu followed the address to find the senior. He did not reside on campus, but rented a house near Qin Bay School. Upon arrival, he found the place cluttered with mechanical parts. If one were unaware, they might mistake it for a repair shop. I could see that moment. A young man was busy inside. Hello, are you Gu Yuega? Yuzhu inquired. The other man looked up, and Yuzhu was momentarily taken aback. The young man's gaunt face seemed familiar, reminiscent of a celebrity he had known before his transmigration, though it was certainly not him. Gu Yuega raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Yuzhu explained, I intend to build an electric vehicle, and Professor Lin Zhonghai referred me to you, stating that you possess extensive information regarding electric vehicles. Might I take a look? Gu Yuega gestured toward the pile of books nearby. Those are the materials. However, I suggest you abandon the idea. I have researched this for quite some time and found it to be nearly a useless endeavor. The drawbacks are numerous, and improving it poses significant challenges. That he pointed to a thick stack of blueprints on the floor. These are my research results, but not one has been successful. I have wasted 2 years of my time. Are you still interested in this? Yuzhu nodded. Thank you for your advice, Senior. I merely wish to give it a try. If I fail, I will naturally abandon the project. Gu Yuega replied. All right, take whatever you need. If you require materials, I have some here, but they're all for sale. After all, I owe quite a bit of money outside, and if I cannot repay it, it will be troublesome. Yuzhu nodded. picking up the materials on the table to examine them closely. Indeed, the documents recorded the entire process and principles of electric vehicle construction in detail. He pulled out one book and began to study it carefully. Electric Vehicle 1, Electric Vehicle 1, Electric Vehicle 1. Since he was a student majoring in mechanics, understanding these principles was not difficult, allowing him to draw parallels. Thus, his learning speed was rapid. About an hour later, he had gained a preliminary understanding of constructing an electric vehicle. After another 3 hours, he had reached a proficient level. Suddenly, a rumble from his stomach broke the silence. Yuzhu, feeling embarrassed, said, "Brother, I'm so hungry." Yuzhu chuckled. "I was so absorbed in my studies that I forgot about eating." He turned to Yuega. "May I use your kitchen? I will go buy the ingredients myself." Yuega replied succinctly. "Feel free." Thus, Yuzhu took Yuzhu to the market to buy vegetables, and then they entered the kitchen. They prepared 3 dishes: stir-fried green beans with meat, braised potatoes with meat, and tomato and egg soup. Although these were merely commonplace, home-cooked meals, as a state banquet-level chef, he had the remarkable ability to elevate ordinary ingredients to extraordinary heights. Yuega watched Yuzhu's culinary creations with an insatiable appetite. Yet he refrained from speaking. Yuzhu, with a smile, invited him, "Senior, why not join us for a meal? I may stay with you for a while, and I anticipate that I might be a bit of a nuisance." Only then did Yuega take a seat, and after tasting a bite, he exclaimed, "Your culinary skills are truly exceptional." Yuzhu proudly replied, "Of course, my brother is a state banquet-level chef. The cooking of ordinary folks cannot compare to his." The 3 quickly finished their meal, and Yuega volunteered to wash the dishes. Subsequently, he approached Yuzhu and said, "You shouldn't always come here. You could take the materials and review them on your own. Or come back only when you need something that I've gotten into some trouble outside, and I fear it may implicate you." Yuzhu, curious, inquired, "What trouble?" Yuega explained, "To manufacture electric vehicles, I borrowed some money with exorbitant interest rates. I've long repaid the principal. Yet those individuals claim that what I paid before was merely interest and insist that I continue repaying the principal, that I believe they are defrauding me. When I confronted them, I ended up getting beaten that if I fail to repay, they will demand my family's belongings as collateral. It's best for you to take these materials back to avoid misunderstandings should you encounter them." Yuzhu frowned and said, "Why not seek help from the military management committee? Such behavior is illegal." Yuega shook his head. "It's useless. These people are exceedingly cunning as soon as the military management committee arrives. They vanish without a trace. Once the committee leaves, they return to cause trouble and may even beat me up. Alas, I am utterly helpless." Just then, 3 burly men with fearsome expressions barged into the room. "Yuega, have you prepared the money you owe us? It's only right to repay a debt. Hurry and return what you owe." Yuega's face paled instantly. "This is bad. They're here. You all must leave quickly." The leader of the men blocked the doorway. "Want to leave? Where do you think you're going? If you don't repay today, no one gets a leave." Yuega, "Have you inquired about who among those I borrowed from dare to default? My name, Xion Wang, is not one to be taken lightly." Xion Wang signaled his companions to guard the entrance, clearly indicating that no one was permitted to depart. Yuega explained, "Those 2 are merely here to retrieve a few items. It has nothing to do with me. Let them go, and if there is an issue, direct it towards me." Xion Wang waved his hand dismissively. "That won't do. What if they run off to report us? Do you think I'm a fool? Either repay the money now, or don't blame me for being rude." Yuzhu, frightened, hid in Yuzhu's embrace. "Brother, I'm so scared." Yuzhu gently patted his head. "It's all right. Don't be afraid." He entrusted Yuzhu to Yuega. "Please take care of my sister." Then Yuzhu approached Xion Wang, his eyes blazing with anger. "Get lost. You frightened my sister." Note: the protagonist has traversed from the modern world and possesses knowledge of Yuzhu's life. He has arrived at the age of 15, determined to alter his fate. Chapter 14. What distinguishes your electric vehicle from an ordinary motorcycle? Xion Wang erupted in laughter. You're quite audacious, aren't you? I've encountered many reckless youths like you. Let us see if you can still say that after a while." With that, Xion Wang launched a powerful knee strike towards Yuzhu's abdomen. Under normal circumstances, such a blow would certainly knock a person to the ground. However, though Yuzhu was a step slower. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, delivering a resounding slap to Xiong Wang's face. The loud crack echoed through the air. Thud! Xiong Wang was sent tumbling, landing atop his two henchmen, the three of them entangled in a heap. Ouch! Xiong Wang clutched his bruised face, tears streaming from the pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, discovering a tooth had been knocked out. Enraged, he spat, "You're seeking death. This fellow isn't easy to deal with. Let us take him on together." He pulled a knife from his pocket, while his two henchmen brandished glinting blades as well. Clearly, they were accustomed to this line of work, keeping such weapons on hand to intimidate others. And if someone truly resisted, they would show no mercy that a few cuts would suffice to instill fear, as long as they weren't fatal. "Watch out!" Gu Yuega cried out in alarm. "Brother!" He Yushui was equally terrified. Her face pale. .8 Extreme's fist. He Yuzhu's hands moved like agile snakes, deftly avoiding the sharp edges of the knives, and swiftly seized Xiong Wang's wrist. With a sudden twist, crack, Xiong Wang's wrist snapped instantly. Then he sidestepped to evade another knife's attack. Utilizing Tai Chi, he deftly redirected the blades, causing both henchmen to stab themselves in their palms. He Yuzhu slammed his hands downward with force. Crack, crack, two sharp sounds resonated, as both henchmen's arms broke simultaneously. Ah! 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 The trio emitted anguished cries, collapsing to the ground, clutching their arms in agony. He Yuzhu's gaze was cold and steely. Such thugs had undoubtedly shattered countless happy families. Moreover, they had frightened his sister, and he felt no pity for them. Xiong Wang and his two subordinates were drenched in cold sweat, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at He Yuzhu. Yet beneath that fear, a flicker of barely concealed hatred glimmered in their eyes. After all, they were hardened debt collectors, and encountering someone as formidable as He Yuzhu was a first for them. Gu Yuega instinctively shielded He Yushu's eyes, for the scene was far too bloody and violent for a child to witness. He was astonished He Yuzhu actually knew martial arts, and to such a high degree. "Thank you," Gu Yuega's eyes moistened, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Having been bullied by these thugs for so long, his resentment towards them had long since taken root. Yet his capabilities were limited. Forcing him to endure He Yuzhu's actions provided a long-awaited release for his pent-up frustrations. He Yuzhu approached Xiong Wang, stepping on his hand. "Where is Gu Yuega's IOU?" "Ah," Xiong Wang pleaded in agony. "That's not with me. Big brother, spare my life, spare my life." He Yuzhu pressed down harder, causing Xiong Wang's bones to creak, making him cry out in pain. "It's really not with me. It's with our boss. I can go get it. Please, let me go." He Yuzhu's voice was icy. "Take me there." Okay. Xiong Wang's eyes brimmed with hatred. As long as he could lead He Yuzhu to that place, he would have the opportunity for revenge. All grievances could be settled then. He Yuzhu's demand for the IOU was not solely to rescue Gu Yuega. It was primarily to protect He Yushui. Having already offended this group, it was better to eliminate all future troubles, that if he didn't subdue them thoroughly, retaliation was a likely outcome. He could manage himself, but his younger sister, He Yushui, would certainly be no match for these men. If anything were to happen to her, it would be too late for regrets. He Yuzhu harbored a sliver of concern for Gu Yuega as well, for they were not well acquainted, and he knew little of Gu Yuega's character. "Gu Yuega, please take my sister to find Professor Lin Zhonghai at the school. Ask him to help look after He Yuzhu. I'll return shortly." Gu Yuega, worried, replied, "He Yuzhu, don't go there. It's too dangerous. I will handle the debt issue myself. I can't let you get dragged into this." He Yuzhu shook his head. "It's fine. Leave it to me that if you feel indebted, you can help me construct the electric vehicle later." They parted ways at the gates of Tsinghua and Peking University. Ji Yuega led He Yushui to seek out Professor Lin Zhonghai, while He Yuzhu followed Xiong Wang to find his boss. They had all arrived by bicycle, though these were merely second-hand models, significantly more affordable. Gritting his teeth against the pain, He Yuzhu was led to their hideout. It was a secluded alley, surrounded by low, dilapidated houses. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiong Wang rushed inside. "Boss, come quickly. Help me." Two of his subordinates seized the opportunity to rush inside. He Yuzhu did not stop them. Having located their hideout, he was determined to make them submit wholeheartedly today. Soon, a group of individuals burst forth. Surrounding Yuzhu completely to the forefront was a bald man, followed closely by the injured Xiong Wang and his accomplices, with several others brandishing armed equipment. The relentless wars that ensued after 1937 had led to a proliferation of firearms among the populace. In the early days of the new nation, a large-scale collection of civilian weapons had yielded significant results. Nevertheless, the complete eradication of private armament was not achieved. By 1969, the state had reclaimed over 2 million various firearms. More than 10,000 artillery pieces and 270,000 grenades. Yuzhu had anticipated the armed situation of these individuals. At this moment, he was brimming with internal energy, rendering him impervious to ordinary attacks. Even with utmost concentration, bullets could not reach him. "Brother Guang, you must stand up for us," Xiong Wang implored. "While collecting debts from Gu Yuega, we were interrupted by this brat. Not only did he break our brother's arms, but he also boasted arrogantly, showing no fear when we mentioned your esteemed name, instead hurling insults at us. We could only bring him to you and see how you would punish him." Xiong Wang embellished his account, clearly seeking to provoke Brother Guang's ire to avenge himself. Brother Guang's eyes gleamed with menace. "You, young man, possess quite the audacity to venture alone into my den of tigers and dragons. There was once another who was equally arrogant. Now, his bones are untraceable. Today, not only must I provide my brothers with an explanation, but I must also ensure that something remains of this encounter. Otherwise, how will I command respect in the future?" With a swift motion, Yuzhu, who had come looking for trouble, remained silent, advancing toward Brother Guang until he stood directly before him, delivering a resounding slap across the latter's face. Thud! The bald man collapsed to the ground, dazed, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A sharp pain radiated from his face. He clutched his injured visage, gazing up at Yuzhu with disbelief. Since forming his gang, he had never been so humiliated. Before he could finish his words, Yuzhu struck him again. Pow! This time, 2 of the bald man's front teeth flew out, followed by a spray of blood. As beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, his shirt was already drenched in perspiration. He lay on the ground, his mouth filled with dirt. Coughing violently, he expelled a mixture of blood and grime onto the ground. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation, faced with the mockery and disdain of his subordinates, he realized that failing to reclaim his dignity this time would make it impossible for him to lift his head in the future. With a venomous glare directed at Yuzhu, he shouted, "Why are you all just standing there? Take him down. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong." This all transpired in the blink of an eye. The subordinates were momentarily stunned, but upon their leader's command, they snapped back to reality, their gazes turning fierce. Some wielded knives, others gripped clubs, and a few brandished iron chains. The assortment of weapons was diverse. Yet each, without exception, would inflict grievous harm upon their target. Yuzhu let out a cold laugh, instantly discerning from the leader's words that this gang harbored no benevolence, and thus, he held nothing back. He unleashed a series of Hong Quan techniques, his movements agile and swift, his fists formidable, as if he were the sole master of the realm. With each strike, the sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. Brother Guang, Xiong Wang, and the 2 injured subordinates were left utterly astonished by this spectacle. They had never witnessed such extraordinary martial prowess. Even the various weapons in the hands of Brother Guang's subordinates failed to graze Yuzhu's clothing. Although the space was confined, he consistently managed to evade attacks at critical moments. Each weapon came perilously close, yet miraculously missed its mark. However, whenever Yuzhu struck, one of the subordinates would find themselves with broken bones, rendered incapable of resistance, collapsing in agony. The opposing side lacked any capacity for confrontation. Xiong Wang's complexion turned ashen, his heart filled with dread. He had witnessed Yuzhu's skill firsthand. If he truly eliminated these individuals, would he not be inviting his own calamity again? As he contemplated the intensifying pain in his arm, he glanced at the few brothers wielding firearms nearby, finding a flicker of courage, regardless of how skilled one might be. Could they withstand bullets? Xiong Wang resolved that Yuzhu must not leave alive. "Brother, this guy's skills are far too formidable. We should resolve this with firearms. Otherwise, our brothers will all be finished here." A glint of malice flashed in the leader's eyes. "Very well. We should use guns to deal with him. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yuzhu, who dared to confront their entire gang alone. If word of this spread, their reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and they would never again be able to dominate the city. Considering the dire consequences that could arise, the leader's rage peaked as he snatched a firearm from a nearby subordinate and shouted at Yuzhu. Die! The sound of the gunshot pierced the air, sharp and jarring that a flash of cold light zipped through like a bolt of lightning, instantly severing half of the gun barrel in the leader's hand, and then passed through his heart, firmly embedding itself into the column behind him. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief and terror as he collapsed to the ground, his vision gradually fading. His heart was filled with fear and regret. Was this how his life was to end? Why had he chosen to oppose such a person? Given another chance, he would surely not dare to act arrogantly before Yuzhu, but life offers no do-overs. He could only die with endless resentment and regret. The others were left in a state of shock and terror. Those who had prepared to attack froze in place, their hands feeling as heavy as lead upon seeing the icy gaze of Yuzhu. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Xiong Wang attempted to flee. Whoosh! Yuzhu hurled another dart, which zipped past Xiong Wang's ear, embedding itself into the column behind him. Xiong Wang, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. The remaining individuals hastily discarded their weapons, kneeling in supplication. Spare us, big brother. We were merely following the bald man's orders. We were coerced into this. If we didn't comply, our lives would be at stake. Please spare us. I have an elderly parent and young children to care for. I am truly helpless. I could see that moment. Gu Yuega and Lin Zhonghai, leading the military management team, burst in. Everyone, raise your hands. The soldiers aimed their guns at the crowd. Upon witnessing this, they were momentarily stunned that Yuzhu stood unscathed while the ruffians knelt in abject plea, and another lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Gu Yuega and Lin Zhonghai quickly approached Yuzhu. Are you all right? Lin Zhonghai inquired. Yuzhu shook his head. I'm fine. Just a few minor ruffians. Gu Yuega let out a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought you might be in danger. I went to seek help from the military management team. Thankfully, you're unharmed. Otherwise, I would carry this guilt for the rest of my life. Lin Zhonghui's gaze fell upon the lifeless body in the blood. Zhuzi, did you kill him? Will there be trouble? Yuzhu shook his head. No, it was in self-defense. However, Lin Zhonghai and Gu Yuega remained anxious. After all, this was no trivial matter. Minister Wu approached. Zhuzi, what happened here? Yuzhu explained. These individuals were causing a ruckus in the market. I came to assist a friend in collecting a debt, and they attacked me. One of them even attempted to use a weapon against me. I was afraid. Yuzhu let out a helpless sigh. Am I not currently studying at Qinghai University? My sister's elementary school is far from our university, making it quite time-consuming to escort her daily. Thus, I planned to build an electric vehicle, which led me to meet my senior in the mechanical department, Gu Yuega. Upon hearing he was in trouble, I went to help him collect the debt. And when all this happened, I never expected them to be so audacious. Minister Wu snorted. These individuals truly show no remorse, having already destroyed countless families. This is their comeuppance for crossing paths with you. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have long since become victims. You have indeed rid the people of a menace. At that moment, a soldier entered to report. Minister Wu, we have confirmed the identity of the deceased. His name is Tian Hongwang. He was a fugitive wanted for the assault of women and robbery, and he had been hiding out here recently. Minister Wu declared, Humph, this man truly had it coming. Zhuzi, you have achieved yet another merit. I will commend you for it. Yuzhu smiled. Thank you, Minister Wu. Minister Wu replied, this is what you rightfully deserve. By the way, you mentioned the electric vehicle. I don't believe we have one in our country yet. Yuzhu nodded. Correct, which is why I plan to develop and manufacture one myself. I am studying mechanical engineering at Qinghai, and my senior has been researching the relevant theories for electric vehicles. I wish to attempt creating one. If successful, it will make it much more convenient to transport my sister, and I won't have to worry about her waiting alone at school. Minister Wu nodded, saying, Zhuzi, I have long suspected that you are no ordinary individual. Perhaps you truly possess the potential to innovate in the realm of electric vehicles. Our nation is currently in a state of disarray, and any technological advancement could significantly contribute to its development. I am grateful that you did not heed my advice to enlist in the military back then. Matters of conflict and warfare are best left to seasoned veterans like us. Talents such as yourself should concentrate on your studies. Once you have acquired your knowledge, you can return and contribute to the technological advancement of our nation. At present, our country is exceedingly vulnerable, with foreign powers eyeing us covetously, scheming against us. During these times of internal and external turmoil, we require young innovators like you to aid our nation in catching up with those formidable powers. Yuzhu nodded in agreement, responding, Minister Wu is correct. A strong nation instills confidence in its people. I shall strive to do my utmost. Moreover, I firmly believe that one day, our nation will stand tall among the world's greats. Minister Wu felt a sense of gratification that Yuzhu was not only extraordinarily talented, but also deeply patriotic. This was the hope for the future of the country. Minister Wu continued, Zhuzi, if you successfully develop your electric vehicle, do remember to ride it over for me to admire. I am quite curious about it. Yuzhu nodded affirmatively, stating, of course, Minister, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. My sister is still waiting for me at school. After bidding farewell to the Military Management Committee, Yuzhu returned to Qingbei University, where he found Lin Zhonghai. Yuzhu sat obediently in the office, and, upon seeing Yuzhu, she excitedly dashed into his embrace, tearfully exclaiming, Brother, you scared me to death. You're finally back. I was so frightened being here all alone that Yuzhu gently patted her head and reassured her. Dear Yuzhu, did I not return safely? Rest assured, no ordinary person can harm your brother. At that moment, Lin Zhonghai approached, asking, Zhuzi, have you studied martial arts? Yuzhu nodded, replying, I have learned some traditional martial arts. Lin Zhonghai acknowledged this, saying, I wondered how you could easily subdue those vicious criminals. However, do refrain from engaging in such perilous activities in the future. You're not alone. You have a sister to consider. What would happen to her if something were to occur? Yuzhu understood that Lin Zhonghai was looking out for him. Nodding in agreement, Professor, I understand. I'll be more cautious from now on. From that point onward, aside from attending classes, Yuzhu devoted most of his time to researching electric vehicle-related materials with Yuzhu. Before long, his understanding of electric vehicles reached new heights. Yuzhu examined his personal panel. Name, Yuzhu Culinary Skill Level 1. 566611000, Fishing Level 8. 1225100, Medical Skill Level 7. 6332500, Ghost Gate, 13 Needles Level 7. 55161500, Darts Level 6. For 11150 Level 6. 35550, Chinese Literature. Mathematics, chemistry, Chinese and foreign history and geography, physics, political knowledge, biology, foreign languages, Russian, English, Level 6. 50 Mechanical Engineering Level 3. 5510000, Electric Vehicle Level 4. 1115000, 8 Extremes Fist Level 8. 16311100, Tai Chi Level 8. 154411000, 0 Hung Gar Level 8. 142411000, Xing, E Fist Level 8. 135511000, Tanta A Level 8. 126711000, Dragon and Snake Combined Attack Level 6. 5010, 0 Internal Power Realm. 50. 0001000. At that moment, Yuzhu finally completed the design blueprint for the electric vehicle. That Yuzhu gazed at the blueprint with excitement, tears welling in her eyes. Brother Zhu, your design is simply exquisite. If we can manufacture an electric vehicle according to this blueprint, it will undoubtedly rewrite the history of electric vehicles. Finally, we can witness the advent of a true electric vehicle. Brother Zhu, thank you. You not only helped me resolve the issues with, but also fulfilled my long-held wish that if you ever need my assistance, I would gladly brave any hardship. Yuzhu smiled, stating, the most significant problem has been resolved. Now we just need to manufacture it according to the design. The next task was the production of the electric vehicle. Typically, an electric vehicle comprises essential components such as the frame, controller, wheels, electric motor, battery, charger, shock absorbers, and instrument system. Yuzhu had spent 2 years studying electric vehicles, becoming intimately familiar with all materials and technologies involved. Although many components required reprocessing, it was not overly challenging. Approximately 2 weeks later, through their combined efforts, they successfully manufactured the electric vehicle. Yuzhu excitedly turned to Yuzhu, saying, "Brother Zhu, we finally did it. Come, try it out and see how it performs." Yuzhu nodded and mounted the electric vehicle to take it for a spin. It felt exactly like the electric vehicles from his previous life. This electric vehicle utilized 7 batteries, boasting a range of 80 kilometers and a speed of up to 50 kilometers h, akin to a gust of wind. After circling around, he was thoroughly satisfied with its performance. In the future, it will be far more convenient for him to pick up Yuzhu. Why don't you give it a try as well? Yuzhu encouraged Yuzhu. Absolutely. Yuzhu replied, exhilarated as she hopped onto the vehicle, twisting the throttle, causing the electric vehicle to dart forward, nearly throwing her off balance. However, she quickly adapted to the controls, managing to stabilize her speed. Sitting atop the electric vehicle, tears of joy filled her eyes. She had devoted nearly 2 years, tirelessly researching electric vehicles, seizing every free moment to immerse herself in the project. Those 2 years have been a testament to her dedication, all for the dream of possessing her own electric vehicle. After enduring countless failures, just when she was on the verge of giving up, Yuzhu appeared. The heavens reward diligence, and today she had finally succeeded. Though this vehicle was not her design, her wish had been fulfilled at last, filled with gratitude towards Yuzhu. Yuzhu remarked after her ride, "Brother Zhu, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how long I would have to wait to create this electric vehicle. This test drive has left me completely satisfied, and my 2 years of perseverance have finally borne fruit. Yet I still feel a bit empty inside. Brother Zhu, your electric vehicle needs to be registered, otherwise it cannot legally hit the road." Yuzhu suddenly remembered that in this era, even bicycles required registration, let alone electric vehicles. If caught without a license, it would certainly lead to complications. Moreover, this electric vehicle was so conspicuous that it would easily attract attention. Thus, he decided to first address this issue with the Military Management Committee. Riding the electric vehicle through the streets drew many curious gazes, as people had never seen such a contraption before. Many mistakenly believed it to be a motorcycle, yet felt it was different, leaving them perplexed. Soon arriving at the Military Management Committee, Minister Wu emerged, astonished. "Zhuzi, is this the electric vehicle you spoke of?" Yuzhu nodded and demonstrated its operation. Minister Wu marveled once more, exclaiming, "This is truly remarkable. The design of this vehicle is entirely distinct from that of a motorcycle. It lacks even a fuel inlet and foot pedals, moving solely by the push of a button. I am a loss as to what energy source it consumes." Zhuzi, how does your electric vehicle differ from a conventional motorcycle? Chapter 15. Is this thing truly worth 10 million? Yuzhu explained, "This electric vehicle is powered by electricity, not gasoline. It is equipped with 7 batteries, allowing for a range of 80 kilometers. When the batteries are depleted, a simple recharge will enable it to run another 80 kilometers. Utilizing electricity is not only more economical, but also remarkably eco-friendly and convenient." Minister Wu nodded in agreement. "May I have the opportunity to try it?" "I have never seen such a vehicle before." Yuzhu promptly dismounted and instructed Minister Wu on its operation. After a brief lesson, Minister Wu learned how to start the vehicle, and as he turned the key and engaged the brake, the electric vehicle sprang to life. The members of the Military Management Committee surrounding them were all astounded by this wondrous device. After taking a lap, Minister Wu excitedly declared, "Zhuzi, this is truly impressive. In such a short time, you have created such an exceptional electric vehicle. Its use of electricity not only conserves energy, but also significantly reduces our nation's fuel consumption. I wonder, can this be mass-produced? This would save money for the common people and contribute to the nation's welfare." Yuzhu retrieved the design blueprint for the electric vehicle from his pocket and handed it to Minister Wu, stating, "This is the method for manufacturing the electric vehicle. It requires minimal materials and has low technical demands. As long as the nation is willing to invest in research and development, success is assured. It's merely a matter of time. The primary technical challenge lies with the batteries, but I have also included detailed design specifications for them." Minister Wu took the blueprint with excitement, exclaiming, "Excellent, Zhuzi, I did not misjudge you. Rest assured, the nation will surely reward you appropriately, and I will report your achievements." Yuzhu then added, "Minister Wu, My electric vehicle has not yet been registered. I hope you can assist me with this. Minister Wu nodded in agreement. No problem. I will write you a recommendation letter. Upon receiving the introduction letter, Yuzhu proceeded to the Vehicle Management Office to register and license his electric bicycle. From that moment on, this electric vehicle became a legitimate mode of transportation, marking it as the first electric bicycle in the country during the 1950s. Riding this newly crafted electric bicycle to attend classes at Tsinghua and Peking University, Yuzhu attracted considerable attention from onlookers. Many had never encountered an electric bicycle before, and at that instant, Yuzhu became the most striking figure on campus. Just then, Yi Zhonghai spotted Yuzhu and exclaimed, "Zhuzi!" Yuzhu rode his electric bicycle over to Yi Zhonghai, who scrutinized him from head to toe, and asked, astonished, "Zhuzi, is this an electric bicycle? Have you truly created it?" Yuzhu nodded and replied, "Yes, I collaborated with senior student Gu Yuega for a month and a half, and today we finally succeeded." Yi Zhonghai was not a fool. He recalled that Gu Yuega had spent 2 years without success, while Yuzhu had completed the task in just half a month. Clearly, the creation of this vehicle was primarily Yuzhu's masterpiece, yet he still mentioned Gu Yuega's name. Yi Zhonghai felt a genuine admiration for Yuzhu's talent. Initially, he had never anticipated that Yuzhu could accomplish such a challenging project, which indeed required immense creativity. However, Yuzhu had managed to complete this task, and the electric bicycle he produced was remarkably attractive in design. Yi Zhonghai inquired, "What are the performance specifications of this electric bicycle?" Yuzhu responded, "It can travel 80 kilometers on a single charge, with a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per hour." Yi Zhonghai gasped in astonishment. Such endurance was truly practical. This design thoroughly addressed the shortcomings of electric bicycles, qualifying it as a significant innovation. Yi Zhonghai decided to personally take it for a test drive. After experiencing it, he praised, "Zhuzi, you are truly impressive. You managed to create an electric bicycle in such a short time. Moreover, you have made so many enhancements that render it extraordinarily refined." However, he posed a question: will this electric bicycle be widely adopted? Yuzhu nodded, stating, "If the government is willing to produce it, it will undoubtedly be popularized. I have already submitted the design blueprint to the relevant departments through a friend. It is merely a matter of time before it becomes widespread." Yi Zhonghai agreed, saying, "Excellent, very good. Zhuzi, you are a person with a vision for the world. The nation is fortunate to have talents like you. In the future, many will seek your expertise. Since this technology has been entrusted to the government, you must refrain from disclosing it to others. The current situation is complex, and if it were to inadvertently fall into foreign hands, it would pose a grave loss to the nation." Yuzhu nodded in agreement, indicating that he had already considered this. Thus, he entrusted the design blueprint to Minister Wu of the Military Management Committee, as he was a trustworthy individual. Although the technology behind the electric bicycle was not particularly advanced, mass production by the government would inevitably compromise confidentiality. However, such matters did not concern Yuzhu. He rode his self-made electric bicycle to class. Upon witnessing his new creation, his classmates crowded around him. "Zhuzi, what is this new mode of transportation? I've never seen anything like it. It doesn't resemble a motorcycle and lacks a fuel tank. How does it move?" Yuzhu smiled and explained, "This is an electric bicycle. It is powered by electricity." Everyone was astonished. "Goodness, it's truly an electric bicycle. Zhuzi, did you make this yourself?" Yuzhu nodded. "Yes, it has just been developed, and currently, there is only one. What are its performance specifications?" Yuzhu replied. "It has a range of 80 kilometers and can reach a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per hour. My heavens. Zhuzi, you are remarkable. You have succeeded in a technology that even foreign countries could not conquer. This is truly impressive. No wonder you are the top scorer in the National College entrance examination. Your intellect is not something ordinary individuals can compare to. Zhuzi, may I take it for a spin?" Yuzhu responded, "Of course, no problem." A classmate took the electric bicycle for a test drive, and it swiftly took off. Everyone was once again taken aback. Hearing about it was one thing, but witnessing it firsthand was entirely different. Envy coursed through the crowd. Who would want to own such an electric bicycle? "Zhuzi, what is the cost of this vehicle?" Yuzhu answered, "Approximately 7 million yuan. Many materials are difficult to procure, and large-scale production would require government support. IT would be quite challenging for an ordinary person to replicate it. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this price was beyond the means of an average household. They hoped the government would expedite production so that they too could ride electric bicycles. How enviable! Progress was swift. News of Yi Zhonghui's electric bicycle development quickly spread, initially attracting a group of professors from Tsinghua and Peking University to investigate. Old Lin, is the electric bicycle truly as remarkable as you claim? Foreign countries have conducted years of research in this field with no substantial progress, ultimately giving up. How could a student possibly achieve this? I find it hard to believe. Indeed, Old Lin, could it be that he merely imitated foreign designs? Issues such as range, load capacity, and performance are all shortcomings of existing electric bicycles that if those problems persist, this vehicle would possess no practicality. Facing such skepticism, Lin Zhonghai chuckled. You only came after hearing the news, didn't you? Come and see for yourselves. Witnessing it firsthand is far superior to mere hearsay. When they arrived at the entrance of the teaching building, the sight of the electric bicycle astonished them all. It was indeed an electric bicycle, and its design was unique. Its exterior was exquisitely crafted and appeared quite practical, seemingly capable of carrying 3 adults. However, its range remained uncertain. The group of professors curiously surrounded the vehicle, much like children, examining it closely. Ultimately unable to contain their excitement, Lin Zhonghai had no choice but to summon Yi Zhonghui, as they were eager to experience the electric bicycle's performance firsthand. Once the electric bicycle was handed over to a professor, he took it for a test drive and exclaimed, "The power is impressive, and it handles exceptionally smoothly. With a little practice, one can operate it proficiently." Yuzhu, what are the actual performance specifications of this vehicle? Yuzhu replied succinctly, it can travel 80 kilometers on a single charge, with a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Upon hearing this, the professor's expressions turned even more astonished. Excellent. This nearly resolves all the current shortcomings of electric bicycles. Subsequently, each professor took turns test driving the vehicle, confirming that Yuzhu's claims were indeed accurate, as the speed reached the figures he provided. They could not help but laud Yuzhu. Good lad, you are the pride of our nation, a pillar of talent. This electric bicycle is genuinely practical. If widely promoted, it would be far more convenient than motorcycles. Its design is uniquely innovative, a true global first. Yuzhu, your achievements are commendable in the face of such praise. Yuzhu remained remarkably composed. In his era, electric bicycles had long become commonplace. However, in a nation undergoing rapid development, this was still a novel concept, with significant deficiencies in resources and technology. Consequently, Tsinghua and Peking University held a special award ceremony for Yuzhu, attended by the entire faculty and student body. Yuzhu was also invited to speak on stage, inspiring more students to engage in innovation and invention. This experience not only earned Yuzhu great renown at Tsinghua and Peking University, but also garnered admiration from students, particularly female students who regarded him with awe. After class, Yuzhu rode his self-created electric bicycle to the elementary school gate to pick up his younger sister, Yuzhu. Yuzhu, your brother might not be able to arrive on time today. Would you like to come home with me first? I will inform the gatekeeper, and when your brother arrives, he can come directly to my house to fetch you, suggested Yushui's homeroom teacher. Yushu shook her head and replied, No need, teacher. My brother's electric bicycle is ready, and he will definitely come to pick me up on time today. The homeroom teacher was taken aback and repeated, electric bicycle. It was her first time hearing about this intriguing invention, and curiosity filled her mind. Just as she was about to ask something, she spotted Yuzhu speeding towards her on an electric bicycle, coming to a steady stop at the school gate, instantly capturing the attention of those around. The homeroom teacher gazed in astonishment at Yuzhu's electric bicycle, its exterior remarkably exquisite, neither resembling a motorcycle nor featuring a fuel inlet. Yet it moved with incredible speed, leaving her profoundly impressed. Brother, Yuzhu exclaimed excitedly as she dashed towards him. Although she harbored a hint of worry, all her concerns vanished the moment she saw Yuzhu. Yuzhu had indeed not deceived her. She enthusiastically inquired, Brother, is this the electric bicycle you made? It's truly beautiful. Yuzhu smiled and replied, Yes, and it's quite fast, and in the future, I will use it to pick you up at night. And I assure you it won't be too late. Yi Zhonghai joyfully exclaimed, brother's the best. Observing her delight, Yi Zhonghai also smiled and took her to explore the nearby area. Yi Zhonghai excitedly remarked, brother, this electric bicycle is so fast. It's so much fun. After taking a stroll, Yi Zhonghai bought some vegetables and returned with Yi Zhonghai to their courtyard. Yin Buguei was tending to the flowers at the entrance when he saw Yi Zhonghai approaching on the electric bicycle. Exclaiming in surprise, Zhuzi, is that a motorcycle? Yi Zhonghai hurriedly clarified, that's not the case. This is my brother's electric bike. Yin Buguei then noticed that Yi Zhonghai's vehicle indeed differed from a motorcycle, the most apparent distinction being the absence of a fuel tank. He pondered for a moment. Motorcycles typically require gasoline, so what drives this vehicle if it doesn't consume fuel? He inquired, what is an electric bike? Yi Zhonghai explained, it's a vehicle powered by batteries, which means no fuel is needed. He had no intention of concealing the existence of such a marvel. Surely, he would refrain from riding it simply to keep it a secret from others. These people were not of such significance. Yin Buguei's eyes widened in astonishment. For someone as frugal as him, anything that could save money was particularly enticing if it truly operated solely on electricity. How cost-effective this vehicle must be. The most expensive aspect of owning a motorcycle is the cost of fuel, and in this era, most people couldn't even acquire a motorcycle. Only leaders of various organizations typically own them. Traditional bicycles, which can accommodate 3 people, have the advantage of being human-powered and require no fuel, thus necessitating only a substantial initial investment with minimal ongoing expenses thereafter. However, Yi Zhonghai's electric bike boasted the performance of a motorcycle while retaining the economic efficiency of a bicycle. Truly a perfect blend. Yet, such an exceptional item had somehow escaped his notice. Filled with curiosity, Yin Buguei asked, Zhuzi, where did you procure this electric bike? I haven't seen it in the market, Yi Zhonghai replied. This is the latest model. It hasn't officially launched yet, a friend gifted it to me. Yin Buguei was utterly astonished. What? Such a precious vehicle was a gift? What is its worth? Yi Zhonghai responded, it's valued at 10 million. Yin Buguei nearly leapt from his seat in shock. His glasses slipping down his nose, he hastily adjusted his glasses and stared at Yi Zhonghai with incredulity. Did you just say it's worth 10 million? Are you sure you're not joking? Yi Zhonghai shook his head, utterly serious. Consider it. How much does a regular motorcycle cost? This electric bike functions similarly and doesn't require fuel, so a price of 10 million isn't unreasonable. After some contemplation, Yin Buguei conceded that he was indeed correct. Yet he soon realized that even if 10 million could be justified, it was still an exorbitant price. With a monthly salary of less than 300,000, his annual income barely exceeded 3 million. Even if he spent nothing, it would take nearly 3 years to save enough to purchase such a vehicle. This was utterly astonishing. He then questioned, Zhuzi, how could someone possibly gift you such an expensive vehicle? Just then, the voice of Aunt Sen echoed from outside. Heavens, what is that? She had initially assumed something was amiss and rushed out. Upon seeing Yi Zhonghai riding his new electric bike, she was immediately stunned. She then exclaimed, come quick, Yi Zhonghai actually bought a motorcycle. The people in the courtyard hurriedly gathered around it. Yi Zhonghai, Aunt Yi, Lu Haizhong, Aunt Er, Jia Zhongshi, and Jia Dongshu all rushed out. They were all left speechless at the sight of Yi Zhonghai's newly purchased electric bike. How could Yi Zhonghai possess such wealth to afford a motorcycle? Was mere wealth sufficient? Such a vehicle was a rarity. One must have special channels to acquire it. Otherwise, even money would not suffice. With the high price of motorcycles, could Yi Zhonghai have engaged in some illicit activity? Or perhaps he borrowed someone's motorcycle while working as a chef. That notion did seem plausible, that Yi Zhonghai questioned. Zhuzi, how did you acquire this vehicle? Have you engaged in any illegal activities? You should confess to mitigate your punishment. Yin Buguei interjected. Old E, take a closer look. This is clearly not a motorcycle. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai examined it carefully. As an experienced mechanic, he soon discerned the differences. Indeed, this vehicle had no fuel tank and no footrests. It certainly didn't resemble a motorcycle, so. What was it? Lu Haizhong joined the inspection. Yes, it really doesn't look like a motorcycle. Yin Buguei explained. This is an electric bike. The crowd looked on, bewildered. Yi Zhonghai asked, What exactly is an electric bike? Yin Bugue couldn't help but chuckle at the naivety of the crowd. He too had once been ignorant, simply because this invention was remarkably rare. Motorcycles run on gasoline, while electric bikes operate on electricity. Once charged, they can run, offering significant savings compared to motorcycles. The crowd was hearing the term electric bike for the first time. Their curiosity piqued as they gathered around to inspect the vehicle from every angle. Yi Zhonghai remarked. Even if it's an electric bike, it still looks expensive. Yuzhu, where did you get this vehicle? Yin Bugue replied, this was given to Yuzhu by someone. As for why, I cannot say that you'll have to ask Yuzhu about that. All eyes turned to Yuzhu, awaiting his explanation. Yuzhu recounted. On my way to work today, I encountered a patient collapsed by the roadside, and no one else attended to him. I took pity on him and brought him to the hospital to thank me. He gifted me this electric bike and mentioned it's a new product that hasn't yet been launched, but will be promoted in the market soon. The crowd then understood, marveling at Yuzhu's good fortune. Surely, the person he saved was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, how could he have given such a splendid gift? They all lamented how they had never encountered such a stroke of luck. Jia Dongshu felt a twinge of jealousy. He was already a second-level mechanic, yet lacked any means of transportation. Meanwhile, Yuzhu, merely a newly confirmed chef, an electric bike? Life seems so unfair, Jia Zhongshu greedily remarked. Yuzhu, this electric bike looks nice. Our Dongshu still lacks a means of transport. Why not lend it to him for a while? Don't worry, we'll pay you 1,000 yuan annually to ensure others don't say we're taking advantage of you. Jia Dongshu's eyes lit up, genuinely tempted by the electric bike. Mom, that's too little. How about this, Yuzhu? I'll give you 2,000 yuan each year if you let me borrow the bike. Don't worry about charging it. I'll handle that. Qin Huairu was also intrigued. Ever since having a child, she had been solely responsible for household matters, with Jia Dongshu and others never offering assistance. Going out to buy groceries had become a challenge. Having this electric bike would make everything much more convenient. If Jia Dongshu could truly borrow it, it would be a tremendous help. Upon hearing the Jia family's proposal, others felt a pang of regret, thinking they should have spoken up first. If Yuzhu agreed, he would surely be the envy of others. In his past life, Yuzhu had selflessly helped the Jia family, always striving to meet their every request, believing that sincerity would be reciprocated. However, he was met with their cunning and disdain. In this life, Yuzhu would never again act so foolishly if they wished to use his electric bike. They were dreaming. Yuzhu shook his head. I want to lend the bike. Jia Dongshu's countenance immediately darkened, dissatisfaction brewing within him. Why not lend it to me? Qin Huairu also felt a bit displeased. Thinking Yuzhu was being rather stingy, Jia Zhongshu voiced her discontent. Yuzhu, we are all neighbors in the courtyard. Why can't you lend it to us? We're not taking advantage of you. We're willing to pay rent, so what is your grievance? Jia Dongshu nodded in agreement. Yuzhu, let bygones be bygones. You don't need to hold on to past misunderstandings. You should be magnanimous. I'm not holding a grudge against you. If you refuse to lend it, it only makes you seem petty. Yi Zhonghai also felt tempted. After all, it wasn't just an ordinary bicycle, but an electric one if he could borrow it. That would be wonderful. Yuzhu, this electric bike doesn't cost you anything. Dongshu is willing to pay rent. Why not let him use it? Yuzhu shook his head. That is not possible. It would be inaccurate to say he hadn't spent a penny. The electric bike itself had worth. Although the money hadn't been given directly to him, it was still valuable. Such electric bikes were extremely costly, and he couldn't bear to lend it out. Jia Dongshu scoffed. Is it really that expensive? You're just being stingy. Yin Bugue interjected. Yuzhu's bike is valued at 10 million. Anyone would be reluctant to part with it. Moreover, this is a one-of-a-kind new product on the market. Yuzhu's is the only one available. The crowd fell silent, all eyes widening in disbelief. 10 million. Uncle San, are you mistaken, or did I mishear? Jia Dongshu asked in shock. Yi Zhonghai questioned. Old Yin, you're not joking. Are you? Is it truly worth 10 million? Lu Haizhong expressed his skepticism. Old Yin, you can't be making this up, can you? Yin Bugue shook his head and clarified. Why would I fabricate such a thing? Consider the price of a motorcycle. The performance of an electric bike is comparable, yet it does not require fuel. Is 10 million truly excessive? Upon his elucidation, The crowd experienced an epiphany. Indeed, if the electric vehicle's performance were akin to that of a motorcycle, 10 million yuan would hardly be deemed exorbitant. Yet for the average individual, this sum remained astronomical. Yi Yuzhu continued. If you give me 2,000 yuan annually, it would take 50 years to accumulate 100,000 yuan. My electric vehicle, however, is valued at 10 million yuan, leaving a staggering gap of 9.9 million yuan. The jest was overly audacious. How could one possibly secure such a loan? Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Ha ha, what a farce! How could Jia Dongshu utter such words? Does he truly wish to obtain someone else's vehicle for free? It was evident that not just Yi Yuzhu, but anyone possessing such a costly item would be reluctant to lend it casually. If Dongshu genuinely desired to use it, he would need to part with no less than 1 million yuan annually. Jia Dongshu felt an acute sense of embarrassment, his heart harboring a tinge of resentment towards Yi Yuzhu. Chapter 16. One must not be self-centered. Is it merely an electric vehicle? What is so remarkable about it? Yet his gaze remained fixated on the electric bike, unwilling to waver. Jia Zhongshur's eyes brimmed with envy. 10 million yuan. A sum too extravagant. Such a splendid vehicle ought to be ridden by Jia Dongshu, for Yi Yuzhu was wholly unworthy of it. Qin Huairu gazed upon Yi Yuzhu's handsome visage, a wave of regret washing over her. Had she not hastily married Jia Dongshu and instead chosen Yi Yuzhu, perhaps she too could be riding such a luxurious electric bike now. She had always held confidence in her appearance. Yet alas, Yi Yuzhu seemed utterly indifferent to her. For the first time, Yi Zhonghai felt the sting of jealousy as a 7th-level fitter at the Hongqing steel plant, here in a meager salary of over 80 yuan each month. Even so, to purchase this electric vehicle would require him to save an entire year's wages. Moreover, it was currently unavailable for purchase, as Yin Bugue had remarked. The electric bike was not yet in mass production. Rendering wealth futile in acquiring one, Lu Haizhong's jealousy was nearly palpable. As the second elder of the compound, he held a higher status than the newly promoted cook, Yi Yuzhu. Yet even he lacked such a sophisticated means of transportation. Yi Yuzhu's fortune seemed excessively fortunate. Such an electric bike ought to be utilized by individuals of their stature. Yi Yuzhu stated, "If there are no further matters, please step aside. We must return for dinner." However, Yi Zhonghai obstructed him. "Hold on, Zhuzi, I still have something to say. After hearing your previous explanation, I must admit you have a point. Such a valuable electric bike would not be lent out casually by anyone. Your stance is commendable." Upon hearing this, Yi Yuzhu discerned that this hypocritical individual surely harbored ulterior motives. As expected, Yi Zhonghai continued, "Consider the elderly lady in our compound. She is all alone, without children. It is inconvenient for her to go out. Now that you are in a position to help, as a member of the community, you should lend a hand that if she needs to shop or attend to matters, you could take her along, making things much easier for her, and it would be a contribution to the compound." This tactic of moral coercion was indeed adept, yet Yi Yuzhu was not swayed. "Elder, I am pressed for time. I must escort Yi Yuzhu to and from school daily, and I have work to attend to. My schedule is already full, leaving no room for additional responsibilities. Furthermore, is it not your duty to care for the elderly lady? As she lives with you, you should acquire a bicycle so that you may assist her when she needs to go out." Yi Zhonghai shook his head. "I have considered that, but the elderly lady has difficulty walking, and riding a bicycle would not be as comfortable as traveling in an electric vehicle. Look, your electric bike has a cushion in the back, which would be particularly beneficial for her, preventing any discomfort from bumps. My past care for her was out of compassion. Since we share the same compound, we ought to support one another. If you have the means, you should assist her. Of course, if you truly lack the time. How about this? When you return, the electric bike will likely be unoccupied. Then, Jia Dongshu could borrow it to accompany the elderly lady on her errands. This way, it would not infringe upon your use of the bike while also caring for the solitary elder in our community. What do you think, Jia Dongshu?" Jia Dongshu readily agreed. "Certainly, it is my responsibility to care for the elders in the compound." Yi Yuzhu promptly inquired, "But what if I need to go out and cannot use the electric bike?" Yi Zhonghai casually replied, "That is simple. Do you not still possess a bicycle? You can ride it for your outings." Yi Yuzhu shook his head in disagreement. "That won't do. Due to the electric bike. I have sold my bicycle. Now, I have only this one electric bike left, If an urgent matter arises and I cannot find the electric bike to use, wouldn't that be even more distressing? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai reproached him lightly. Zhuzi, I must criticize you on this point. That bicycle was still new. Why did you sell it? Is that not wasteful? Yuzhu coldly responded, Elder Yi, please understand, that bicycle is my personal property. I have not only the right to sell it, but even to gift it to someone else without compensation. This is a right I am entitled to. You are overstepping your bounds. Are you attempting to assume the role of a feudal patriarch? If that is the case, I shall have to report this to the neighborhood committee. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback by this statement, not wishing to bear such a negative label. Though he was displeased with Yuzhu's unyielding words, he still endeavored to remain calm. Zhuzi, you misunderstand my intentions that I was merely suggesting this for your benefit, with no other motives. Let us drop this matter. I shall consider it as if I never brought it up. After all, the elderly lady does not go out frequently. For the time being, let Dongshu use it, ensuring it will not hinder your access to the bike. Unless you truly lack team spirit. If outsiders learn of this situation, it will certainly reflect poorly on our compound, and your reputation will be affected. His words were smooth, and Yuzhu nodded in agreement. Very well. The bike may be borrowed. The Jia family was elated, for it was indeed Yi Zhonghai's adept handling of the situation that persuaded Yuzhu. With such an excuse, it would not be unreasonable for them to borrow the electric bike multiple times in the future. Yuzhu seemed to perceive their intentions. However, my electric bike is quite valuable, that if you wish to use it, a deposit of 10 million yuan must be paid, should the vehicle sustain any damage. I reserve the right to deduct from this amount as compensation that if you can agree to this, I shall lend you the bike. Otherwise, I shall not consider it. What? 10 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? Yi Zhonghai exclaimed in anger. Indeed, you claim your electric bike is worth 10 million, yet you demand we pay a 10 million deposit. Is that not tantamount to a direct purchase? Jia Dongshu also expressed his discontent. Yi Zhonghai chided, Zhuzi, your demands are utterly excessive. Yuzhu replied coolly, excessive? Elder Yi, in what way am I being unreasonable? Is it not customary to pay for the use of someone else's belongings? You wish to use my property. And considering its rarity, is it not entirely reasonable for me to request a deposit? If you do not trust me, how can I possibly trust you? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. The ordinarily unassuming cook, Yuzhu, had managed to discern his intentions. Following this revelation came a flicker of anger, and he retorted, Zhuzi, do not make unfounded accusations. I harbor no such intentions, Yuzhu replied in a subdued tone. If you have no such intentions, then simply provide the funds. Jia Dongshu, Qin Huairu, and Yi Zhonghai all turned their gazes upon Yi Zhonghai, eagerly awaiting his decision to pay. Faced with this predicament, Yi Zhonghai felt a surge of fury. What sort of partnership was this? He feigned ignorance, attempting to evade the demand. Yi Zhonghai interjected, Old Yi, your monthly salary is substantial. This 10 million should be no trouble for you. Why not front the money? After all, it will be returned to you upon the bike's return. Fuming, Yi Zhonghai nearly erupted on the spot. With the so-called partners so devoid of understanding, he was merely considering Jia Dongshu's interests. With a cold scoff, Yi Zhonghai declared, since Yuzhu is unwilling, let us not press the issue. After uttering this, he wasted no time and turned to leave. The surrounding crowd recognized that the dispute was drawing to a close and began to disperse. Yet they continued to discuss Yuzhu's deeds, their words laced with admiration. Despite Yuzhu's ordinary culinary skills, his luck was truly commendable. Many concurred, indeed, he merely strolled outside for a bit, saving a life and securing a high-end electric bike as a reward. These are well-deserved accolades that reflect his good character. Imagine if someone else fell ill on the road. How many would extend a helping hand? Most would merely walk around, fearing being burdened. As Yi Zhonghai departed, the chatter gradually subsided. Meanwhile, within the Jia household, a loud bang echoed. Jia Dongshu slammed his hand on the table, cursing vehemently. Damn Yuzhu, he is merely a ninth-grade chef. What given the right to ride such an electric bicycle? Moreover, he is so miserly that he won't even lend me his bike. It's not that I wouldn't pay him. This infuriates me. How despicable. Beside him, Qin Huairu attempted to soothe him, saying, Dongshu, do not let your anger consume you. It is not worth harming your health if he refuses to lend it. So be it. After all, you are a second-level skilled worker, earning more than he does. He cannot possibly compare to you. Suddenly, the commotion startled Bang Gung, who began to cry inconsolably. Qin Huairu quickly picked up the child and gently comforted him. Trying to pacify the little one, Yi Zhonghai, filled with rage, exclaimed, "That scoundrel! He won't even lend you his electric bike. He will surely face retribution." Dongshu, reassured by his mother's words, nodded. "Mother, you are right. I will surely surpass Yuzhu in the future. And he will envy me then." Just then, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. What is that delightful scent? Dongshu instinctively flared his nostrils. Yi Zhonghai glanced outside and angrily remarked, "Another sumptuous meal prepared by that Yuzhu. That wretched chef eats so well every day, yet he doesn't think to share any with us. Such neighbors deserve their fate." Filled with jealousy, Dongshu felt his appetite stir. He pulled out a yuan from his pocket and handed it to Qin Huairu, saying, "Go buy a pound of meat tomorrow. We shall stew it. I want tea. Let them think we can't afford it." Qin Huairu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began outside, with rain droplets crashing against the eaves like pearls. The storm arrived swiftly but departed just as quickly. Once the rain ceased, Yuzhu discovered that the roof tiles had been damaged. He quickly fetched a small bucket to catch the dripping rainwater. The sound of droplets echoing within, Yuzhu chuckled. "Rainwater, you stay inside. I'll go patch the roof. Otherwise, if it rains again, our home will turn into a water curtain cave, and the roof will be compromised." Yuzhu nodded obediently. "Brother, be careful. There's a lot of rainwater on the roof. Don't slip." Yuzhu affectionately ruffled his younger brother's hair, finding him utterly adorable. "Don't worry, Yuzhu. Have you forgotten that your brother knows martial arts? This is a trivial matter. Just remember not to come outside. The tiles might fall and hit you, which would be very dangerous." Yuzhu promised dutifully. "You can rest assured, brother, I will definitely stay indoors and wait for your return." Yuzhu took a few tiles and some plastic sheets before heading outside. After the rain, the air felt particularly refreshing. With his agility, he could easily leap up, but he deemed such a display too ostentatious. Instead, he found a piece of wood to lean against the eaves and climbed up. Once on the roof, he realized it was indeed quite slippery, making the repairs rather perilous. However, he was filled with confidence in his skills. Before long, he had successfully fixed the roof. "Brother, there's no more leaking inside." Yuzhu called out excitedly from within. "Who says there's no leaking? There's still one Yuzhu in the house." Yuzhu teased, eliciting peals of laughter from his younger brother. I could see that moment. The Jia family emerged, discovering that their roof was also leaking. Seeing Yuzhu repairing his roof, Yi Zhonghai shouted, "Yuzhu, come help us fix our roof too." Yuzhu feigned ignorance and continued his work. Chapter 13. After tidying up his tools, Dongshu left the roof and returned home. "That detestable Yuzhu!" Yi Zhonghai exclaimed angrily. "Is it such a crime to help him fix his roof?" "He pretends not to hear." Dongshu comforted her. "Mother, it's all right. Fixing the roof isn't difficult. We can manage it ourselves without Yuzhu's help." Yi Zhonghai nodded. "Yes, my son is the most capable." With that, she began to prepare things for Dongshu. Upon seeing Dongshu preparing to climb onto the roof, Yuzhu concocted a scheme. He stepped outside, bringing his electric bike into the house, and exclaimed loudly, "This rain is so heavy. I must not let my electric bike get ruined." He exaggerated his volume, fearing others wouldn't hear him. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, followed by a thud. Dongshu had fallen from the roof, appearing as though he had sustained a fracture. Yuzhu wasted no time. He promptly released the air from the electric bike's tires, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Even if he were injured, he would not allow Dongshu to use his bike. That it wasn't that he was heartless, but rather a fear that once he lent it, they would swarm him like flies, endlessly seeking to borrow his electric bike. In a past life, he had learned that these people, despite his assistance, would not grant him any favor in return. The Jia family was comprised entirely of ungrateful individuals. Environment shapes character. Even a good person placed in a setting like the Jia family would become unkind. Dongshu cried out in agony, clutching his leg and rolling on the ground, his clothes drenched in mud. Dongshu, what happened?" Someone help! Help! Jia Zhongshi, terrified and disoriented, soon regained her composure and called for help from those in the courtyard at Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, Yin Bugui, and others rushed out, each shocked at the sight of Jia Dongxiu. Yi Zhonghai hurried to Jia Dongxiu's side, urgently inquiring, "What happened?" Jia Dongxiu's well-being was crucial for Yi Zhonghai's own future security, making the situation all the more pressing. Jia Zhongshi screamed. Dongxiu fell from the roof while repairing it. "Hurry, we need to save him." Qin Huairu, equally frightened, was a loss, simply crying that Yi Zhonghai immediately called for two people to assist in lifting Jia Dongxiu, that he then rushed toward the Yuzhu's house. "Zhu, where's your electric bike? Hurry and bring it out." Dongxiu fell from the roof. "We need to take him to the hospital." Yuzhu pretended to be surprised. But my electric bike got a flat tire on the road. I just realized it. You can come and see for yourselves. Yi Zhonghai took a closer look and indeed found the tires flat, his face turning ashen with anger, wanting to scold but unable to find the words. He could only urgently say, "Let us go. We need to get Dongxiu to the hospital." Jia Zhongshi, confused, asked, "What about the electric bike? Why aren't we using it? If my son suffers like this, can you bear the consequences? Are you insane? Hurry and bring out the electric bike." The group had no choice but to hoist Jia Dongxiu toward the hospital. Yi Zhonghai was livid, blood rushing to his head, but this was not the time to argue with Jia Zhongshi. "The electric bike is flat. Stop talking nonsense and hurry. We need to get Dongxiu to the hospital. It will be trouble if we delay. He might lose his leg." Qin Huairu and Jia Zhongshi were momentarily stunned. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jia Zhongshi was infuriated, hurling harsh words. Jia Dongxiu had anticipated leaving on the electric bike, but with the malfunction, coupled with the excruciating pain in his leg and his sense of loss, his anger flared like wildfire, and he ultimately fainted. This prompted Jia Zhongshi and Qin Huairu to act swiftly, assisting Yi Zhonghai in transporting Jia Dongxiu to the hospital. The examination results were relatively optimistic. Jia Dongxiu had only sustained a minor fracture and would need to recuperate at home for a while. However, the medical expenses amounted to a staggering 500,000 yuan. Upon returning home, the Jia family found Jia Dongxiu lying in bed, writhing in agony. Jia Zhongshi, filled with resentment, declared, "This is all that Yuzhu's doing. If it weren't for his negligence, Dongxiu wouldn't be pinned beneath that dilapidated roof, nor would he have been delayed in receiving treatment. Leading to this fracture, we must seek compensation from him." Jia Dongxiu's eyes brimmed with hatred, echoing his mother's sentiments. "Mother, we must make Yuzhu compensate for the electric bike. We cannot let this slide." Jia Zhongshi nodded vigorously. "Child, focus on your recovery. I will ensure we seek justice." Subsequently, Jia Zhongshi stormed over to confront Yuzhu. "Yuzhu, come out." Yuzhu opened the door, responding, "Jia Zhongshi, what is it?" Jia Zhongshi, furious, retorted, "It is because of you that my Dongxiu has a fracture. You must take responsibility for this. Otherwise, I will never let you off the hook." Yuzhu smirked dismissively. "What does this have to do with me?" Jia Zhongshi challenged. "You declined to help fix the roof before. Now you refuse to lend your electric bike, which ultimately caused Dongxiu to miss his treatment window. That we wasted 500,000 yuan on hospitalization. The blame lies entirely with you, and you must compensate for the electric bike. If not, this matter will not end." Yuzhu replied coldly, "You are being utterly unreasonable. The leaking roof is due to the weather, and I am in no way responsible as for Dongxiu injuring himself while repairing the roof. Why should I assist? Even if my bike were in perfect condition, I would not necessarily lend it to you. That is my freedom, and you have no right to criticize me. Now, please leave." He then pretended to close the door. "No, you must compensate us for both the money and the bike. Otherwise, we will not leave here today." Jia Zhongshi, accustomed to her haughty demeanor, found herself even more agitated by her child's injury, impulsively lunging at Yuzhu. With a resounding slap, Yuzhu raised his hand and struck her, causing Jia Zhongshi to spin and fall to the ground, her body covered in mud, her visage rendered unrecognizable. The scene was utterly comical. "Ah!" Jia Zhongshi shrieked, her hands instinctively shielding her face, her expression one of sheer terror. This slap jolted her into a sudden realization that the person before her was indeed Yuzhu. His strength was undeniably formidable. Not only she, but even the men in the courtyard were no match for him. Someone help! Someone please! Yi Zhonghai exclaimed, sitting down abruptly in a muddy pit, splashing the muck around like a shrew. The commotion attracted a crowd. Drawing in Lu Haizhong, Yi Zhonghai, Yin Bugui, Aunt Yi, Aunt Air, Aunt San, and Yin Jieqing, among others. Upon seeing the throng, Yi Zhonghai's courage surged. Where's the justice? Where's the fairness? Everyone come and judge this. Yuzhu, this scoundrel, dares to bully an old woman like me. You must uphold justice for me. Otherwise, even if I die kneeling here today, I shall not let him off. Qin Huairu hurried over to assist Yi Zhonghai, saying, Mother, please get up. The ground is so cold. You might catch a chill. No, I will not. Yi Zhonghai retorted vehemently. If I do not obtain justice today, I shall not rise. She violently shook off Qin Huairu's hand, causing her to stumble. Yi Zhonghai instinctively perceived this as Yuzhu's fault, recalling the last incident with the electric bike, which had been too coincidental. It was not just any day. It was precisely when Yi Zhonghai had his accident that the bike malfunctioned. If it were truly broken, how could Yuzhu have returned home on time? Yi Zhonghai suspected foul play on Yuzhu's part. Such coincidences were hard to dismiss. Now, having struck Yi Zhonghai, was this not a blatant act of bullying the elderly? Yi Zhonghai felt a growing distaste for Yuzhu. What on earth are you doing, Yuzhu? Can't you communicate civilly? Why resort to violence? Do you not see the plight of the Jia family? Yi Zhonghai lies at home with a broken leg, already pitiable enough. Now you come to attack Yi Zhonghai. Is this not sheer bullying? Even if Yi Zhonghai erred, you should show some leniency. Proper communication is the way of righteousness. One must not think solely of oneself, but also consider others. A shift in perspective reveals that quarreling with the Jia family at this time serves no purpose. Given Yi Zhonghai's accident, Yi Zhonghai is already in a foul mood. You ought to show some understanding. This is what a true man should do. In Chapter 17, Yuzhu responded, Empathy? I have considered them. Have they ever considered me? Yi Zhonghai's accident had nothing to do with me. Yet she comes to hold me accountable. Is this fair? Yi Zhonghai, in a fit of rage, proclaimed, It is indeed your fault. Had you helped repair the roof, my Zhonghai would not have fallen if your electric bike had not malfunctioned. We would have transported him to the hospital promptly. This is all you're doing. You must compensate us for that electric bike. Before Yuzhu could respond, laughter erupted from the surrounding courtyard. Yi Zhonghai is truly being unreasonable. How does the state of their roof concern Yuzhu? Why should he repair her roof? Does she think Yuzhu is her personal servant? How utterly absurd. The crowd found it hilarious that Yi Zhonghai would utter such claims. The accident had nothing to do with Yuzhu. The electric bike belonged to Yuzhu. He had the right to lend it to whomever he wished. Yi Zhonghai's envy of Yuzhu's bike was evident. She was merely seeking a pretext to stir trouble. Her audacity was astounding. This incident was entirely unrelated to Yuzhu. It was evidently Yi Zhonghai's own carelessness. Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brow, as expected. Yi Zhonghai was indeed a woman prone to unreasonable outbursts. Yet he chose to remain silent, for as Yi Zhonghai's mentor, he would inevitably side with him. Having endured so much, he had hardened his resolve and decided to act as though nothing had transpired. Seeing no one supporting her, Yi Zhonghai was filled with indignation. Oh, so none of you care, do you? I refuse to believe there is no justice in this world. I shall report Yuzhu to the street office and demand they uphold justice for me. Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened as he swiftly intervened. What is this matter worth? Why go to the street office? Do not pursue it. With a resounding slap, Yi Zhonghai struck Yi Zhonghai. He stood momentarily stunned, clutching his face in disbelief. I was merely trying to stop you out of goodwill, and you repay me with this slap? Yi Zhonghai retorted defiantly. Yi Zhonghai, how dare you? You did not stand up for Zhonghai, but instead side with Yuzhu. You are unworthy to be his mentor. That if you dare obstruct me again, I shall not hold back. Yuzhu coldly smirked, thinking, Yi Zhonghai remains true to her nature. She was like this in her youth. No wonder she later became a vengeful spirit, her character deeply ingrained that, as you wish, Yi Zhonghai, I shall no longer involve myself. Yi Zhonghai, infuriated, turned to leave. Yi Zhonghai menaced. Yuzhu, wait and see. when the street office director arrives. You shall pay for this. You will kneel and beg for my forgiveness, but I shall not relent. The street office. Upon encountering Director Wang, Yi Zhonghai immediately began to wail. Director, you must intervene on my behalf. I've been terribly bullied. My son's leg has been broken, an assault on our very lives. We have no hope left. If you do not intervene, I shall throw myself against the wall in this office. Director Wang was taken aback. What? Where are Yi Zhonghai and the others? Yi Zhonghai replied. They are in league with those villains. Director Wang, filled with ire, declared, This is utterly lawless, disregarding the nation's laws. Come, we shall investigate this matter immediately. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive justice. He promptly led a couple of military management personnel to the courtyard. Upon arrival, Director Wang noticed a crowd gathered outside Yuzhu's door and felt a sinking sensation. How had this become entangled with Yuzhu again? Suddenly, he grasped that the situation might not be as severe as Yi Zhonghai had portrayed. He shot her an exasperated glance, thinking, this woman truly dares to fabricate any story. Yi Zhonghai glared at Yuzhu, seething, This time, you cannot escape. I have summoned Director Wang to adjudicate my case. Let us see what tricks you have left. The onlookers wore smiles, eager to witness how Director Wang would handle the situation. Their curiosity piqued by how he would react once he learned the truth. Yi Zhonghai pointed at Yuzhu, loudly exclaiming, Director Wang, it is he! Quickly, apprehend him! He must compensate us for that electric bike. Director Wang paused, taken aback. Electric bike? I have never heard of such a thing, but now is not the time for that discussion. With a smile, Director Wang inquired, Yuzhu, what is the matter then? Yuzhu calmly explained. Director, it rained today, so Yi Zhonghai went to repair the roof and accidentally fell, resulting in a fracture. They wanted to use my electric bike to take him to the hospital, but the bike malfunctioned and was unusable. Now, they hold me responsible for two things. First, that I did not assist in repairing the roof, leading to Yi Zhonghai's fall. Second, that the electric bike broke down, preventing timely transport to the hospital. Thus, they demand I compensate them for the bike. Director Wang, puzzled, asked, What exactly is this electric bike? May I see it? Yuzhu nodded in agreement and led Director Wang into the house. Inside stood a remarkably sleek vehicle. Lacking a fuel inlet or pedals, Yuzhu explained, This electric bike is powered by electricity. When fully charged, it can travel 80 kilometers at a maximum speed of 50 kilometers. It is a new product, not yet on the market. I received it as a gift after saving someone. Director Wang was astounded. This was the first time he had encountered such an advanced product. The electric bike was indeed very practical, being more convenient and economically viable than a motorcycle. Yet he understood that Yuzhu was not an ordinary individual. The bike was likely a gift from someone of high status. Now, Director Wang comprehended the entire sequence of events, his eyes ablaze with righteous fury. Yi Zhonghai's deceit was an affront to his intelligence. Rising from his seat, he stepped outside. Yi Zhonghai continued to scream, Director Wang, hurry and arrest him. Lock him up for 3 days. He must not escape easily. He must compensate my Zhonghai for that electric bike. It is all Yuzhu's fault. Had it not been for him, my son's leg would not be injured. Subsequently, she began to unleash a torrent of invective. Director Wang commanded, Bring her out, with a smirk. Yi Zhonghai retorted, Yes, hurry and apprehend him, Yuzhu. This time you shall face the consequences. Consequently, 2 members of the management committee advanced to subdue Yi Zhonghai. Ouch! That hurts! It hurts! Yi Zhonghai exclaimed, caught off guard as her wrist was seized painfully. Director Wang, you've apprehended the wrong person. It's not me, it's Yuzhu, she shouted vehemently. Director Wang, in a fit of rage, declared, You women are utterly unreasonable. Wherein lies Yuzhu's fault? Your son fell while repairing the roof. And how does that implicate Yuzhu? The electric scooter is out of order, and you claim that as your justification for your actions? Even if the vehicle were operational, he is under no obligation to lend it to you. Yet you dare to blame Yuzhu for these matters. He continued, Moreover, you have the audacity to say that someone has broken Yi Zhonghai's bones, forcing your entire family to seek death. That is slander, a grievous and vile slander. Your actions have not only wronged innocent people, but have nearly led us to dire consequences, should a grievous political error arise from this. Can you bear the responsibility? Take her away. Lock her up for 3 days. Let her reflect on whether she will continue to spout nonsense and defame others in the future. Previously, Director Wang had felt somewhat guilty towards Yi Zhonghai and sought an opportunity for atonement. Now, with Yi Zhonghai bringing trouble upon herself, he resolved to handle the situation properly to prevent any further complications for Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this incident was not Yi Zhonghai's fault? Fear soon gripped her. She was unwilling to face imprisonment at that time. Society held a profound fear of prisons. Yi Zhonghai cried out in terror, "No, I don't want to go in. Help!" Yi Zhonghai, who had been observing the situation from inside, felt a surge of anger towards Yi Zhonghai's antics. He had offered help only to be met with a slap from her. The situation had escalated. Old Yi asked, "Auntie, are you just going to stand by?" After all, Yi Zhonghai was Yi Zhonghai's mother. If he learned of your inaction, he would surely be displeased. Yi Zhonghai sighed. "All right, I understand that. I will see if I can intervene." Director Wang would likely show some leniency. With that, he approached the Military Management Committee. Yi Zhonghai smiled at Director Wang, saying, "Director, let us not escalate this further. Yi Zhonghai is merely distressed over her son's situation, which has led to her impulsive behavior. As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Detaining her seems a bit excessive. Rest assured, I will educate and reprimand her properly, and she will apologize to Yi Zhonghai. Let us consider this matter settled and release her." Director Wang's expression darkened as he replied, "Yi Zhonghai, you are a senior figure here, bearing significant responsibility, and this is how you choose to resolve issues. It is an obvious case of defamation. And you fail to recognize it? Why did you not intervene earlier and allow Yi Zhonghai to create such a ruckus?" Yi Zhonghai's heart sank as he realized the situation had diverged drastically from his expectations. Director Wang was genuinely furious. The concern now extended beyond merely protecting Yi Zhonghai to safeguarding himself. Internally, he lamented that had he known this would transpire, he would have refrained from intervening. He quickly apologized. "Director, I sincerely apologize that I attempted to prevent Yi Zhonghai from proceeding, but she insisted, and I was powerless to stop her." The residents nearby began to speak on Yi Zhonghai's behalf. Indeed, Old Yi did try to stop Yi Zhonghai, but she refused to listen and even slapped him. Yes, Old Yi acted out of goodwill, but was met with ingratitude, and she insisted on going to the street office. Old Yi made several attempts to mediate, yet Yi Zhonghai would not heed him. Director Wang, irate, exclaimed, "Yi Zhonghai, you are utterly devoid of discipline, not only defaming others but also resorting to violence. It seems 3 days of confinement is insufficient. Let it be 5 days instead. Let us see if you dare to treat our institution with such disdain." Director Wang bellowed at Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai was momentarily taken aback. He had genuinely wished to assist Yi Zhonghai and was taken aback by the reversal of circumstances, resulting in an additional 2 days of punishment. To whom could he voice his grievances? If Yi Zhonghai were to learn of this, would he not harbor doubts about him? Yi Zhonghai hastily defended himself. "Director, there's truly no issue. Perhaps my choice of words led to a misunderstanding on Yi Zhonghai's part. There is no need for an increased penalty." Director Wang's tone remained stern. "Yi Zhonghai, do you wish to shield her?" Yi Zhonghai quickly shook his head. No, I shall abide by your arrangements." Director, confusion filled Yi Zhonghai's mind. Had Director Wang perhaps consumed gunpowder? Why was he so irritable today? Director Wang continued, "Listen closely. From now on, if Yi Zhonghai does not permit others to use his electric scooter, you have no right to do so. That we reside in a civilized society. Do you not comprehend this?" His gaze bore into Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai promptly replied, "Rest assured, no one would dare touch Yi Zhonghai's vehicle." Yin Bugui quickly concurred. "Indeed, if Yi Zhonghai does not allow us to use it, we absolutely will not ride. We are not thieves." Lu Haizhong immediately added, "Director, you can be assured that anyone who uses the electric scooter without Yi Zhonghai's consent is showing utter disrespect. I will certainly admonish them sternly." Hearing this, Director Wang nodded in satisfaction. "Take her away." No, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, let me go. Let me go." Yi Zhonghai shrieked. Qin Huairu shouted from the side, "Mother, hurry and apologize to Yi Zhonghai. Only then did Yi Zhonghi come to her senses. Yi Zhonghai, I was wrong. It is all my fault. I was muddled in my thoughts. Please be magnanimous and spare me. At my age, how can I endure imprisonment? I beg you. I implore you. Yi Zhonghai, however, remained expressionless, well aware of Yi Zhonghi's true nature. In one moment, she would plead for his support, and in the next, she would turn on him, her demeanor shifting faster than a doggist. He had no desire to play the role of a savior, and chose to remain silent. Thus, Yi Zhonghi was escorted away by 2 security personnel, her cries echoing in the distance. The residents in the courtyard began to murmur among themselves. Oh, did Yi Zhonghi break the law? Why has she been apprehended? She has always been a fierce woman. One wonders what trouble she has caused this time. That it would be wise for the Jia family to limit their interactions going forward. Yi Zhonghi has always been unreasonable. She has truly brought this upon herself. Indeed, she has been causing a ruckus. How can she blame Yi Zhonghai for this? To even attempt to involve Director Wang is simply courting disaster, now that she has been taken away. Does she feel relieved? Yi Zhonghi is simply too excessive. She deserves this. It was a trivial matter, yet she insisted on complicating it. With such a mother, Jia Dongshu is truly unfortunate. Now she regrets her actions. Where was her foresight? Yi Zhonghai had not intended to engage with her, yet Yi Zhonghi had insisted on provoking trouble. Now do you feel at ease? Yi Zhonghai shot Yi Zhonghui a glare, clearly displeased with him. Had Yi Zhonghui spoken even a few words, perhaps Director Wang might have reconsidered. Instead, Yi Zhonghai remained silent. Qin Huairu glared angrily at Yi Zhonghai, sensing that he ought to have come to their aid. But why had he not intervened? Watching her mother being taken away, Qin Huairu's heart brimmed with resentment towards Yi Zhonghai. Director Wang summoned Yi Zhonghai outside the courtyard and led him to a secluded spot. Smiling, Yi Zhonghai, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and today's encounter has confirmed it. Not only are your culinary skills exceptional, but you are also a graduate of Qingbei University. Your future is indeed promising. After their last meeting, Director Wang had taken the initiative to investigate Yi Zhonghai and was astonished by his exceptional qualities. And no wonder he maintained such a close relationship with Minister Wu of the Military Management Committee. This was entirely due to Yi Zhonghai's own capabilities rather than any familial advantage. Director Wang had long harbored the intention of befriending Yi Zhonghai, but had lacked an opportune moment. This time, he resolved to seize the opportunity to forge a connection with him, perhaps for future benefit. Yi Zhonghai smiled calmly. Director Wang, you flatter me. These accomplishments are trivial and hardly worth mentioning. Had anyone else spoken thus, Director Wang might have perceived it as ostentation. Yet when Yi Zhonghai expressed it, it appeared entirely natural. Achievements that ordinary individuals might aspire to attain in a lifetime seemed to Yi Zhonghai merely commonplace. Admiring him further, Director Wang recognized Yi Zhonghai's composure and boundless potential. Thus, he solidified his resolve to befriend Yi Zhonghai. You know, for some reason, you remind me of a relative I once knew. It feels quite familiar. We ought to interact more. Yi Zhonghai discerned Director Wang's intentions and responded with a smile. Of course, Director Wang. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to instruct me. He too exchanged pleasantries. Director Wang chuckled, finding Yi Zhonghai not only capable but also articulate. Very well. If you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, that I shall do my utmost to help. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, sharing a convivial atmosphere. Director Wang then produced a jade pendant from his pocket, stating, "This is a trinket I came across by chance. I find it quite appealing. I would like to gift it to you for your enjoyment. In truth, this jade pendant is a treasure from the Han Dynasty, acquired by Director Wang during a special operation to apprehend notable individuals, and he has worn it ever since. However, in order to get closer to Yuzhu, he has taken it out today as a gift. Although Yuzhu lacks knowledge of antiques, he can discern that this jade pendant is extraordinary. Director Wang. This is truly precious." Director Wang feigns anger, saying, "It's nothing of great importance, merely a trivial matter. Please accept it, or I shall genuinely be upset." Once Yuzhu accepts it, a smile breaks across Director Wang's face. Inside the Jia family residence, the elder asks, "What on earth is happening outside? Why has my mother been taken away?" Despite lying in bed, Jia Dongshu gazes through the window at the unfolding scene, yet remains oblivious to the specifics. Yi Zhonghai explains the situation. I tried my utmost to stop your mother, but she refused to listen and even slapped me, insisting on finding Director Wang from the street office. Upon learning this, Director Wang became quite furious and took your mother away. I attempted to advocate for her, but ultimately, I was severely reprimanded by Director Wang. Your wife was present as well? Qin Huairu. Do confirm that I am speaking the truth. Qin Huairu nods, affirming that the elder indeed exerted himself to the fullest. Yi Zhonghai sighs, saying, alas, this matter must be attributed to Yuzhu, had he chosen to forgive your mother at that moment. Perhaps the issue could have been resolved smoothly, yet he is so petty and insistent on being difficult. Jia Dongshu's anger towards Yuzhu intensifies, exclaiming, how outrageous! We are fellow villagers living in the same courtyard. How can he act in such a manner? He should bear the primary responsibility for this, yet he shifts all the blame onto my mother. I shall certainly settle this score with him in the future. Yi Zhonghai secretly feels relieved as long as Jia Dongshu holds no grievances against him. As for placing the blame on Yuzhu, perhaps the ensuing conflict between the two will afford him some advantage, providing an opportunity to compel Yuzhu to yield. Qin Huairu, however, appears deeply troubled, lamenting, now that my mother has been taken away, and Dongshu is lying here, how are we to carry on? Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai feels a surge of clandestine delight, considering this a splendid opportunity to enhance his own image. Since the Jia family is in distress, he will extend a helping hand, believing that Jia Dongshu will undoubtedly express gratitude to his mentor in the future. No problem. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Dongshu is like a son to me. How could I not help him? Jia Dongshu expresses his heartfelt gratitude, stating, thank you, Master. Yi Zhonghai feigns nonchalance, insisting that family members do not speak in a manner that suggests distance. At that moment, Yuzhu is preparing to return home. Zhuzi, a melodious voice calls out, but Yuzhu looks up in the direction of the voice and sees Qin Huairu standing elegantly not far away, her sweet smile radiating joy. You've come. How has your practice been during this time? Have you mastered the horse stance? Qin Huairu playfully sticks out her tongue, replying, I've been practicing diligently, but it remains quite challenging. Nonetheless, I am seeing some progress, and my foundation is now more solid. Yuzhu glances at her posture, which appears somewhat casual and lacks seriousness, suggesting, given the cold weather, let us discuss this indoors. Qin Huairu nods in agreement. As she enters the courtyard, a group of bachelors casts envious glances in her direction, baffled as to why Qin Huairu would be interested in Yuzhu. Could it truly be merely due to his masculine charm, striking handsomeness, and ability to earn a living? Particularly Jia Dongshu, who, from behind the window, watches the scene with reddened eyes, filled with jealousy. How can an ordinary chef associate with a woman more beautiful than his own wife? Upon returning home, Yuzhu joyfully leaps into Qin Huairu's arms, exclaiming, Sister Huairu. Qin Huairu gently strokes Yuzhu's head, smiling as she says, my little darling, you still charm everyone as before. Do you miss your sister? I do. Yuzhu's voice is soft and sweet. Qin Huairu, unable to resist, playfully pinches her cheek. At that moment, Qin Huairu notices an electric bike in the corner of the room and curiously inquires, Zhuzi, what is this new contraption? Yuzhu smiles and explains, this is an electric bike powered by electricity. 0.1 charge allows it to travel 80 kilometers with a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Qin Huairu looks astonished, saying, I've never seen such a vehicle before. Yuzhu chuckles. It hasn't been launched on the market yet. Qin Huairu wonders, then where did you acquire it? Yuzhu proudly replies, this was made by my brother himself. Qin Huairu gasps in surprise. What? Zhuzi, you actually manufactured such an advanced electric bike? Yuzhu casually remarks, there's no technical challenge. It's merely basic mechanical construction. I study mechanical engineering at Qingbei University, so crafting an electric bike isn't a daunting task. Though his tone is light, Qin Huairu, as a businesswoman, understands the significant value of such an accomplishment. Developing a new material is already a challenge, let alone assembling a complete electric bike. This indeed showcases Yuzhu's exceptional talents, something others cannot easily replicate. Qin Huairu circles around the electric bike, her eyes filled with admiration. Suddenly, she notices some components that seem amiss. Why is there no air here? Yuzhu recounts what transpired earlier. Qin Huairu laughs. Zhuzi, your approach is entirely correct. One cannot afford to be courteous to such individuals. Otherwise, they will take advantage. As she speaks, Qin Huairu find a chair to sit on. With a loud crack, a chair leg snaps. Chapter 18. You're truly a rare talent. Qin Huairu exclaims in surprise as Yuzhu swiftly rushes forward to catch her. With a loud crash, the chair collapses entirely, scattering pieces across the floor. Yuzhu teases, your skills are quite unstable. Feeling the unique masculinity emanating from Yuzhu, Qin Huairu's cheeks flush, her heart racing, as she experiences feelings she has never felt before. She whispers, I will practice diligently, yet lingers in his embrace. Reluctant to part, Yuzhu glances at the scattered chair fragments and then at the sparse old furniture in the room, a plan forming in his mind. In the past, the family had endured hardships to make ends meet. Now, Yuzhu possesses the means to transform their situation. He had initially intended to purchase new furniture, yet the designs of this era pale in comparison to those of future generations. Hence, he resolves to learn the craft personally and create new furniture. He has already calculated the method in his mind, by a carving knife and continuously carve wood, which might enhance his skills. However, he remains uncertain about the effectiveness of this approach. At that moment, Qin Huairu begins to tidy up the broken chair, but Yuzhu states, Huairu, please keep an eye on the rain. I'll be right back. Qin Huairu nods. All right. Yuzhu steps out for a moment, purchasing a carving knife and some wood, and begins to practice his carving. Woodworking skill increased 1. Woodworking skill increased 1. Woodworking skill increased 1. It's remarkably effective. Yuzhu is elated, realizing that with just a few days of practice, he can sufficiently elevate his woodworking skills. By then, he will be capable of crafting furniture. Yuzhu calls out, Brother, I don't have school tomorrow. Can we go to play together? Yuzhu affectionately ruffles Yushui's hair, smiling, of course. As long as I'm carving wood, I can enhance my skills. Even if I take you out to play, it will still be beneficial. Qin Huairu chimes in, I want to go too. Yuzhu replies with a grin, certainly, tomorrow we will ride the electric bike together. The next day, while still in slumber, Yuzhu senses someone approaching and quickly deduces who it is. Feigning ignorance, Yuzhu pinches his nose, giggling uncontrollably. Yuzhu opens his eyes, exclaiming, You little rascal. Tickling her, he elicits laughter from Yuzhu until tears nearly spill from her eyes. The two wash up and prepare breakfast. As Qin Huairu enters, she remarks, I could smell the delicious aroma from afar. Now I can enjoy a proper meal. After tasting the porridge, she praises, Zhuzi, you truly excel. It's delicious. Even the most ordinary ingredients transform into gourmet meals in your hands. If only I could eat such delightful dishes every day. After speaking, she seems a bit embarrassed, her cheeks tinged with pink. At the zoo in the city of Sijio, Qin Huairu pulls Yuzhu along, curiously observing various animals, while Yuzhu stands to the side, continuously carving wood. Woodworking skill increased 1. Woodworking skill increased 1. Woodworking skill increased 1. Soon, his woodworking skills reach a modest level of proficiency. Qin Huairu notices Yuzhu's subtle actions. Puzzled, she asks, Zhuzi, what are you doing? Yuzhu smiles as mechanical engineering students. We must also possess strong practical skills. Therefore, I'm practicing finger dexterity and control. The system is his greatest secret in this world, and he cannot allow anyone to discover it. Qin Huairu admires him, saying, Zhuzi, no wonder you can achieve success. Even during leisure time, you are so dedicated. If you don't succeed, who will? Yuzhu reassures her. Do not worry about me. Enjoy yourselves. I'm simply engaging in a little game here. Qin Huairu nodded, then took Yushui's hand and continued to observe the animals. Look over there. They're a lions. Shall we go see them together? Qin Huairu suggested. Yushu nodded, tightly gripping Qin Huairu's hand as she confessed, but I'm a bit frightened. Qin Huairu smiled reassuringly. I feel a little scared too. We can stand a bit farther away. Yuzhu, upon hearing this, chuckled. No worries, I'll join you soon. Getting closer is fine. After all, I'm a master with the prowess of traditional martial arts. With just a hint of my internal energy, I could easily subdue that lion. Making it bow its head in submission, He Yushui, feeling anxious, asked, "Brother, is this really okay?" He Yuzhu smiled and replied, "Don't worry. Soon the lion will be very gentle." With that, he approached the lion's enclosure and stood still. As the lion noticed someone standing with their back to it, a fierce glint appeared in its eyes, and it began to advance slowly towards Yi Zhonghai, even adopting a threatening posture, its sharp claws glinting menacingly. Witnessing this scene, Qin Huairu turned pale and was about to call out a warning. However, after taking a couple of steps, the lion suddenly froze, as if it had encountered a cat, and laid down submissively, occasionally emitting low, soft sounds that made it appear particularly docile. Seeing this unfold, Qin Huairu was astonished. "Zhuzi, how did you manage that?" He Yuzhu smiled in response. "Did you forget that I practice traditional martial arts? The aura I project can greatly restrict the lion's actions, rendering it incapable of any movement. You can now come and observe without any concerns. As long as I'm here, it won't dare to misbehave." Hearing this, Qin Huairu nodded, understanding. "I see now. Zhuzi, your martial skills are truly remarkable. Even animals fear you," He Yuzhu replied. "If you are willing to dedicate yourself to practice, perhaps one day you could reach my level." Qin Huairu stuck out her tongue, thinking that martial arts training was far too arduous, and she had no intention of pursuing it further. With He Yuzhu providing a sense of security, both Qin Huairu and Yi Zhonghai gradually relaxed their vigilance. Approaching the enclosure, the lion remained quietly lying down, appearing somewhat aggrieved, its innocent eyes gazing up at He Yuzhu. Meanwhile, He Yuzhu was still focused on his wood carving. Even though the lion's heart was filled with a longing for life and fear, it dared not act out, silently hoping that He Yuzhu would leave soon. Onlookers were drawn to the situation. Those who had previously been too frightened to approach the lion now gathered around to watch. The lion resembled a gentle cat, truly adorable. Look, the lion is even covering its eyes with its paw, almost like a human. The zookeeper's skills were so impressive that they could make a lion behave so well. After Qin Huairu and her companion were satisfied, they eventually took their leave, followed by He Yuzhu, who also departed the scene. Once he withdrew his suppressive aura, the lion felt an immediate sense of relief and hurriedly scampered back to its den, thoroughly disinclined to venture out again, as the outside world posed too great a danger for it. Next, the group explored the surrounding scenery and eventually arrived at Beihai Park. At this moment, Qin Huairu turned to He Yuzhu, who was engrossed in his wood carving, and asked, "Zhuzi, shall we go row a boat together?" He Yuzhu responded with a bright smile, "Sure." Soon, the three of them boarded a small boat, with Qin Huairu attempting to steer. However, it was evident that she had not mastered the technique, resulting in the boat spinning erratically on the lake. This situation frightened He Yushui, who sought refuge in He Yuzhu's embrace. Qin Huairu, feeling anxious from the up and down motion, began to scream in panic. That He Yuzhu gave a bittersweet smile, gently grasped Qin Huairu, and with a light touch of his hand, stabilized the boat. This was a unique skill of a practitioner of internal martial arts. He Yuzhu chuckled, "Let me take the helm." Qin Huairu appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Zhuzi, I'm so sorry. I'm just too clumsy and can't even row." That He Yuzhu comforted her. "It's all right. No one is born knowing everything. Just keep trying, and you'll get the hang of it." The surface of the lake shimmered under the sunlight. He Yuzhu gently moved the oars, and the reflections of the three of them danced in the water, harmonizing with the swaying willows around them. He Yuzhu said, "Yushui, how about I teach you a song?" He Yushui joyfully replied, "Yes, yes." He Yuzhu smiled and began to teach "Let Us Row Our Oars" to He Yushui. Qin Huairu's eyes lit up, astonished that He Yuzhu could compose such a delightful melody. She couldn't help but think of him as a truly talented man. She was quite clever and quickly grasped the song. Starting to hum, "Let us row our oars." The little boat pushes through the waves. The beautiful white pagoda is reflected on the lake, surrounded by lush green trees and the red walls. After a delightful outing, they returned to the shore. Qin Huairu exclaimed, "Zhuzi, you are simply amazing, especially with that song 'Let Us Row Our Oars.' I will remember it forever." He Yushui chimed in, clapping, That was so much fun." He Yuzhu gently patted He Yushui's little head. "As long as you're happy, that's all that matters." Qin Huairu suggested, "How about we go watch a shadow puppet show? It's very interesting. Yuzhu curiously asked, Sister Shiwaru, what is a shadow puppet show? Qin Huairu shook her head, although not quite understanding it. She still felt excited. I'm not sure about the details, but it's a drama performed using images made from animal hides that I've heard it's really fun. Yuzhu explained, shadow puppetry is an art form that involves using silhouettes made from animal skins or cardboard to tell stories. Performers manipulate the puppets behind a white screen while narrating tales in conjunction with local tunes. It is accompanied by percussion instruments and other music, and this theatrical form is rich in local flavor, beloved by audiences of all ages. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu found Yuzhu exceptionally handsome at that moment. Not only was he talented, but he also possessed extensive knowledge. It was no wonder he could gain admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua University or Peking University. Shortly after, they found a small troupe performing shadow puppetry in the Mintugu area. A group of children excitedly gathered to watch the shadow play, laughing joyously. Not only the children, but many adults also brought small stools to enjoy the performance in an era with limited entertainment options. Such simple pleasures were enough to satisfy people's spiritual needs, especially since people at that time prioritized basic sustenance, focusing on how to support their families. As for the shadow puppetry, Yuzhu had little interest and continued to focus on his wood carving. Time passed silently. Through constant practice, Yuzhu's woodworking skills improved once more, reaching an expert level. Although he was making furniture for his home, he understood that mere proficiency was far from sufficient. Yuzhu intended to further enhance his craft. Just then, a young man with a buzz cut squeezed through the crowd, exclaiming, "Excuse me, please make way. I'm in a hurry," while others might not have sensed anything amiss. Yuzhu immediately discerned the young man's true identity, a skilled thief. Each time he brushed past someone, he concealed a sharp blade in his hand, swiftly slicing open pockets to steal money. Everything happened in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. The man then blended into the crowd watching the shadow puppet show, inching closer to Qin Huairu. Just as he was about to strike, Yuzhu forcefully drew his carving knife across the wood. Producing a splinter the size of a toothpick, with the enhancement of his internal energy, it became as hard as steel. In a swift motion, it shot forth. The sharp splinter sliced through the air, embedding itself into the back of the young thief's hand. The young man cried out in pain, instinctively clutching his hand. All eyes turned to him. Confused and in excruciating pain, the young man could only endure his suffering and flee amidst the crowd's scrutiny. Where's my money?" someone shouted, triggering a ripple of reactions. People began checking their pockets. "What? My money's gone too. Quick, there's a thief." "It's the young man, the one who's injured. He was just next to me. Catch him." Realizing the situation was dire, the young thief quickened his pace. However, he soon encountered an obstacle. Yuzhu. Standing motionless, Yuzhu continued to carve wood, not even lifting his gaze. The injured thief, filled with rage and desperation, shouted, "Get out of the way! Move aside!" He then charged at Yuzhu. Bang! Yuzhu delivered a kick. The young thief felt a tremendous force strike him, sending him flying in shock. He didn't even have time to comprehend Yuzhu's movement before he was easily knocked down. Bang! The young thief crashed heavily to the ground, his back feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, causing unbearable pain. Seeing the crowd rush towards him, he bellowed, "Get away!" Continuing, he pulled out a weapon, brandishing it wildly, causing the crowd to retreat in fear. Seizing the opportunity, a young man rose to his feet, his fierce gaze fixed on Yuzhu. He understood that this very person was obstructing his path and had sent him sprawling to the ground. At that moment, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, his sole avenue of escape lay in the direction of Yuzhu. Fueled by hatred, he swung the weapon, attempting to threaten while making his escape. Whoosh! A wooden stick, no larger than a toothpick, shot forth like lightning, striking the young man sharply in the groin. He exclaimed, collapsing to the ground, the cash he had stolen scattering around him. The crowd surged forward, quickly pinning the thief to the ground. "That was my money! My money is gone! Damn thief!" Young and strong, yet resorting to such nefarious deeds, the people returned the stolen items to their rightful owners one by one. The two then worked together to restrain the thief, rendering him powerless at this moment. The thief was utterly defenseless, his arm injured and knee wounded, suffering unbearable pain. Qin Huairu and Yi Zhonghai hurried over. "Yuzhu, are you all right?" Qin Huairu inquired with concern. Yuzhu smiled. "It's nothing, just a petty thief, easily dealt with." Qin Huairu breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you're fine. This thief truly lacks discernment to rob here." Yi Zhonghai worriedly asked, "Brother, are you really okay?" Yuzhu replied with a smile. "Of course, an ordinary thief cannot harm me." Yi Zhonghai beamed. "Brother is the best." At this moment, Qin Huairu suddenly remembered to check for her own losses. Quickly inspecting her belongings, seeing that her wallet was intact, she finally relaxed. She then asked, "Yuzhu, that was you who dealt with the thief just now, right? Otherwise, how could his arm be injured?" Yuzhu nodded. "Yes, I acted when I saw him stealing from you. But to my surprise, he came at me." Qin Huairu questioned in confusion, "But I didn't see you do anything. How did he get hurt?" Yuzhu chuckled. "It was just a toothpick." Qin Huairu was taken aback. A toothpick? Unable to resist, she glanced at the young man's palm, and indeed saw a stick the size of a toothpick embedded there, which looked strikingly familiar. Realization dawned on her. Was that not the very stick in Yuzhu's hand? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the same. Qin Huairu was utterly astonished. Though she had heard of Yuzhu's formidable martial arts, she had not anticipated that a mere toothpick could wield such immense power. To what level had Yuzhu's martial prowess ascended? At that moment, personnel from the military administration arrived at the scene. "What has transpired?" "A thief. He stole money from many people. Audacious. Take this man away." As the crowd handed the thief over to the military personnel, a young soldier inquired, "Who apprehended him?" All eyes turned to Yuzhu. It was that young man. If he hadn't intervened, the thief would have long escaped. This young man possesses remarkable skills, toppling the thief with a single kick. That IT was fortunate he was here. Otherwise, the thief would have fled. Point one victim, filled with gratitude, remarked, "This money was for medical treatment. Had I lost it, I wouldn't know how to carry on. I am truly thankful." At this point, the military personnel finally noticed Yuzhu and approached him to greet him. "So, it's Yuzhu." This lad must have left the house without checking the calendar. He was practically asking for trouble. Yuzhu's martial skills are quite exceptional. He is indeed a bane to criminals. Yuzhu responded graciously, without pretense, making everyone feel at ease, and in their hearts, they admired his ability to connect with people. "Yuzhu, come with me to the military administration to take a statement." Yuzhu nodded in agreement. Upon arrival at the military administration, Minister Wu, having heard of Yuzhu's capture of the thief, smiled and said, "Yuzhu, you are truly impressive. Any criminal who crosses your path is unlikely to escape. To these matters are mere trifles. It's a pity you are still in school. Otherwise, if you trained a squad, you would surely cultivate a group of elites." Yuzhu replied with a smile. "I had originally intended to enjoy a shadow puppet show, but instead encountered a thief. It seems challenging to have a fun day." Minister Wu chuckled. In such a vast city as Sigio, with so many special activities, encountering criminals is not unusual. As he spoke, Minister Wu playfully pinched Yushui's cheek, saying, "This little one is still so adorable. Do you remember, Uncle?" Yushui replied in a babyish voice, "Of course, I remember." Minister Wu then looked at Qin Huairu and asked Yuzhu, "Yuzhu, is this your girlfriend? She is quite beautiful." "You are indeed fortunate." Qin Huairu's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "Hello, Minister Wu." Yuzhu smiled. "I'm not yet 18. It's too early for a girlfriend. This is my friend Qin Huairu." Minister Wu teased Yuzhu, evidently skeptical that Yuzhu offered no further explanation. Minister Wu continued, "Yuzhu, actually, had you not come today, I would have sought you out. The reward for the blueprints you submitted last time has come through. And I have it for you." He stepped away briefly, returning with a bundle. "This is a reward of 1 million. And here is the certificate acknowledging you as a national-level outstanding individual, whether you choose a political path or enter a research institution. This will greatly benefit you and stands as a significant achievement." Qin Huairu was taken aback. Just the title of national-level outstanding individual carried substantial weight. She pondered privately. What had Yuzhu done to receive such a grand reward? Was it for the electric vehicle blueprints? Or something else? Yuzhu was privy to many matters, and she could not ascertain what he had submitted. However, she deemed it inappropriate to pry, as many things were confidential. And casual inquiries could lead to trouble. He Yushui exclaimed happily. Brother is amazing. Minister Wu laughed. Indeed, your brother is truly exceptional. Having such a brother is certainly something to take pride in. Zhuzi, are you free tonight? He Yuzhu replied. I have no classes today, so I brought my sister out to have fun. After encountering a thief, I don't feel like going out anymore. I am free tonight. Do you have something in mind? Minister Wu? Minister Wu suggested. Let us have dinner together tonight. Though he did not explicitly state it, He Yuzhu sensed that this invitation was somewhat unusual. Minister Wu was usually busy and seldom had time for dining out. He quickly deduced that the military administration was likely nearing a withdrawal, and others would take over. Minister Wu was perhaps extending a farewell dinner in advance. However, he chose not to show that he understood. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Minister Wu remarked, I heard you used to work as a chef at the Welcome Pavilion. Would you like to go back there for dinner tonight? He Yuzhu replied with a smile. Of course, no problem. I haven't been back since starting school. The IT holds many wonderful memories for me. If we go back, I'll cook myself. Minister Wu responded with a grin. That sounds great. Ever since I tasted your cooking last time, I've been longing for it. Tonight is indeed a treat. Just make sure you don't hold back. Showcase your culinary skills, He Yuzhu assured him. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to impress you with my best dishes. And you will certainly be satisfied. Minister Wu remarked, Haha, Zhuzi, you truly are a rare talent. Not only are you eloquent, but you are also talented and full of vitality. If you were under my command, I would surely promote you to a high position. It wouldn't be surprising if you surpassed me in the future. Unfortunately, I cannot be selfish. You belong to this country, and greater missions await you. As I age, I tend to get sentimental, especially after not having seen such outstanding young people like you for so long. I can't help but speak more. Please don't take offense. Chapter 19. What will He Yushui do? He Yuzhu responded, Minister Wu, please don't say that. I am delighted to have your recognition. Minister Wu continued, let us also invite your master to join us. Tonight is just a simple gathering, nothing serious. Let us enjoy ourselves. Due to his high regard for He Yuzhu, Minister Wu did not adopt an official demeanor. Even with his significant position, if it were anyone else, asking Minister Wu to dine with them would be a feat. Let alone inviting him to their place, He Yuzhu replied. All right, if there is nothing else, I should head to the Welcome Pavilion to give them a heads up. Minister Wu nodded in agreement, sure. After confirming the evening as plans, He Yuzhu took Qin Huairu and He Yushui with him to the Welcome Pavilion. Upon arrival, everyone immediately gathered around. Hey, Zhuzi, you're back. It's been a while. Zhuzi, how's university treating you? Zhuzi, is this your girlfriend? You have quite the taste. Everyone eagerly greeted He Yuzhu, for he not only possessed exceptional culinary skills, but was also remarkably easygoing, treating both superiors and subordinates alike with equal warmth and humility. He Yuzhu responded to their enthusiasm with a smile. Before long, Wang Wenhua and Wang Defa arrived as well. Wang Wenhua stepped forward, intending to embrace He Yuzhu, but upon realizing the grease on his clothes might tarnish He Yuzhu's attire, he prepared to switch to a handshake. However, He Yuzhu proactively stepped forward and offered a warm hug. This gesture filled Wang Wenhua's heart with warmth. He Yuzhu remained the same unpretentious and loyal pillar. Even after becoming a university student, he exclaimed, Zhuzi, it's been such a long time. I truly missed you. He Yuzhu chuckled, you need not be so dramatic. It would be quite embarrassing if someone saw us. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Subsequently, He Yuzhu approached Wang Defa and greeted him with a respectful, Master. Wang Defa felt a swell of pride as he looked at the young man before him. His disciple was not just a top chef, but also an outstanding student from a prestigious university. Yes, Zhuzi, you have indeed matured significantly. Wang Wenhua interjected, Dad, Zhuzi is still only 16, before his father could respond. A playful slap landed on Wang Wenhua's shoulder. Can't you say a little less? More laughter followed. Wang Wenhua soon noticed Qin Huairu standing beside He Yuzhu. Zhuzi, is this your sweetheart? You truly are fortunate to have found such a beautiful girl. Qin Huairu shyly nodded and stepped forward to greet. Hello, uncle. Hello, senior brother. He Yuzhu found no need to argue, as it was hard for others to believe that a 16-year-old could have a crush. Zhuzi is still quite adorable. Come, let me pinch your cheek. Uncle wants to see. Wang Wenhua reached out toward He Yushui, who pouted and turned away. No, I've grown up. I'm no longer a child. Wang Wenhua teased. You will always be a child. Once again, laughter filled the air. Humph. He Yushui huffed, her face adorably stubborn. Before long, Wang Wenhua noticed an electric bike beside He Yuzhu. Zhuzi, what is this? He Yuzhu replied. This is an electric bike, Wang Wenhua asked in confusion. What is an electric bike? He Yuzhu patiently explained. It is a new type of transportation, powered by electricity rather than gasoline. Unlike a motorcycle, the IT can travel up to 80 kilometers on a single charge. With a top speed of 50 kilometers per hour, Wang Wenhua was astonished. Wow, is it really that impressive? Let me give it a try. The onlookers were filled with curiosity, having never seen such a novel mode of transportation. After riding a lap around the area, Wang Wenhua exclaimed, This is remarkable. It requires no physical effort. You simply guide it gently to move smoothly. The best part is it doesn't waste gasoline. This is truly fantastic. Zhuzi, you are becoming increasingly extraordinary. These innovative gadgets are beyond our comprehension. He Yuzhu humbly replied. Well, this device is still in the development stage. It will certainly see widespread use in the future. This might be the first electric bike in our city. Wang Wenhua gasped in surprise. What? Zhuzi, you are simply amazing. Where did you acquire such a rare invention? He Yushui interjected. This is the research achievement of our elder brother. He has even received national recognition and awards for it. The crowd was once again taken aback. Wang Wenhua incredulously pressed on. Zhuzi, did you truly create this electric bike? He Yuzhu nodded affirmatively. Yes, my major is mechanical engineering, and projects like this are indeed my area of research. Wang Wenhua expressed sincere admiration. Zhuzi, your future is boundless. Who could have imagined that you would evolve from an ordinary chef to a leading expert, not only gaining admission to a prestigious university, but also developing such advanced equipment? Wang Defa reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Zhuzi, I must admit, I was short-sighted back then. Allowing you to continue your education was indeed a wise decision, that I once thought the culinary world was vast enough. Yet you have carved out new pathways beyond it. Achieving such accomplishments in such a short time, you're destined to become a pillar of our nation, far surpassing what an ordinary chef could achieve. He Yuzhu smiled. Master, your words are misplaced. Without your guidance in my culinary skills, my life alongside Yushui might have been drastically different. Your mentorship is our greatest blessing. Wang Defa was deeply moved. Zhuzi, you truly are a person filled with gratitude. Having a disciple like you brings me immense joy, unlike my wayward son. Wang Wenhua, feeling slighted, replied, Dad, I know I can't compare to He Yuzhu, but you need not belittle me so. I also strive hard. It is just that I lack Zhuzi's talent. Just then, Manager Zhang emerged from inside. What a lively gathering. What is happening here? The crowd parted to make way. Upon seeing He Yuzhu, Manager Zhang exclaimed with delight. Ah, Zhuzi has arrived. Welcome, welcome. He then noticed the electric bike behind Yi Zhonghai. What is this? Wang Wenhua explained with a smile. This is an electric bike, a new type of transportation that hasn't officially launched yet. It runs on electricity, not fuel, can cover 80 kilometers on a single charge, and achieve speeds of up to 50 kilometers per hour. Manager Zhang was astonished. Is it really that impressive? He circled the bike. Indeed. It looks far more appealing than a motorcycle. If it hits the road, it will undoubtedly draw a crowd. Where did this come from? Wang Wenhua replied, grinning. Zhuzi designed and built it himself. Manager Zhang was once again taken aback. What? He raised his thumb in admiration. Zhuzi, you are remarkable. Although we are sad to see you leave Yingbin building, the outside world is more suited for your talents. Your decision back then was incredibly wise. At such a young age, possessing such foresight and talent, you are truly a dragon among men. Wang Defa remarked, absolutely right. I remember when Zhuzi first arrived. His father, He Daqing, had run off with a widow, leaving him and his sister Yushui in dire straits. Yet Zhuzi never gave up, gradually improving through his efforts, first as a second chef, then as a head chef, and ultimately becoming a first-class chef. Gaining admission to a prestigious university, and now even manufacturing electric bikes. His success is solely due to his talent and hard work, not mere chance that if someone is diligent as Zhuzi cannot succeed. Then others stand even less of a chance. Everyone present agreed with Wang Defa's words, having witnessed He Yuzhu's efforts throughout his growth. After a while, Everyone returned to their tasks. Wang Defa inquired, Zhuzi, did you come to Yingbin building for something today? Yuzhu smiled. I have a friend who arranged to dine here today, and I wanted to visit you all that I'll be cooking tonight. Let us gather together. Wang Defa hesitated. Is that really appropriate? Yuzhu laughed. There's nothing inappropriate about it. This friend is very easygoing, just a simple meal together. The more, the merrier. Wang Defa nodded. All right then, Wang Wenhua exclaimed excitedly. Zhuzi, it's been ages since I had your cooking. I can't wait to indulge tonight. In the kitchen, Yuzhu cheerfully announced, Today, I'm treating my friend, and I'll be the one cooking. The kitchen staff were thrilled, knowing that witnessing a national banquet-level master cook was a rare opportunity. Even learning a fraction of his skill would benefit them for a lifetime, that Yuzhu prepared dishes of national banquet caliber. Shrimp with egg whites, kung pao rabbit, osmanthus sennit scallops, braised four treasures, phoenix nest, chicken with mushrooms, golden silk dumplings, and golden fish duck. Everyone marveled at Yuzhu's exquisite knife skills and dishes, showering him with praise. Incredible. He truly deserves the title of National Banquet Chef. This knife work. These techniques will benefit me for a lifetime. Just the fundamentals of this table setting surpass the level of an ordinary chef. I never noticed the intricacies involved in plating. For instance, when preparing spicy beef. The burnt peppercorns must be discarded, and the dried chili should be fried until they turn a deep purple black. These details had eluded me before it turns out that soaking button mushrooms in cold water for an hour is essential. No wonder my button mushrooms always lack texture. During Yuzhu's cooking process, the crowd learned a great deal of professional knowledge, but to reach his level, they would need years of diligent practice. Among them, Wang Defa was the most skilled chef, and he too sensed that Yuzhu's craft had seemingly advanced yet again. This was hard to believe, as Yuzhu was already a first-class chef. And typically, further breakthroughs were nearly impossible. However, Yuzhu's skills appeared to have improved significantly. Even chefs of his caliber found it exceedingly difficult to ascend another level, let alone to the 6th level, which was nearly a lifelong goal. Yet, Yuzhu's culinary prowess far exceeded his own. Moreover, Yuzhu was no longer just a chef but a university student, hardly having time to practice cooking. Zhuzi, your culinary skills seem to have reached new heights. It would be such a shame not to pursue this path as a chef. If you could dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to culinary arts, you would undoubtedly create your own unique cuisine, a significant loss for the culinary world. Yuzhu responded with a smile. My aspirations in life extend far beyond mere culinary skills. If I had chosen to pursue it further at that time, I certainly would not have taken my leave. However, I shall not abandon my culinary pursuits, for acquiring an additional skill can only be advantageous. Knowledge knows no bounds. Soon, all the dishes were served at the table. Minister Wu had yet to taste them, but merely upon visual inspection, he was already immensely satisfied. Splendid, Zhuzi, it was truly worthwhile to come today. This spread alone is a masterpiece. After taking a bite, Minister Wu was even more effusive in his praise. Delicious. Zhuzi, your culinary prowess is simply unparalleled. Even an ordinary state banquet chef cannot compare to your skills. Wang Defa and the others were greatly astonished, for they had not anticipated that Yuzhu had invited Minister Wu. This figure from a military control commission was generally inaccessible to the common folk, let alone share a meal with them. This was a testament to how well Yuzhu was faring these days. Initially, during the meal, everyone was somewhat reserved, but gradually the atmosphere relaxed, and host and guests alike enjoyed a delightful dinner. The table was soon cleared, and everyone leaned back in their chairs, supporting their round bellies, their faces aglow with satisfied smiles. The banquet concluded successfully. Afterwards, Yuzhu escorted Qin Huairu home, and as she got out of the car, she smiled and said, Zhuzi, I had such a wonderful time today. Thank you, Yuzhu replied. I must also thank you for making Yushui so happy. After bidding farewell to Qin Huairu, he returned to the courtyard. Yuzhu resumed his focus on carving wood. Carpentry skill 1. Carpentry skill 1. Carpentry skill 1. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Jia Zhongshi had long since been released from prison, and Jia Dongsu's leg had improved significantly, allowing him to walk. Meanwhile, Yuzhu's woodworking skills had finally reached an extraordinary level. He was well versed in various carpentry techniques: cutting, carving, hollowing, gluing, drilling, mortise and tenon joints, and splicing, all executed with precision, whether in urban or rural settings. Carpentry was a highly sought-after skill, yet it was difficult to master due to its technical demands. Typically, it was a craft passed down through generations, and even apprentices needed to serve a 3-year apprenticeship, undergoing rigorous evaluations from their masters before acquiring true expertise. Yuzhu visited the lumber market, purchasing a complete set of carpentry tools and high-quality wood. The lumber merchant politely inquired, "Sir, where shall I deliver the wood? Please provide your address." Encountering such a generous customer early in the day, the merchant's demeanor was exceptionally warm. Yuzhu pondered for a moment and provided the merchant with the address of a 2-story villa. This way, when making furniture, he would not be disturbed, allowing him to work in a tranquil environment. After school, Yuzhu picked up Yushui and said, "Yushui, how about we sleep in a different place for a few days?" Yushui asked, puzzled, "Brother, why?" Yuzhu explained, "I need to make some furniture, and it's not very convenient in the courtyard. Once the furniture is finished, we will return, all right?" He understood that Yushui was very attached to home, as that courtyard was the place she knew best. If they were away for too long, she would feel uncomfortable. Especially at her young age, adapting to a new environment would be quite challenging for her. Thus, Yuzhu patiently clarified the situation to her. After listening, Yushui nodded, "All right." While buying groceries, Yuzhu also purchased 2 locks. Since they would be away for a while, it was essential to secure the doors to prevent any incidents in the courtyard, especially given the dubious characters that roamed about. After dinner at home, Yuzhu began organizing his belongings. Since he would be staying outside for a few days, he needed to gather the essential items for daily living. However, he did not have much, just a few sets of clothing and toiletries, which fit neatly into a large bag. He took precise measurements of the room's dimensions in preparation for the furniture he would be making. Before leaving, he locked both room doors. Just as he was about to depart, Yi Zhonghai emerged from the house and asked, "Zhuzi, where are you headed?" Yuzhu replied, "Oh, I have some matters to attend to at my master's place. I'll be helping out for a few days, staying over there for convenience." Yi Zhonghai nodded. "Zhuzi, there's something I want to discuss with you." The moment he opened his mouth, Yuzhu instinctively felt it would not be anything pleasant. "No, I'm quite busy. I can barely manage my own affairs, let alone deal with anything else." Yi Zhonghai was nearly breathless with anger. Yuzhu's words were infuriating, yet he made an effort to suppress his rage. "No need to trouble yourself. Have you noticed that Dong Su is already married and started a family? However, their home is too small, with 4 people cramped into one room, making life exceedingly inconvenient. Moreover, their financial situation is dire, and they cannot afford to buy a house in the near future. You have 2 properties. Could you consider renting one to Dong Su? This would significantly improve their living conditions." Yuzhu sneered inwardly, sensing that the other party was coveting his property, although Yi Zhonghai framed it as lending a house. Once they moved in, it would be quite the challenge to evict them. The Jia family were heartless and ungrateful. After Yushui married, the Jia family had taken over the house. Eventually, even the home Yuzhu resided in was seized. Despite owning 2 properties, he found himself homeless, meeting a tragic end under a bridge. This was absolutely unacceptable. Yushui was no longer a child, and living together would indeed be inconvenient if he were to rent out the house. Where would Yushui stay? He couldn't expect her to squeeze in with him, could he? After their father's death, Yushui lost her paternal love and had suffered deeply for a long time. Now, she was left with him as her only relative, and he naturally had to do everything in his power to care for her. Renting out the house would be a disservice to Yushui, and such a thing he would never entertain. Yuzhu resolutely declined. Yi Zhonghai, however, remained undeterred. "Zhuzi, think it over again. Why Yushui is still young and could easily fit a small bed in your room. Although you are now a level 9 chef, your income is not particularly high. Renting out the house would provide you with additional income and allow you to better care for Yushui." Yuzhu shook his head. "Without a home, what is there to discuss about care? Please refrain from bringing up the matter of renting. Furthermore, my relationship with the Jia family has never been good, and there is no way I would rent to them. Would we really want to be at each other's throats every day? That would make it utterly unbearable, and I wouldn't have the heart to care for Yushui." Yi Zhonghai insisted, "Rest assured, Jia Dongsu would never argue with you. Dongsu is a good person. His character is beyond reproach, unlike his mother. Think it over. Uncle Yi is your neighbor. Would he truly wish you harm? He is willing to pay 20,000 yuan in rent each month, which is equivalent to a month's worth of food for a family. Where else could you find such a good deal? I am recommending this to you with your family situation in mind. Yuzhu scoffed. I thought it was 100,000 a month. Even if it were 100,000, I wouldn't consider renting it out. Let alone the 20,000 you mentioned. That's utterly out of the question. Spare me your efforts. I have much to do and cannot afford to linger here. Yi Zhonghai, suppressing his anger, replied, very well. If you are unwilling to rent out, then so be it. I won't force you. Just don't regret it later. If you miss this opportunity, you may never find such a good deal again. Yuzhu responded emphatically, rest assured, I will not regret it. With that, Yi Zhonghai departed. Yuzhu turned to Yushui beside him and said, do you see? These people harbor ulterior motives. Yi Zhonghai and the Jia family are after our house. Do not be swayed by their honeyed words. Their actions are all directed at you. Yushui, fuming, exclaimed, they are all bad people. I won't pay them any mind. Yuzhu rode his electric bike, taking Yushui away from the Jia family. Jia Dongsu inquired, Uncle, what did Yuzhu say? Ever since marrying Qin Huairu, living in that house had become exceedingly inconvenient. Tonight, they could only move about separated by a curtain. The small space made even the slightest noise distinctly audible, which frustrated Jia Dongsu to no end. With Qin Huairu's pregnancy, the household had become chaotic, cramped with 4 people in a tiny area, which was exceedingly uncomfortable. Thus, Jia Dongsu had set his sights on Yuzhu's house, hoping to move out. This would allow him and Qin Huairu to have their own private space, significantly improving their moods. Yi Zhonghai shook his head. He refused. Jia Dongsu, anxious, pressed, did you tell him I was willing to pay rent? Yi Zhonghai nodded. I mentioned it, stating the rent would be 20,000, but Yuzhu said even if it were 100,000, he wouldn't rent it out, let alone the 20,000. Jia Dongsu was incensed. What an ungrateful person Yuzhu is. Isn't he acting like a bandit? 20,000 is still too little for him? In my opinion, that dilapidated house of his isn't worth more than 10,000 in rent. To ask for 100,000 is utterly shameless. Jia Zhongshi concurred. You're right, son, we have no interest in Yuzhu's shabby house. Once you become an 8th level technician, we will buy a new house. And at that point, Yuzhu will only be left envious. Time swiftly passes, and a month has gone by. Yuzhu has finally completed all of his furniture. Beds, tables and chairs, wardrobes, shoe cabinets, dining tables and cabinets. Everything essential for a home has been crafted by him, all utilizing the traditional mortise and tenon joint construction, requiring no nails, seamlessly fitting together. However, he refrained from rushing into assembly. He planned to place the components in the house before proceeding with the assembly. For such large pieces of furniture could not be moved into the room intact otherwise. With all matters settled, Yuzhu was not in a hurry to transport the furniture back to the courtyard. If he were to move them now, it would surely cause a commotion throughout the yard. Without a reasonable explanation, the people in the courtyard would undoubtedly harbor doubts about his actions and may even investigate his circumstances. Should they uncover the truth, they might resort to unscrupulous means. While he himself felt no fear, he worried for Yuzhu. He could not be by her side at all times, and if someone were to resort to underhanded tactics, no matter how severely he dealt with the perpetrators, it would not undo the harm inflicted upon her. Very soon, Yuzhu devised a suitable excuse and made his way to Gu Yuega's residence. At that moment, Gu Yuega was deeply immersed in his research, harboring a keen interest in mechanical objects. Yuzhu smiled and said, Senior, still busy. Upon seeing Yuzhu, Gu Yuega's face lit up with surprise. Zhuzi, you're here. Come in and have a seat. As he spoke, he hurriedly cleared a spot by removing a design sketch from his chair. Would you like some water? Yuzhu waved his hand, saying, No need. I came today to ask for a favor. Gu Yuega appeared somewhat puzzled. What could someone like Yuzhu possibly need my help with? Yuzhu explained, You see, my family lives in a large courtyard. A few years ago, my father ran off with a widow, leaving my sister and me to rely on one another. Some in the courtyard, seeing us so young, constantly scheme against us, not only coveting our house, but also wanting me to support their old age. Do you think I can agree to that? As for the external matters, I'm not too worried about those people. However, my sister is still young and naive, easily deceived. Recently, our furniture has become too old. So I made some new pieces and plan to take them home that I hope you can help me conceal this. This was the first time Gu Yuega had heard about Yuzhu's family situation. Though it was merely a few words, he could sense the hardships of his past life. Yet despite this, Yuzhu managed to gain admission to prestigious universities. Truly an extraordinary individual, it was perplexing that his father would abandon such an outstanding son. As for the people in the courtyard, taking advantage of his misfortune was simply despicable. Ji Yuega felt a surge of anger within him. Rest assured, I will definitely assist you. What specifically should I do? Yuzhu replied, you just need to say that you're the family member of a lumber merchant who possesses some carpentry skills. Since I previously helped you with some matters, you in gratitude gifted me a set of furniture. This should keep the people in the courtyard from prying into our affairs. Ji Yu nodded. No problem, but Yuzhu smiled. Thank you so much. Once everything is settled, I'll treat you to a meal. Gu Yuega recalled the delicious dishes Yuzhu had prepared and couldn't help but swallow hard. Ever since that tasting, other people's cooking seemed to lack flavor. Ji Yuega quickly waved his hands. No need. You've helped me resolve the dilemma of building an electric vehicle, alleviating my 2-year-long concern. This small favor is something I ought to do if you insist on treating me. I would feel quite embarrassed, Yuzhu chuckled. It's just a meal. Nothing to make a fuss over. Ji Yuega nodded. All right then. I truly enjoy your cooking. It's simply exquisite. Throughout my life, I have never tasted anything quite like it. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. With that, Gu Yuega followed Yuzhu to a 2-story villa near Zhengyangmen. Observing the uniquely designed building, Gu Yuega asked curiously, Zhuzi, is this house yours? Yuzhu nodded. Yes, it's my family's. Gu Yuega exclaimed in astonishment, wow. Zhuzi, you're truly impressive. At such a young age, you can afford such an expensive house. Yuzhu smiled and replied, actually, before being admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University, I worked as a head chef at Yingbin, earning a monthly salary of 4 million, along with additional income, totaling around 7 to 8 million per month. After saving for a while, I had enough money to purchase this house. He recalled that Li Zichen had advised him not to mention their relationship to avoid danger. Thus, Yuzhu wove a story that was half true, half fabricated. Ji Yuega was even more astonished. Wow, such a high salary. No wonder you can afford such an expensive house. It's truly admirable. Achieving such success at your age is something most people may never attain in their lifetime. Furthermore, you were able to give up such a lucrative job to pursue a university education. That vision and decisiveness is indeed commendable. She continued, if I had been a chef at Yingbin, I probably would have been reluctant to leave that job for university, because even after graduating, I might not find a job that pays as well. Yuzhu softly chuckled. Working at Yingbin was for survival, while attending university is for pursuing a higher realm. His tone was calm, yet it left Gu Yuega feeling profoundly moved. From his tranquil words, she could sense his lofty aspirations and ambitions that transcended the ordinary. She firmly believed that Yuzhu was destined for greatness. As they entered the living room, several mortise and tenon components caught her attention. Ji Yuega curiously asked, Zhuzi, are these all furniture you made? Yuzhu confirmed with a nod. Indeed. These components can be assembled into various types of furniture. Gu Yuega picked up a piece and examined it closely, noticing not only the exquisite carvings, but also the exceptionally smooth surface, devoid of any roughness. Even as a layperson, she could discern the superb craftsmanship emanating from these wooden artifacts. She exclaimed, Zhuzi, did you really make all of these yourself? Yuzhu nodded again. I had previously studied woodworking, and since our family's original furniture was damaged, I was inspired to create my own. Gu Yuega was filled with admiration. Zhuzi, you possess such a multitude of skills. Compared to you, I suddenly feel utterly incapable. Yuzhu lightly laughed. Not at all. I simply learned various skills to improve my quality of life. After losing my father, it was just my sister and I supporting each other to achieve a better life. I had to continually learn new techniques, which is why I have acquired a few more skills. Gu Yuega spoke with deep respect. I believe that once these mortise and tenon structures are fully assembled, they will undoubtedly create beautifully crafted furniture. I am truly looking forward to seeing the finished product. Yuzhu smiled. No need to rush. We'll assemble them slowly after transporting them back to the courtyard. For now, please wait a moment while I find a tricycle to move them. With that, Yuzhu stood up and stepped outside. Yuzhu picked up a mortise and tenon piece from the ground, studying it closely. The more she observed, the more she marveled. She noticed that each wooden block featured unique grooves, indicating that if any part of Yuzhu's structure were to falter, the entire piece of furniture would fail to assemble successfully. Could Yuzhu truly ensure everything would go off without a hitch? Within just an hour, a tricycle laden with wood entered the Sihyuan of Nanluo Guxiang. Yuzhu parked the electric vehicle and said to the driver, "Sir, please just place the items here." "Understood," the driver replied. The loading crew began to transport the wood into the courtyard one by one. This scene drew the attention of many within the Sihyuan. Yin Bugue, busy arranging flower pots at the entrance, looked on in astonishment and asked, "Zhuzi, what are you doing? Did you buy so much wood?" Planning to burn it. But he soon realized that the wood was beautifully crafted, making it seem a pity to use for burning. However, for what purpose it was intended, he could not ascertain at that moment. Yuzhu smiled and replied, "No, I'm preparing to assemble some furniture." Yin Bugue, with a puzzled expression, asked, "What do you mean by assembling furniture?" Yuzhu explained, "It means using mortise and tenon joints to piece these woods together into complete furniture." Yin Bugue had heard of the mortise and tenon joint structure, recognizing it as a highly skilled woodworking technique. Typically, when purchasing furniture, they would not opt for styles featuring this intricate craftsmanship, as such pieces are notoriously challenging to create and consequently command a relatively high price. In this era, household furnishings are rather simplistic. Possessing items like a 5-drawer cabinet, an 8-immortal table, and a bench is considered quite avant-garde. The styles are monotonous, the colors are singular, and the designs are simplistic, lacking in practicality and efficient use of space. In stark contrast, the furniture designed by Yuzhu is elegant and generous, aesthetically pleasing and functional, capable of accommodating the majority of one's clothing and footwear without cluttering the home. Particularly noteworthy is the use of mortise and tenon joints. Once assembled, it appears as a singular entity, robust and durable. Yin Bugue exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, is all of this furniture made with mortise and tenon joints? This is incredible. How much furniture is this? Are you trying to live extravagantly?" Indeed, Yuzhu had filled an entire truck with mortise and tenon structures, far more wood than an average household could possibly require. "How much did this cost? Surely not a few million, right?" called out the unloading worker. Yuzhu responded, "Coming, Uncle San, you keep busy, I'll go open the door." He then entered the courtyard with Guyuega and swiftly opened the door. Subsequently, the unloading workers began to carry the meticulously crafted mortise and tenon structures into the house. Yuzhu's old furniture was sparse, leaving the home rather empty and ideal for a fresh arrangement. Before long, all the mortise and tenon structures had been successfully brought indoors. The commotion in the courtyard attracted many onlookers. "Zhuzi, what do you need all this wood for? Are you planning to burn it? It doesn't seem likely. Who would use such beautiful wood for that? Could it be that Yuzhu intends to make furniture himself?" "Certainly not. Just look at those pieces of wood. They're already semi-finished products. Who would use semi-finished lumber to make furniture?" "Oh, so it's for burning." No one could fathom where Yuzhu had acquired so much timber. Yuzhu inquired, "How much?" The unloading worker replied, 7,000 Yuzhu interjected. "Here, let me pay you." Yuzhu shook his head. "No, this is on me. That I've already troubled you so much. I can't let you bear this expense." Guyuega frowned. "What do you mean by that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be alive right now. You saved my life. Of course I should pay for this. Stop arguing with me, or I'll truly get angry." Yuzhu sighed. "All right then, come to my house for dinner tonight. Otherwise I feel quite indebted." He secretly chuckled, finding Guyuega's performance quite impressive, as if it were genuine. Guyuega readily agreed. "All right, I'll consider you my brother. We must drink to our heart's content tonight." The people in the courtyard began to catch on. Could it be that Yuzhu saved another life? Why does he always do good deeds? In reality, during this era, the value of human life is not particularly high. Various causes lead to daily deaths. Even someone like Yuzhu, who strives to do good, could never complete all the good deeds needed. Yi Zhonghai spoke with an unfriendly tone. Zhuzi, you're always out doing good deeds. We in the courtyard have our own difficulties. Why don't you help the people here instead of outsiders? Isn't that akin to bending your elbow away from your body? Yuzhu ignored her. Ever since Yi Zhonghai was caught last time, she had begun to resent Yuzhu, always seeking an opportunity to regain her pride. Unfortunately for her, Yuzhu paid her no mind, leaving Yi Zhonghai feeling as if she were striking a pillow, nearly furious to the point of spitting blood. Yi Zhonghai said, Zhuzi, I'm running low on firewood at home, and you surely can't use all this wood yourself. Why not share some with me? Lu Haizhong chimed in, my table is wobbly. Zhuzi, could you spare me a few pieces of wood to reinforce it? That is far better than using it for firewood. Yi Zhonghai added, Zhuzi, we're all part of the same courtyard. You can't use all this wood yourself, and the weather is getting colder. Why not distribute some of it to everyone? It's not worth much, and it would help the whole courtyard. Everyone will be grateful to you. It seemed everyone in the courtyard assumed that Yuzhu had purchased the wood for burning. Yin Buge, however, interjected, what are you all thinking? These pieces of wood are not meant for burning, and I suspect they are quite expensive. Everyone fell silent, taken aback. Yi Zhonghai asked, what do you mean? Yin Bugue explained. Oldie, can't you see? These are all pre-processed pieces of wood, each with a specific purpose, all intended for mortise and tenon structures. Once assembled, they will become furniture. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. No way. All of this is furniture. I've never seen such furniture before. Indeed, it is mortise and tenon construction. Just look at those grooves. They're the hallmark of such craftsmanship. There is a significant amount of wood here. How much furniture could be made? No wonder Uncle San said it's worth quite a lot if it truly becomes furniture. It could be worth millions. Is Zhuzi planning to live extravagantly from now on? Yi Zhonghai was struck with disbelief. What? This is actually furniture. He looked at the internal wood and indeed saw individual grooves. According to Yin Bugue's explanation, it was clearly the mortise and tenon structure of furniture. With so much wood, how many pieces of furniture could be made? He and Qin Huairu had been married for many years, yet their home still contained old furniture that he wished to replace it, but, lacking funds, could only make do as a second-level machinist. He couldn't afford new furniture. How could a chef like Yuzhu possess such exquisite furnishings? Furthermore, this wood must be enough for more than just one or two pieces of furniture, igniting a fire of jealousy within Yi Zhonghai. Qin Huairu felt equally envious. When she first married into the Jia family, it was because she saw their decent living conditions. Coming from a rural background, she had always longed for a better life in the city. Hearing of the Jia family's good fortune, she married. To be honest, the Jia family was indeed much better than her rural home. But to city dwellers, it was merely average. They lacked a bicycle, new furniture, and sufficient fund. At least they had enough to eat. Compared to Yuzhu, she constantly felt her own family was lacking, leading to a profound sense of imbalance. Yi Zhonghai was similarly astonished. How many pieces of furniture could be made from all this wood? As a seventh-level machinist, he didn't have this much furniture. Where did Yuzhu acquire such wealth? Had his salary increased? He suddenly felt thrilled. If Yuzhu continued to spend so lavishly, he surely wouldn't sustain it for long. When he ran out of money, he would undoubtedly come looking for help. At that point, wouldn't he be able to exert control over him? Lu Haizhong, filled with envy and jealousy, was a sycophant, often fantasizing about being in a position of power, and an essential part of that fantasy involved having high-end furniture. He had long wanted to replace his own furniture, but refrained due to the cost. Seeing Yuzhu acquire new furniture today drove him to the brink of madness with jealousy. Yi Zhonghai, however, condescendingly remarked, "You speak as if it's all true. It could very well be fake. With so many structures, are you sure they assemble successfully? It might end up looking like a hodgepodge." Guyuega had initially thought Yuzhu's claims were somewhat exaggerated. After all, they were all from the same courtyard and couldn't be that ruthless. Yet he was overly kind, viewing people as too simple. How could this group be so spiteful? Yuzhu merely wished to bring some mortise and tenon structures to assemble furniture, yet they continually hurled cold remarks, making every effort to take advantage of him. Is this how neighbors ought to behave? Gu Yuega finally comprehended why Yuzhu had expressed himself so earlier. These people were truly despicable. After the passing of Yuzhu's father, he and his sister had only each other for company. The people in the courtyard were always scheming against them that if it were anyone else, they likely would have long lost everything. Yet, in such dire circumstances, Yuzhu managed to build a successful venture, which was genuinely admirable. Yuzhu closed the door and began assembling furniture at home. The onlookers outside were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Why did he close the door? Shouldn't we be allowed to see too? Exactly. We've yet to see mortise and tenon furniture ourselves. Is Yuzhu afraid of something? Or, as Yi Zhonghai suggested, could it be that these mortise and tenon structures simply cannot be assembled into furniture? Yi Zhonghai scoffed, putting on airs. I'm going to wait right here to see if Yuzhu can actually assemble furniture. That if he can't, my laughter will be all the sweeter. Gu Yuega felt a deep sense of injustice. How could these people question Yuzhu in such a manner? Consequently, he eagerly anticipated Yuzhu's swift completion of the furniture assembly, eager for everyone to witness Yuzhu's prowess, unperturbed by external distractions and unaffected by personal emotions. Yuzhu remained focused on his task, disregarding the idle chatter surrounding him. Before long, the dining table was assembled. Gu Yuega was astounded. This table was exceptionally beautiful, showcasing a Chinese style with a peachwood hue. Both simplistic and grand, entirely unlike any dining table he had ever encountered. He refrained from speaking, fearing he might disrupt Yuzhu's work. That moment, Gu Yuega paid no heed to the commotion outside, concentrating solely on Yuzhu. The next item Yuzhu tackled was a wardrobe, which was far more complex in structure. Yet he worked diligently, displaying an intimate familiarity with the wardrobe's design. Remarkably, he made no mistakes throughout the process. In no time, the wardrobe was complete. Yuzhu lifted it from the ground and positioned it appropriately. Gu Yuega was once again taken aback. The design of this wardrobe was unlike any he had seen. Impressively spacious, capable of accommodating an entire family's clothing without feeling cramped. Such a wardrobe had never been seen in the market before. It was undoubtedly a product of Yuzhu's own design. Truly a genius, his mind was far more agile than others. Following this, he assembled tables, chairs, nightstands, and beds, each piece of furniture familiar to Gu Yuega, yet presented in an entirely new guise. When everything was completed, the room's furnishings seemed to have transformed into a new world, with styles that Gu Yuega had never before witnessed. In astonishment, he gazed at Yuzhu, asking, "Zhuzi, did you design all this furniture yourself?" Yuzhu nodded, replying, "Indeed, I initially intended to purchase some furniture from the market, but I was never quite satisfied. Eventually, I decided to design it myself. After all, I am skilled in carpentry. As long as I have the blueprints, I can manage the rest. What do you think of the finished products?" Gu Yuega could not help but exclaim, "They are truly magnificent, surpassing anything available on the market. What occupies your mind that you are so adept at furniture design?" Yuzhu chuckled, "I merely dabbled a bit. I designed what seemed pleasing to the EY." Gu Yuega remarked, "If casual experimentation can yield such furniture, professional designers should consider changing careers. Your designs are simply astonishing, far exceeding their capabilities." At that moment, a loud reprimand from Yi Zhonghai pierced through from outside, clearly dismissing the furniture crafted by Yuzhu. Yuzhu was puzzled. This group had lingered for so long, yet they still refused to leave. Thus, he opened the door. The crowd eagerly jostled to catch a glimpse inside Yuzhu's home. Their curiosity was piqued. What did the furniture look like, and could it truly be as remarkable as rumored? When they finally beheld the newly crafted furniture, astonishment swept over them. "Good heavens, this furniture is simply exquisite. I have never seen anything like it. Look at that bed. Even the headboard boasts intricate patterns. It's utterly beautiful. This wardrobe is truly grand. It can hold countless garments, can't it? Who would have thought a wardrobe could be designed like this, as if it grew from the very room itself? So harmonious. This table is breathtaking, akin to something out of a painting, an object of desire even in dreams. Dining at such a table would surely make the food taste even better. I asked at a cabinet for shoes. Why not just place them on the floor? To have a specially made cabinet for shoes is extravagance at its finest. Compared to Yuzhu's furniture, My own feels like mere scrap, entirely unworthy of comparison. If I had a set like this, courting a daughter-in-law would be effortless. She might just agree on the spot. I wonder how much such a set of furniture costs. Yuzhu hasn't exhausted all his savings to create this. Has he? At this moment, Yi Zhonghai appeared as if struck dumb, her eyes wide in disbelief. She suddenly realized that her earlier remarks were utterly ludicrous. These materials were not merely turned into furniture. They were transformed into exquisite works of art. Having lived over 40 years, she had never encountered furniture that left her so profoundly shocked. Jealousy welled up within her, turning her eyes red. Such outstanding furniture rightfully belonged to the Jia family. How could Yuzhu presume to use it? Chapter 21. Merely fortunate Yi Zhonghai even contemplated grinding his teeth, his heart filled with envy and discontent. Why should an ordinary second-rate carpenter possess such splendid furniture? If he had a set like this, he would flaunt it to the world. Qin Huairu was equally dumbfounded, her eyes brimming with envy. Any single piece from this collection would be a treasure in her home. For a woman, these pieces of furniture were simply irresistible. From that moment on, all doubts and skepticism vanished, leaving only shock, envy, and jealousy. Yi Zhonghai inquired, "Zhuzi, where did you acquire this furniture? You didn't trade away your entire fortune for these, did you?" The onlooking residents were equally curious, Ji Yuega explained. "These were all provided by me. My family has been in the carpentry business for generations, and we still trade in timber. Earlier, when I fell into the water, it was Yuzhu who saved me. Otherwise, I would have perished. Express my gratitude. I gifted him an entire set of furniture." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "Oh my heavens! How fortunate Yuzhu is. He received an entire set of high-end furniture for free. I used to think Zhuzi was a bit foolish for not demanding a reward for saving his life, but it seems our perspective was too narrow. Yuzhu's generosity is truly admirable. Good deeds beget good fortune. And oh wonder this gentleman returned with Zhuzi. It was to assist him in assembling the furniture. This set of furniture must be worth a considerable sum." Yi Zhonghai's jealousy flared as he recalled that Yuzhu had once saved someone and received an electric bicycle in return. Now, he had acquired an entire set of furniture worth millions. This led him to ponder whether he should emulate Yuzhu, performing good deeds in hopes of receiving a reward as well. Yin Bugue sighed deeply, realizing he was vastly inferior to Yuzhu's wisdom and foresight. Observing the significant matters Yuzhu managed, he felt his own concerns were trivial. Henceforth, he would consider saving lives as an investment. Perhaps it would yield great returns, even with a monthly income exceeding 800,000. Yi Zhonghai felt a twinge of envy at the unfolding events. After all, such wealth could not be carelessly spent. The lack of children with his spouse over the years posed a significant concern for their later years. Thus, for future security, Yi Zhonghai always endeavored to save diligently. Given Yuzhu's generous rewards for his recent acts of kindness, the onlookers began to speculate wildly, leading to a series of events that were both amusing and poignant. Observing the scene, Yuzhu remarked, "Uncle, if there is nothing else, please allow everyone to disperse. I have guests to host tonight, and I would prefer not to appear disheveled." Yi Zhonghai waved his hand, signaling for everyone to leave. Though reluctant, the crowd had no power against their admiration for the furniture. As they departed, discussions continued, all praising Yuzhu's remarkable fortune. Upon returning indoors, Guyuega laughed heartily, saying, "Ha ha ha! Did you see their astonished faces? Their jaws nearly hit the floor. It was as if they were seeing something so high-end for the first time. Utterly hilarious. I believe this has alleviated much of their grievances. They used to deride your furniture designs, claiming they were inadequate. But now, each one is left speechless." Yuzhu replied softly, "They are but minor characters, not worth mentioning. I truly owe you a debt of gratitude today. Later, I shall fetch some rainwater while picking up some drinks and snacks. We must celebrate tonight," Ji Yuega humbly replied. "I merely spoke casually. Most of the credit belongs to you, if it were anyone else lacking your skill. No matter how sweetly they spoke, they would not earn respect." In the evening, around 6 o'clock, Yuzhu was welcomed home. Upon entering the house and seeing the furniture, she could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this furniture is stunning. Brother, did you design all of this?" He Yuzhu smiled gently and nodded. He Yushui exclaimed in excitement, "Brother, you are incredible. This furniture is beautiful. I adore it." Soon after, Qin Huairu also arrived, standing at the doorway with a smile, saying, "Zhuzi, the moment I stepped in, I could smell the delicious aroma of your cooking." That He Yuzhu replied, "Your sense of smell is quite sharp. Come in quickly. Let us eat together." When Qin Huairu beheld the furniture inside, she was even more taken aback. "Wow, Zhuzi, this furniture is quite extravagant, truly high-end. I've never seen such a style in the market," He Yushui, with a hint of pride, explained. "This was all designed by my brother." Jiyu Yuega chimed in. "Indeed, all of this was personally designed and crafted by Zhuzi." Hearing this, Qin Huairu was even more astonished. "Zhuzi, you truly are multi-talented. Is there anything you cannot do?" He Yuzhu laughed. "I am not skilled in everything. I certainly cannot bear children." This remark elicited a burst of laughter, causing Qin Huairu to blush with embarrassment. Soon, a sumptuous feast was presented on the table, featuring delectable dishes such as chopped chili fish head, spicy tofu, and oil-braised prawns, each dish tantalizing the taste buds. That Jiyu Yuega emotionally remarked, "Dining here truly feels akin to being in a high-end restaurant." He Yushui proudly interjected, "The cuisine at that high-end restaurant pales in comparison to my brother's culinary skills." The Jiyu Yuega nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your brother is truly exceptional." He Yushui felt an extra surge of joy at the praise of her brother. After He Daqing's departure, He Yuzhu represented the entirety of her world. She felt an immense pride for him. Once the meal concluded, the food on the table was devoured completely, leaving no remnants behind. Gu Yuega took the initiative to offer to wash the dishes, stating, "Having enjoyed such a splendid meal, it would be remiss of me not to lend a hand." Considering the late hour, Gu Yuega tactfully excused herself, allowing He Yuzhu and Qin Huairu to enjoy their private moment together. For Qin Huairu, it was her first time spending an evening alone in a room with He Yuzhu, and her youthful heart began to blossom with new feelings. Her face subtly flushed, and her heartbeat quickened. He Yuzhu noticed her unusual demeanor and softly inquired, "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" He gently pressed his hand against Qin Huairu's wrist and discovered that she was fine, though her heart was racing. Feeling the warmth of He Yuzhu's hand, Qin Huairu's heart raced even faster. Observing this, He Yuzhu smiled and withdrew his hand. Only then did Qin Huairu manage to relax slightly and shift the topic, saying, "The weather is getting colder. It seems snow is on the horizon. Yuzhu, have you prepared the winter vegetables?" He Yuzhu suddenly realized that the harsh winter was indeed approaching. The prolonged winter often led to transportation disruptions, limiting the lives of people in the city. In such circumstances, stocking up on necessary ingredients for the winter had become a traditional practice among the residents of Jiuqing. The primary winter provisions consisted of hearty foods such as cabbage, potatoes, and radishes. Due to the lack of suitable preservation methods, all stored vegetables had to be placed in the cellar, making storage exceedingly difficult and prone to spoilage. Consequently, the quantity of winter vegetables stored each year had to be substantial. Otherwise, families would struggle to endure the long winter, resulting in a significant financial burden. It was not uncommon for people to go hungry if their supplies were insufficient in their quest for the limited winter vegetables. Individuals often began queuing before dawn, and even then, they might not secure enough, leading to frequent arguments and altercations. During his tenure at the Yingbin building, He Yuzhu had never worried about food supplies, so he had not given this issue much thought. However, now that he was studying at Tsinghua and Peking University, he had completely forgotten about it. Nevertheless, he still had some food acquired through special means in his warehouse, ensuring that they would not go hungry even without purchasing winter vegetables. However, He Yushui was still young and in a growth phase, unable to consume the dry and hard food. He did not wish to burden Qin Huairu and smiled, saying, "Oh, everything is ready." Qin Huairu sighed in relief. "That is good to hear. This year, the stock of winter vegetables is truly scarce, and the scenes of people scrambling for food on the streets are quite intense. I fear many will go hungry again this year. I wonder when the situation will improve." He Yuzhu reassured her, "We must have faith. The country will always ensure that the people can live abundantly." Qin Huairu nodded. Yes, at that moment, He Yushui came running over. "Sister Huairu, Will you play with me? Qin Huairu gently rubbed Yi Zhonghui's little face, of course. They then began engaging in various playful games, filling the room with laughter and joy. However, the pleasant atmosphere was short-lived, as Qin Huairu, being a woman, could not linger for too long. Sister Huairu, please sleep with me tonight and don't go, Yi Zhonghai pleaded reluctantly. Qin Huairu glanced at Yi Zhonghai. Be good. I'll come back to see you tomorrow, all right? Yi Zhonghai, with a hint of pleading, responded, You must promise. You have to come play with me tomorrow. Qin Huairu nodded. Subsequently, Yi Zhonghai rode the electric bike, taking Yi Zhonghai to accompany Qin Huairu home. Qin Huairu lived in a nice two-story house. As they parted, she felt a tinge of sadness. Yuzhu, I'm leaving. Yi Zhonghai smiled. Take care on your way. As Qin Huairu walked away. She frequently looked back, feeling a sense of attachment to someone for the first time. Meanwhile, upon returning to the courtyard, Yuzhu was approached by their neighbor, Yi Zhonghai, who inquired, Yuzhu, have you prepared your winter vegetable supplies this year? As neighbors in the same courtyard, Yi Zhonghai was well aware of Yuzhu's situation. Since Yi Daqing's departure, Yuzhu had never stocked up on winter vegetables. When he worked at the Yingbin building, he had shared meals with his master, Wang Defa, without worrying about these issues. However, this year, due to the severe shortage of winter vegetables, even Yi Zhonghai had struggled to secure enough. He knew that Wang Defa's stock would also be limited and could not distribute as generously as before to Yuzhu. Thus, Yi Zhonghai devised a plan to take advantage of the situation to control Yuzhu. Before Yuzhu could respond, Yi Zhonghai said, Yuzhu, we've lived in the same courtyard for so many years. I understand your family situation all too well. You haven't stocked up on winter vegetables yet, have you? Yuzhu acknowledged the truth with a nod. Indeed, I haven't prepared any. Yi Zhonghai smiled gleefully. Feeling that he was one step closer to his plan, he feigned a sigh of helplessness. This year, vegetables are exceedingly scarce. People are nearly fighting over them, if it weren't for my connections. I wouldn't have managed to procure any that I suspect your master is having a tough time as well, that if you still go to him for meals this year, it will surely add to his burden. Yuzhu, you wouldn't be so heartless, would you? Yuzhu frowned. Yi, what are you proposing? Yi Zhonghai pretended to be generous. I have some friends who can help me get a few vegetables. Would you like me to assist you? You can give me the money up front, and I'll buy some for you. That way, you can have a comfortable winter. In truth, his intentions were far from pure. He aimed to swindle Yuzhu's money, and when Yuzhu found himself without food and funds, he would have no choice but to seek his help. At that point, he would hold all the power. Previously, Yuzhu might have fallen for such a ploy and even appreciated Yi Zhonghai's so-called kindness. However, this time was different. Yuzhu replied coolly, You needn't worry about this matter, Yi. I have a friend from whom I can purchase some vegetables. Yi Zhonghai was momentarily taken aback. How could such a fortuitous opportunity be rejected? He did not believe in Yuzhu's mention of a friend at all. Although Yi Zhonghai was a skilled 7th-level locksmith with many acquaintances, even he found it difficult to procure sufficient winter supplies. The vegetable markets in Xijioqing were nearly emptied, and even he could only manage to scrape together a little. His earlier offer to help Yuzhu was entirely a deception. Yuzhu, do you truly have someone you know? You must think carefully. Miss this chance, and you may not find another source for purchasing. He continued, You might make do in winter, but what about your sister? Can she make do? The winter is long and the weather is cold. Without ample vegetables, freezing and starving to death is no laughing matter. Yuzhu responded firmly, Rest assured, I will not allow myself or my family to go hungry. I have already devised a plan to secure vegetables. Besides, it's getting late. If you have no other matters, you should rest early. We ought to do the same. Yi Zhonghai reluctantly nodded. All right then, I just hope you won't regret it later. Back at home, the Yi family began to discuss the situation. Annie asked old Yi, did he agree? Yi Zhonghai shook his head. No, stubborn as ever. He simply doesn't understand how difficult it is to secure winter vegetables this year. Thankfully, our family is small. Otherwise, we would struggle through this winter as well. Young people just don't know any better. Once he seeks help from his master, he will surely comprehend my intentions. There is no need to rush this matter. Once Yuzhu's family runs out of food, they will naturally come to us for help. That time, we must make him acknowledge his mistakes and bow down. Otherwise, he will not be allowed to take our vegetables for free. Meanwhile, The He family was also in conversation. Yi Zhonghai expressed her concerns. "Brother, what will we do if we haven tea stocked up on vegetables for winter?" Yuzhu gently stroked his sister's head, reassuring her, "Don't worry. I have a plan. I will build a greenhouse, ensuring that you can enjoy fresh vegetables," that he explained. "Not only will there be a variety of vegetables to choose from, but anything you wish to eat, we can grow." He had only recently conceived of this idea. Once the greenhouse was established, they would no longer fear vegetable shortages during the harsh winter. They could plant all sorts of fruits and vegetables, eating whatever they desired. As for Yi Zhonghai, trying to trip him up, that was nothing more than a daydream. Although Yi Zhonghai did not fully understand greenhouse technology, she was thrilled to hear that they would have a variety of vegetables. Exclaiming, "Really? Brother, when the time comes, I want to eat potatoes, cucumbers, and bamboo shoots. I'll love whatever you grow." Yuzhu gazed at her with affectionate eyes and replied, "All right, when the time comes, you can eat whatever you desire." As dusk fell, the two hurried to tidy up and retire for the night. The following day, after completing his university courses, Yuzhu made his way to the school library, swiftly locating the agricultural section. He borrowed several books and settled into a quiet corner to immerse himself in his reading. His knowledge of agronomy steadily increased, with each page adding to his expertise. Mastering greenhouse technology, although requiring a certain foundation in agricultural science, posed no challenge for Yuzhu. Within just half a day, he had grasped the fundamentals of agronomy. That ate this pace. He was confident that he could fully acquire all the necessary knowledge within 3 days. "Are you studying agriculture here?" Yuzhu, who had come to the library in search of reference materials, discovered Yuzhu engrossed in his books. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find him delving into agricultural studies. Yuzhu looked up and explained, "Yes, winter is approaching, and we don't have any winter vegetables prepared at home, so I plan to grow some myself." Although Yuzhu's major had nothing to do with agriculture, she possessed some common knowledge. It was already winter, and the weather was hardly conducive to growing vegetables. Yuzhu smiled and replied, "I intend to develop a new technology called greenhouse cultivation, which can simulate a microclimate suitable for plant growth, regardless of external environmental changes. This way, we can enjoy fresh vegetables even in winter." That Yuzhu felt both curious and perplexed by this idea. Could vegetables truly be grown in the chill of winter? It seemed rather implausible. Yuzhu encouraged her, "It's entirely feasible. Consider this. Why is winter unfavorable for crop growth?" After some contemplation, Yuzhu responded, "It's because the cold temperatures make it difficult for plants to survive." To this, Yuzhu added, "Exactly. So, if we can create a warm and stable growing environment for the plants, wouldn't they thrive?" At that moment, Yuzhu seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. It made sense. It sounded plausible. However, how could one create a suitable microclimate? Surely, it wouldn't involve simply clearing a space at home to grow vegetables. Even if that were possible, the drastic temperature fluctuations might be too much for the plants to endure. Yuzhu smiled and clarified. That's where the greenhouse technology one mentioned comes into play. This technique primarily utilizes a steel frame, along with plastic film and insulation materials. The plastic film is translucent, allowing sunlight to penetrate and warm the soil and plants inside the greenhouse. The heat, thanks to the film, cannot easily dissipate, accumulating within. When temperatures soar at noon, we can regulate the temperature through ventilation. At night, when the temperature drops, we can cover the plants with insulation materials to retain warmth, creating a stable growing environment that ensures healthy and rapid plant growth. Faced with such a detailed and logically coherent explanation, Yuzhu couldn't help but express her admiration. "Brother, what you say sounds quite reasonable. Although I don't fully grasp all the technical details, I have understood some of the key points. I believe your method is worth a try. If it succeeds, its contribution would be monumental. It would allow people in Huaxia to enjoy fresh vegetables even in winter, thus saving lives from food shortages." She continued, "I may not know what I can do to help, but witnessing the emergence of greenhouse cultivation would be a great honor in my life." But Yuzhu smiled and replied, "Of course you can help, but you must be prepared. This is undoubtedly an extremely labor-intensive endeavor." Yuzhu shook her head, saying, "That's all right. When I was researching electric vehicles, I dedicated 2 whole years with hardly any rest, all to realize my ambition. It's just a pity that my abilities were limited and I couldn't turn my dream into reality. Now that you are undertaking something so meaningful, no matter how arduous it may be. I will persevere if there's anything you need. Don't hesitate to ask. Yuzhu chuckled. All right then, since you're willing to join in, please come to my house in 3 days, and I'll take you to a special place. Yuzhu nodded excitedly. No problem. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed by this time. Yuzhu had reached a high level of proficiency in agronomy. On this day, he took Yuzhu to a courtyard of approximately 1,000 square meters along the road to the academy. Gazing at the grand courtyard before her, Yuzhu exclaimed, "Wow, what an enormous residence. It's evident that this was once the abode of the powerful." She asked Zhu, "Why we come here?" Yuzhu took out a key, unlocked the door, and said, "Oh, this place belongs to me. Though it hasn't been organized yet, the space is ample enough for us to construct a greenhouse. So today, let us thoroughly clean this place." Faced with such a sight, Yuzhu could hardly articulate her astonishment. "You mean this place is yours too?" Yuzhu nodded affirmatively. Yuzhu marveled. "My goodness, this courtyard must be around 1,000 square meters. It's hard to believe that such a vast compound is your private property. And this doesn't even include your other properties, like the 2 houses in Nanluo Guxiang and a small villa in front of Xingyangmen. Now, there's this 1,000 square meter courtyard. You've truly reached the pinnacle of life, even before graduating." Yuzhu replied with a light chuckle. "It's not that serious. It's just a dwelling. Besides, I didn't purchase it myself. I assisted the military administration in apprehending several important figures, which earned me significant merit as a token of appreciation for my contributions. The military administration awarded me this residence." Yuzhu remained astounded. "You accomplished such a remarkable feat. How could you be so exceptional at just 16? In comparison, I feel as though I have achieved nothing." Yuzhu laughed. "It's not that exaggerated. I've merely had a bit of luck and worked a little harder than others. If you also dedicate yourself fully, you will undoubtedly have the same opportunities." Chapter 22. Astonishing revelations. However, Yuzhu was skeptical of this notion. She recalled the immense effort she had put into developing electric vehicles. Clearly, this was a matter of talent. It was futile to reason with such a genius. Once inside, she was further amazed by the expansive space. If this place could be renovated, living here would undoubtedly be quite comfortable. "Zhu, are you really going to use this fantastic location for a greenhouse? Wouldn't it be better to choose another place?" It seems a shame. Yuzhu smiled. "It's no problem that I have plenty of other accommodation options. I don't necessarily have to live here. Look at this place. It's a complete mess, and organizing it will be quite a task. Buying furniture and decorating will surely be a laborious endeavor. Plus, Yuzhu is still young and quite attached to home. Even if this place were cleaned up, she probably wouldn't want to move here, rather than let this house sit vacant and gather dust. It's better to put to use, right? The value of a house lies not in its vacancy, but in its occupation or other purposes, such as a greenhouse." Yuzhu found herself at a loss for words, thinking that there was indeed a clear distinction. But only someone as wealthy and generous as Yuzhu could speak of such a significant undertaking as casually as discussing a grocery shopping trip. Yuzhu handed the key to Yuzhu and said gently, "Sister, you might have to bear some burdens in the coming days. If we want to build the greenhouse, there are many technical aspects and challenges ahead. So I'll need your help in cleaning the house. I hope you don't mind the trouble." Yuzhu replied earnestly, "Zhu, you can rest assured that I will leave the room spotless and ensure that this task doesn't lag behind. Your trust in my ability to handle this is a recognition of my capabilities, and I will fulfill my responsibilities diligently. Junior, I'm counting on you. I need to prepare the farming tools now," Yuzhu said with a smile. After taking care of these matters, he ventured out to purchase the necessary farming tools and brought them to the courtyard. He added, "From here on out, the rest is up to you. Senior, I have a technical challenge to tackle." Yuzhu replied resolutely, "Feel free to focus on your research. I will certainly tidy this place up nicely so that when you return in triumph, you can see a completely transformed environment." Yuzhu nodded thoughtfully, contemplating his next course of action. The issue regarding steel was relatively straightforward. He could directly contact the local steel mill's Director Yang for procurement. However, the most significant challenge lay in the realm of plastic film. In this era, people have yet to recognize the vital role of plastic films in agriculture, and the requisite production equipment, such as blow molding machines, has not yet been invented. Consequently, Yuzhu planned to independently develop this equipment. This endeavor demanded a comprehensive and profound understanding of mechanical knowledge and a variety of skills, including carpentry, forging, machining, electrical work, riveting, welding, and lathe operation. Only after achieving a certain level of theoretical knowledge and practical experience could he attempt to craft a complete blow-molding machine by hand. From that day forth, Yuzhu devoted nearly all his spare time to the library. Diligently studying and researching relevant fields, that a month swiftly passed, that he once again reviewed his personal attributes. Name: Yuzhu, culinary skill level 1. Experience consumed. Target experience value: 500,010. 000,000. Fishing level 8 master. Experience consumed. Target experience value: 220,010 million. Medical skill level 8 master. Experience consumed. Target experience value: 100,010 million. Ghost Gate 13 needles level 8 master. Experience consumed. Target experience value: 120,500,000. Dart level 7 peak master. Experience consumed. Target experience value: 411,121 10 million. Unknown skill level 7 peak master. Experience consumed. Target experience value: 355,111 10. 000,000. Chinese literature, mathematics, chemistry, history and geography, domestic and foreign, physics, political science, biology, foreign languages, Russian, English, level 7 peak master. Experience value limit TBD 1 million. Mechanical technology level 5 proficient. Experience consumed. Target experience value: 155. 110 million. Electric vehicle manufacturing technology level 4 accomplished. Experience consumed. Target experience value: 55,510 10 million. Carpentry, forging, machining, electrical work, riveting, welding, lathe operation level 4 proficient. 100,000. Agricultural skills proficient. 333,310 10. 000,000. 8 extremes, fist level 8 master. 160,000 10 million. Taiji level 18 master. 150,000 10 million. Hungar level 8 master. 140,000 10 million. Xing E fist level 8 master. 130. 000, 10 million. Tan leg level 8 master. 120,000 10 million. Dragon snake combined strike level 7 top master. 100,000 500,000. Internal power level, Dan Yuan realm, 700,001. 000. Constructing a blow-molding machine had become a feasible task for him. As the climate gradually turned colder, Yuzhu was unwilling to squander precious time, for cultivating crops also required patience and time. Thus, he contemplated planting shorter-cycle crops in the future. Upon arriving at the Hongqing steel mill, he observed workers bustling about, clad in deep blue uniforms, with military green satchels slung over their shoulders, while vintage songs echoed through the loudspeakers. Along the roads within the factory area stood promotional boards and slogans: strengthen management, enhance efficiency. Yuzhu entered the office building, making his way directly to Director Yang's office. After a light knock, he stepped inside. "What brings you here?" Director Yang, engrossed in reviewing documents, looked up and, upon seeing him, couldn't help but smile, promptly setting his work aside to welcome him. Yuzhu, what business do you have here today? Director Yang, somewhat perplexed, wondered if Yuzhu had been dispatched by higher authorities to serve as deputy director, though he had received no such notification. With a smile, Yuzhu replied, "Director, I've come to purchase some materials, such as steel pipes or plates." Director Yang responded with enthusiasm, "Of course, that's no problem at all." He then led Yuzhu to the warehouse where the steel was stored. "What specific specifications and quantities do you require?" After a moment of contemplation, Yuzhu replied, "I need about 150 pieces of round steel, with a diameter of 4.5 centimeters and a length of 10 meters, considering the ample space in my yard. A small plot for vegetable cultivation should suffice for 4 to 5 people." Director Yang smiled and said, "We're all brothers here. I can sell them to you at cost price. Each piece of round steel is priced at 100,000. How does that sound?" Yuzhu expressed his gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate your kindness. That price is exceedingly reasonable." Director Yang continued, I will have someone deliver the materials to your address shortly. Just let me know where to send them. Yuzhu nodded and noted down the delivery address. Out of curiosity, Director Yang inquired, May I ask what project you intend to undertake with such a large quantity of steel? To this, Yuzhu candidly replied, Oh, nothing much. With winter approaching, I have yet to devise a plan for storing vegetables for the winter. Therefore, I have decided to develop a greenhouse cultivation technique so that I may grow vegetables for personal use even in winter. Upon hearing this, Director Yang momentarily struggled to grasp the concept of greenhouse cultivation. However, the phrase growing crops in winter immediately captured his attention. This goal seemed almost unattainable. If one could truly cultivate crops during the harsh winter, there would be far fewer people suffering from hunger during that season. Although skeptical of Yuzhu's idea, Director Yang expressed genuine interest as a top chef. He believed Yuzhu should focus his efforts on cooking rather than pursuing seemingly implausible notions. He advised, Yuzhu, your culinary skills are already remarkable, but if you continue to hone your craft, your future prospects are limitless. There's really no need to waste time on such complicated matters. While this concept might seem commonplace in the future, many in this era remained unconvinced that IT was entirely reasonable for Director Yang. To harbor doubts, Yuzhu smiled and said, I am no longer just a chef. I am now a student at Tsinghua University and Peking University. Director Yang exclaimed in astonishment. What? You actually got accepted into Tsinghua or Peking University? He was well aware that these institutions were the nation's premier universities, with exceptionally high admission scores that typically eluded the average individual. After all, Yuzhu had been a chef, and during that time, chefs generally possessed lower educational qualifications. If one were educated, they would typically not choose to become a chef. That Yuzhu nodded. Indeed, my culinary skills have reached a national banquet level. And further improvement is not something that can be achieved overnight. The culinary profession has its limits. No matter how hard I strive, my accomplishments will ultimately be constrained. I am still young, and I certainly do not wish to close off this path. Thus, after that banquet, I decided to take the entrance exams for Tsinghua and Peking University, and to my surprise, I was accepted. Director Yang was taken aback. Despite Yuzhu's nonchalant demeanor, he must have expended tremendous effort. For how else could a chef with limited education gain admission to such prestigious institutions? What score did you achieve on the exam? Yuzhu smiled and replied, A perfect score. Once again, Director Yang was astonished. Not only had a chef gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, but he had also achieved a perfect score. Are you not the top student in the nation? Yuzhu nodded. Precisely. His calm demeanor suggested that attaining the highest score was no extraordinary feat. This left Director Yang quite skeptical. Was Yuzhu truly the top student in the country? However, if Yuzhu had indeed been admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University, majoring in agriculture, there might be a glimmer of hope. Are you studying agriculture? How else would you have such thoughts? Yuzhu shook his head. No, I'm studying mechanical engineering. Director Yang, somewhat resigned, responded, As a mechanical engineering student, why are you delving into agriculture? That sounds far-fetched. Yuzhu chuckled and said, Everything is possible if one dares to act. The development and progress of our nation require innovation and courage. Heroes do not question their origins. Studying mechanical engineering does not preclude one from exploring agriculture. I was once a chef, and now I am in university. Only through attempts can one discern the final outcome. Director Yang wholeheartedly agreed with Yuzhu's sentiments. You are absolutely right that IT is the youth who possess the drive to forge ahead. Only through effort can one discover the results. Even in failure, at least there will be no regrets. Today, you have taught me a lesson, Yuzhu humbly replied. I am unworthy of such praise. Director Yang became intrigued by the concept of greenhouse cultivation. What exactly is this greenhouse you speak of? How does it allow vegetables to grow normally in winter? Yuzhu elucidated that the primary reason plants cannot thrive during winter is due to temperature constraints, that a conducive temperature for growth could be provided in winter, akin to the warmth of spring. Then any vegetable could flourish. The purpose of a greenhouse is to create such an environment conducive to the healthy growth of plants, with most of its energy derived from the sun's radiant heat. By harnessing natural sunlight to warm the greenhouse, a stable temperature can be maintained, affording ample space for plant growth, thereby allowing for climatic conditions reminiscent of spring and summer. Director Yang nodded and remarked, Indeed, your perspective is quite insightful that if such an environment could truly be cultivated, facilitating the healthy growth of plants would not pose a challenge. However, achieving this goal is likely no simple task. Otherwise, those agricultural technology experts would have accomplished it long ago. If your vision can indeed be realized, it would herald a tremendous boon for our nation. During winter, countless families endure the dual hardships of cold and food scarcity, and many lives are lost as a result. Should your greenhouse technology come to fruition, undoubtedly, more lives will be preserved in the winters to come. This would be an invention of immense benefit to humanity. Director Yang continued. As it stands, you need not bear the cost of the steel. I shall take responsibility for it. Given your determination to contribute to the betterment of people's lives, it is only fitting that I, as the head of the steel plant, extend my support, even if we ultimately do not succeed. It remains a commendable endorsement of youthful innovation that Yuzhu shook his head and replied, Director, that is unnecessary. During my time as a chef, I managed to save some funds, which are more than sufficient to cover this expense. So there is no need to trouble you. Director Yang feigned dissatisfaction and retorted, Are you suggesting that you possess the ability to serve the people, while I do not have the right to do so? Though this sum may not be substantial, it represents my heartfelt intention, and you ought to accept it. Should we achieve success, it would bring me the utmost joy. Unable to resist his insistence, Yuzhu conceded. In that case, I shall graciously accept your offer. Director Yang smiled and inquired, What materials do you require? He added, As long as it is within my capacity, I will do my utmost to assist you. Yuzhu responded with a smile. I plan to visit a superior leader next. Director Yang was taken aback and asked, What? Is there a special significance to this? Yuzhu explained, The primary materials needed for the greenhouse include steel pipes, cotton fabric, and plastic film. The steel pipes are ready, and the cotton fabric is relatively easy to procure. However, concerning the plastic film, our nation currently lacks the production equipment and has yet to commence relevant research. So I intend to fabricate it myself. Although Director Yang had some understanding of plastics, he still felt somewhat perplexed when the topic of plastic film arose. How do you plan to accomplish that?